Chapter 171. Of course, these are just inferences. The detection I cannot see this person's skills. Generally speaking, assassins are interested in gaining sensitivity. And the attribute he is showing now is already 40 points. I don't know how terrifying it will be through gain. Xiaobo is very aware of his shortcomings. There are very few skills to gain 4-dimensional attributes. He finally got 2, but the cooling time is very long. Swiftness is okay. Life burning has a cooling time of 7 days. If you encounter a sea giant, you can only give up. After tonight, I have to find some skills to fill myself, otherwise my strength will be stagnant. Especially in the few days in the dimensional world, it can be said that a lot of time was wasted. Pulling back from his thoughts, Xiaobo looked at the person in front of him with a pair of cold eyes, and immediately turned on the hunting state. With the experience of dismembering corpses, he has mastered this guy's weaknesses. Rissman was very cautious. He did not take the lead in attacking, but waited for Xiaobo to attack. Little did he know that he had been seen through by Xiaobo, who also used the 4-dimensional attributes to determine whether the other party was dangerous to him. After confirming that this person was not dangerous, Xiaobo rushed forward in one step, and the blood-red steel knife left a blood-red and black afterimage. What a fast speed! He is not an assassin, but his agility is higher than mine. Rissman's blue eyes shrank, and his heart was very calm and steady. Even when Xiaobo swung the steel knife, he did not move. When the steel knife formed a smooth seal towards his throat, Rissman knew that the opportunity had come. He immediately used the assassin's skills, jumping and flashing. The next second, his figure disappeared and appeared behind Xiaobo. Because the opponent's knife missed, there was a brief pause. The time may be only a short second, but it is enough for him to launch an attack. His attack was very sharp, holding the dagger in reverse, piercing the void. On this dagger, he used a skill that can increase the sharpness of the weapon, which is also a necessary skill for all assassins. The assassin is most afraid of high defense, which is often the natural enemy of assassins. So the necessary skill at this moment is to break the defense. The people in the live broadcast room followed and fell silent. Rissman's thinking was really good. He was calm and unhurried. He never showed panic in the face of the aggressive Xiaobo, and treated it very calmly. Even completed the counterattack. As long as this knife stabs down, it is enough to hurt Xiaobo, and once he is injured, the situation on the ring will change greatly. This knife basically announced Rissman's victory. However, the situation of the ring game is always so changing rapidly. Before the dagger fell, a shocking scene appeared. The figure did not stop, but twisted his body. The blood-red steel knife smoothly formed a 360-degree turn, and the blood-red steel knife cut through Rissman's neck, just like cutting tofu. At this time, the dagger was only a finger away from Xiaobo's back. Rissman's action froze, his head was thrown high, and rolled to the ground, and hot blood spurted out. Wow! Failed. How is it possible? It's incredible. The situation that has been decided has been reversed like this. Oh my god, he seems to have been prepared. Xia Yidao is awesome, always Yidao. The live broadcast room was shaken, but the players on the world rankings were silent. They were silent. Many people saw this game. The situation was basically frozen, with a winning rate of more than 99.9%, but they all failed. Rissman's move brought his calmness to the extreme. He used the flash only when the knife was only 2 fingers away from him. And the flash was behind the enemy, or when the enemy's attack was about to fail. Often at this time, the chance of winning is as high as 99.9, and the only 0.1 is Rissman's slip. But they never expected that Xiaobo's knife not only did not stop, but formed a 360-degree rotation. Rissman returned to the room with a gloomy face. He watched the replay over and over again, and finally sighed helplessly. When the opponent attacked smoothly, he had already expected that he would attack from behind. And this smooth attack can perfectly take care of the front and back. He watched the replay again, and finally understood where he made a mistake. It was this reverse grip of the dagger. When the opponent rushed up, he only pinched the dagger, and the bulging blue veins could be clearly seen on his hand. At this time, he had already started to exert force. And exerting force is to launch an attack. The opponent's observation ability is very terrifying. Just by this force, he can infer that he is going to launch an attack. It is common sense that assassins will not choose to attack head-on. Everyone knows it. The opponent was able to observe so carefully during the battle, and even made advanced countermeasures, and used smooth attacks. During this period, there was only less than a second to come up with such a countermeasure. It was really terrifying. In the subsequent rankings, Xiaobo was like a vicious tiger, killing through the entire world, and the final record was fixed at 70 games, with a 100% win rate. As for the people on the level ranking list, except for the top 30, almost all the rest were encountered. Although the subsequent battles were more difficult, there were no more than 5 swords at most. 70 games in one night, a 100% win rate. It was so terrifying. Even though Xiaobo had already gone off the air, the live broadcast room was still full of bullet screens. Xiaobo killed through the entire world and released the emotions of domestic players, quarreling and cursing. And the players on the Sin value ranking list were so angry that they dared not say a word, for fear that Xiaobo would target them, because they were on the list, and the red name level had reached level 2 and level 3, and the number of rejections was limited. Once Xiaobo challenged them. The situation was foreseeable. Must die, and challenging red named players does not increase Sin value. Xiaobo is still a non-red named player. It can be said that they have no way to deal with Xiaobo. There is one person who is actually more panicked than everyone else, and that is Parking Wei. Now everyone basically guessed that Du Xingjun's death was related to Xiaobo. The next one is him, Parking Wei. This is foreseeable. Previously, Parking Wei and Du Xingjun conquered domestic players and asked them to surrender. Now that the other side has such a pervert, he is basically the next one to be challenged. So after Xiaobo closed the live broadcast, Parking Wei's first thing was to go invisible, and then frantically show goodwill to domestic players, saying that he was bewitched by Du Xingjun and that all the people of Riyadh should die. They, North Dhaka, should surrender to Daxia. This remark not only did not get the forgiveness of domestic players, but even aroused opposition from players in his own country. For a time, Parking Wei was like a rat crossing the street. Chapter 172. No matter how weak Parking Wei showed, Xiaobo still had no intention of letting him go. He would root out the root of the problem. He didn't want two voices in the yellow camp. In his heart, he had basically put two people in the ranks of the dead. One was Parking Wei, and the other was Feng Shihong. He knew something about Feng Shihong. He would definitely get rid of this guy. If he stayed in the camp, he would definitely be a disaster. And this guy had a lot of thoughts. Old Joe revealed to him that Feng Shihong had secretly contacted foreign countries, apparently seeking protection. He was completely for personal gain, even selling everything. Such a person would definitely be a hidden danger in the future. After shutting down the system, Xiaobo regained consciousness. Just as he was about to get up, he felt something on his head. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched, and his voice was a little cold. "Blueberry, haven't I tried to tell you not to use my hair as your nest?" Pulling the blueberry off, seeing the pitiful expression of the blueberry, Xiaobo was unmoved. His face was cold. "I make a nest for you now. If you use my hair as a nest, I will boil you." "Coco," Blueberry said pitifully. "No, not even once." Xiaobo's eyes turned cold. He could hear that this little monster still wanted to sleep in his hair again. How could this be possible? "Coco." Blueberry began to act like a spoiled child, rubbing her little head against the hand that was pulling it. Her gem-like eyes were charming. And Xiaobo had long passed that soft-hearted time. He put the blueberry on the bedside, and then took out some hay and rolled it into the shape of a chicken coop. Regardless of the struggling blueberry, he put the blueberry on the chicken coop with an indifferent look. Blueberry didn't struggle when it hit the chicken coop, but stared at Xiaobo with puffy cheeks. Xiaobo ignored it, and fed the hen some food. He also collected eggs. There was already a basket of eggs, which were spread on the floor in the storage space. Now there is more and more food in the locker, and the quality of life is gradually improving. At present, there are air conditioners, refrigerators and water heaters, and the quality of life is full. Others may still work hard for a bite of food and drink, but I have already lived an ordinary and fulfilling life. In one aspect, I live better than some people in reality. He took a can of drink from the refrigerator and drank a few gulps. My whole body was transparent and cool. After a comfortable burp, he turned his head and saw Blueberry staring at him, but there was no puffy expression on his face, but a hint of enjoyment. "Do you want a drink?" Xiaobo walked to the bed and sat down, holding the drink, and asked. "Coco." Blueberry flapped its wings twice. Xiaobo understood its inner thoughts and poured some into a bowl. "Coco." Blueberry took a sip and felt a chill all over. It flapped its wings happily and was in a good mood. Xiaobo smiled faintly and drank the drink in the bottle in one gulp. Then he said, "Blueberry, do you want to sleep for a while?" "Coco." "No." Xiaobo stared at Blueberry. He suddenly felt that Blueberry seemed a little different. Squinting his eyes, The four-dimensional attributes of Blueberry jumped out of his eyes. Blueberry. Level 4. Strength 6. Agility 25. Spirit 40. Passive, self-healing. Self-healing, after being hurt, consume part of the spirit to recover from the injury. The degree of recovery depends on the amount of spirit consumed. Skills. Healing, full of spirit. Healing. Consume part of the spirit to recover the target's injury/life. The degree of recovery depends on the amount of spirit consumed. Full of spirit. You can relieve your own fatigue through spirit. When the spirit is less than 10%, the full spirit is invalid. It turned out that it was upgraded. Its spirit can be increased so much. After the upgrade, another skill was born. It is worthy of being a special wild monster. By the way, I haven't encountered any special wild monsters so far. Xiaobo stared at Blueberry, who was drinking juice, and his mind moved. Blueberry felt something, tilted his little head, and stared at Xiaobo with a pair of big eyes in confusion. Coco. It's okay, drink yours. Xiaobo waved his hand, and said casually, lying on the bed, his mind wandering. Direction future. His mind was buzzing, full of confusion about the future. The current situation was not optimistic, human fighting. Foreign enemies invaded. Old Man Xiao was right, the highway is the safest place at present. There are rules of the game here. Everything is done according to the rules. Out of this game, what will the future be like? No one can say. Xiaobo didn't even dare to imagine the future, whether human beings will be destroyed or move towards glory. Since this game, the news I have received seems to be that this game only has destruction. Coco. Suddenly, Coco called out from the car window. Xiaobo was startled and sat up suddenly. He put on the night vision goggles on the bedside and looked out the window with a pair of cold eyes. Outside, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals appeared, and their number was more than the number of wild monsters before. Xiaobo suddenly felt incredible. Why did the style of the painting suddenly change here? And the number of wild monsters was so large. Yes. It's it. He looked at the Blueberry by the window. According to the rules of the game, he enslaved the Blueberry, and the Blueberry was his teammate, and it was his person, so the difficulty of the game increased all of a sudden. The number and explosion rate of these wild monsters have also increased significantly. Blueberry, you are really my lucky star. Wait for me in the car. The iceberg-like face rarely showed a smile, and he pushed open the car door with a smile. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals have surrounded the car. This time there are about 20 of them, which is not too many. The steel knife emerged from the belt. Experience, here I come. Xiaobo raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, turned on the hunting mode, drew his knife, and rushed into the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, with red light flashing, harvesting the lives of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. 20 shrimp soldiers and crab generals are no match for Xiaobo at all. His four-dimensional attributes have been precipitated and polished. It is almost impossible for these ordinary wild monsters to kill Xiaobo. Most of these wild monsters are level 4. They have an advantage in quantity, but not in level. But their advantages are also very obvious, that is, they can use weapons and cooperate. But the degree of cooperation is far from comparable to those wild monsters in the endless mode. After all, they are programs, and almost zero mistakes. The smart point of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals is that they can use weapons, and pick up weapons dropped on the ground to use. They are very intelligent, and have 2 experience points, which is not bad. 20 shrimp soldiers and crab generals can bring 40 experience points for themselves. Bloody profit. Xiaobo only felt full of energy, his methods became more ruthless. Double heavy attack as if it was free, combined with bloodshed, his physical strength only decreased a little. Chapter 173. After the double heavy blows of strength, these wild monsters could not withstand Xiaobo's fierce attack even if they had weapons. A shrimp soldier and crab general was split in half by Xiaobo, holding a spear that was cut in half in his hand. He died immediately, with bones and flesh mixed with internal organs, looking extremely horrifying. Kill! Xiaobo's expression was cold, and his methods became more and more cruel. 20 shrimp soldiers and crab generals with weapons combined together were enough to destroy a small convoy, but when it came to Xiaobo, they could not resist Xiaobo's tiger-like attack. Under the combination of hunting state and dismemberment, each of his attacks accurately landed on the enemy's weaknesses. A massacre came quickly and ended quickly. The strength of the two sides was completely disproportionate. After killing, he still felt unsatisfied and did not kill enough. He silently lit a cigarette and waited for the wild monster corpse to refresh. A skill book and a golden badge appeared on the ground. Something good has been revealed. Amidst the smoke, a smile appeared on the slightly scary face, which seemed a bit far-fetched. Having just experienced the killing, Xiaobo felt that his facial expression was still very stiff. After taking 2 deep puffs of cigarette, he walked over and picked up the 2 things to check the information one by one. Skill, purification. Features, none. Introduction. Consume 5 points of mental power, remove the negative state of oneself, and gain a short period of invincibility within 0.5 seconds after casting. Cooling down, 1 hour, purification, good stuff. Xiaobo's cold eyes lit up. 0.5 seconds of invincibility, eliminating negative states, so that in the future when encountering controlled wild monsters, as long as he grasps the opportunity, he can counterattack. Upgrade things immediately. Skill, purification. Feature, none. Introduction. Consume 5 points of mental power, remove the negative state of yourself, and gain a short period of invincibility within 1 second after casting. Cooling down, 0.5 hours, there is not much change, but the invincibility time is extended by 0.5 seconds, and the cooling time is also changed to 30 minutes. A very practical skill. Use it, and the attribute panel will be updated accordingly. The information of another medal surprised Xiaobo. Team medal. Captain, none. Members, 0/3. Introduction. Bind 3 members, with team group chat, team voice, team video, captain allocation and other functions. Note. Build a team you trust to complete tasks better in the event. Team medal, is this an item that appears after the game is updated? Build your own team and participate in team tasks, and these people must be people you trust. Xiaobo's eyes flickered twice. This is a good thing. With this medal, you can build a team by yourself, and when subsequent tasks appear, you don't have to participate in the match alone. Upgrade. The golden medal is still a golden medal. From the appearance, there is not much change. Team medal. Captain, none. Members, 0/3. Member trust, none. Introduction. Bind 3 members, with team group chat, team voice, team video, captain assignment, and other functions. Note. Build a team you trust to complete tasks better in the event. After checking the properties, there is 1 more member trust. This is a good thing. With this member trust, I can check whether these members are loyal to me, so that I can kick out the disloyal members and recruit them again. After putting away the team medal, Xiaobo's mind became active. After obtaining this thing, he already had a preliminary idea. At least 1 person has been selected, and this person is Feng Xian. Feng Xian is the only one who has traded with me before, and kept in touch with me. Her strength is not bad, and she left a deep impression on Xiaobo. She has strength and a good impression. This is his first choice. But Old Man Joe is too cunning and always wants to pit me. He must not be pulled into the team. In addition to Feng Xian, I have met Shuexiang. This guy has always wanted to hug his thigh in the other world. It can be seen that this guy admires me very much and his strength is not bad. The second is Sun Quan, but this guy ranks 3rd. I am afraid that he will form his own team and will definitely not get along with me. Forget it. As for the people who had traded with him before, except for the one whose avatar had gone dark, the only one left was the one who sold him his information. His current level had reached level 5, and he was currently ranked in the top 500 in the domestic rankings. It was rare. After thinking about it, Xiaobo suppressed this thought. Among these 3 people, Feng Xian was barely qualified and could be considered good, but the other 2 were not very good. Shuexiang ranked 28th, falling back a few places. Not to mention the other one. It seems that these people need to be screened. They must have both strength and loyalty. Xiaobo frowned, pinched the medal, and returned to the car, and put the medal in the locker. I clicked on my personal attributes and checked. The experience value has reached 76 points, with a total of 21 shrimp soldiers and crab generals. With a large number and huge experience value, this is simply a perfect place to spawn monsters. However, the risks here are also very high. After continuous observation over this period of time, some people in the world have discovered the rules of wild monsters. The initial refresh of wild monsters fluctuates with the strength of humans themselves. Some people have found that when they stay at a certain point, the number and strength of wild monsters will change rapidly. This is also the game to avoid the idea of humans spawning monsters in one place. For example, in the first wave last night, there were only 17 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and their strength was only level 2 or 3, which was simple and easy to deal with. Today, The number of wild monsters has reached 21, and the level is all at level 4. Maybe tomorrow night, it will reach level 5 or 6. I have to prepare to evacuate in advance. Back in the car, the slightly dim light illuminates the car. Flicking the cigarette butt out of the window, Xiaobo took out the small table, poured chrysanthemum tea, and calmed his heart. At this moment, the wind is very gentle, and the heart is as calm as water. Every killing will have more or less impact on people. Xiaobo found that his emotions have become colder and more inhumane recently. Only cigarettes or leisure can calm him down. Take a sip of chrysanthemum tea and close your eyes, as if you have reached the state of returning to nature. After drinking some tea, Xiaobo took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and smacked his lips. Chrysanthemum tea is okay. If there is Longjing or Dahongbo, it will be better. It's a pity that the current explosion rate is limited. Most of the explosions on this special road are rare things, and daily necessities are rarely exploded. Wait for another 2 days, and continue to move forward. Chapter 174. After replenishing his water, Xiaobo put down the chrysanthemum tea and exhaled a ball of anger in his heart. Blueberry had fallen asleep. The sky outside was very dark, and the deep blue seabed was emitting a faint dark light. Some strange-looking creatures appeared on the seabed. Xiaobo, who had been sitting in the car for a long time, opened the door and walked quietly to the side of the road. He looked around with a pair of cold eyes. The underwater road was relatively quiet, but it was weird. It was impossible to see anything in the dark seabed. There was a hint of danger. There are too many creatures on the seabed. I always feel uneasy. Even if there are wild monsters approaching, I may not be able to find them. Xiaobo looked around with a pair of cold eyes. There was a gurgling sound coming from the seabed. There were predators hunting around. From time to time, a black shadow could be seen flashing in the deep blue seabed. It was a very swift figure, a predator on the seabed. Xiaobo frowned and slowly retracted his gaze, seeming to relax his vigilance. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow broke through the water, and a sharp long sword stabbed straight at him, extremely sharp. Sure enough, there is danger, and it is hidden so deep. Xiaobo's eyes were like a cold pond. Before the steel knife appeared, his hand had already swung out. In midair, the steel knife appeared in his hand, and blood stained the steel knife. Clang! A string of sparks splashed out. The long sword in the black shadow's hand was actually cut off by Xiaobo's sword. Xiaobo quickly distanced himself from it, and took a closer look. It was actually a human-shaped swordfish. In its hand, it was holding the long sword extending from its upper jaw. The long sword was cut off by him. Elite monster. Level 4. Strength, 43. Agility, 40. The information of this wild monster also jumped in his eyes. Elite monster. Xiaobo's cold expression moved. This was the first elite monster he had encountered since the beginning of the game. Without the long sword, the mermaid monster was not timid. It still maintained its charging state, holding the long sword in hand, and rushed towards him again at a very fast speed. After the game was updated, the wild monsters also began to upgrade. Xiaobo's eyes moved, capturing the movements of the mermaid, holding the blood-red steel knife in hand, predicting in advance, and slashing down in the air. The mermaid seemed to fall into a trap, and directly hit Xiaobo's blade. Rely on dismemberment to master the opponent's muscle movements and complete the prediction in advance in the hunting state. Xiaobo's mind moved, and he looked at the things that the wild monster exploded. Iron *2. Salt *1. Yam *1 yam, good stuff. The iceberg melted, and Xiaobo's eyebrows were happy. He grabbed a black yam in his hand. The yam still had the fragrance of soul, as if it had just been unearthed. There was a bag of salt and 2 pieces of iron. The things dropped by elite monsters were quite abundant. After putting the things away and upgrading, they were all stuffed into the locker. The salt and iron increased, and the yam became more than a dozen. He took out a yam, washed and peeled it, and cut it into pieces with a knife. He could cook a pot of yam porridge in the second half of the night. Coco. The resting blueberry opened his eyes, and called softly, in a baby voice. Do you want to eat this? Coco. Xiaobo picked up a piece and threw it to it. Blueberry seemed to be an omnivore, eating everything, both vegetarian and meat. Baji Baji. This little guy was eating happily. He put the yam on the table, and sat cross-legged on the bed, exposing the skin and flesh that fell off his body. The seabed was relatively dull, with little wind, and a feeling of oppression, with a strange gurgling sound from time to time. Now that elite monsters can be refreshed, It means that the quality of wild monsters is also improving after the game is updated. Elite monsters of the same level are much stronger than ordinary wild monsters. I wonder if the quality of wild monsters in the future will be stronger than elite monsters. Xiaobo sat cross-legged on the bed, his loose face trembling a few times. He remembered that in the endless mode, this elite monster appeared in advance, so would there be higher quality wild monsters in the future? It's hard to say. Since the endless mode appeared in advance, higher quality wild monsters may also appear. Boom! Suddenly, a roar pulled Xiaobo back to his senses. He jumped up from the bed and hugged the panicked Blueberry. His cold eyes looked out the window anxiously. The strange deep blue seawater was actually moving in waves, in clumps, like squirming silicone. Energy is being eroded by the seawater and is disappearing. Looking carefully at the floating seawater, a prompt appeared. Energy is disappearing. This means that this underwater highway will be swallowed by the seawater. Xiaobo's pupils suddenly shrank, and his anxiety magnified. With a puff, the energy in some places dissipated, and the seawater splashed onto the road in the shape of a water column, wetting the asphalt road. As the prompt said, the energy on the submarine highway is disappearing. Blueberry. Sit tight. Time waits for no one. Xiaobo has no time to think about why all this happened. He immediately made a decision, started the car, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. With a puff, the water column on the top of the car splashed on the front of the car, and more water columns appeared. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, his brain was extremely calm, and he held the steering wheel with both hands, increasing the speed to the highest. Everything in the car was shaking. He drove the truck out of the traffic jam. The truck drove through the accumulated water on the ground, splashing several feet high. The energy dissipated faster and faster, and the splashing water became more and more. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from behind the car. Xiaobo squinted at the rearview mirror, and saw a lot of water gushing out. The entire energy had dissipated. The huge seawater collapsed as if it had lost its load-bearing wall. The seawater was like a galloping beast, rushing from behind. Retracting his gaze, he was calm in his heart and his face was free of any emotional fluctuations, like a sculpture. Xiaobo has already increased the speed to the highest, and the accelerator has been stepped on to the bottom. The car makes a dull roar, like a ferocious beast. There is no way to panic now. He has already increased the speed to the highest, and there is nothing to help the car speed up, so there is no use in being anxious. He can only wait quietly, waiting for the end of the special road. This is a chase. The surging sea water behind the car destroys everything on the road, like the end of the world. Xiaobo calmly drives the truck, speeding in front of the surging sea water, and the sea water is only 50 meters away from him. Compared with Xiaobo's calmness, Blueberry is jumping up and down in the car at this moment, barking anxiously. It can feel that a huge crisis is coming, and even its owner cannot stop it. The energy around is dissipating more and more water jets are spraying. The windshield is already covered with dense water droplets. Xiaobo's heart is as calm as water, tightly pursing his lips and saying nothing. Suddenly, the ground began to rise, indicating that they were about to leave the ocean highway. A dim light appeared at the end of his sight. The exit was not far away from him. Chapter 175. The exit appeared, but Xiaobo's expression did not show much joy, and he was still very calm. The crisis was not over yet, and the splashing sea water flowed down from afar. The car sped away. Fortunately, the slope here was relatively gentle, otherwise his car would have been swallowed by the sea water. More than 10 minutes later, the light of the cave entrance appeared in front of him, and heavy rain had fallen on the submarine highway at this time. The speed of energy dissipation was not fast, giving him enough time to escape. When the car rushed out of the cave, the whole world was strangely dim, and the surroundings were wild. Xiaobo frowned, stepped on the brake lightly, slowed down the car, and his tense body suddenly relaxed. The sound of the sea churning came from behind him, and then it disappeared. Everything disappeared. Xiaobo pushed open the car door and looked at the car in surprise. The submarine highway disappeared, and even the ocean disappeared. This was too weird. The wet car showed that everything that had just happened was real, but what appeared in front of him was a flat road, not even wet, as if the underwater world had never been there. Could it be that after the game was updated, even the special roads were updated, or in order to prevent monsters from spawning on special roads, the existence of special roads now has a time limit? Xiaobo frowned, and his dry and loose face also changed, and his whole face was like a twisted paper. The biggest impact of the game update is some unknown changes. Of course, What is now presented in front of him may be after the game update, or it may be a very special road section that has never been seen before. Speculation is just speculation. Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. Xiaobo took a deep look at the road behind him, returned to the car, comforted the panicked Blueberry, and asked Blueberry to go and guard. The night was still a little unpeaceful. Less than 2 minutes after lying down, Blueberry's cry came over. Xiaobo quickly got up and rushed outside. A huge monster came from the desert in the distance. It was a huge dark mass, a huge monster. Bang, bang, bang. The darkness suddenly accelerated, the ground shook slightly, sand and stones flew, and a cloud of dust was raised. Xiaobo pulled out the blood-red steel knife and looked at it coldly. After the monster rushed up, the basic attributes of the monster quickly jumped in his eyes. A minotaur, a familiar monster, with extremely terrifying power, can easily destroy a car, super high defense, and low agility. It will only surge when it is rampaging. With an agility of 50 points, Xiaobo was not afraid at all. The higher the agility, the stronger the mobility. With the added power of the double heavy attack, he could easily break the defense of the minotaur. He was completely fearless. The minotaur stepped onto the road covered with yellow sand and rushed forward. The ground was shaking faintly, and it was about to be torn apart. Relying on his strong calmness, Xiaobo gathered all his strength, rushed forward, and gathered all his strength on the tip of the knife. The double heavy attack tore through the air, carrying an unparalleled power, as if it could tear apart everything. Puff! Facing the minotaur, who was rushing forward, Xiaobo drew his knife and swung it, tearing the minotaur's body cleanly and neatly. The minotaur hit by Xiaobo in the weak spot fell to the ground, and his body shook a few times before he stopped moving. Now I am more and more proficient in using combo skills. When facing these individual monsters, they can't block my attack at all. As long as I use the hunting state to capture the opponent's loopholes, I can kill them with one blow. Xiaobo put away his knife and felt calm. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't encounter those monsters that rely on agility to roam. After all, his current combat power is unparalleled. Although his agility value is high, the only skill that can increase agility is swiftness, and the cooling time is very high. It can't consume physical energy like double heavy attack, and there is no cooling at all. The blessing of double heavy attack is really terrifying. The body of the minotaur disappeared, and nothing exploded. The experience value increased by 10 points, which can be regarded as a little comfort. The night was extremely long, but very quiet. The wind and sand in the daytime stopped, and the air was still hot in the daytime. Xiaobo walked to the side of the road and looked around with strange eyes. Nowadays, with the update of the game, there are almost no hidden boxes. From the game to now, I have only opened one hidden box and an iron box. Now the yellow sand is all over the place, even if there are slight depressions. As the yellow sand arrives, these depressions will be filled up by the blowing yellow sand, making it harder for the hidden box to be discovered. Coco. Xiaobo's eyes wandered on the ground, and he heard Blueberry's cry from the car behind him. He stood up from the ground and returned to the car. You get hungry quickly, but then again, I'm also very hungry. Xiaobo understood Blueberry's mood and took out food from the locker and started eating. There were only 4 hours left until dawn, and the harvest tonight was still very large. I received a book of skills and a team medal. The effect of this medal is far more powerful than purification. The medal is used to form your own team, which is very helpful for future team tasks. After all, single-player team tasks will inevitably lead to disagreements, and disagreements due to division of labor, and the final things. The medal I received has the function of checking trust, which greatly reduces the number of people who are not sincere. After eating something, Xiaobo turned on the system. The activities after the update have not been opened yet. It seems that these activities will take time. Huh? The defense battle will be opened in 2 days. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a time mark on the car defense battle, and the countdown words were the same as the movement of time. This is a time scale. As long as the time is turned, the activity can be opened. Car Defense War, World/Domestic 4 players will form a team to carry out the car defense mission. During this period, there will be a large number of wild monsters attacking the car. Guard the car until the game is won. This mode is divided into team mode and individual matching. In this mode, attacks by players on the same team are effective. Note, if the car is damaged, some car fragments will be lost and the car will be downgraded. A large number of car fragments will be obtained by winning the game. Car Defense War can obtain a large number of car fragments. You can participate in this activity yourself. At the same time, take advantage of this opportunity to form a team. With the members in the team in the future, you don't have to face risks alone. Even some inferences about the game can be told to them. The recruited people are trustworthy. These people have experienced the test of the metal. Xiaobo can completely leave his back to them. It seems that the team will be formed in the next 2 days. Chapter 176. Browsing the system carefully, except for the defense battle that is about to start, other activities are in a calm state. It seems that the tasks in this stage are open bit by bit. And it is no longer like the beginning. These tasks can be selected as soon as they are updated. In addition, the world is currently in a state of division because of his own actions. Players from the 3 camps have successively conquered. Xiaobo's personal strength may be strong, but the number of individuals is too small, and he can't be compared with the players in the white camp at all. After observing the information of the world, Xiaobo felt that he was not in a hurry to achieve success. Now the game has not revealed any information about the future. No one knows what will happen in the future. Xiaobo is not in a hurry to take action against the players on the sin value rankings. Their strength is currently unknown. Moreover, at this stage, with the update of the game, there are no rewards for various rankings. In order to preserve their own strength, basically few people start live broadcasts. It can be said that after the game update, most things have been scrapped. It was like being eliminated by the version, and he chose to broadcast last night to cheer people up, otherwise Xiaobo would not have chosen to broadcast. The quarrels in the world did not end because of his fight yesterday, but intensified and reached the point of being out of control. Xiaobo took a look and lost interest. Not only did the quarrels not have any effect, but they deepened the contradictions between the 2 camps to the point of being irreconcilable. The most important thing is that slacking off in the world is a waste of time. Xiaobo didn't know what people in the world thought. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to live safely in this world, he had to improve himself. Time passed, and dawn came quietly. There was a glimmer of light in the sky, and a hint of white belly, and the light fell on the world full of yellow sand. A new day began. Xiaobo stood on the side of the road, and his back was stretched very long by the rising sun. His back looked a little bleak, but with an endless chill, and a pair of strange eyes with endless coldness. This world needs heroes, but this hero is not me. Old Joe, this is the last time I help you. From now on, don't look for me in the future. Xiaobo, don't take the news in the world to heart. These people are used to being greedy for life and afraid of death. It is normal to release such news. After all, the quality of domestic players is still uneven, not to mention their thoughts. Xiaobo did not receive a reply from old Joe, but turned off the system with a pair of cold eyes. The wind direction of the world is very changeable. Originally thought that he could change something for the yellow camp, but it didn't. In the eyes of some people, Xiaobo became a bad guy who destroyed the relationship between the white and yellow colors. They thought that the 100 people might not be that bad, and the root of all this was Xiaobo. It was a ridiculous statement, but there were people in the world who thought so, and the number was very large. This reminded him of the hard struggle of the great Yin kingdom after 100 years. Countless people sacrificed their lives and shed their blood to open up the territory for future generations. Unfortunately, these people have forgotten everything. They have the blood of the Yin kingdom flowing in their bodies, but they worship foreign countries and think that the air abroad is sweet, the quality of foreign people is high, and the environment abroad is good. Some even claim that the heroic deeds written in the textbooks were all forged. How would those martyrs who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood 100 years ago feel if they knew this? Xiaobo felt chilled, extremely chilled. For the survival of the yellow camp, he did not hesitate to stand up and fight against the players of one camp. These people not only did not help him, but instead pointed their spears at him. They actually tried to sacrifice themselves in exchange for the friendship of the white camp. How could he not be chilled? Moreover, can sacrificing oneself really exchange for the friendship of the white camp? Xiaobo spoke softly, with a hint of bitterness in his voice. These people are really fence-sitters who go with the flow. Obviously this was a premeditated targeting. These people in the white camp must have communicated with the players in their own camp, and they combined with each other. You fanned the wind, and I ignited the fire. They created such a public opinion storm. They pushed themselves to the position of the villain who destroyed the friendship between the 2 camps. Even if they refuted it, it would be useless. The people in the world have already identified me, and with the help of these people from abroad, I was pushed to the peak of destroying friendship. Even though Old Man Joe and his friends tried their best to protect me, they still failed to save me. After all, in the eyes of these low-level players, the people on the leaderboard were basically in collusion. Xiaobo suddenly felt discouraged, looked at the world, closed it, and sat alone on the side of the road. The wind direction has suddenly changed now. Even if I am extremely powerful, I can't beat these foreigners. After all, wisdom is my weakness. The only thing I can do is wait quietly. Unfortunately, even if his reputation is restored, will he still fight for a group of fence-sitters? Are such a group of people worth fighting for? Perhaps after his death, they will abandon him and spit on him. On the highway, Feng Shihong sat in the car, watching the rapidly jumping information in the world with a smile on his face, and suddenly felt relieved. Click to chat privately. The matter has been done, I hope you can keep your promise. The other party replied quickly, in a string of English, after translation, Feng, don't worry. We will keep our promise. The world-ranking chat group was lively, and the people in this group were all high-level players from various countries. The plan is very successful. Currently, most players in the yellow camp believe that Xiaobo has become the key figure in disrupting the game between the two camps. Good. These stupid people will never know what they have lost. Continue to follow the plan. Without Xiaobo's interference, the players in the yellow camp will be trampled under our feet sooner or later. When the road changes dramatically, we will be in a relatively safe situation. The group chat was silent, and no one was speaking. They each performed their duties, and went through the initial turbulent era. Now they deeply understand the importance of players sticking together. The emergence of the camp further confirmed their inner thoughts. For the common interests, they united with each other and combined together. The complexity of this road is far more complicated than everyone imagined, and they only mastered a little bit. The weather in the morning was still relatively cool. Xiaobo started to make breakfast on the side of the road. The morning wind and sand had not risen yet. The desert was in a relatively peaceful state, but the sky was gloomy. The sun shone on the sky, making it more gloomy. Chapter 177. The morning meal was simple. Xiaobo set up a rack and started to make barbecue. He put 3 large pieces of barbecue on the rack. After a long time of baking and applying chili oil, each piece was roasted to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a golden color. The air was also filled with fascinating meat aroma. Xiaobo's Adam's apple rolled, his appetite was aroused, and he tore off a piece with a knife and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste buds were stimulated and immediately filled with satisfaction. Cocoa. Blueberry kept flying in the air, flapping its wings happily, and seemed a little impatient. Here's a piece for you, eat slowly. Xiaobo tore off a piece and put it in a clean bowl. Looking at Blueberry, who was feasting, Xiaobo's weird eyes emitted an inexplicable light. In the end, the one he trusted was actually a special wild monster. Cocoa. Blueberry seemed to feel Xiaobo's gaze, tilted his head, and called softly, with oil stains on both sides of his lips. Eat slowly, there are more. No one is going to snatch it from you. Xiaobo smiled faintly, swallowed the food in his mouth, tore off another piece, and ate it in big mouthfuls. 3 big pieces of barbecue made his stomach swell up. After cleaning up the battlefield, Xiaobo got on the car and started to move forward. He had rested for a long time last night, and now he was in high spirits, which was the best time to hurry on. The car drove 1 kilometer, and a resource box appeared on the side of the road. He opened the resource box with ease, and the things inside made Xiaobo's eyes light up. Shampoo *1. Shower gel *1. Soap *1. Good stuff, a 3-piece bathroom set. Xiaobo grabbed the 3 things and returned to the car to upgrade all 3 things. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. Shampoo *1 upgraded to Premium Shampoo *20. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. Shower Gel *1 upgraded to Luxury Shower Gel *23. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. Soap *1 upgraded to Exquisite Rose Soap *30. A familiar and pleasant voice came, and a pile of supplies appeared in front of Xiaobo. Shampoo, soap, shower gel, everything. Take 3 away, and put the rest into the locker. It has been a long time since I took a comfortable bath. This time with these things, I can finally wash myself properly. My body is fine, mainly my hair. Even if I wash my hair with hot water every day, my hair still has an unpleasant smell. There is not much water left in the water tank of the solar water heater. I haven't added oil and water for a long time. Although the fuel tank is not big, it is enough to use it for a while every time it is filled up. Moreover, Xiaobo does not drive a lot, so the fuel consumption is very low. It is enough to fill it up once a week. Xiaobo took out a large bucket of water and a large bucket of oil from the locker. He refilled the car's fuel tank and solar water heater, returned to the car, and waited for a few minutes before going outside. After taking a shower, Xiaobo felt refreshed and clear all over, as if he had changed into a different person. His temperament had improved overall, but his appearance had not changed. His face was still a little old, but his skin and flesh had obviously rebounded. Eating a lot of fish and meat would help his flesh and blood recover quickly. It wouldn't take long for him to recover to his previous state. Smelling the fragrance emanating from his body, his originally gloomy mood was swept away. He crawled into the bed, feeling smooth and comfortable. Xiaobo squinted his eyes, enjoying the tranquility after taking a bath. For him, learning to enjoy in the process of survival is the best way to make up for his state of mind, and he can keep a little humanity. It is also after experiencing a bloodthirsty battle that he can quickly calm down his state of mind. After the resource upgrade system is upgraded, although the professional metals are upgraded to a higher quality, they are also accompanied by potential hazards. Although I don't know the disadvantages of other professions, the disadvantages of the butcher are very obvious. The combination of the devouring war and the blood demon heart is most likely to cause self-control. It seems that these professions have been freed from the constraints of this game. Before the upgrade, other professions belonged to this game, which perfected the professions. There are no disadvantages in the professions. But the resource upgrade system broke this perfection, so the skills of the butcher tend to be perverted. Whether it is bloodthirsty or butcher. Xiaobo squinted his eyes and thought calmly. After experiencing battles of all sizes, the most direct manifestation is that I have become more fond of fighting, and my methods have become more cruel. I used to like to kill with one knife, but now I like to dismember the opponent to get a different kind of pleasure. I don't know whether this development is good or bad. But there is one thing, that is, my state seems to be more in line with this game. Isn't this the state I want? Only ruthless people can go further. For example, in this camp crisis, I took a huge risk by standing up. If I wanted to hide like Feng Shihong, I would not get into trouble at all. Xiaobo now understood Feng Shihong's heart. The country and family no longer exist. In this game, you are just for yourself. Can the reputation of Da Xia bring you supreme combat power? Not at all. On the contrary, like himself now, he is excluded by some fence-sitters in the other party's alliance and cursed by countless people. Some people even say that they will live better without Xiaobo. Xiaobo doesn't understand how a person can say such a thing. Now he understands. The law, the army, the country, nothing is gone. Everything you do is for yourself. Improve your strength, upgrade your car, collect supplies, and go further on this road. This is the law of the end of the world. Alas. After thinking about it, Xiaobo sighed and put aside these messy thoughts. People need to learn to grow. If he lets go of his mind and becomes a killing machine, perhaps he will be in a better situation than now. But what's the point? I got up from the bed and sat in front of the window. The sky outside was getting darker. I lit a cigarette and looked at myself in the mirror. I seemed to be more haggard. It's useless to think more. Follow your heart. If you force yourself to be anxious, then kill the whole world. Anyway, enough people have died. I don't mind dying more. Xiaobo looked at the world outside the window calmly. He now vaguely felt the coming of the crisis, just like the black clouds outside. The wind blew up, sand and stones flew, and a huge sandstorm was about to appear. Soon, there was a crackling sound on the window, and the wind and sand blew. In just 1 minute, the whole world was filled with yellow sand. It seemed to swallow the whole world. It felt like the end of the world. Coco Coco. Blueberry seemed to feel the coming of natural disasters, and cried anxiously. Obviously, it had experienced this a lot. Chapter 178. Stay here, it's okay. Xiaobo held Blueberry in his arms, stroked Blueberry's fur, and looked at the dark world outside with an expressionless face. This was a huge sandstorm, and the whole world was covered with yellow sand. The yellow sand was hundreds of feet high, which was very scary. Xiaobo seemed very calm. As long as he hid in the car, his life was basically not in danger. I can't get on the road today. The sandstorm has blocked my sight. Blueberry, there is a car, it's okay. He exhaled, flicked the cigarette butt out of the window, put down Blueberry, and went to feed the hens. After feeding them with rice and bread every day, they became stronger, and each one weighed several kilograms. Now there are more than 100 eggs. He has begun to consider whether to kill a chicken and stew chicken soup to replenish his body. Then this idea was dispelled by him. Now the life of the hen has not yet ended. At least it is not too late to kill it when its life is about to end. After all, a hen can provide a lot of eggs. Crackling, The wind and sand outside are getting stronger, and even in the car, you can hear the sound of sand hitting the car. Back in the cab, the road outside is almost submerged by wind and sand, just like the scene of heavy snow. There is no way to travel today. The wind and sand are too strong. Xiao boy, this is a conspiracy against you. These foreigners have contacted many people in our camp, threatening, intimidating, and even tempting with benefits, just to make everyone think that you are the culprit of all this. Many of us are on your side. The intentions of the people in the white camp are already very clear. They want to completely suppress the black and yellow camps. Although we don't know their purpose, we can infer that it is definitely not a good thing. In the system, Old Man Joe sent a lot of messages, guesses, and inferences. Xiao Bo browsed carefully and silently closed the system. How could he not know that this was a conspiracy against him? Such an intention was already very obvious. They had no way to deal with him, so they wanted to use smearing to deal with him. It didn't matter. What made him sad was that most people chose to believe it. He could understand the thoughts of these people. The battle between the strong would eventually affect the weak. The players in the white camp could not deal with him, but they could deal with other people in their own camp. This was undoubtedly equivalent to a lifeline. In the face of a vague and illusory dignity, they chose life. Only when people are alive can they have everything. If it were me, I would probably give up these for my own safety. At this point, Xiao Bo had nothing to say. Everyone has their own destiny. He undoubtedly took a huge risk by standing up, and now it was a good meeting and parting. He had no reason to fight for these people. He could not learn the nobility of Old Man Joe. He would have everything if he was alive. Xiao Bo browsed the rankings. The current rankings have undergone huge changes. Previously, Parking Lee only had one right to refuse. Tomorrow is his death date. This is the last thing he can do for Old Man Joe. He still has to rely on them in the future. Although this is a crisis, it is also an opportunity. Pressure will rebound. These people who can survive until now are not ordinary people. I believe that this division and suppression of the camps will greatly inspire some people to improve themselves. Well, even if it is the last thing for the people in the yellow camp, I still have to rely on them in the future. Xiao Bo let out a sigh of relief, opened the private chat system, and sent a message to Feng Xian. I plan to form a team, are you interested? Feng Xian did not reply immediately. Xiao Bo opened Feng Xian's personal profile. At present, the personal profile only showed the level, but no detailed data. Her current level is level 6, ranking 7th in the level ranking. She is quite capable and worth winning over. The most important thing is that he has helped him before. If she has a little gratitude, her trust will not be bad. Boss Xiao Bo, I'm here. I'm interested. Don't be so polite, just call me Xiao Bo. I want a team medal. For members, I will be the captain. If there is no doubt, I will pull you in first, and discuss other things later. Okay. On the road filled with yellow sand, 1 or 2 jeeps were quietly parked on the side of the road. In the car was a capable woman with a pair of bright eyes emitting a faint light. Soon, her backstage received the invitation, and Feng Xian chose to agree without any hesitation. Member, Feng Xian. Member trust. Feng Xian, 95%. Xiao Bo nodded with great satisfaction. As expected, Feng Xian's trust was very high, which was inseparable from the help he had given her before. It was a pity that many of the people he had traded with before were dead, otherwise they could still cooperate. Do you have anyone else you trust and worth bringing in? Xiao Bo pondered for a moment and asked back. Yes, you also know this person, Chu Shirhan. Her strength is not bad. Xiao Bo, I think you can consider her. I talked to her. She admires you very much. Women all admire strong people. I think you can try to communicate with her. Okay, I think about it. Xiao Bo retracted his gaze and lowered his eyes. Chu Shirhan had never thought about it. He had fought with this woman before. Her strength was not bad, even better than Feng Xian. At the beginning, her popularity was not low. She had both strength and level, so maybe he could give it a try. If her trust was not good, he would just kick her out. He was no longer at the age where he was easily seduced by beauty. If he wanted, he could have any kind of woman. When he found Chu Shirhan, he thought he would have to waste some words, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. Members, Feng Xian, Chu Shirhan. Member trust. Feng Xian, 95%, Chu Shirhan, 90%. Chu Shirhan's trust was a bit ridiculous. Feng Xian's was understandable, but Chu Shirhan's was hard to understand. Could it be that she was also secretly paying attention to him? This surprised Xiao Bo a little. Being paid attention to by 2 beautiful women, He inevitably felt a little strange, but he quickly calmed down. The reason why the other party has such a high degree of trust is nothing more than 2 points. One is his strong strength, and the other is that he stood up in the qualifying match last night. It is inseparable. Humans are born to worship the strong. After Feng Xian and Chu Shihan joined the team, they also talked about the problems in the world. Xiaobo fooled them one by one. He has no idea about the world now. Relying on his own strength, even if he knows the secret of the white camp, he can't shake the other party. Unless the players in his own camp are united. Maybe it is possible. At present, there is only one person left in the team who has not joined. Xiaobo browsed the level rankings and found that except for a few familiar with him, he didn't know the others. There is no way. This question can only be asked to Feng Xian and Chu Shihan in the team chat. Chapter 179. I think Han Yi is okay. He is silent and honest. His nickname is a fighting maniac. He is currently ranked 9th on the level list. I think the captain can consider him. Others are too slippery and scheming. Most people care about interests. I also think Han Yi is good. I have fought with him before. It is true that he doesn't talk much, and he is also a fighting maniac. If it really doesn't work, consider others. Seeing the messages sent by the 2 women, Xiaobo thought about it seriously and felt that it was feasible. Women's vision is often the most vicious. The 2 of them recommended Han Yi, which means that Han Yi is indeed outstanding. Han Yi is not bad in strength. He swings a crazy knife very powerfully. He had fought with him before. Although he was killed in one blow, Xiaobo could clearly feel through the hunting state that Han Yi's knife skills were solid. Xiaobo immediately contacted Han Yi and waited for an hour before this guy sent a message. Okay. A simple word, no extra nonsense, even no doubt. Just from such a simple word, he could feel that Han Yi had some trust in him. As expected, this guy's trust was as high as 85 points. According to the system's explanation, those with a trust of more than 80 points were in a state of absolute trust. You should get to know each other, and I will pull you in when the team activity starts. Xiaobo said briefly and closed the system. At present, the 3 of them have completed their job transfers. Han Yi's job transfer is similar to his own, which is the abomination job. Chu Shihan's job transfer is an assassin, and her agility value is very high with her footwork. Feng Xian changed her job to a boxer, which surprised him a little, a female boxer. He had fought with Feng Xian before, and Feng Xian had a martial arts foundation. To be precise, these 3 people all had martial arts skills. So far, the first batch of 3 members have been decided. They all have high trust, and their levels are in the top 10 of the rankings, and their strength is good. Xiaobo was also afraid of trouble, and he didn't find too high, so he decided temporarily. Team building is not a big deal. Being together is to complete the task. It doesn't matter who you pull, as long as there is trust. Near noon, the wind and sand outside have a tendency to decrease, and the sky full of yellow sand seems to be coming to an end. However, there is still a crackling sound on the window. Seeing that the sandstorm has decreased, Xiaobo started the car and tried to move forward in the sandstorm. The wind and sand blow. Even if a layer of wind and sand falls on the road, it will soon be blown away, and the wind and sand behind will fill it again, and so on. It is not like snow. However, once the sand is piled up very thick, even a truck can hardly move. The car roared, leaving a long string of ruts on the ground. In the yellow sand, the truck was alone on the road. The road has been integrated for a few days. Strangely, I still rarely meet humans. But why can those guys from abroad kill so many people? After thinking carefully, Xiaobo immediately understood. The road is endless, but there is a positive and negative difference. Although the game says that the car should move forward, it does not say that it cannot turn back. When I drive, I always follow the way of moving forward, so most of the people in front of me follow the way of moving forward. In addition, they are far apart, so it is not a problem to stop for a day or 2 in the middle. The foreign group was obviously going against the grain. They would definitely turn around and leave, which would greatly increase the chance of meeting people. No wonder they killed so many people, and their level was so high. Obviously, they used this method. In fact, I should have thought of this problem when I first met Old Man Joe. But I don't need to meet humans. On the road, humans have become a potential threat. The sin value of this update, coupled with the relationship between the camps, has greatly reduced the phenomenon of yellow camp players killing people. After all, if they kill people and get red names, they will have to bear the challenges from foreign players. But from the heart, Xiaobo still doesn't want to meet humans. What you say comes. After about 2 kilometers, there are some black shadows at the end of the yellow sand. The car got closer, and Xiaobo saw at a glance that it was a convoy. They had already discovered him. Several humans were wrapped tightly and stood quietly behind, looking at their cars. Xiaobo's eyes were alert. It was impossible to tell which camp these people belonged to. However, this kind of group behavior was indeed a good method. Strength in numbers can deal with most problems. Similarly, when there are many people, the difficulty of the game will increase. After stopping the car, Xiaobo did not relax his vigilance at all. He was thinking about another thing, that is, he had not encountered any boxes in the past few kilometers. It is very likely that they were searched by the people in front. This possibility is not ruled out. After all, after coming out of the underwater highway, this is definitely not the fork in the road he took. It was a new road. This group of people saw that he had stopped the car, and were also discussing. They were also very wary of him. Xiaobo then looked at the other party's convoy. There were more than a dozen cars, including 3 trucks, and the rest were jeeps. This surprised him, and subconsciously opened the car upgrade ranking list to check. He was surprised to find that there were already many level 4 cars on the car upgrade ranking list, but the levels of these people were very low, not even reaching level 5. He had an inference in his heart. These people are likely to be car mechanics. The profession of car mechanics is linked to cars. According to the level, there is no level requirement for the job transfer of mechanics. While thinking, for humans with levels between level 4 and 5 walked out of this group of people. Xiaobo has roughly inferred the composition of this convoy, a convoy with mechanics as the core. They approached him very carefully, but it was obvious that they had no ill intentions. What camp are you from? One of them spoke in Mandarin. A person from the yellow camp. Xiaobo responded immediately, trying to cover his face, but when he touched the loose skin on his face, he remembered that his face was no longer the same as before. He had a plan in his mind instantly. This should be a mechanic. The car has been upgraded to a high level, with bulletproof glass and tempered tires. No other improvements have been made. Fuel tank, engine, etc. This was what the only car mechanic in the team said. He followed the crowd and looked at Xiaobo's car carefully, his eyes bright. Maybe we can recruit him into the team. I think he will need our protection. There is strength in numbers. After all, the strength of a mechanic is too weak. Talk to Lao Tan and the others to see what kind of character this person has. There are mechanics in the team, and these people know the role of mechanics very well. Not only can they reinforce cars, but they can even install crude firearms on cars. Unfortunately, there are too few medals for mechanics now. If 2 more people can switch to mechanics, the strength of their team will be greatly increased. And the person I met now looked very much like a maintenance technician. Chapter 180. Hello, I'm here to invite you to join our team. Now the game is divided into camps, and the road is not peaceful. Let's act together so that we can take care of each other on the road. Old Tan's voice was a little rough, and he must be very old. He stood in the wind and sand and shouted to Xiaobo. Xiaobo's mind moved and he had a plan. But he was still very vigilant. He wrapped himself tightly with cloth, even covering the eye of the phantom demon, leaving only one eye exposed, and then pushed open the door and got out of the car. These people were slightly startled when they saw Xiaobo's clothes were really too high-end. Unlike the coarse linen clothes they were wearing. The middle-aged man named Old Tan also reacted quickly, stepped forward and stretched out his rough palm with a smile on his face. Hello, my name is Tan Song. Ahem. Hello. My name is Shanhua. Xiaobo deliberately wanted to make his voice sound older, and with this face, it would be absolutely difficult for people to associate him with Xiaobo. It's Mr. Shang. The wind and sand outside are too strong. Let's talk inside. Tan Song understood and said immediately, making a gesture of invitation. The others stood still and did not move, but they all looked at Xiaobo cautiously, as if they could immediately take action and solve him if he made a move. During this period, Tan Song has always been very polite. According to the analysis of the people in the team, Shang Bo is very much like a player who has changed his job. You should know that there are more than 20 people in their team, but only 3 players have changed their job. A player who has changed his job is enough for them to treat him sincerely. Xiaobo nodded, not caring about the name given to him by the other party, and sent a message to Blueberry, indicating it to stay in the car, not to run around, and not to bark. The convoy consisted of more than a dozen cars. Inside, these people used trucks to enclose an open space, and used sticks and cloth to build a shed, just to block the wind and sand outside. A group of people sat in the shed, seemingly discussing something. Old Tan, you're back. Is this a new member? Seeing Old Tan appear, these people stood up to greet him. Obviously Old Tan's status was not low. Xiaobo kept staring at them with one eye, and the values jumped wildly. Among this group of people, only 2 humans had attributes of 30 points, and the attributes of others were very low. Old Tan was one of them. His level also reached level 5, and it is very likely that he has completed the job transfer. This is Mr. Shang, I invited you in. Let's go in and talk. Old Tan pulled Xiaobo into the shed very enthusiastically, and asked someone to pour some water. A shabby table. In addition to Xiaobo, the other 3 people are members of this team, including Lao Tan and another person with 30 points of attributes, while the other person's attribute is only about 10 points, but his mental strength and sensitivity are very high, both close to 30 points. Xiaobo had an inference in his heart that these 3 people might have changed their professions and have absolute say in the team. The young man with low 4-dimensional attributes is obviously a car mechanic. They should have also inferred from their car level that I have changed my job, so they are so respectful to me. There is a cup of slightly pure, but slightly turbid water on the table, which seems to be prepared for me. Mr. Shang, now the game has been updated to 3 camps. It will be unsafe to walk alone on this road, so we sincerely invite you to join us. In this way, you will have a companion on the road in the future. Old Tan looked at the other 2 people who had landed, and then spoke. Another middle-aged man carrying a black long stick that looked a bit like a shotgun also followed up. Boss Xiaobo opened the blockade with his own strength, and now he is slandered by people in the world. Boss Xiaobo must be very disappointed. I also know people on the level list. They revealed that Boss Xiaobo will not interfere in these things. This means that we have to rely on ourselves. Now some people in China have also proposed a countermeasure to increase the level, that is, the group countermeasure, which has been spread on the level list. The mechanism of the game is population, and strength determines the level of wild monsters, refresh rate, and difficulty. If we stick together, the number of wild monsters refreshed will increase, so that we have enough experience. At present, this countermeasure is also just today. When it was first spread, it was only spread on the level list and passed on to people who trusted it in turn, because many people in China and the world have become lackeys of foreign players. So this countermeasure is spread by word of mouth, forming a team and absorbing members. In this way, we will be able to widen the level with the level of the White Camp players in a short time. This is our core secret, and also to express our sincerity. Xiaobo was silent, thinking carefully about the key, and immediately thought of how much effect this group policy would bring after it appeared. The original setting of the game is that the refresh of wild monsters, and their strength will increase with the increase of personnel level and number. In this way, when people gather together, the number of wild monsters will change, and the refresh rate will also change. The experience value will be greatly increased. Compared with foreign players, who rely on killing to gain high experience, the group policy is obviously the right way to go. Xiaobo exclaimed in his heart that it was amazing. He didn't expect that the decision he just made would be effective so quickly. This group policy can not only avoid the situation where foreign players cannot beat on the road, but also greatly increase the number of wild monsters and improve their levels. Even if you encounter foreigners, you only need to destroy them instead of killing them. This also avoids the sin value. According to this plan, it was carried out quietly. Within half a month, the effect appeared. No wonder he found that the level of these people was generally at level 4. I'm afraid they have been implementing it for a long time. Perhaps it was because of the division of the camp, this time, that these team players announced this information. The power of one person is not as terrifying as the power of a team, but the team also has disadvantages. That is, it cannot focus on improving the strength of one person. After all, the team belongs to everyone. If all the experience is accumulated on one person, uncontrollable factors will inevitably occur. This is also the reason why the levels of these teams are very average. However, the advantage of this is that the overall strength is improved. The overall strength of the players in the White Camp is very high, and they all get their levels by killing people. Harming others does not benefit oneself. The group policy is obviously the right way. After a little thought, he no longer dwelled on this issue, nodded gently, and chose to join. He also thought in a general direction, this team can bring him a lot of things, and if someone is on guard at night, he will be very safe at night. The most important thing is that with his own entry, the difficulty of the game will increase linearly. Similarly, for other people in the team, or himself, the experience gain will be accelerated. Chapter 181. The gains from following the team are much greater than those from going alone. Of course, This is the gain in experience. According to Lao Tan, in the team, food is distributed publicly, while the materials are distributed according to work. Everyone has the opportunity to open the resource box, one by one. The things in the resource box belong to the individual. As for the things opened, it depends on personal luck. As for the experience of wild monsters, it depends on personal strength, provided that you obey the command. From the overall situation of the team at present, the level is still average, and the experience they get on weekdays should be similar. And Xiaobo can also infer from the conversation with these people that these people are people who really contribute to the team. Perhaps it is because of this that there are such a group of people who follow them wholeheartedly. In the end, Xiaobo decided to stay. Welcome Mr. Shan to join us. My name is Tan Song. You can just call me Xiao Tan. I changed my job to warrior, level 5. This is Wang Reni, hunter, level 5. His name is Chen Bin, auto mechanic, level 4. Tan Song introduced Xiaobo, and it seemed that he overestimated Xiaobo's grade. No wonder, from the exposed part of Xiaobo, you can see the rough skin. It is not difficult to judge a person's grade, especially Xiaobo's skin is so obvious. Shangbo, level 5, occupation abomination. Xiaobo stretched out his hand, and said lightly, Abomination. The three people were surprised. The slightly older man in front of them did not change his job to abomination, but the relatively rare abomination. Is there a problem? Shang Lao, there is no problem. We thought you were a mechanic. After all, your car looks like a mechanic's masterpiece. Qinbin said. Before, I had a companion who changed his job to a mechanic. He was seriously injured while on night watch. He didn't survive without medication. This car was left behind by him. Xiaobo's voice was dull, as if he was talking about something very sad. So that's how it is. What a pity. Tan Song sighed. The death of a mechanic is definitely a huge loss. Yes, I didn't know how powerful the mechanic was in the early days. Later I realized that the mechanic occupies a very important position. Players who change their job to mechanics have the full power to refuse some mandatory activities. And the car upgrade is very helpful on the road. Wang Reni nodded and said that it is crucial for a team to have a mechanic. It is convenient for the mechanic to upgrade the car level and upgrade the car parts system to make the car more powerful. When there are enough resources, it is even possible to install vehicle-mounted artillery. Only the repairman knows how to do these things. Especially the vehicle-mounted artillery. They have spent all their resources, but they have only collected some of the resources needed for the artillery. With artillery, the strength of the entire team can be improved. Xiaobo knew it in his heart and pretended to be very regretful. There is no way. On the road where medicine is scarce, once you are seriously injured, it is basically a death sentence. The three of them were silent in their hearts. It was true. Even in their team, they did not have much medicine. Once they were seriously injured by wild monsters, it was equivalent to death. The wild monster is coming. The four chatted for a while, and Xiaobo also learned a lot. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the right road. Xiaobo saw many people running over. The wild monster is coming. Everyone prepare for the battle according to the original plan. Old Tan's expression condensed, and he immediately jumped up and shouted. He touched his pocket, took out a wide long sword, and hurriedly walked out. Space equipment. Xiaobo was shocked. It seemed that the strength of this team should not be underestimated. Don't you two have to go? Xiaobo looked at the two people sitting leisurely, and said in surprise. My mission is to protect Xiaochun, as long as Xiaochun doesn't have any accidents. Wang Reni was not in a hurry. He wiped his hunting rifle with a piece of dark cloth, and said leisurely. Chen Bin is a crucial figure in their team. His safety cannot be missed. After wiping the gun, Wang Reni stood up and walked into the car with the gun on his back. Old Shang, let's go and take a look with Brother Wang. Chen Bin also stood up and followed Wang Reni closely. It's bad. The number of wild monsters has increased sharply. It is currently divided into two groups, but the pressure on the two lines is still too great. Old Tan asked me to ask you for help. Xiaobo was about to stand up and follow them to take a look. At this time, a man with a tightly wrapped head ran over and said quickly. The three of them paused. Wang Reni and Chen Bin looked over. It was obvious that Xiaobo's arrival caused the number of wild monsters to increase sharply. Old Shang, don't be stressed about this matter. It's a normal thing. It's time to refresh the wild monsters at this point. Wang Reni's face was calm and not panicked at all. Their personalities have gradually become like this. Since the team was established, a concept has been deeply rooted in their hearts. When encountering something, don't panic. Panic will only make the situation worse. Xiaobo nodded silently without saying anything. You protect Xiao Chen's safety, Shan Lao. You come with me, Wang Renyi said. Okay. Xiaobo did not refuse, stood up, and followed Wang Renyi to the outside, leaving Chen Bin in the tent. He also wanted to see how the difficulty of the game would increase after these teams were formed. Outside the highway, the sky was full of yellow sand. After walking 2 steps, they heard the sound of fierce fighting on the highway. That was outside the car. The two passed through the jeep and saw that a large number of wild monsters were divided into 2 groups, each involving different directions. There were many people stationed in these 3 places. In short, they pulled the wild monsters away from the car. Some people were pulling, some were pulling, and the division of labor was clear, but the number of wild monsters was a bit too much. It was estimated that there were at least more than 70 wild monsters in the 2 groups, while they were only more than 20 people. Even if the division of labor was clear, it was difficult to resist the crazy attack of these wild monsters. So many wild monsters. Xiaobo was a little surprised and lost his voice. So many wild monsters, converted into experience, at least more than 100 points. This group of wild monsters was quite modeled, including steel pigs, green-skinned people, 4-legged monsters, and tentacle monsters. What shocked Xiaobo even more was that the levels of these wild monsters were between level 3 and 4, which was almost the same as the level of the people in the team. Among these wild monsters, steel pigs and tentacle monsters were the most difficult to deal with. After all, the level difference was not much. Under the pressure of numbers, in order to avoid casualties among their own people, these people fought while retreating. Although the group policy is good, the risk is that the game difficulty after grouping is not increased by 1:1, but 1:2. The game difficulty is increased by more than a little bit. Wang Renyi explained while climbing onto a jeep, half crouching down, aiming with a gun. His eyes were unusually bright, like an eagle's eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, flame spurted out of the muzzle. In the distance, a hideous 4-legged monster was shot through the head, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then there was no movement. Chapter 182. So that's how it is. Looking at the large number of wild monsters, Xiaobo understood that there seemed to be something he didn't know in the game. Shan Lao, you go help the right side, I help the left side. Wang Renyi fired again, killed a wild monster, and said quickly. Xiaobo looked around and had no doubts. There were fewer wild monsters on the right side, because the overall strength of the people here was weak, so they attracted fewer monsters. However, with his joining, the number of wild monsters was much larger than before, and these people were gritting their teeth to hold on. Although there was Tan Son on the other side, they also attracted a lot of wild monsters, and the pressure was very high. With a swish, a huge axe appeared in Xiaobo's hand, and a blood-red light spread from his palm, and in an instant it wrapped the entire axe. The blood-red giant axe was full of shocking momentum. Wang Renyi's eyes condensed. Is this the passive skill of hatred? Why does it feel a little different? Before he could think too much, Xiaobo rushed to the right. Old Shang, be careful. Wang Renyi watched Xiaobo rushing forward like this, worried that he would be surrounded by wild monsters, and immediately opened his mouth to warn him. But Xiaobo's action directly suppressed him. The blood-red giant axe chopped down vertically with the power of opening the sky, and a steel pig crawling on the ground did not react in time, and was split open by the giant axe, revealing bright red flesh and blood. So powerful. Wang Renyi's Adam's apple rolled, and the steel pig's defense was like paper in front of old Shang. You know, if your gun wants to penetrate the steel pig's defense, it needs to be amplified by skills. This is the first time he has encountered such a fierce way of chopping steel pigs. Xiaobo didn't care about his strength being exposed. At present, the level list has a stealth function. It is not easy to find it just by name. Besides, in this game, high level does not mean high strength. High level only looks a little strong. If the game can check the attributes of players, they will find that most foreign players are not as strong as domestic players. Low level can also work miracles. The 4-dimensional attributes are strong, which brings crushing slaughter. It is not convenient to fight with one eye, but you will get used to it slowly. Puff, blood and flesh splattered, Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and after entering the hunting state, his body coordination became extremely strong, and he even focused on attacking wild monsters with high experience values. More than 30 wild monsters, with Xiaobo attracting firepower, the pressure on them was reduced sharply. What a fierce guy, who is this? Why haven't I seen him in our team? Silly, he just joined the team, and has also completed the job change. Look at the blood-red axe, it's the passive skill of the abomination. The difficult steel pig was split in one blow. The power of the abomination is so strong. Outrageous, when I change my job, I will also change my job to the abomination. Seeing Xiaobo split the steel pig in one blow, these people were shocked and talked about it, with surprise on everyone's face. Xiaobo's strength is indeed outrageous, at least that's what these people think. With Xiaobo, they quickly adjusted themselves from the original confusion. Thanks to their cooperation for a long time, more than 20 wild monsters were annihilated one by one. Xiaobo alone killed 7 wild monsters. These 7 monsters are all monsters worth 5 experience points. The experience value on the attribute panel suddenly reached 121 points. I leave the things here to you. Xiaobo casually glanced at the things that exploded on the ground. They were all common supplies, so he lost interest, left a word calmly, and left quickly. The battle on the other side has not ended yet. If he goes there, he may be able to get 10 or 20 experience points. With the improvement of the 4-dimensional attributes, the upgrade is limited, but it does not mean that the level has no effect. At this stage, it is only the early stage of the game. Some artifacts and immortal skills have not been seen yet. Maybe these things have level restrictions? Arriving at the other side, the battle here is also coming to an end. There are only about 20 monsters left. Xiaobo did not hesitate at all. He bounced off the ground, jumped up, rushed into the monsters, and only killed monsters worth 5 experience points. Old Shang. Tan Song in the crowd recognized Xiaobo at once. He was shocked to see Xiaobo splitting the tentacle monster and tearing the steel pig into pieces. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Why does it feel like there is a world of difference between my level 5 and the opponent's level 5? Xiaobo didn't say anything and devoted himself to hunting wild monsters. In just a few seconds, 3 wild monsters died in his hands. Because of his appearance, these wild monsters all attacked him. Xiaobo didn't use any skills, but used brute force directly. To outsiders, this was equivalent to blessing skills. It also made them feel that Xiaobo was powerful. With Wang Rini and Xiaobo cooperating outside, these wild monsters were quickly killed. Xiaobo killed 9 monsters with 5 experience points again. Looking at the skyrocketing experience, Xiaobo felt that his decision to follow the team was the right one. If there were more waves of monsters like this, level 8 would not be far away. There were a lot of supplies on the ground, but there were no special supplies, mostly common ones. There were also 3 design drawings. After a quick look, some of these design drawings were related to professions, and some were related to life. Mr. Shang, I will arrange the distribution of supplies first. After the crisis was resolved, Tan Song came over, thanked Xiaobo, and then asked people to start collecting supplies. Xiaobo said hello to Wang Rini, and went back to the car to rest. He had no shortage of supplies now, and the only useful design was the magic armor. He just had to wait for Tan Song to deliver the supplies. Not long after, Tan Song brought people to find and delivered a batch of supplies. There was some iron, wood, water resources, and fuel. Xiaobo did not refuse, these were what he deserved. Then, he discussed some other things with Tan Song. Some proper attitude should be maintained. Xiaobo's proposal was to cooperate and not join the team. Live separately and have nothing to do with each other. When the wild monsters are refreshed, he will help and resist together. Just give the supplies as you see fit. If it is a skill that he explodes, it will belong to him, and he will not take the supplies. Full of sincerity, Tan Song did not refuse. After all, Xiaobo still has strength. A cooperative relationship was established in this way. To be honest, Tan Song was still quite disappointed. After all, after seeing the wild monster group this time, Shang Lao's strength was also revealed. For wild monsters with high defense, he has super high defense breaking power, and can deal with some wild monsters that they cannot break. But Shang Lao also said that he was used to being alone. It was fine to cooperate on weekdays, and other things that should be separated should still be separated. This can also be regarded as a disguised joining. Chapter 183. At this point, Xiaobo was able to settle down. With them on duty, he didn't have to rest during the day. He could travel and kill monsters at night. With people, it was indeed much more convenient, and Blueberry could also be laid off. The chance of monsters refreshing during the day was still relatively difficult. According to these people, they usually traveled and collected supplies, and fought monsters at night. After all, there were many people, and food was a huge burden, so they traveled, collected supplies, and stored food during the day. Killing monsters at night could also reveal a lot of things. In the afternoon, the wind and sand outside gradually became smaller, and Tan Song and his team packed up and prepared to set off. Xiao Bo drove the car and followed the convoy, holding food in his hands and eating. Outside the car window, the crackling wind and sand hit the car window, and it was still obvious that the wind and sand had decreased a lot. The weather in the afternoon was still the same as when it was dark, and the world was dim, and it did not change because of the reduction of wind and sand. This kind of weather will probably continue for a while. I don't know what's happening ahead, but Xiao Bo is quite relaxed in the car, putting snacks next to him, fixing the steering wheel, and moving slowly. They stopped and started along the way, and opened a lot of boxes. The food was placed in the truck, and the other supplies were distributed to the people below. In the team, personal interests are also extremely important. At dusk, the team stopped moving forward. Along the way, Xiao Bo also opened a box, but his face was a little dark. It was an empty box. There are many people in the team, taking turns to open boxes, and one person can open at most one box a day, so the people in this team usually don't have much supplies. The ranking match has been opened. At this stage, the ranking match has become the only activity to obtain boxes. You still have to participate. He had won 14 games before. In one night, he played 40 games, with a 100% win rate, and also obtained 4 boxes. The ranking match has become the only way to obtain things at present. When the time was up, Xiao Bo quit the ranking match, stared at the boxes obtained in the system, and pondered for a while. The boxes were opened one by one. Braised Carp *1. Skill, Weapon Affinity. Primary Skill Upgrade Book *1. Car Audio Design Drawing *1. It can actually open food. 4 things appeared, one of which was a steaming braised carp. Xiao Bo was very surprised, but soon he calmed down. The things opened in the box were all kinds of strange. Even the toe of a rotten shoe could be opened. Cooked food is nothing. Cocoa. Blueberry opened his eyes at the aroma and stared at the braised carp. This is not for you. You have to keep watch tonight and be alert to the people outside. Xiao Bo said calmly, protecting the food. Quickly upgraded and stuffed into the locker, the braised carp was particularly tempting. Even he felt his saliva secreted. But he had just finished dinner, and his stomach was still full. Cocoa. Blueberry shouted a little disappointed. Okay, I eat it later. As long as you keep watch tonight, everything will be fine. Xiao Bo said calmly. He now regards Blueberry as his closest partner, not an enslaved slave. Equality and respect are mutual. Blueberry is psychic. If he was stronger, Blueberry wouldn't be in any trouble. But Blueberry's appearance made it difficult for him to be strong, not to mention that Blueberry had tried her best to save him before. Just that time, Xiao Bo recognized Blueberry's status, even surpassing those outside. Cocoa. Blueberry nodded in agreement. Of the other 3 things, there was one thing Xiao Bo was very familiar with. That was the Primary Skill Upgrade Book. Primary Skill Upgrade Book. There is a small probability of skill advancement. Note, the failure rate is high. It is recommended to use more books. After upgrading this Skill Upgrade Book, a familiar thing appeared. Super Skill Upgrade Book. 99% probability of skill advancement. Note, as long as you are not bad looking, it will generally succeed. I have used this skill before, and it worked well. Put the things on the bed. Don't rush to use them now. Take a look at another skill book first. Car Audio Design. Iron *20, Wood *20, Song List *1. The design does not require many things, but it is this song list that makes Xiao Bo confused and completely at a loss. Song list, new supplies? Or is it an item? Xiao Bo inferred in his heart that he had no clue, so he threw the design into the storage space. At present, the car audio design is dispensable, just an entertainment thing. Iron and would seem to be omnipotent. Other designs he encountered basically require these 2 things. Skill, weapon affinity. Features, none. Introduction. There is a natural affinity with weapons. No matter what weapon is used, it is handy. The skill attributes that pop up are not too abnormal skills. Generally speaking, they are quite standard. Use the resource upgrade system to upgrade it. Skill, weapon affinity. Feature, weapon sharpness +1. Introduction. There is a natural affinity with weapons. No matter what weapon you use, you can use it with ease. There is still no special change, but the feature does increase the sharpness of the weapon a little. When it is used, the skill book breaks and turns into dots of white light that sink into the body. Xiao Bo's face showed a strange feeling, but he didn't seem to feel too strange. It wasn't until he took out the steel knife that he felt a little different. It seemed that the steel knife in his hand was integrated with himself, and it was more convenient to use. Changing to a giant axe or a dagger, it felt the same. Now, I finally got a little comfort in my heart. The special skill upgrade book will be kept for now. Most of the current skills are skills with buff effects and cannot be upgraded. The skills such as swiftness have limited improvement after upgrading. Wait until other professional skills appear in the future before using them. After playing with Blueberry for a while, he lay on the bed and called out the system. Xiaobo was calm and thought in his heart. After such a long time, the popular treasure chests in the system space should be almost gone. The things opened in the popular treasure chests are all very rare items, but they can also open very junk things. In the system space, the world space is also opened. The difficulty of obtaining the popular treasure chests in the world space is much higher than that of the treasure chests in the domestic space. After all, the human base has increased. However, there are 3 more treasure chests in the video I posted before. Open the 3 treasure chests. Magic Crystal *1. Fertile Land *1. Unopened Death File, 3 items, 2 of which are mysterious. The first item made Xiaobo's eyes light up, and he quickly took it out. In the palm of his hand, there was a mysterious magic crystal, mysterious material. Before, he had always been obsessed with the magic armor in his heart. After all, the name of the magic armor sounds very cool. I already have 8 magic crystals, and I only need 2 more to complete the upgrade. As for iron and wood, I don't lack them at all. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Magic Crystal *1 is upgraded to Magic Crystal *5. Chapter 184. It's done! All the materials needed for the magic armor have been gathered. Xiaobo's mind became active. He jumped off the bed and took out the design of the magic armor. Design of magic armor. Magic Crystal *10, Iron *60, Cloth *60. Synthesizable. Item. Magic Armor *14, Synthesize. Xiaobo took out all the necessary materials, holding the design of the magic armor in his hand, and whispered. The pile of materials on the ground disappeared. The blueprint in his hand also disappeared, and the void in front of him began to wriggle, and the outline of the humanoid armor emerged. Head, arms, body to feet, appeared little by little, with a little bit of strange green in the metallic luster. The whole armor is streamlined, wrapping the whole body, with beautiful lines and a cool look. The overall feeling is mysterious and sci-fi. Magic armor. Degree of fragmentation, 0%. Features, all attributes plus 50%. Introduction. Armor blessed with magic crystals has extremely powerful bonuses. Note, be careful, it will be damaged. What a powerful feature. Xiaobo's Adam's apple rolled, and he reached out to touch the outer shell of the armor. Although it had a metallic luster, it did not feel metallic, as if he was touching a piece of pure cotton clothing. As he touched it, the armor broke apart like fragments, decomposed into fragments of various parts, and floated up. Xiaobo walked up, and these fragments seemed to be induced, and they closed in an instant, perfectly wrapped various parts of the body, forming a seamless whole. In an instant, he felt that all his attributes had been strengthened. He was fully capable of opening mountains. Strength, 83.2. Agility, 68.8. Physical fitness, 57.6. Spiritual strength, 42.8. This is his state after putting on the armor. His 4-dimensional attributes have been greatly improved, which is extremely terrifying. Xiaobo tried to move around. Although he was wearing this armor, he could clearly feel that the armor was just like his own skin. Not only did it not look very heavy, but it was very light, as if he was wearing a tight cotton t-shirt. Abnormally comfortable. Make room for the belt, take off the armor, and the armor disappears with a thought. Use your mind again, and the armor appears around your body, instantly gathers, and fits tightly. A man wearing metal armor appears. Like a foreigner. This is really convenient. The armor itself is very light, and does not take up any space when stuffed into the belt. With the blessing of the armor, combined with the Hercules potion, the strength can reach 120. I can't imagine whether the improvement after using the trump card can break through the road. Xiaobo put away the armor, sat on the bed, and thought in his heart. The effect of the magic armor was somewhat unexpected. After upgrading it using the resource system, the armor remained the armor without any change. It may be because it is too strong, and the resource upgrade system has little effect on its upgrade. Maybe it has increased its defense. After putting away the armor, he suddenly felt that the 5-belt position seemed insufficient. Steel knife, dagger, armor, giant axe, magic scissors. All the 5 positions are weapons and equipment. The position of the belt is crucial. Some useless things don't need to be put in it. Xiaobo couldn't help thinking that it would be enough to keep only one weapon, but leaving the axe would prevent him from being exposed. After all, the steel knife was too conspicuous. After careful consideration, he just took off the dagger and stuffed it with the Hercules potion. Fertile Land *1. Features 1M*1M. Introduction. You can grow vegetables on fertile land. Fertile land is used to grow vegetables, but unfortunately there is no rapeseed now. Good stuff, keep it first, and when there is rapeseed in the future, you can grow vegetables for yourself. After the upgrade, the fertile land is 4x4, with a larger range, and the quantity has not changed. It only occupies a small area in the locker. The last thing surprised Xiaobo, a sealed file bag. He felt that there must be a secret hidden in it. Some of the information he had obtained before was recorded on paper, and the file bag was very likely to record information. Xiaobo felt something was wrong, as if he had obtained more information recently. He did not open the file immediately, but lay on the bed, his eyes wandering, and suddenly a strange thought came to his mind. Once this thought came out, it was out of control, and a huge truth seemed to appear before his eyes. Old Joe told me that games are programs, and as long as they are programs, there must be species that set them up. Just like online gambling, the background controls everything, and you will get whatever cards it wants you to get. All your so-called luck is actually given to you by the dealer after modifying the background. So will the things you get be like this too? This information is actually manipulated by something to let me know, and it is only because I am ranked first in the yellow camp. Logically speaking, the level does not represent everything. Without combat power, most people will subconsciously think that being ranked first is very powerful. So, the first in the level actually enjoys some privileges, such as obtaining information or other privileges. Xiaobo thought in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. If this is true, then the information obtained by the white camp will not be intentional by this program. The game wants to see the scene. The update of the game also meets this point. The division of the three tribes is like a gladiatorial arena, where the fittest survive. I can guess it myself, and I believe that Old Man Joe and others must have guessed it too. No wonder Old Man Joe and others wanted to unite everyone to resist before. This is not only to maintain dignity, but also a life and death battle. If his idea comes true, then the white camp players win and face the yellow camp players. What kind of result can be imagined with toes? In any case, it will not be a good result. If you think about the reason in depth, it is equivalent to screening. The reason why the game does not have a battle power list, but a level list is because the game's screening standard is based on the level. So this program will screen all players entering the game, and the level list is its screening standard, and the game update some time ago completed the screening. Since the players of the white camp are generally at a higher level, the program will give some information to the party it favors to help them. What the information is, we can roughly guess now. It is nothing more than suppressing the two forces. One day in the future, the people of the white camp will be safe and sound and continue, while the other camps are unknown. So after being suppressed by the players of the white camp, some people may have thought of it long ago. The three-legged tripod and the hegemony of the camps are just like the arena, where the fittest survive. These people united in resistance, and also wanted to withstand the suppression of the white camp. Chapter 185. To be able to think of this so quickly, I'm afraid these people have also received some information. Although the program favors the white camp, the other camps are also under its control. Before the real end, the winner is still undetermined, and anything can happen. The program can't guarantee which side will win. Xiaobo vaguely guessed the idea of the game, but he felt that his brain was not enough, and he always felt that something was missing. Could this file help him find it? Looking at the world struggle again, he already felt that this was not an ordinary duel for dignity. It was for the life and death of the entire camp. A few days ago, nearly 1,000 players united to resist, and were slaughtered to pieces. Later, Old Man Joe and his team united, but still couldn't break free. Obviously they understood that their strength was far from enough, and they needed someone who could prove to the game program that there was still someone in the yellow camp who was worthy of its favor. So Old Man Joe found him, and that person was him. Facts have proved that the plan was initially successful. But the people in the white camp were not fools. When they showed up, and could not be influenced by the game reality, they used dark means. After all, this was about the life and death of a camp. Even if it was a more despicable and cruel means, they would still use it. The plan of these people was also successful. He was also disappointed with the people in his world, which was chilling. And Old Man Joe wanted to tell himself, but for some reasons, he couldn't say it, so he just explained it briefly. Xiaobo suddenly woke up, and his forehead was covered with sweat, but he quickly calmed down. But other people can know, why can't I know? Is it because of my identity? Being the first in the grade, I want to be the first in the class. Old Joe has always said that I am the hope for the future, and I have always denied it. In the end, I became the last hope. Wait, something is wrong. If Old Joe told me all the truth, with my personality, I would not say what I said before. The group policy appears. The response measures of the yellow camp. Immediately, Xiaobo smiled. He understood that after a series of in-depth deliberations on duty, everything came to light. In the yellow camp, only I am strong, and the overall strength is far inferior to that of the white camp players. Even I can think that this time the pressure will rebound and become motivation. How can Old Man Joe and others not think of it? I am afraid that Old Man Joe and others also hope to use this opportunity to make the players in the yellow camp full of fighting spirit and work hard to improve their strength. Even if I am not there in the future, they can still deal with it perfectly. Facts have proved that Old Man Joe's idea worked. Old Man Joe really cares about his own people. Whether it is the previous hints to himself or the secrets he told himself later, they all point to one thing, that he hopes he can be safe. Then, Xiaobo asked Old Man Joe about it. Of course, he did not ask directly, but hinted with some words. Old Man Joe is really smart. He understood Xiaobo's meaning at once. Xiaoboy, you actually figured it out by yourself. You're not stupid. I thought you would need to think for a few more days, but now it seems you've realized it so quickly. These are all secondary. It's time for the players in our camp to improve. Aren't the players in the white camp trying to use conspiracy theories? I take advantage of their tricks and find a lot of people to discredit you in the world, so that their plan will appear to be successful. It seems that the plan is progressing very smoothly. Many players in my camp think that these people are traitors and are angry. For a time, the atmosphere of upgrading levels was high. And I am also secretly working with others to form a group policy. After all, there are also some players who have already belonged to the white camp. These plans can only be carried out in secret. Although the progress is slow, it is very smooth. You have been wronged. As for not telling you before, another point is to let you understand that people are treacherous. You have been too smooth all the way. If you don't fall a few times, you will easily become arrogant. Hee hee. Xiaobo smiled faintly. All the doubts were solved, his heart calmed down, and he felt peaceful when listening to the slight crackling of the window. Don't talk nonsense about this matter. You just need to remain invisible for a while. The plan has just started, and the results have already appeared. Many people have reported that they have formed a team, and the experience gained is indeed much higher than when they were alone. In addition, pay attention to the players in the black camp. These people are not stupid. They may also be forbearing. The players in the white camp are a little arrogant now. They think everything is under control. At that time, the players in the black camp may also give them a huge surprise. At the end, Old Man Joe said, "By the way, I have a rough inference in my heart about the information you said about the white camp players. This is related to the future highway fault, and even the future direction of the highway. Of course, this is also my inference. In short, be prepared for the worst." I understand. Xiaobo's heart trembled and replied that Old Man Joe knew something, but he didn't explain it to him, which involved the future direction. Although Old Man Joe always cheats people, he is a smart man. In addition, Old Man Joe was the veteran king of the military region before, so he must know a lot of people. Soldiers have unique conditions on the road. In addition to his previous connections, Old Man Joe has enough trusted people to play. Xiaobo really didn't guess wrong about this. At present, many of Old Man Joe's subordinates have returned to the team. These people have received systematic military training, and they are all middle-level forces in the yellow camp, and there are even some high-level forces. It can be said that Old Man Joe can already control the direction of the camp. Soldiers, they will never fade. Especially in this game, their power is the most terrifying. Especially since the game has passed the early stage, the weak have been eliminated, and those who survive basically have certain skills on Blue Star. Not to mention the soldiers who receive training every day and have strong physical fitness. Xiaobo also vaguely guessed that Old Man Joe might have formed a fleet, even larger than he imagined. Old Man Joe is very clear about his future path. Unlike himself, he looks ahead and behind. Xiaobo was lying on the bed. His heart was extremely quiet, thinking very calmly, maybe it was time for him to find a firm and unwavering path. But before that, he had to wait for this incident to end. Who knows what will affect the future after this incident? Although he did not have a smart brain, he had a calm heart, which also subconsciously increased his thinking ability. All of this has been connected, and the fate of the future has been properly planned by the people of the three camps. Perhaps the start of the tripartite activity is the beginning of the curtain. Chapter 186. Unopened Mysterious File. Introduction. The file records the words left by a dead player. After opening the file, there was only a piece of black paper inside. When it came into contact with the air, the black paper turned into black powder and dissipated in the air. A message appeared in Xiaobo's brain. When you see the sentence, "I'm already dead." It's only been 2 months, but it's the same as a year. Many people died in these 2 months, especially after the game changed, a huge world emerged. Ahem, let's talk business. This is the warning I left behind. Be careful, the second road suddenly appeared. The second road suddenly appeared. There was little information left in his mind, but the warning made Xiaobo feel a chill down his spine. 2 months, the second road suddenly appeared. What does this mean? Could there be a second road? Will people from other planets survive on the second road? All this is unknown. Xiaobo was no longer sleepy. His mind was in a mess. He sat up and lit a cigarette. His thoughts were scattered, but still in a mess. He felt that his brain was not enough. Was this another hint of the next update? In short, there was no doubt that there was danger hidden on the second road. After smoking a cigarette, Xiaobo stopped thinking about it. It was enough for him to know it. There was no point in thinking too much. There is always a way to deal with everything. Xiaobo thought to himself that it would be better not to tell Old Man Joe about this matter. Old Man Joe had to be busy dealing with the people in the white camp during this period. He was already under a lot of pressure. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the distance. Xiaobo's hand trembled slightly. He looked up and looked out the window. A ball of fire shot up into the sky. A car was detonated. In the fire, there was a figure flashing quickly, so fast that it was outrageous. Something happened. Xiaobo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately got up and got out of the car, jumped onto the car, and looked into the distance. The fire that shot up into the sky dispelled the darkness, and reflected the yellow sand that filled the sky. In the fire, a figure flashed rapidly. The people in the convoy rose up to resist, but the figure actually killed the people who rushed up from the convoy at an incredible speed. These people were no match for the dark shadow at all. Xiaobo immediately understood that this was a very powerful wild monster. Because it was too far away, the detection I could not see the other party's attributes clearly. 7 days hunt. The last time the game was updated, the 7 days hunt did not arrive as promised, and he did not care. Later, he learned that the 7 days hunt was still in a dark state, which meant that the 7 days hunt would not appear in the short term. This was not the wild monster of the 7 days hunt. In the car, Blueberry was awakened by the explosion and shouted anxiously. "Blueberry! Come with me to see! Don't fly too low, be careful!" To be safe, Xiaobo decided to take Blueberry with him. "Coco!" Blueberry shouted and flew out of the open window. This little monster was quite sensible and closed the window consciously. "Go!" Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and he shouted softly, and he directly condensed the armor, like a rock spreading its wings, leaping across a distance of dozens of meters, and galloping at an extremely terrifying speed. A fight came from a distance, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Xiaobo saw a figure, took off his armor, and approached the front. A strong smell of blood came over, which was the smell of human blood. Sure enough, something happened. "Mr. Shang? Hurry! Hurry!" Suddenly, a weak voice pulled Xiaobo, and he tilted his head and saw Wang Rennie, who was only half of his body, leaning against the car. He was still holding the broken gun barrel in his arms. Xiaobo quickly walked forward and leaned down. "Hurry up and get rid of the other party, it's not wild." Before he finished speaking, Wang Rennie's head was directly pierced by a steel nail, and his head exploded like a broken watermelon. Xiaobo immediately broke out in a cold sweat, quickly stood up, and jumped away. In the distance, a figure stood on the car. He was dressed in black, like a ghost in the dark night. His eyes jumped wildly, and a string of numbers appeared. Unknown race. Level 15. Strength 97. Agility 109. Physical fitness 89. Spirit 61. Skills unknown. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Xiaobo jumped on a car, his face instantly turned cold and ugly. There was only one kind of creature that could have unknown skills, and that was its own kind. The eye of detection could detect wild monsters, but humans could only see 4 dimensions, and their skills were always unknown. He had tried it both in the qualifying match and in reality. That is to say, the figure in front of him was not a beast, but a human. What shocked him even more was that the level of this human had reached the terrifying 15th level. More than 20 people in the entire team seemed to be dead, and there was no one alive. Steadying his figure, he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" "Native, you don't deserve to know my name." The other party's voice was very indifferent. Killing more than 20 people was just like crushing a few ants. "Native." Xiao Bo's eyes became cold and silent. He took out the steel knife from his belt. The steel knife, that originally emitted milky white light, was instantly wrapped in blood red. Running, he definitely can't run away. The other party's agility value is more than 100, enough to get close to him within a second. "Hate profession, interesting." The man's voice was a little surprised, and then returned to calm. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air came, and in the dark night, a steel nail tore the air. "Coco!" Blueberry sensed the danger and shouted in the sky. Instantly, the hair on his body stood up straight. The hunting state was instantly turned on. A pair of cold eyes turned quickly, and the blood-red steel knife drew a full moon in the dark night. Ding! Sparks flew, and the steel knife was blocked by Xiao Bo. A strong shock came from the contact point. Xiao Bo only felt his arm numb, his eyes focused. The power that could make his arm numb, this is obviously a skill. It is not possible to do this with just over 90 points of strength. The man saw that the attack was blocked, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "It's interesting that it can be blocked. I can't help but block it, and I have to kill you." Xiao Bo's eyes were cold, and he jumped up. He basically understood in his heart that this person was definitely not the person on this road. But why did he appear here? Maybe only by killing him can you understand why. Do you think that I am qualified to kill me with a casual attack at this moment? You know nothing about power. Swish! The man moved, as fast as a flash of lightning. Even the air was torn apart. The numbers in Xiao Bo's eyes jumped wildly, and the opponent's speed almost doubled. Together, Xiao Bo didn't dare to be arrogant, and drank the Hercules potion directly. This is not a battle of the same level, but it doesn't mean that he has no chance. Chapter 187. The man's speed was too fast. He swung his leg at Xiao Bo's body. His leg had a sharp momentum, as if it could tear everything apart. There were bursts of air-breaking sounds. Bang! The ground cracked, sand and stones flew, and dust rose. With Xiao Bo as the center, 3 meters of his body sank into the ground. "Are you okay?" A look of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, and he snorted in his heart, "I see how many times you can resist." Bang bang! A violent vibration came, shaking the sand and stones on the ground. In a truck, 2 eyes watched all this in horror. Is this power to destroy the world really something that humans can possess? What shocked them even more was that Shan Lao actually blocked it. The vibration continued, and with every vibration, their hearts beat. There, sand and stones flew, dust rose, and even cars were torn apart, and the entire road was in a mess. They also felt a sense of despair in their hearts. The power of this man was really too terrifying. I'm afraid that even the current number 1 may not be able to do this. Everything here has been destroyed, and spiderweb-like cracks spread from the ground that the man beat to the surroundings, spreading for more than 20 meters. Snap! Have you beaten enough? Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came. The two of them suddenly widened their pupils, their eyes full of disbelief. The dust and smoke dissipated, and a figure wearing extremely cool metal armor appeared. He held the wrist of the man in black with one hand. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came. "You?" The figure was stunned in place, looking at the man in armor in front of him in disbelief. The opponent's power actually surpassed. It was the effect of this armor. He even ignored his broken arm, and his eyes showed greed. Xiao Bo's eyes were extremely cold. He was almost hit by him just now. If it weren't for the armor, he would have become a pool of meat mud. His iron body could not resist the opponent's power at all. At the critical moment, the armor finally appeared, but he was still stunned by the opponent's power. Fortunately, the armor's defense was very terrifying, helping him to resist the attack of the man in front of him. However, the damage degree of the armor still reached 19%, which seemed to be the effect after the upgrade. Bang! Xiao Bo grabbed the man's arm and smashed it to the ground. Buzz! A light yellow barrier emerged from the body of the man in black, directly blocking Xiao Bo outside. The yellow barrier only appeared for a moment, saving him and then quickly retracting. I didn't expect that such a powerful human would appear here so soon. I can't let you stay. As for the armor, I will accept it with pleasure. He stood up from the ground, his eyes greedy, revealing his strong arms. which exuded a faint metallic luster. Boxer profession. Bang! He stepped on the ground with one foot, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. He rose from the ground, swung his fists, and rushed straight to the Xiaobo family. With his punch, the value in his eyes jumped again. Xiaobo was not panicked at all. The steel knife emerged, blood red spread, and he swung the knife to chop forward. This knife used a double heavy blow. Only a sharp whistle was heard in the air, and the knife was slashed firmly on the man's fist. This knife hit the fist directly, adding more than 100 points of strength. The power of the double heavy blow is comparable to a cannonball. Ah! The man in black screamed, hugged his arms, and flew out. Take advantage of his weakness. Kill him. Xiaobo looked determined, and rushed forward quickly, not giving the man any time to react, not even giving him a chance to use his skills. The blood-red steel knife flashed with cold light, reflecting the mask of the armor. Two blade lights overlapped, puff. Blood flew. Under the double heavy blow, the yellow barrier was cut back, and the steel knife also smoothly cut off the man's head. Dead, dead. In the car, the two people hiding were shocked. This man in black killed Tan Song and others in seconds. More than 20 people did not last 2 minutes in the hands of this man, and they died at the hands of Shang Lao. Could it be that Shang Lao is not a human here? Just before that, they were surprised that there was no such person as Tan Song in the world. There were two people with the same name, but they were both young people in their 20s, and their levels were only 3 or 4. They were not as fierce as Shangbo in front of them. At this moment, they also concluded in their hearts that Shangbo was not a human. When the black-clothed man died, Xiaobo's tense nerves relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would be given time to display his skills. Fortunately, everything went well. This person was a little arrogant. If he had used all his means, he might not have capsized. In fact, when he used the armor, he should not have been reserved, but used all his means. After the man died, the body did not turn into a corpse, but disappeared. On the ground, a golden token flashed. Highway shuttle order. Status, waiting for return. Introduction. You can search for a nearby highway and complete the highway shuttle with 2 round trips. Note, this token can only be used once. Use it with caution. This person is not from your own highway, but from another highway. Xiaobo's heart condensed, as if he thought of something, and suddenly he felt something falling on his head. His thoughts were disrupted. His heart was cold. He reached out and grabbed Blueberry in his hand. His expression was cold. I hope this is the last time. If there is a next time, you will have no need to exist. Go back. Coco. Blueberry cried aggrievedly, flapping her wings to try to break free from his palm. Xiaobo let go of his hand with a cold face, and Blueberry flapped her wings and flew away without looking back. This scene was seen clearly by the two people hiding in the car. Having wild monsters as companions is definitely not human. The two hid in the dark corner of the car, not daring to breathe, quietly waiting for the opportunity to drive away. Xiaobo looked around. There was no movement, so he hurried back to the car, and he didn't even have time to pick up the supplies here. He had more important things now. Blueberry sat in the nest very aggrieved. Xiaobo ignored it, quickly put away the highway shuttle token, and then contacted Old Man Joe. He vaguely guessed something. Even the crisis in the future. I just don't know if it's correct. I need to verify it with Old Man Joe again. Why are you asking this? Old Man Joe replied very quickly, almost in seconds. This guy is obviously still in the system. I have to say that Old Man Joe is still very energetic. Xiaobo has basically concluded that he has formed a team on the road. Old Man Joe is still very smart. I need to confirm, Old Man Joe, don't lie to me. Xiaoboy, I'm just making you happy when I'm free. I can tell you clearly that what I told you before was not a lie. The road is indeed the last harbor for mankind. Today I met a human from another road, and his level has reached level 15. If it weren't for this guy's arrogance, I might have died. Xiaobo replied calmly, without hiding it. At this time, he needed to use the information from Old Man Joe. What? Chapter 188. Xia kid, you are not lying to me? Xiaobo replied angrily. It's the middle of the night. Why would I lie to you? It did appear. I just met a convoy today. Now the whole convoy has been destroyed by that guy. There is almost no room for resistance. The 4-dimensional attributes are almost over 100. Although this guy is at a low level, his 4-dimensional attributes are very solid. Level 15, the attributes are over 100. As long as they are settled, it is basically a normal phenomenon. That's the case. Old Man Joe was a little surprised. Nonsense, if I didn't have a trump card, I might have died. Xiaobo was also grateful. If he hadn't happened to get the armor, he might have turned into a corpse. It's not clear whether this is the luck value. Old man Joe felt a little frightened. Xia Kid's strength has really become terrifying. But he immediately took out a piece of black human skin paper, which was engraved with dense small characters. The human skin paper was accompanied by a strange darkness, and the darkness had eroded himself. That was a curse. This was not the first time he had opened the human skin paper. Every time he had been shocked, the power of the owner of this thing must be very strong, enough to destroy his team. After careful reading, Old Man Joe also found that the things recorded on the human skin paper did not absolutely confirm that the road was safe, otherwise there would be no wild monsters. As for the guy Xia met, was it some special equipment or item? Because there was a dimension door key that could travel through time and space before. Since something traveled out of control, then something must have crossed the road barrier and came to another road. In fact, he had long suspected that there was definitely more than one road in this endless world. And the subsequent content of the human skin paper also confirmed his inner inference. That is the road fault. What is the road fault? He didn't dare to look down, for fear that he would attract extremely terrifying things, which could destroy his team. He touched his chest, knowing that the curse was already very deep, and he might be destroyed if he looked at it. This human skin paper came from an unknown thing, and the curse was also identified by the system. In the attributes, the word curse was displayed after his name. And the way the curse spreads is to tell others about the things recorded on the human skin paper, or let them know the existence of the human skin paper, and they will fall into the curse. The depth of the curse depends on the amount of information on the human skin paper. Similarly, when the information on the human skin paper is presented enough, 60% of the information on the human skin paper can be told to others, and the number of people told, and the degree of information also affect the depth of the curse. Old Joe is a smart man. He can still believe some things on the human skin paper. He thought about it, and replied to Xiaobo, "Xia Kid, I currently have two inferences. According to the information here, one of these two inferences is correct. I told you before that this world is not only about us humans, wild monsters, races from various worlds, all exist in this world. You can think about it. If they are not on the same road as us, then they are most likely on another road. So the person you met may be like what I said, he got an item or equipment, so he was able to come to this road. This is just one of the inferences. Whether it is accurate or not is not true, but one thing is certain, you kid is unlucky. The probability of this kind of thing happening should be very low, and the probability of encountering is even lower. After all, the road is infinitely long. You really don't know whether you are lucky or not to meet me. The second inference is related to the road fault. I can't infer the reason. The road fault is also related to luck. They are not easy to encounter. I hope you don't encounter both." After replying, Zhou Lao saw that Xia Xiaozi didn't say anything, and knew that what he said must have shocked the boy again. Xia Xiaozi is good in everything, but he is too young and tends to be impulsive. Alas, I hope nothing will happen to this boy. In the future, it depends on Xia Xiaozi to turn the tide. Zhou Lao felt vaguely that the white camp was only the first problem they faced. The real problem was still behind. Zhou Lao was wrong. Xiaobo was not stunned, but fell into deep thought. Of course, he would not do anything impulsive with a calm mind. Whether it was dealing with the sea giant or this mysterious man, he had carefully thought about it in his heart. Do you think you have a chance? If you are sure, then do it. Old Joe is right about one thing. This guy did get here through the exploded items. Combined with the information I got, it can be basically confirmed that there is definitely more than one road. This is not just the survival of the Blue Star humans, but the survival of all races. But old Joe kept saying that the road was broken. The road was broken. Could it be that the road collapsed, and the collapsed place is the place leading to another road? He had noticed that when old Joe talked to him about these things, he always mentioned the road fault. But because of his curse, which he didn't know whether it really existed, he kept silent. Xiaobo was itching to know what news old Joe had hidden, but it was a pity that he didn't seize the opportunity a few times before. If he had kept old Joe to ask, maybe he would tell him. Buzz, suddenly, there was a roar of a car outside, and a truck sped away. Someone. Xiaobo's face suddenly changed, and he looked up and looked out the window. The convoy originally consisted of more than a dozen cars, but now only a few were left, and most of the trucks were smashed and taken away. As for the supplies, because the game was updated, it was changed to a burst rate, and I'm afraid there are not many supplies left. He checked the bodies, and they were all dismembered by the man in a very cruel way, so there would be no resurrection of the bodies. but a large number of car fragments were still lost. Xiaobo looked embarrassed. He should have smashed all the cars before asking. He blamed himself for being anxious and getting information, and even forgot these things. At present, there are more than 200 pieces of his car fragments, which is more than 200 pieces away from the next upgrade of 500 pieces. The next car upgrade is a small RV, and Xiaobo is looking forward to it. What a pity. Xiaobo stopped all his thoughts, and ran outside to clean up the supplies. Most of the people in the convoy were dead. In addition to the car that just escaped, there were 9 jeeps on the scene. If all of them were destroyed, and the resource upgrade system was upgraded, the truck should be able to be upgraded. When he arrived at the scene of the incident, there were still a lot of broken limbs and arms. The mysterious man's methods were very cruel. He killed them all. Most of the people died without a complete body. The only corpses were broken limbs and arms. The people who were still alive, and kicking in front of him, before were now broken into pieces. Xiaobo's face was slightly embarrassed, and finally turned into a sigh. Chapter 189. Everyone has his own destiny. If I hadn't met them, I'm afraid that this convoy would be destroyed, and that mysterious man would still be at large. Even more people would die in his hands. Xiaobo pondered inwardly, and his mood improved a little, and he began to knock on the vehicles one by one. 9 jeeps, a lot of car fragments and gasoline, and a lot of supplies. Tonight is a time of great harvest. 10 liters of inferior water, 7 liters of fuel, 9 pieces of bread, 11 bags of instant noodles, 1 cabbage seed, 7 bottles of herbal tea, 5 pounds of wolf meat, a small bag of flour, 23 pieces of iron, 29 pieces of wood, 34 pieces of cloth, different numbers of professional metals, and 103 pieces of car fragments. Xiaobo piled up the things one by one. The supplies of the 9 vehicles were quite rich, and they piled up into a small mountain as high as a person. This is still the case with the explosion rate after killing people. With so many supplies, it is hard to imagine how terrifying the amount of supplies this convoy had before. A team of more than 20 people, the group policy is indeed the right policy. Xiaobo is thinking about whether to form a team. With a team, the probability of obtaining experience or resources will be greatly increased. Not very good, people's hearts are hard to estimate. But we can use the trust of the team medal to judge, maybe it is feasible. Xiaobo stared at the pile of supplies in front of him and fell into deep thought. Forget it, let's put this matter aside for now. Trust can change, and people's hearts are hard to estimate. For example, Feng Xian, her trust has increased a little now. Since there is an increase, it means that it will drop. If you don't watch it often, you may not know when it will drop. The supplies are very rich, and there are cabbage seeds. With fertile land, I can grow vegetables. I haven't eaten vegetables for a long time. It took some time to move all the things back to the car. Blueberry was sleeping soundly, and he didn't have the awareness of being prepared for danger. Upgrading and stuffing into the locker took more than an hour. At present, the number of iron and wood has exceeded 300, and the number of car fragments has reached more than 900. The rest of the supplies vary. Upgrade the car first, and then arrange it according to the car. Xiaobo thought in his heart, and slapped Blueberry to wake him up. Coco. This little monster is still aggrieved. Xiaobo didn't know what to say, coughed lightly, and said lightly, "Get up, there is something to do." He put the hen on the road and let Blueberry watch it. The messy things in the car need to be sorted out. After the car is upgraded, some things will automatically be integrated into the car interior. In addition, my bed is still a little small. After upgrading, the bed should be bigger. It took a lot of time to clean the car. During this period, the road was relatively quiet, and no wild monsters were refreshed. I don't know why. Blueberry, the little guy, played with the 5 hens. It was very lively. While Xiaobo was cleaning up, he was also paying attention. It was okay. He stepped back 5 steps, and a green check mark appeared on the top of the car. He only needed to click it with his mind, and the car could be upgraded. Next to the check mark, there was a branch line, which required a car mechanic to use. This should be the upgrade route for choosing a car. After all, a car mechanic relies on the car to survive, and it should be a car that improves defense or attack power. With a thought, a huge car appeared with a bang. It was a little bigger than a truck. Except for the windows on the front, it was sealed on all 4 sides. There were only 2 doors, located in the middle of the car and the driver's cab. The car was about 7 meters long and 3 meters wide. There was even a fence on the roof, and the water heater was placed on the roof. After the car upgrade was completed, Xiaobo showed a happy expression on his face. This car looked very high-end. Small RV. Medium RV. For 38/1000, these were the car fragments needed for the next upgrade. Each group required 1000 pieces, and he only had more than 400 car fragments left. After looking at the car fragments needed for the next upgrade, Xiaobo couldn't wait to open the door and get in. Entering the interior of the car, the luxurious and atmospheric feeling came to the face. The interior of the RV was decorated with wood. The floor, walls, and furniture were all made of wood. Entering the RV, the first thing you see is the stove. It uses a gas stove, but there is no gas in the stove. There is a faucet next to it, and a microwave oven is located below the stove. Xiaobo tried it and found that there was water in the faucet, and it was hot water. It should be connected to the water heater. Gas stove, RV gift package gift. Faucet, RV gift package gift. Microwave oven, RV gift package gift. These things are prompts. Moving your eyes horizontally, you will see the dining area. To the right is a table, and 2 connected seats in front and back, and behind the dining area are 2 leather sofas. There are also prompts on the sofa. Leather sofa, RV gift package gift. There is a table. This table is the one I used before. It is a little small, but it is just right. The refrigerator is embedded in the wall next to the sofa. You can lie on it, and easily take out the things in the refrigerator. This should be a resting place. At the rear of the RV, there is a huge bed. Xiaobo walked over blankly and touched it. The mattress is also made of pure cotton, soft and comfortable to the touch, which is more than 1 level higher than the previous hard bed. The bed is large enough for 3 people to lie down. At the end of the bed, there is actually a small staircase. The cabinet above is the second bed. Dressing room, wardrobe, bedside table, bookshelf, everything is available, all made of wood, painted in brown, and looks very stylish. There is also a row of lights above the head, one of which extends to the cab. At this time, he noticed that there were actually 2 doors beside him. He opened them, and couldn't help but smack his lips. It's the bathroom, and the water is still hot water. The door is pulled horizontally from left to right, and there is glass. The door is deliberately hidden, and the glass can be pulled open as a door. The small steel cannon is placed in the middle, heating and cooling and thoughtful care. Xiaobo, who has never seen an RV in his life, actually saw it in a survival game. Going forward, there is the cab. In front of the stove, there are many cabinets above the head, and there is a door. What is this door for? The RV is basically everything, and there is a door between the stove and the cab. Xiaobo pushed the door open and tilted his head to see that it was a staircase connecting the second floor. No wonder there is a fence on the roof. He knew it in his heart. Going up the stairs, the dust had fallen on the stairs. At the root of the stairs, there was a groove, which was connected to the outside of the car. This should be a rainproof device. Rainwater flows into the groove of the stairs and drains to the outside. Such a design has to be said to be very considerate. There is only a fence on the roof. It seems that the roof of a small RV does not have other items. I am afraid that it will need to wait until the medium-sized RV or large RV to change. In addition to the equipment in the cabinet, there are windows in the car that can be opened from the inside. It is next to the bedroom, stove, dining table and sofa for leisure and entertainment. The windows can be opened here, and the glass can be pulled out from the left and right sides. The setting is very delicate, and the space is ample. It doesn't take up too much space, and makes the best use of the space. Chapter 190. The storage space is gone, but anywhere in the car, you can connect to the storage space, and take what you want at will. Or the kitchen, the dining room, the cab or the roof. No need to go back to the car to get it. It seems that the car upgrade is to integrate the storage space into the car, which will have such an effect. I have to say that this is very convenient. Those cabinets are basically useless. Comfortable, with this RV, the future will be more comfortable. After browsing around, the words comfortable, enjoyable, and luxurious kept jumping in my mind. Xiaobo thought happily that if he ignored the dangers of the outside world and relied on this RV and the large amount of supplies in the car, he could live more comfortably. Unfortunately, reality is often so cruel. I may be lucky and only need to face the crisis in the future. Others are not so lucky. They not only have to face the crisis of wild monsters and the crisis of the future, but also the crisis of eating challah. Sighing silently, a new problem arose. The upgraded RV had a much larger space, but raising hens was still a problem. He couldn't raise them in the car. This wouldn't work. As for the roof, the car would bump and the earthen fence wouldn't be able to support it. Fertile land could be placed on the roof. Hens can't be raised. Xiaobo sighed helplessly, first set up a home for Blueberry in the bedroom, and then killed the hens that Blueberry had raised one by one. When he killed them, his heart was trembling, because these were an endless supply of eggs. It's a pity that the upgraded RV doesn't have much space for them to use. The space after the game upgrade is very limited, and there is no extra space. It's better to kill them, so that I can stew chicken soup and take care of my body early. When killing the chickens, the little guy Blueberry has been watching beside. What, you are still playing with feelings? While dealing with the corpse, Xiaobo glanced at it. Coco, Blueberry called, a little aggrieved. Okay, don't pretend to be pitiful to me. When you eat it, you will know how delicious it is. Xiaobo shook the blood on his arm, and scalded the 5 chickens with hot water from the water heater. All the fur and internal organs were removed, the hair also needed to be cleaned, and the chicken butts had to be cut off. Just as he was finishing the work, Blueberry beside him suddenly jumped up. Coco! Xiaobo raised his head calmly, shook off the water stains on his hands, put on the night vision goggles, and murmured, "Wild monsters are really troublesome." In the dark night, a strange figure was twisting. The values of this strange figure flashed in his eyes. Level 6. Strength 43. Agility 39. The values in his eyes are all extremely critical values. Wild monsters don't have any skills. Only special wild monsters, or elites, bosses, and other wild monsters have skills. He patted the water on his hands, and took out a steel knife. Blueberry, be careful. Withdrawing his palm, a layer of metal with a strange green armor appeared on him. As soon as the wild monster stepped onto the road, there was a loud bang, and Xiaobo's original position was covered with spider web-like cracks. In the dark night, a blood-red light flashed, and the wild monster that had just stepped onto the road was directly cut in half. 10 points of experience were obtained, and an iron block flashed on the ground. Iron *1, a piece of iron exploded. Holding it in his hand, Xiaobo returned to the place where he processed the chicken. After putting on the armor, my strength is almost invincible. Now I just need to temper the 4-dimensional attributes. Xiaobo twisted his body, and felt the surge of power in his body. He felt at ease in his heart. Only strength can bring a sense of security. At the same time, he also vaguely felt that his strength was about to increase again, brought by intermediate agility and intermediate fighting skills. At present, the fighting skills are basically useless. The fighting skills have flaws, which can be seen by relying on the hunting state. It is not as fast as using the hunting state directly. After throwing the upgraded iron in the locker, Xiaobo just got off the car and saw Blueberry drooling at the chicken in the basin, and said unhappily, "You were resentful when I killed the chicken just now. When I have the materials, I will make you a cola chicken." The method of making cola chicken is relatively simple, and there are many drinks in the locker, including cola, orange juice, and herbal tea. When you want to drink, just take it out and put it in the refrigerator to cool it. It is very comfortable. These supplies are all obtained by himself. Put the chicken in the locker, and there is no time passing in the locker. This is also what he found when he saw the grass carp wrapped in snow inside. The snow inside has not melted after so long, so he inferred that the things inside can be stored for a long time. The night tonight is very calm. Except for the wild monster on duty just now, there are no more wild monsters refreshed. I don't know why. Xiaobo lay on the big bed in the RV and slept for a while, feeling comfortable all over. Don't mention it, this RV is really comfortable to sleep in. And it feels like home. In the morning, Xiaobo took a comfortable hot bath, and changed into new clothes from the closet. Throw the old clothes into the water, and put a piece of soap in it to soak first. There is no detergent, so you can only use soap. The morning meal is very simple, braised fish, just need to heat it in the microwave. While the braised fish is heating up, Xiaobo took out a book and lay on the sofa in a comfortable position, with the window next to him open, and the glass blocked the wind and sand outside. Ding! The microwave lights up. Okay, Blueberry, come and eat. Hearing the voice, Xiaobo's eyes lit up, and he got up and walked to the microwave, and a strong aroma came to his nose. Braised fish, paired with sandwich bread, is a combination of Chinese and Western, and has a unique flavor. It is not easy to eat too much in the morning. On the other hand, the little fellow Blueberry wanted to stuff his head into the belly of the braised fish, and eat even the bones. What a ruthless person. Xiaobo ate half full, and couldn't help smacking his lips when he saw Blueberry cleaning up the mess. Leaning back, looking at the scenery outside, his heart was at peace. If only it could go on like this. In the end, the little fellow even ate the entire plate. You are such a greedy ghost. If I didn't have a system and obtained a lot of resources, I'm afraid I really couldn't afford to support you. Xiaobo patted the little fellow Blueberry, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and patted his head. By the way, there is still a defense battle today. Blueberry, you watch out. Don't let the wild monster steal our house. Keek. Blueberry called lazily a few times, indicating that Xiaobo could rest assured. Work hard, and I continue to give you delicious food when I come back. Xiaobo touched Blueberry's head, got up and walked into the bedroom at the rear of the car, lying on the bed, his mind empty. Then click on the system. Chapter 191. The defense battle has not started yet, but after the endless mode. Except for some people who need to train themselves, few people in the world will enter the endless mode. There is only half an hour left before the start of the car defense battle. The world is in full swing, and only a few people are discussing themselves. These can be ignored. Is everyone here? Xiaobo clicked on his team and sent a message. When the team medal is used, a team template will be generated on the system, and the template will show the members of his team and the trust. Enter the game, the health value of all members will be displayed, and the status of members will be checked at any time. Of course, the trust can only be seen by oneself, and theirs can only see the health value, which will be displayed when entering the mission. Feng Xian, boss, I'm here. Han Yi, I'm here too. Chu Xia, I'm here too. Xiaobo, when you enter the mission, turn on the voice mode, so that it's convenient for everyone to communicate, and you can check your own status and the status of your teammates in the system, and provide support at any time. Received. The three of them replied with a received, and then fell silent. It seems that there is still a certain distance between them. Xiaobo thought in his heart, and then turned on the language. Hello, can everyone hear me? Hello, I can hear you. The speaker was Chu Xia. Her voice was very gentle and obedient, like a younger sister. I can hear you. The second speaker was Han Yi. His voice was a little cold. If it weren't for Xiaobo's identity, I'm afraid he would say even less. Boss Xia, I can hear you. This is Feng Xian speaking. Xiaobo recognized her right away. Her voice is very recognizable, with a slightly high pitch. She is neither humble nor arrogant, as expected of a former instructor. The reason why Feng Xian is so trustworthy is closely related to her profession. Those who practice martial arts admire the strong, not to mention that Xiaobo once helped her, which is righteousness. Okay, let me say a few words. We are all on the leaderboard. If there were conflicts before, we should solve them first. Winners win. If you lose, don't complain. It's a matter of strength. I don't want the team to split. Do you understand? Xiaobo's voice was a little cold, as if she was keeping people away from her, with a hint of coldness. Understood. The three of them responded. Very good. I don't need to introduce myself, you all know me. The rules of this mission are very similar to the mode in the game I played before, Defense Battle, protecting the car from wild monsters. This tests everyone's cooperation. This is the first time for everyone to form a team. It doesn't matter if you fail, just hone your cooperation with each other. I won't do the distribution work for now. I haven't seen the mission rules and venues yet. I will continue to divide them after entering the game, and everyone understands them. Xiaobo pondered for a while, and finally said, Do you have anything else to say? Boss Xia, this is the first time I've heard you talk so much. I used to watch your live broadcasts cold and scary. Chu Xia said, her voice was sweet, she didn't pretend, it seemed very natural. No wonder so many people in the world call her a cute girl, just not looking at her appearance, just her voice is comfortable. If I use this voice to tell a story, it must be very nice. Ahem. Fortunately, I have always been very serious in the competition, and I usually don't speak. Talking can easily distract me, even if I won't die in the qualifying competition, but it's good to develop this habit. Xiaobo said lightly, half true and half false. So that's how it is. No wonder Boss Xia can become the first, and even crush the second and third. Feng Xian said in the voice. Boss Xia, you are my goal. Hanya's voice was a little cold, as if it had always been like this. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that Parking Hui is still alive. I will kill him first, so that we can also have a say in the camp. Xiaobo heard Feng Xian's second and third, and instantly thought of Parking Hui. Boss, Parking Hui has been invisible since Du Sheng died, but he showed up again last night, and was promoted to level 7. He wants to join us, saying that he is fighting for everyone. Some people support it, and some people oppose it. The cute girl Chu Xia's voice is soft. A dog will always eat shit. It doesn't matter if this guy is not kept. We don't need him. Xiaobo said lightly, and then exited the space. Boss Xia has retired. I think it's better for Parking We to die. Keeping him is like a time bomb that may explode at any time. Feng Xian said in a voice. It's better to kill him. Han Yi agreed with Xiaobo's approach. If it were him, he would attack without hesitation and kill Parking We. It's better to crush him completely. This guy's remarks at the beginning were extremely vicious. I go and take a look first. Chu Xia left a word and retreated. Parking Hui's death will inevitably cause a shock. This is also an opportunity for the Chinese to take over the discourse power of the Yellow Camp in one fell swoop. After using the right of refusal, Parking We stayed in the car, looking nervous, constantly looking at the world, and his words to contact Xiaobo fell on deaf ears, not even making a splash. In order to survive, he was even willing to be a lackey of the Xia, and he also reached level 7, so the other party would pay more attention to him. Facts have proved that he did the right thing. Many people in the camp chat agreed with Parking Hui's approach. A level 7 player is powerful, and can play a lot of roles. It's been more than an hour, almost 2 hours, and Xiaobo hasn't appeared yet. Has he given up on attacking me? Parking We stared at the system with a pair of red eyes. Even if he reached level 7, he didn't have a trace of resistance in his heart. Xiaobo's record that night was really terrible. He killed many strong men, and even the players in the white camp paid great attention to him. His strength was really too terrifying, and no one was his opponent. Not to mention that he had reached level 7, even level 8 was not safe. As time passed, his heart became more and more nervous. Ding! Suddenly, the system vibrated, and his body shook violently, almost jumping up. It was not a challenge invitation, but a team invitation. Yes, today is the car defense war. He clicked to agree to the team invitation, and it was his former partner. Parking We, the defense war is about to begin. Do you want to join us? Without the team medal, you can't pull people to join the team, but you will be randomly matched. This person obviously also got the team medal. Yes, together, the chance of winning will be. Before he finished speaking, the system was again, and a strange invitation appeared on the system. This was a challenge initiated by an invisible guy. Judging from the color of the avatar, it was a player in his own camp. There was no rejection button, but a 5-second countdown. Xiaobo, Parking We knew who this was at once. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, his face was distorted, and his whole body was trembling. Why? Why do you want to kill us all? Chapter 192. The 5-second countdown ended quickly, and Parking We disappeared in the car. Not long after, the supplies in the car disappeared, leaving only the empty car. It's over, are you all still here? Xiaobo turned on the voice again, his voice was indifferent, as if he had crushed an ant. It's over so soon, it hasn't even been a minute yet. Feng Xian and Han Yi were both stunned. Chu Xia just went out, and it's over already? Has it been a minute? I was delayed just now, Parking We was invisible, wasting some time. By the way, where's Chu Xia? Xiaobo didn't know what the two meant, and said indifferently, only then did he realize that Chu Xia was gone. One knife kills instantly. The two people's hearts condensed. If it's not a one-knife kill, how could it be so fast? I'm here, Boss Xia, your strength is too strong. A level 7 expert. You kill instantly, you're simply not a human being. Chu Xia's voice was soft, with a hint of admiration. Xiaobo found that the trust values of Chu Xia and the other three had increased. Chu Xia and Han Yi each increased by 2 points, while Feng Xian increased by 1 point. Yes, if I had the strength of Boss Xia, I would still tolerate the white camp players being presumptuous over us. Feng Xian followed up, his tone full of envy and admiration. Boss Xia, the strongest of mankind. Han Yi is a typical guy who doesn't talk much, but he is really good at flattering people. This cold flattery has a special taste. How much you give, you will get how much you gain. If you work hard, you will actually have the same results as me. Work hard and make a name for yourself. Xiaobo said calmly. Of course, he would not tell his secrets, but it would be okay to drink some chicken soup. It's hard to imagine how much Boss Xia has paid to get to this point. Han Yi was very simple, and his cold voice was accompanied by a sigh. The two women's mouths twitched. This boy, how could he still be so simple? It was obvious that Boss Xia was cheating in life, and if you asked what kind of cheat it was lucky cheating. The strength of strength is inseparable from oneself on the one hand, and also from luck. After all, the explosion rate and opening boxes are all related to the explosion rate. For a strong person like Boss Xiaobo, the skills he possesses are very powerful. Opening powerful skills is inseparable from one's own luck. Boss Xiaobo's getting to this point is related to his own efforts, and luck occupies a large part. Everyone chatted, and the relationship was also brought closer invisibly. Xiaobo, the event has started. Feng Xian suddenly reminded, the relationship was closer, and Xiaobo did not let them call him Boss Xiaobo. It sounded awkward. Yeah. Xiaobo responded calmly, and entered the event. Everyone's eyes went dark, and a black room appeared. Xiaobo. A voice came from his ear, and he turned his head to find Chu Xia, Han Yi and Feng Xian were all in this room. They all had their own weapons, but he was the only one with bare hands. Yeah. Xiaobo responded lightly, looked at himself, and kept his outfit in the ranking match, and then stared at the black screen. The map of the defense battle is randomly selected. Different maps will encounter different wild monsters. The difficulty can be freely selected, simple, normal, difficult, purgatory. There are also endless modes and non-endless modes, and the rewards are linked to the difficulty and level. There is a high probability of getting car fragments, and a small probability of getting skill books and equipment. Chu Xia changed her usual behavior and analyzed in a soft voice. We can try to be trapped. Feng Xian thought, but was interrupted before she finished speaking. Choose purgatory, endless mode. Xiaobo didn't think too much, and looked straight at the last icon with a skull. Purgatory is extremely difficult, and similarly, this means that the resources are quite rich. The most important thing is that he can use the armor. The defense battle directly simulates all his equipment. This is his confidence. Xiaobo, there is only one challenge. Do you want to consider it? Feng Xian turned her head to look at Xiaobo, who was dressed strangely, and the pair of strange eyes made her feel a little cold. Is this a fusion? She subconsciously touched one of her thighs. It was cold, without a trace of human temperature. This thigh carried extremely terrifying power, which had always been her trump card. Xiaobo's eyes reminded her of fusion. No need to consider, just endless purgatory. Xiaobo shook his head, meaning very decisively, with an indifferent expression. If you're not challenging purgatory, then what are you doing here? Just purgatory, challenge yourself, break through yourself. Hanya's voice was a little cold, but with a hint of determination. Get ready, I'm going to start. Xiaobo's eyes turned cold in an instant, and the whole person seemed to have changed. The three of them were ready and nodded. The purgatory icon flashed, the room was dark, and it was silent. Opening my eyes, the world was gloomy, like the sky when a thunderstorm came. What I saw was a house that had been abandoned for who knows how many years, and it had been exposed to wind and sun, and was covered with dust. This place looks like a doomsday world. They were on a nearly broken road, with abandoned cars piled up like a mountain. Behind them, there was a well-preserved car with a prompt displayed on it, damage degree, 0%. Note, when the car damage degree reaches 100%, it means the defense battle has failed. Xiaobo, what should we do now? The game has already started, but I feel something weird. Chu Shihan stared at the surroundings with a pair of beautiful eyes. There was no picture of wild monsters as imagined, but it was quiet, unusually quiet. These houses can be explored. The system does not specify that we must stay in this area. Should we go here first while it is still relatively quiet? Feng Xian suggested that the difficulty of purgatory might be related to weirdness. The surroundings were very quiet and weird. Some walls were stained with blood. I don't know if it was to create an atmosphere or real blood. Many walls were covered with scratches, one by one, a full finger deep, and the steel bars in the walls were torn. Highway 13. Xiaobo said suddenly, his eyes fixed on a certain place. The three of them were shocked and followed Xiaobo's gaze. On a bus stop in the distance, there were several crooked characters. The strange and bright red Highway 13. Something is wrong. Could it be that our opponents are not wild monsters? Why are there no wild monsters? According to the defense battle. Xiaobo stared at Highway 13, carefully, absent-mindedly, with an unusually calm mind. He retracted his gaze and said, the situation has changed now. 2 people need to stay to guard the car, and the other 2 people need to go and see the nearby buildings to see what is in these buildings first. I stay. Han Yi said, silently standing by the car, trying to open the door, but he couldn't open it or push it, which eliminated the idea of driving the car away. He leaned against the car and stared at the surroundings cautiously. I stay too. Chapter 193. Feng Xian said that she could clearly see that Chu Xia looked at Xiaobo differently. Perhaps this time, she could create an opportunity for them. She and Chu Xia were sisters, and chatted a lot on weekdays. The most talked about thing was Xiaobo, because Xiaobo's strength was a fatal temptation for women like them who practiced martial arts. No one could resist a handsome and powerful man. She couldn't resist it either. Xiaobo didn't think so much, it didn't matter who followed him. He looked up at the surrounding buildings and chose the direction with the bus stop sign. The architectural style here was a bit weird, all made of concrete, just like the concrete factory buildings in the factory area, some of which were 4 or 5 stories high. The weird thing was that these houses had almost no windows. Chu Xia looked back at Feng Xian, her beautiful eyes flashing, and then she quickly followed Xiaobo, her heart leaping with joy. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xiaobo's slightly thin back. Who could have imagined that such a thin body actually contained an extremely terrifying power? Wait! Xiaobo, there is a discovery here. Just as he walked into the corner, Chu Xia's voice suddenly came from behind. Xiaobo turned his head and saw Chu Xia squatting in a corner. There seemed to be something on the ground. After getting closer, he found that it was a pool of thick green liquid, which was very strange. Click! Suddenly, a drop of green liquid fell down and dripped on the ground, almost rubbing against Chu Xia's body. The two people's faces suddenly changed, and they quickly moved away, looking up at the roof. Nothing. It ran away. I don't know what it is. Xiaobo said coldly, his eyes were cold, and the surroundings were quiet. What was that just now? There was actually green mucus dripping. Chu Xia felt uneasy and asked, "Do you still want to go in? If something happens to the two of us, we may not be able to hold on if we rely on them. You go back first and stay with them. I come alone. If you come with me, I have to protect you, and it's easy to be distracted." Xiaobo said coldly, looking calmly at the dark gate in the distance. The buildings here are very strange. The gates on both sides are opposite to each other, and the distance is only 7 or 8 meters. Such a large factory building, only 7 or 8 meters in and out, is really strange. Okay. Chu Xia did not follow Xiaobo stubbornly. She is a smart woman who knows how to judge the situation. It is obvious that it was an unknown creature that dripped down just now, but Xiaobo did not find the figure of the monster, which shows that the monster is not weak. After watching Chu Xia leave safely, Xiaobo raised his head and looked at the position just now. Just now he saw it, but he did not see the monster, but the distorted space. The space there was slightly distorted, and then disappeared. Purgatory is really difficult. Xiaobo pondered and walked inside. Suddenly, a swift voice was heard from behind. There is something. Xiaobo reacted very quickly. The armor appeared on his body in an instant, and the blood-red steel knife was swung out. Bang! The knife missed, and he was knocked to the ground by the invisible thing. Sparks flew from the armor. Invisible monster. Xiaobo frowned slightly, but he was not panicked at all. He could feel that the monster's power was far inferior to his own, and the monster also revealed its original face when attacking. A skinless monster, with bright red flesh exposed in the air. Seeing his face clearly, Xiaobo did not hold back and swung his knife to kill him. The hot blood splashed on the armor, dyeing it red. Xiaobo did not take the attack of a monster seriously. These monsters only have the ability to be invisible. While the monsters are not restless, and the waves have not started, he quickly explored everything here. He had a hunch that the calm in the early stage was only in the purgatory mode. Often after the calm, there was a fierce storm. In the empty room, there were rows of glass columns filled with strange green liquid. A strange creature was controlled in these glass columns. Some of the glass columns had been broken, and green mucus flowed everywhere. Xiaobo walked in and looked at everything in the room calmly. The green mucus was just the same as before. In these glass columns, it was very likely what they were going to face. The operation of the biochemical laboratory is surrounded by houses like this. How many glass columns are there? Xiaobo's heart condensed. The glass columns in this room alone are as high as 100. How many houses are there? I dare not imagine. This is the wave he is facing, indestructible. Resurgence time, 4.49 4.48, the game prompts jumped on the glass column, interrupting his original plan to kill these monsters before they woke up. Only 4 minutes left? Huh? This is a night vision goggles. Item: night vision goggles, only used in this mode. Xiaobo suddenly found that a night vision goggles fell in front of the broken glass column. It seemed like a flash of inspiration in his mind. He touched his belt and found that he didn't bring the night vision goggles. These invisible monsters can be found through night vision goggles, and the acquisition of night vision goggles is related to the monsters here. They carry night vision goggles. Xiao walked forward, picked up the night vision goggles, and shook off the mucus on them. The night vision goggles were intact and all functions could be used. This type of night vision goggles are multifunctional and much more powerful than his own night vision goggles. Full of black technology. One night vision goggles is far from enough. He looked up again and saw the prompt. There are still 4 minutes left. Hurry up and find 3 more night vision goggles. Xiaobo looked around and saw only a broken glass column, which meant that there was only 1 night vision goggles. Without thinking too much, he put on his armor and went directly to the next house. He needed to find 3 night vision goggles quickly. Where is Xiaobo? Seeing Chu Shihan come back by herself, Feng Xian and the others were surprised. Xiaobo went to explore those houses by himself. There was an accident just now. The situation was a bit weird. It was too quiet here. I hope Xiaobo can bring useful information when he comes back. Chu Shihan sighed. Then wait a bit. The game doesn't have any hints. I'm afraid only the houses nearby can provide some hints. Feng Xian thought. 3 minutes passed. Xiaobo came back. Chapter 194. Take all these things with you. The wave is about to start. Get ready. For sides, 1 person each. Xiaobo said nothing more and distributed the 4 night vision goggles he found. Time was running out. There was probably less than a minute left. The 3 of them didn't ask anything. They took the night vision goggles and put them on their heads quickly. The night vision goggles felt cold and had a strange smell, but there was no time to think. Xiaobo put on the night vision goggles, and the scene around him changed. Snap! Snap! The sound of glass breaking came from the rooms around him. Here they come! Xiaobo drew out his steel knife and was ready. Chu Shihan and the other 2 were a little nervous. They didn't understand what they were facing. Wave 1. Revived creatures 10. Revived creatures level 4. Is that a monster? Feng Xian looked at a blood-red figure climbing up the high wall quickly. This was the monster he saw in the night vision goggles. The monster's strength was level 4, but its agility was probably very high. Be prepared. Be sure to hold on. This is just the beginning. Xiaobo said coldly. His figure rose from the ground, jumped onto a pile of car wreckage, and exerted force again. The car wreckage under his feet made a cracking sound. In midair, he cut down a wild monster. He landed on the ground with a bang, and 3 wild monsters rushed up again from all sides. They surrounded him from left and right, with a clear division of labor. They seemed to want to completely kill Xiaobo. Xiaobo was not afraid at all. The hunting mode was turned on, and he chopped head-on, and his movements were very crisp. The 3 wild monsters were killed instantly. Waiting time, 30 seconds. Wave 2. Revived creatures, 15. Revived creature level 4, 30 seconds of rest time. It's really hard for people to catch their breath. Feng Xian stuck out his tongue. It's normal for the purgatory mode to be difficult. Xiaobo walked to the front of the car and said lightly. Xiaobo, do these monsters have the ability to be invisible? Chu Shihan discovered it and asked. That's right. They didn't find the figure of this monster before, not because they didn't find it, but because this monster is very likely to be invisible. The night vision device that Xiaobo brought back was probably also for seeing these monsters. Fortunately, they went to explore, otherwise they would not be able to find the monsters destroying the car. Ding! The system sounded, and the second wave of attack began. 15 awakened this time, and next time there may be 20 or 30. Later, it may be level 5 or 6. They guessed correctly, it was indeed like this. With the end of the second wave, the third and fourth waves also began. By the 5th wave, the level of the monsters had risen to level 5. And the number reached 20. At first, everyone was able to cope with it, but the later it got, the more powerless it became. There are many wild monsters, and they will cooperate with each other. This is the most terrifying thing. 1 person is enough to face 4. As the waves progress, the number of wild monsters they face, the level of wild monsters, are increasing, and the cooperation between them is also improving. When it comes to the 10th wave, Chu Xia and the others need to stick together, while Xiaobo is alone. At the end of the 14th wave, everyone is tired and panting. 30 seconds of rest time is not enough. Physical recovery requires at least half an hour. 30 seconds is not enough. I will support you, you take a rest first. Xiaobo calmly analyzed that their current state is already very bad, and it is obviously impossible to support that long. His own physical strength is still sufficient, and he has not used bloodthirsty and armor, so it should be no problem for him to resist 10 waves. Now he needs to let them rest well. Huff, huff, I think it's okay, my physical strength is almost at the bottom. If I don't rest, I'm afraid I will be exhausted. Han Ye's breathing was very heavy, and Feng Xian and Chu Shihan were similar. Their physical strength was far less than Xia Bo's. The result of holding on would be exhaustion, and even this side would be breached. They need to rest well. Okay. Xia Bo nodded, jumped onto the car, and said to the three people, "You get in the car first, and leave the rest to me." The driving position of the car cannot be opened, but the rear seat and the co-pilot can be opened. Xia Bo, be careful, don't hold on. The 14 waves of purgatory mode are already very good. Feng Xian was the last to get in, she reminded. Okay. Xia Bo responded lightly, and after they all got in, he decisively opened the armor. With the 50% attribute blessing of the armor, the original chest tightness disappeared. The 15th wave started, and he faced 15 level 5 monsters and 15 level 6 monsters. One by one, blood-red monsters appeared on the high walls and roads on all sides. These monsters began to attack. They were like mad hounds, ferocious and fierce. Xia Bo had a calm face and waited quietly. The attack method of these creatures was very special. When people were around, they would first attack humans, kill humans, and then turn to attack cars. When Feng Xian and others got into the car, Xia Bo stood on the car, and the attack targets of these monsters also changed dramatically. These monsters were very agile. After approaching the car, they leaped and pounced on the human in armor on top of the car. 1, 2, the monsters' attacks were very fierce, and Xia Bo's methods were even more fierce. Every time he swung his knife, a monster was torn in half. He did not use any skills, but only relied on the passive of dismemberment and the strong power to support. After wearing the armor, his strength increased by half, powerful and terrifying. There was no need to activate other skills at all. Moreover, this way is very energy-saving. Xia Bo is too fierce. We have taken a big advantage. Chu Shihan looked at the monster corpses that kept falling from the top of his head, and then refreshed and disappeared. He felt inexplicable, and Xia Bo's strength made everyone despair. If Xia Bo wanted to bloodbath the White Camp, it would be easy. What Zhou Lao said was right. Xia Bo was their trump card. Outside the car, Xia Bo was bloodthirsty. Inside the car was quiet. They were numb. This was the 20th wave. The number of wild monsters reached 50, and the level of the wild monsters had reached level 6. 50 level 6 wild monsters, the agility of these wild monsters had exceeded 40 points, and the speed was extremely fast, enough to cause a bloody storm on the road, but in front of Xia Bo, there was still no room for fighting back. His bloodthirstiness had been activated, and his physical fitness had reached a terrifying 180 points. The overflow of the upper limit was really terrifying. The damage level of the car also reached 73%. This was no longer their battle, but Xia Bo's stage alone. Boom! With the destruction of the car, the wave of the endless mode purgatory difficulty finally stopped at wave 24. Chapter 195. The wild monsters at the back were no longer something they could handle. The level of the wild monsters reached 7, and the number reached 50. It was enough to sweep away everything. 23 waves were their limit, but not Xia Bo's limit. It was just that there were too many wild monsters like this. Feng Xian and his team were no match at all. They could only handle one side by themselves, and it was still a bit difficult to handle all 4 sides. In the end, the car was damaged to 100%, and the game ended. If I had the ability to clone myself, I should have lasted longer. Xia Bo thought to himself and looked up at the screen. Endless mode. Difficulty, purgatory. Waves, 23. Rewards. Car fragments * 300, professional specified skill book * 1, random skill book * 4, experience points 200, what a generous reward. Chu Xia and the others looked at the jumping text on the screen, and their expressions suddenly became excited. Endless mode, the rewards of the purgatory difficulty are too generous, 5 skill books, 300 car fragments. They looked at Xia Bo, waiting for the next step. Car fragments and experience points will be divided equally, and I want 2 skill books, one for a profession-specific skill book and one for a random skill book. Do you have any questions? Xia Bo thought for a while and said, no. They didn't have any questions. In the later stage, Xia Bo basically insisted on it by himself. They didn't make any effort. To put it bluntly, they just won by doing nothing. It was already very good to get car fragments and skill books. Okay, then distribute it like this. Xia Bo tried it, and wanted to upgrade the car fragments before distributing them. In this way, according to the average distribution of 300 car fragments, he only needed to give them 75 car fragments. And 300 pieces of car fragments, after the system upgrade, are enough to bring nearly 2,000 pieces of car fragments, which is a sure win. After trying, it was found that it didn't work. These things need to be taken out in reality, and in reality, these things cannot be distributed, and must be distributed in this space. It's a bit painful. Helplessly, Xiaobo had to distribute the things in the space. However, getting 2 skill books can be regarded as psychological comfort. The defense mode can only be challenged once. If you want to challenge again, you need to wait until the next defense mode is turned on. After chatting with them for a while, Xiaobo withdrew. This time I have gained a lot, 2 skill books, one of which is a designated skill book, and my strength can be improved again. Choose the designated profession, abomination, and open the box. Professional skills, fearless. Features, health value plus 50, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, physical strength plus 1, mental strength plus 1. Introduction. Consume 50 points of health value and gain 10% of all attribute bonus. Duration 1 minute. No cooldown. Another skill to enhance one's own state. It seems to be correct, but the butcher's profession is related to one's own state, and the only means of attack may be a passive skill. Xiaobo thought to himself, lying in a comfortable position, and upgraded the skill book in his hand. Professional skills, butcher's courage. Features, health plus 100, strength plus 5, agility plus 5, physical plus 5, mental plus 5. Introduction. Consume 50 points of health to gain a 10% bonus to all attributes. Duration, 5 minutes. No cooldown. It's a bit strange. The upgrade value doubles the health value in 4-dimensional attributes, but the status blessing does not change at all. Xiaobo muttered, a little surprised in his heart, and soon he understood that the upgrade of the resource upgrade system was random and not specific. There is no pattern to these things, and the rules may be based on the system. He was suspicious, but he still studied this skill book honestly. Add the 10% bonus of the hunting state, the 50% bonus of wearing armor, and the 10% bonus of the butcher's courage now. Once the firepower is fully opened, he has a full 70% bonus. And there are many trump cards. His strength is probably invincible. Even if it is the number 1 of the white camp, he can kill it. Now is not the time, the game reveals too little. After this upgrade, it is necessary to focus on the intelligence of the white camp. What do they know? What is the influence behind this racial war? Or what is the root cause behind all this? The initiation of racial war is by no means accidental. The rules of the game cannot be broken, but there are traces to follow. Could it be related to the second road? There was no way to find out. Enjoying the increase in strength, Xiaobo's thoughts were flying. As time passed, the boiling power in his body calmed down, and the 4-dimensional attributes showed a terrifying growth. Skill, sword light and sword shadow. Feature, none. Introduction. Consume 5 points of mental power to release sword light and sword shadow, which carries 50% of the power blessing. Break through the power with force. Note, sword light and sword shadow change with the use of weapons. If the weapon is a knife, release the sword light. If the weapon is a sword, release the sword shadow. No cooldown. Xiaobo was a little surprised by the skills opened in the random skill book. This skill is more powerful than Butcher's Courage, because it has power blessing, and double heavy attack also has power blessing. It can maximize power. It's so abnormal, and this skill is very suitable for me. Upgrade. Skill, sword light and sword shadow. Feature, none. Introduction. Consume 10 points of mental power, release sword light and sword shadow. Sword light and sword shadow carry 100% power blessing. Break through 10,000 pounds with force. Note, sword light and sword shadow change with the weapon used. The weapon is a knife, release the sword light. The weapon is a sword, release the sword shadow. The sword light and sword shadow will have the weapon's own buff effect. No cooldown. The upgraded skills made Xiaobo's breathing condense, his heart beat loudly, and his mood changed. What a powerful skill. Not only has it increased the power by 50% on the original basis, but the sword light and sword shadow actually comes with the weapon's own enhancement effect. With the butcher's hand, this knife is enough to tear fine steel, and even split a mountain. But the consumption has also increased. 10 points of mental power is a huge consumption for me. With my current mental power, I can only perform sword light and sword shadow 3 times. I can only use it as a trump card. It can exert terrifying power at critical moments. It's a pity that these skills cannot be upgraded. I still have a skill upgrade book. Otherwise, I could upgrade the skills and my strength value will increase rapidly. Sighing, Xiaobo learned the Sword Light and Sword Shadow, and his own state did not change much. The Sword Light and Sword Shadow did not have the ability to increase its own attributes, and even the mental power did not increase. Maybe it's the power of this skill. Chapter 196. Name, Xiaobo, Sin Value, 5. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 7. Experience, 226 out of 300. Strength, 57, 5.7. Agility, 48, 4.8. Physical fitness, 41, 4.1. Mental strength, 36. Health value, 350, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart, click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye, click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills, strength will be improved with training, primary agility, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, steel body, burning life, purification, weapon affinity, sword light and sword shadow. Professional skills, bloodshed, only, dismemberment, butcher's courage. Professional unique passive, butcher's hand, LV2, clicked on the personal panel and checked his own status. At present, all 3 dimensions have reached 40 points, only the mental strength is slightly behind. Level is not the key to strength, but attributes are. However, the current concept is that low-level players are generally weaker, and high-level players are not very weak. But now is the early stage of the game, and it is relatively difficult to improve attributes. This concept should change later. Xiaobo thought in his heart that his level was behind the players in the white camp, but his strength was very terrifying, especially after the blessing of the state, he could reach a very terrifying level. It is for this reason that he will not believe in the concept of level supremacy. After all, the concept of level supremacy is caused by the game. If a battle power ranking appeared, I'm afraid people's perceptions would change accordingly. After closing the system panel, Xiaobo lay on the bed refreshed, his mind jumping, 75 pieces of car fragments upgraded, stuffed into the locker. The number of car fragments has reached 879, one step closer to the medium-sized RV. It's a pity that I can only enter once. If I come a few more times, I will be stronger. After sorting, Xiaobo lay on the soft big bed, exhaled, and thought in his heart. With the improvement of strength, coupled with the help of the armor, he can be called invincible. Clicking on the system, he began to search for higher-ranked players. After the changes in the past few days, the world has become a pile of mud, split, and combinations emerge in an endless stream. No matter how the outside world changes, Old Man Joe and his team have quietly laid out. There is the previous military system, and as time goes by, the military system has also begun to improve. Even on this straight road, but you will always meet. Soldiers still play an important role in this game. Even if you can't see it, they may be spreading like a spider web in the dark. Soldiers, martial artists, fitness coaches, anyone who has some strength on Blue Star will basically be very successful here. The current ranking list is basically composed of these people. Feng Xian, Chu Xia, and Han Yi have all practiced martial arts, and have a good foundation in martial arts. It is rare to see otakus on the ranking list. I am an exception. The surface of the world is like a quagmire, but secretly there are turbulent waves. As the game progresses, more and more people reveal secrets. Unfortunately, these secrets cannot be combined, otherwise it will form a huge game survival system. I dare not imagine. It's you? After searching around, Xiaobo set his sights on this guy named James. The foreigners on the crime ranking list all looked ferocious, but this guy looked kind and ranked high, and he was also a high-level player in the white camp. James, a white man, was a thug in the underground mafia. He once switched to martial arts, and was involved in taekwondo, jeet-kune-do, judo, and muay thai. His own strength was very strong, especially in this survival game. With his own heart power, he rose rapidly, and now ranks 93rd on the list of billions of people. He chose this guy after careful consideration. This guy's ranking is relatively high, and he is the type that will not easily attract attention if he dies. Moreover, this guy ranks 93rd and is at a high level. The information between them must be related. All you need to do is use the Phantom Demon Eye to force the secret out of this guy's mouth. No one can withstand the torture of the Phantom Demon Eye. Especially after torturing the sea giant, he has more tricks, enough to make a determined person live a life worse than death. And this guy has already used up his number of rejections, so it is mandatory for him to challenge. This guy is very suitable. After Xiaobo confirmed it, he challenged him. James, who was driving, suddenly noticed the abnormality of the system. His face suddenly changed, and he stepped on the brake. Fuck. Someone challenged me. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Fuck. Who is it? James was sturdy and angry, and a thin figure appeared opposite him. Yellow Monkey. Are you looking for death? The moment Xiaobo showed up, the hot-tempered James rushed forward, dragging out a shining long sword in his hand, which emitted a milky white light and looked very magical. Boom! When the long sword was raised, the air burst into a violent roar, and the air emitted faint ripples visible to the naked eye. The opponent's strength was very strong. This giant sword chopped with skills. After the blessing of skills, Xiaobo saw the opponent's skyrocketing attributes jumping in his naked eyes. Xiaobo was calm and unbroken. Pieces of broken armor appeared on his body's surface, which closed instantly and turned into an extremely cool armored man. A steel knife appeared in his hand, covered with blood red. He raised his hand and swung the blood-red steel knife, slashing. The huge force mixed with the extremely sharp blood-red steel knife rubbed the air and made a sharp and piercing sound. Oh! Fuck! James' eyes widened immediately, and then his eyes went black, and he was chopped and flew out directly. When he stood up, the space twisted, and he was shocked to find that the surroundings were no longer a ring, but a gray and strange world. Tell me what news your camp has received, why the yellow camp and the black camp are suppressed. I want to know everything. A cold voice sounded in the dim space. Damn it, where is this place? Come out! James stood up and roared. He was not afraid of death, but the scene in front of him was too weird. As soon as the voice fell, his body floated up, and an instrument behind him fixed it. The next step was an inhumane live dissection. Xiaobo hid in the corner, controlling the opponent's touch and increasing his pain, and modulated his consciousness to the clearest state, so that he would not faint no matter what. The torture begins. A saw emerged and began to cut his body inhumanely. Chapter 197. This was an inhumane dissection, and James' screams resounded throughout the space. The flesh was sawed open, and the bones were sawed off. This is not over yet, it has just begun. After the vivisection, there are 10 tortures, and these 10 tortures have been improved and upgraded by Chapo, which can make the tortured feel a great sense of stimulation. The vivisection alone lasted for a day, and James also cursed and screamed for a day. Under Chapo's control, he would not faint, go into shock, or become numb. Only endless pain wrapped him. At the end of the first day, James' throat was hoarse, his body was in pieces, and the whole ground was stained red with his blood. He was still suffering from great pain, because the long saw floating in the air was still cutting his body inhumanely. The saw itself was a bit blunt, and often got stuck in the bones, which undoubtedly increased his own pain. I can't stand it. I tell you everything. James' eyes were bloodshot, his mouth and nose were full of blood, and his head was split open, but he would not die. He could feel endless pain, especially after the pain was intensified. The pain was so painful that he wanted to die. In front of him, a battle armor man appeared. Devil, you are a devil. James looked at the battle armor man in front of him with a faint green light in fear, his voice trembling. Tell me all the information you got, I want details. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I tell you, this is only the first day of torture. If you don't tell the truth, the second time I torture you, I will increase your pain 100 times, and you will be worse off than dead. Xiaobo's voice was cold and emotionless, like a devil from hell. I tell you everything. I tell you everything you want. Our plan, our information, I just hope you can give me a quick death. James shuddered, dared not say much, nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and looked a little weird with his cut head. He was not afraid of death, but the other party's method was too cruel. He used a blunt saw to cut his body, and even dripped salt water and pepper water on his flesh and blood, which was simply painful. He would rather go to America to be tortured than experience this inhuman torture at the hands of this devil. Very good. As long as you cooperate well, I will let you go back. Xiaobo nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with the other party's attitude. James obviously did not believe the devil's words, and the devil's words could never be believed. He only wanted to die now, and death was a relief. He would only suffer endless torture here. Now, tell me everything you know. Don't try to lie to me. Here, I am God. Xiaobo said coldly. With a wave of his hand, his body healed quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was intact. James widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. He took a deep breath, despairing in his heart, and then turned to calmness. I don't know much. I know some plans and information. After mastering the secret, number 1, he just told us the information. This world is not ordinary. It has all kinds of races, not just us humans. The division of camps is the beginning of the survival of all races. One race is a race. White people are a race, black people are also a race, and yellow people are also a race. Because of the particularity of human beings, several races appeared on the road. At first, we were separated, but because we came from the same world, the rules of the game made it impossible for us humans to occupy 3 roads, so we were merged. There can only be one race on a road. In order to keep the races single, the game divided us into 3 camps. The 3 camps must duel to determine the final strong one, so that they can survive on this road and represent the road to participate in the survival of the heavens. And the winner will receive a gift from the road. What the gift is not disclosed above. Our plan is to suppress the other 2 races and become the winner of the road. In this way, we can get better and become stronger. The detailed plan is to classify other races. At present, Feng Shihong in your camp has been turned by us. That's all I know. I've told you everything. James' words made Xiaobo fall into contemplation. He is now basically sure that there is more than one road, and the information recorded in the mysterious file is that the road that appears carefully is because there are people from other planets on the road who are surviving. In addition to these, there is another very important information, that is, the winner will represent the road to fight. He now basically understands what fighting means. Just like a competition, a duel between communities, the winner will represent the community to go to the city to compete with members of other communities, and this community is the game system, and they are the members of the community participating in the competition. If you think in this way, there is more than one game, there are other games. Other games are training their own people, trying to win the strongest person. If a game wins, you will get unexpected game rewards. Xiaobo's heart shuddered. This inference almost made him touch the truth. But this is just an inference, and it cannot be true. He vaguely felt that this inference was like the truth. Highway survival, then are there other survival, such as caves, islands, rafts and other survival? Thinking about it, Xiaobo felt chilled. How many people, how many races? I hope I am overthinking. What about the failed camp? Xiaobo asked. Open up the wasteland. Jane said a word that surprised Xiaobo. Open up the wasteland. He was puzzled. The area of the highway survival game is unimaginable. Even the universe cannot cover it. So how many undeveloped areas are there? These areas need some creatures or races to open up. The failed camp will be sent there, basically a dead end. James explained. So that's it. Xiaobo's heart suddenly became much clearer, and the reason for the inexplicable attack of the white camp players suddenly became clear. A picture of the competition among all races was outlined in his mind. He also realized that surviving on the highway was just the beginning. Xiaobo thought for a moment and asked, Do you know about highway faults? James was stunned and asked in surprise, Highway faults? Yeah. I've only heard people discussing it in the world. They say that highway faults are a section of uncontrolled and chaotic highways. Who knows what will happen to people who enter them? James said. Very good. Xiaobo asked some more relevant questions, and then sent him out. Returning to the outside world, James was still frightened and looked around in amazement, as if it was just a dream. But a blood-red light flashed in front of his eyes in an instant. Chapter 198. James' head was thrown high, and the hot blood sprayed several meters high. Feng Shihong has been turned against the enemy. Players from the foreign camp want to destroy their own camp by splitting up. This must be told to Old Man Zhou quickly. Feng Shihong must be dealt with, otherwise there will be endless troubles. In the RV, Xiaobo appeared on the bed, with a pair of strange eyes with murderous intent. He couldn't sleep or eat well unless Feng Shihong died. Contacting Old Man Zhou, Xiaobo told him what he knew. This is the current information. I also have a general understanding of the highway fault you told me. It is an out-of-control and disordered highway. I'm afraid I will only know how disordered it is when I encounter it. Xiaobo replied that he did not hide this information. He and Old Man Zhou are now on the same rope. If the rope breaks, they will not have a good time. And this information is not too secretive, and it can be said. It shows that Old Man Zhou should be prepared in advance. He has no connections, but Old Man Zhou does. In fact, if he wanted to, he could build his own network, but it was useless. People's hearts were too complicated. He didn't want to do this or that. Moreover, he had resources to upgrade the system, and the risk of exposure was too high. It was not worth it. After receiving Xiaobo's message, Old Man Joe took out the strange human skin paper, which revealed some basic information about the road fault. Seeing this information, his eyes condensed, and he quickly put the human skin paper away. Sure enough, in addition to wanting to see the information yourself, you can also pull it out through outsiders. And the pulled information does not have a curse. But as more and more information is obtained, the human skin paper begins to be damaged. Before long, the human skin paper will lose its function, and the information on the human skin paper must be squeezed out. Old Man Joe was shocked and replied to Xia, "You are well informed. Now that all the mysteries have been solved, everything is simple. There is basically no way to open up the land. We must kill the White Camp. I have already made the people on the current level list invisible. Our White Camp players cannot see us. We will wait for the three-legged tripod event to start and kill all these foreigners in one fell swoop. You are ruthless, I like it. Pay attention to Feng Shihong. I know this kid is restless, and I am also trying to deal with him. This kid must be eliminated. That's good, you find a way to deal with it. I will withdraw first. Sooner or later, I will be exhausted to death." After replying, Old Man Joe held the cold human skin paper in his hand, and his mind moved slightly. All the plans have been implemented, and it will be effective soon. Let's continue my survival. The road is endless, and we can't just sit there and eat up all the resources. I don't want to think about anything else. Xiaobo stood up and exhaled. No matter what the future holds, he still relies on this road to survive. He will never be able to leave this road. The more supplies, the better. The storage space doesn't have time to pass, and there's no need to worry about it breaking down. The morning passed quickly. Apart from what happened, Xiaobo spent his time on the road. During this time, he also opened 2 boxes, one empty and one with dried chilies. The appearance of dried chilies brought a smile to Xiaobo's face. He finally got something good. Dried chilies are a very useful seasoning for cooking and adding flavor to dishes. I'm going to have a bucket of instant noodles for lunch today. Blueberries, do you want some? At noon, Xiaobo parked the car on the side of the road and opened the windows on both sides of the car. The wind and sand outside had stopped. The sun was high, shining on the yellow desert, and many places were flashing with dazzling light. Coco, Coco. Hearing the word eat, the little guy became excited. He was originally listless, but he suddenly flew up and circled around the roof of the RV. The gas stove needs gas, but there is no gas now. Maybe gas is also a relatively rare item. At present, the game has progressed to this point, and there are very few things exposed. Many rare things have not yet emerged. For example, energy, various rare elements, minerals, etc. He speculated that this might be the goal of the next major update of the game. The update may be after the three-legged tripod, and the tribe is completely stable on the road, and then there will be a big explosion of materials. As for whether it will appear, who knows? Instant noodles are very easy to make. Just boil water, cook noodles, and beat an egg. Then a simple and delicious instant noodles is ready. Simple and convenient, saving time and effort. Even if there is no gas, you still need to use the original method. There is no place to light a fire in the car, so you can only do it outside. It is very hot outside. The temperature is at least 35 degrees. The process of cooking noodles is still quite difficult. In order to eat a delicious instant noodles, he sweated all over. However, the aroma of the cooked instant noodles is still very delicious, especially after adding various seasonings. The taste comes up all at once. It's really too hot outside. It's cooler in the car. Xiaobo returned to the car and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The cool breeze from the small steel cannon formed a sharp contrast with the temperature outside. The car was cool. The instant noodles were ready. 3 large bowls were served. He ate 2 bowls, and Blueberry ate 1 bowl. The boiled instant noodles tasted very delicious. After the meal, he drank a bottle of iced juice and felt refreshed. After a break, he continued to drive on the road. On the endless road, the heat wave twisted, and the road seemed to melt, wriggling with the twisted heat wave. From time to time, he encountered a few resource boxes. Along the way, he encountered quite a few resource boxes. Carrot seeds, cabbage seeds, I have 2 more vegetables. In addition to the usual supplies, the resource box also opened 2 kinds of vegetable seeds. Other supplies varied. However, at this stage, it was a desert road, which was prone to sandstorms. Fertile land was placed on the roof of the car, and was easily covered by sand and dust, which was not worth the loss. The amount of water and fuel was already very large, and it would take some time to squander them. In addition to 2 vegetable seeds, he also obtained a design drawing, bulletproof car body design drawing, Iron asterisk 100, the iron in the locker is almost 400. It is still very cost-effective to consume 100 pieces of iron to increase the bulletproofness of the car. Moreover, he has obtained fewer drawings now, and there are even fewer places to use materials. So after obtaining it, Xiaobo used it. A 5x5 bulletproof iron sheet needs to be integrated with the car. After the upgrade, the number of bulletproof iron sheets reached 6 pieces, which just changed the clothes of the car. The car also became heavier, and it was obvious that the defense of the car body was enhanced. The remaining iron sheets were traded in the world for fuel equivalent to bulletproof iron sheets. The more the better. Now the world sells some common materials: low-quality water, low-quality fuel, iron, wood, cloth, and useless metals. However, as soon as the metals appeared, they were snatched away. At present, in addition to the upgraded metals, there are a large number of unupgraded metals in his locker. He had no intention of trading these metals, so he kept them for now. Chapter 199. The ranking match at night went smoothly, and 2 boxes were easily obtained. His current ranking level has reached level 20. Level 20 is the upper limit, which means that there are no boxes in the game. Now if you want to get a box again after a month of updates, you have to wait for half a month. Now the game has progressed for about 20 days, and the world is changing too fast. The game is also progressing very fast, especially the speed of game updates, which is simply terrible. There is always a feeling of being rushed. From the initial novice mission, to the first update, the first settlement, and then the first major update, merger, and game changes of the game. These things will take at least a year for the game company, but the game has completed such a transformation in about half a month. Could it be that there is some crisis that forces this game to unfold like this? The most important thing is the mechanism of this game, which uses the level ranking list instead of the combat power list. Obviously, the level ranking list is relatively virtual, and the combat power list is the key. But this game uses something as virtual as the level ranking list. Could it be that the level will affect the direction of the game? The ranking level cap appeared. Xiaobo exited the ranking space and looked at the game system thoughtfully, with questions jumping out of his mind one by one. It has only been 20 days since the game started, but the speed of the game's progress can be said to be rapid. Another point is that the factors that affect combat power are one's own skills and 4-dimensional attributes, but the game uses an imperceptible level system. This is too incredible. He vaguely felt that a huge pit appeared in front of him. This pit is very likely to affect the future direction. Xiaobo suddenly felt a headache. He felt that he had just lifted a layer of fog veil, and then another layer of fog veil blocked his sight. Some tips brought by this game all imply that the level is very important: the level of oneself, the level of the car, and the level of the qualifying competition. What is the use of the level? It is worth the game to pay so much attention. Xiaobo kept today's thoughts in his heart. These will gradually lift this veil as his strength improves one day. 2 boxes opened. Free attribute points *5. Level increased by 1 level. Seeing the things that were open casually, Xiaobo was stunned. Just thinking about the level, he could open it to increase the level, and even get attribute points. Xiaobo's heart tightened and his brows frowned. Is this a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? He always felt that his fate seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand. Is it an accident? He received the 2 things with trepidation. As the level increased, a warm current spread through the body, and every aspect of the body was strengthened a little. 5 attributes. Xiaobo thought about it, and added 3 points to agility, and 2 points to mental strength. After adding, he felt that he was lighter, and his brain became more alert. The attribute panel changed accordingly. Name: Xiaobo, Sin value, 5. Title: Human Pioneer. Occupation: Butcher. Gender: Male. Level: 8. Experience: 226 out of 500. Strength: 58, 5.8. Agility: 51, 5.1. Physical fitness: 42, 4.2. Mental strength: 33, 6.6. Health value: 350, perfect state. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click. Click to view details. Master skills: intermediate fighting skills. Expertise: strength will continue to increase with training. Primary agility: intermediate agility. Hunting state: double heavy attack. Detection eye. Steel body. Life burning. Purification. Weapon affinity: sword light and sword shadow. Professional skills: bloodshed only. Dismemberment. Butcher's courage. Professional unique passive: Butcher's hand. LV2. The strength value has perfectly exceeded 60 points after the 10% bonus of the hunting state. Agility also reached a terrifying 56 points. Physical fitness affects the long-term maintenance of strength and speed, and its improvement is particularly critical. Not to mention mental strength. With a trump card of swords and swords, his means have been strengthened. Especially with the butcher's hand, a new combination of skills is formed. The improvement of strength made him feel a little relieved. Whether it was coincidence or manipulation, the improvement of his own strength was the key. Only with strong strength can we control the future of ourselves and even mankind. He exhaled, and the sky outside gradually darkened, and the scorching heat of the day gradually dissipated today. The world outside was cool. A blood-red full moon quietly rose into the sky. Tonight is the moonlit night mode. Xiaobo looked up at the moon outside. He couldn't rest well tonight. I didn't rest much during the day, and I was hoping to sleep for a while tonight. Who knew that tonight was actually the moonlit night mode? The monsters in the moonlit night mode become more brutal, and the difficulty increases. Similarly, the things you get in the game are also more abundant. I hope something unexpected will happen tonight. Xiaobo prayed in his heart. Suddenly, there were howlings of monsters outside, one after another, and there were more than one. Speaking of Chow Chow is coming. Xiaobo was stunned for a moment, and quickly climbed to the second floor of the car. Under the blood-red moonlit night, monsters appeared nearby. There were 7 of them, and their levels had reached level 6. The 4-dimensional attributes all reached 40 points. There was even a monster with a terrifying strength value of 50 points. This was a monster that had never been seen before. Xiaobo's heart condensed. His strength had just increased, but the difficulty of the wild monsters had increased. He was soon relieved. The strength of the wild monsters in the moonlight mode had already been improved. In addition, his strength had just increased, and the difficulty of the game had also increased. Therefore, the strength of the refreshed wild monsters was naturally needless to say. 7 powerful wild monsters of different races came up from the front and back. Their goals were surprisingly consistent, and there was no fight. With a thought, the magic armor appeared on his body. With 50% of the 4-dimensional attribute blessing, Xiaobo felt that his strength was surprisingly strong. He drew out the steel knife, jumped off the car, fell to the ground with a bang, and quickly rushed to the edge of the road. There were only 3 wild monsters on this side. After turning on the hunting state, his means were very straightforward. He jumped up several meters, and cleanly split a wild monster that pounced on him. When the blood was splashed, his movements did not pause because of this knife, and he turned to approach another wild monster. The powerful steel knife tore through the opponent's defense, and tore the opponent apart easily. With a swing of the knife, he leaped up and kicked in the air. Another approaching wild monster was kicked several meters away by Xiaobo, and fell to the ground fiercely. Die! Under the cold mask, there was no emotion. The figure approached at an incredible speed, and the blood-red steel knife cut through the long night. Chapter 200. 3 wild monsters, solved very easily. Before he could see what the wild monsters had exploded, he rose up like a bullet, bursting with 90 points of strength, and the ground cracked inch by inch. He jumped several meters high like a grasshopper, passed over the RV, and swung the blood-red steel knife in the air. In an instant, the blood red on the steel knife trembled and burst into a dazzling red light. He felt as if something was taken out of his brain. The red light on the steel knife condensed into a 3-meter-long sword energy, whistling out, burning the air, making a crackling sound of tearing paper, and the air seemed to be torn apart. The moment he fell to the ground, the wild monster with a strength of 50 points was chopped into ashes by this terrifying sword energy. There was no room for resistance. The sword light and shadow, with the passive skills of the butcher and the blessing of 90 points of strength, the power of this knife was so powerful that even the mysterious man did not dare to take it head-on. The blood-red blade did not stop because of the monster, and continued to roar and smash on the asphalt road. A crack 1 meter deep, half a meter wide, and 3 meters long appeared. The power of this knife was really terrifying. Even Xiaobo was a little surprised by the power of this knife. The other 3 monsters were stunned when they saw the miserable state of the monster. They had already developed wisdom, and were controlled by the system to hunt this human. But now it seems that this human is not easy to mess with. Want to run? Seeing the actions of the 3 monsters, Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and he rose from the ground, turning into a residual image, whistling out with blood red, and the steel knife tore through the air, chopping them one by one from behind. It took him less than 2 minutes to kill 7 wild monsters. He also took this opportunity to test the power of swords and sabers. Unexpectedly powerful. Experience, 296/500, he looked at his experience value, and it had soared by 70 points. These 7 wild monsters were all skilled, but in front of Xiaobo, they had no chance to fight back. They were killed one by one. With the hunting state turned on and the armor on, his strength was really terrifying. Not to mention that these strength values reached 50 points. Even the giant, with a strength of 90 points, that was hunted in 7 days was killed by Xiaobo. And now that his strength has been improved, he can now crush all the wild monsters that appear. This is his confidence. It can only be said that after the quality of the skills he obtained was improved, the level of the skills directly jumped from level 1 to level 5. Such an incredible span was completed. It was also the resource upgrade system that allowed him to surpass the soldiers, the martial artists, and the people who often exercise in the gym on this road. Only 2 of the 4 monsters dropped items, 2 metals and 3 irons. In the moonlight mode, not only the monster drop rate is increased, but also the amount of materials they drop. Unfortunately, after completing the job change, the metal has little effect on him. Iron still has some use, and it may be lacking at any time. After upgrading the iron, throw it into the locker along with the metal. Xiaobo went to the other side to check the items dropped by the 3 monsters. Highway Shuttle Order *1. Highway Shuttle Order. Status: unused. Introduction. You can search for a nearby highway and complete the highway shuttle with 2 round trips. Note, this token can only be used once. Use it with caution. It's this thing. Xiaobo was a little surprised. He had only obtained one of these items from the mysterious man, and it was a used one. He looked around again. 3 wild monsters only dropped 1 item. He picked up the only item that dropped, and suddenly a prompt for the highway shuttle order popped up in front of him. Ding! The highway shuttle order has found a highway nearby. Do you want to start the shuttle? Yes or no? Note, you can choose to carry items, even cars, or not. The return location is still the original location. Xiaobo was suddenly startled. There is a highway nearby. His eyes flickered slightly, and he struggled in his heart. This is a good opportunity to explore other highways. Should I go? The previous metal was only a return trip, and there was no way to come back. Going there means that I can't come back. But this metal has a return trip. Then, he realized a problem. Oh, by the way, since the mysterious man had this metal before, he could have completed the return journey at the moment of death. But he didn't. He didn't use it until his death, so this metal was not timely, but there was a cooling time after crossing over. After I picked up the metal, the time of the metal just disappeared. From the outbreak of the explosion to my fight with him and killing him, there were 4 minutes in between, plus the time when the mysterious man came to create the explosion. It should be 5 minutes. 5 minutes of cooling time? This mysterious man only lacked a little time. No wonder he looked unwilling after being beheaded by me. If I hesitated, I'm afraid he would be able to complete the shuttle and escape back. Xiaobo just held the metal in his hand and inferred in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, I have a resource upgrade system. If I upgrade it, will it reduce the time of round trip? He did it right away, using the resource upgrade system to upgrade it, and a white light flashed. Highway Shuttle Order *1. Highway Shuttle Order. Status: unused. Introduction. You can search for a nearby highway and complete highway shuttle with 2 round trips. Note, this token can only be used once. Use it with caution. You can choose the shuttle section. The upgraded shuttle order is still a consumable, but there is an additional section that can be selected for shuttle. But it sounds useless. Holding the highway shuttle order, the prompt popped up again in front of him. Now, Xiaobo was a little entangled. After the upgrade, there was still no prompt about the shuttle. He felt that the other half would pop up after the shuttle was completed. But he would have to take a huge risk. First, the overall strength of the road. You should know that according to the information I have obtained, many roads for survival were open much earlier than my road. For example, the mysterious man has reached level 15. It is not difficult to see that the overall level of the road he is on should be between level 10 and level 20. Second, the risk I face. If the opponent has the ability to kill me in 1 second, I can't hold on for 10 seconds, let alone 5 minutes. What's more, the cooling time of life burning has only passed for 3 days. Be cautious, put this metal away first, and make a decision when you have skills such as short-term invincibility, or when the cooling time of life burning is up. Xiaobo decided to play it safe first, because the risk of shuttling is too great. It's okay for a road that has just started, but if you meet someone on a road that has been used for survival for several years, they can kill you in 1 second. Chapter 201. Xiaobo thought about it, and decided to play it safe. Highway shuttle is not stable. This thing is just a matter of luck. God knows how scary the road next to him is. Put the highway shuttle into the storage. Wait for a chance to go again. 7 wild monsters, nothing to increase strength, but a highway shuttle order with round trip is not bad. The most important thing is that the experience has skyrocketed a lot. At present, his level is 8, reaching the level of the mysterious man, and the 4-dimensional attribute should be over 100. Back in the RV, lying comfortably on the sofa, feeling a little boiling in the body, I am afraid that if there is another battle, this boiling feeling will reach the critical point, and his 4-dimensional attribute will increase. Coco. The little monster blueberry flew over, climbed on his belly, squirming its soft body, as if telling a story. By the way, I haven't had dinner yet. Let me think about what to eat tonight. After understanding what blueberry meant, he remembered that he hadn't made dinner yet. Dinner should be a little more sumptuous, and by the way, record a video, and then go to the space to harvest a wave of popularity. I have flour and eggs, so I make an omelet, and heat a braised Crucian carp in the microwave. That's all for tonight's meal. Xiaobo thought for a while, and a smile appeared on his indifferent face. It was night now, and many people might have eaten dinner, but it was definitely not as sumptuous as what he had. Putting poison at this moment will definitely harvest a lot of popularity. Tonight is still the moonlit night mode, a sleepless night, many people can't sleep, and waiting for the wild monsters to refresh is a bit long. Browsing the space is the best choice. The time is ripe. The method of making egg pancakes is relatively simple. Stir the batter, beat the eggs, and sprinkle salt. It is an informal method. Xiaobo didn't know how to do it, so he just did it simply. Using a large iron pan to make pancakes is the best choice. Pour hot oil around the iron pan, spread the mixed batter evenly, and after it is formed, turn it over carefully, and then spread the eggs on it. Simple egg pancakes. Use the space recording function to record the steps perfectly. Ding! The braised Crucian carp in the microwave is out of the pot, paired with egg pancakes. A simple dinner, paired with a text written by yourself. Just send it to the space, and then start eating. Xiaobo sent the space, and the whole space exploded. Boss Xiaobo actually released poison. Damn! Egg pancakes, braised Crucian carp. I can't take it anymore, my mouth is watering. What the hell did I see? A luxury RV, and that's a water heater on the roof. Is this the life of a boss? So plain and simple. While I'm still struggling for a mouthful of pure water, has anyone already been so extravagant as to take a hot shower? Comparing people is so infuriating. Small RV, 500 car fragments. I haven't even upgraded to a Jeep yet, but others have already driven a luxury RV. Strongly request to visit the luxury RV. Strongly +1. A video of Xiaobo directly caused heated discussions among the world's idiots. The RV and the water heater on the roof that were accidentally revealed in the picture directly caused a huge sensation. There is a water heater, and the light is on, which means that hot water is being boiled inside. The boss is the boss, now he uses a water heater to take a shower. And I'm still working hard for a mouthful of pure water. I vaguely remember that the boss had posted a video of eating hot pot before. Damn, I just accidentally flipped through it, and was so greedy. A traitor? These supplies must have been given by the white pigs. The world is in chaos, quarrels, envy, jealousy, and all kinds of voices are chaotic. Xiaobo also saw these people's discussions and quarrels, with a faint smile on his lips. Since you want to see it, I show you the internal structure of the RV. He thought about it, and started recording the internal structure of the RV using the recording function. Many people want to see the RV. Today I will take you to visit. What you see now is the cab, which is connected to the RV. The interior is made of brown wood boards, and the furnishings are relatively simple. Come, look inside. This is the internal structure of the RV. In the picture, the high-end and atmospheric interior of the RV is presented, with a panoramic view of the kitchen, restaurant, leisure and entertainment, bathroom, and bedroom. Xiaobo began to introduce one by one. This is the way to the second floor. There is nothing on the second floor now. I feel that the second floor will only be improved after upgrading to a mid-level RV. This is the kitchen. The kitchen uses a metal table to protect the brown wooden board. It uses gas and a microwave oven. I haven't found gas yet, but the microwave oven uses car fuel as energy and can be used now. This is the dining area. I usually eat here. The back is a place for leisure and entertainment. When I have nothing to do, I lie here and read a book or drink tea. The picture shows the leisure and entertainment area in full view, and the snacks, cola and chrysanthemum tea on the table, and even the flowers placed on it are all photographed. No details are missed. There is also a refrigerator and a small bookshelf here. I put some novels here. There are drinks and beer in the refrigerator. This is the bathing area. The bathroom and toilet are separated. The bathroom is on the left and the toilet is on the right. Here are shower gel, soap, and shampoo. There is no toothbrush or toothpaste. Now charcoal is used for brushing teeth. The water in the bathroom is hot and can be adjusted to cold. It is all purified water, so there is no need to worry about dirty bath water. Go inside to the bedroom. There are cabinets, dressing rooms, beds, and the second bed on top. Come and take a look at my cabinet. There are 10 sets of clothes in it. I change them every day after taking a bath and feel comfortable after taking a bath. Walking into the bedroom, a huge bed appears in the picture. The bed is covered with a quilt. The stairs at the back can support the second bed. It is simply a dream RV. Oh, I haven't introduced the most important thing yet. It's the air conditioning device in the car. After upgrading, it has been integrated with the car. When you turn on the air conditioning, you can enjoy the cool breeze, which is very comfortable. Well, in fact, there is nothing good about RVs, but they are more comfortable to live in. By the way, I can upgrade to a mid-level RV soon. After the upgrade, I will shoot a video to introduce the mid-level RV to everyone. After shooting, click to publish. At this time, the players who were still envious and jealous suddenly found that Xiaobo had updated the second video. After clicking to watch the video, everyone was dumbfounded. Refrigerator, air conditioning, ice beer and drinks, novels and tea, soft big cotton bed. This is definitely here to survive. I am here to survive, and others are here for vacation. Everyone's jealousy is rising again and again. Chapter 202. I worked hard to save up some car fragments, and finally upgraded to a sedan and a Jeep. Others actually drove a motorhome. When I was still as hot as a dog, they actually used air conditioning, lying comfortably on the sofa in the air-conditioned car, reading novels, eating snacks, and drinking beverages. When I was still eating bread, you look at them. Hot pot, barbecue, instant noodles, braised carp. When I was still trying to filter a mouthful of pure water, you look at the big guys, taking a bath with pure water, and having shower gel, shampoo, and soap, a perfect life, a perfect vacation life. Is this life? The emotions of envy and jealousy are rising again and again. The mood of people in the world is like a jar of century-old vinegar, so sour. I'm envious. Boss Xiaobo, please help me. Jealousy has changed my face beyond recognition. When I saw Xiaobo's air conditioner, the small fan in my car suddenly stopped cooling down. Snacks, ice drinks, chrysanthemum tea, are you really here to survive? Messages flew across the world, and countless people expressed their envy and jealousy. Some people who thought they had good living conditions were dumbfounded. They even boasted in their space that they had extra water to wash their faces. And they used purified water to take a shower, not to mention hot and cold water. They even have shower gel, shampoo, and soap. Comparing with them, I'm like a savage. As for food, there's even less comparison. A week ago, they even live-streamed eating hot pot. For a while, Xiaobo's RV became a place that everyone yearned for, and some female stars who were once goddesses called out to Xiaobo to leave a place for them, and they were willing to sacrifice everything. Warm purified water, fragrant shower gel, shampoo and soap, clean and comfortable big cotton bed, iced drinks when hot, air conditioning when cold. Eat some snacks when tired, read some novels, or drink some chrysanthemum tea. A perfect vacation. Who doesn't yearn for such a life? What's wrong with exchanging your body for such a life? Alas, it's really like comparing yourself to others, which makes you angry. Feng Xian, Chu Xia and others are also envious and jealous. Such a life is simply their dream life. Don't look at them in the space, they are dressed up beautifully, but in reality they are dusty, dirty, and have a strange smell. If you don't know, you would think they are begging. I envy Xiaobo's life. I envy him so much. Become Xiaobo's woman, and you can enjoy everything. I want to, but with our appearance, if we stand naked in front of Xiaobo, he might despise us. Besides, whether we can meet is still a question. God knows how far Xiaobo and I are apart. I'm afraid we are even outside the Milky Way. Yes, we can only envy him, and we have to work hard. Maybe we can live a life like Xiaobo. Yes. Feng Xian and Chu Xia discussed in private chat. The subject of the discussion was Xiaobo. The 2 videos he posted directly set off the world. Now, Xiaobo has become the object of competition for all women in the world. This video not only caused a sensation in China, but also caused a huge shock abroad. Oh my god, he actually has a motorhome. Oh my god, what did I see? Kitchen, refrigerator, sofa, bathroom, oh, and a bed. Showering with purified water, I don't know how to express it anymore. Oh my god. He even has an air conditioner. Oh my god. He is the best in the East, Xiaobo. The guy who once slaughtered us, now his ranking record is still 100% win rate. Even those guys on our side have not achieved this record, unless everyone they meet commits suicide. Xiaobo is considered to be popular. 2 videos, in just half an hour, brought Xiaobo 4 boxes, and the discussion of the 2 videos was as high as 2.3 billion. A full 8 boxes. I seem to have found a way to get rich. Xiaobo's mouth curled up a smile. This time it was a great harvest, directly got 8 treasure chests. As long as you post a video every day, it means that you will get a box every day. It's really wonderful. 8 boxes are opened directly. Skill, meditation. Iron *5. Gas 10 liters. Experience *50. Pitaya *5. Longjing T 0.5 caddies. Car fragments *10. Free attribute points *5. The materials opened were quite standard, not bad. A skill directly raised the quality of this batch of boxes. The materials have increased to gas, Longjing and Pitaya. After the upgrade, the gas has increased to 31 liters, and the gas tank in the car can store 15 liters of gas, which is enough for my own use. After filling it up, I stuffed it into the locker. The number of Pitaya reached 41. Xiaobo immediately broke one open and tasted it. Delicious. Cocoa. Seeing Xiaobo eating, Blueberry flew over quickly. Forget it, I give it to you. Putting the dragon fruit on the table, Xiaobo continued to check the items. The upgraded dragon fruit was thrown into the locker. The number of car fragments was as high as 944, the number of iron was 249, and Longjing tea weighed 5 kilograms. Smelling the faint fragrance of Longjing, Xiaobo couldn't stop smiling. Great harvest, great harvest. The taste of Longjing tea is much better than the taste of chrysanthemum. Xiaobo took out some Longjing tea and put it in a bowl on the table in the leisure and entertainment area, and the rest was stored in the locker. 5-point attributes cannot be upgraded. So he directly increased agility by 2 points and intelligence by 3 points. Skill, primary meditation. Feature, mental power +5. Introduction. Through meditation, the upper limit of mental power and the speed of mental power recovery are increased. Note, increase mental power, 1 point of mental power /24 hours, restore mental power, 1 point of mental power /2 minutes. This is equivalent to practicing a skill. Xiaobo looked at the primary meditation with some surprise. This skill is too abnormal to be put into general use. However, in this survival, meditating for 24 hours is not a simple thing. After all, you have to be wary of the wild monsters that suddenly refresh at any time, especially when you are alone. You can only meditate for 24 hours during the day, but the daytime is very precious. There are resource boxes refreshed during the day, and there is no risk in obtaining supplies. Generally, supplies are obtained during the day. Who would waste the daytime to meditate, unless you are the leader of the team and don't need to do anything? It is more difficult for others, but it is a very easy thing for yourself. At this time, the role of Blueberry, a tool man, is highlighted. Chapter 203. Skill, primary meditation. Feature, mental power +10. Introduction. Through meditation, the upper limit of mental power and the speed of mental power recovery are increased. Note, increase mental power, 1 point of mental power /12 hours, restore mental power, 1 point of mental power /1 minute. After thinking, he upgraded this skill, and the quality of meditation after the upgrade became higher. And it is also more powerful. Without the slightest hesitation, after taking a look at it, after the upgrade, he immediately used it. A warm current surged in the brain, as if there was something more in the brain. By the way, I also have a skill upgrade book. The primary meditation skill is really helpful to me, especially in the release of swords and shadows, and the use of the eye of the phantom demon. The higher the mental power, the more handy it is to use it. Xiaobo suddenly remembered that he still had a skill upgrade book. With a thought, the skill upgrade book was taken out from the locker. Special skill upgrade book, 99% chance of skill advancement. Note, as long as you are not bad, you will generally succeed. 99% success rate, almost 100%. Use it to upgrade the primary meditation. The mind jumped, and the golden special skill upgrade book in his hand turned into golden light and sank into his body. He felt that the warm current in his brain became thicker and his head was unusually warm. Skill: Intermediate meditation. Feature: mental power increased by 20. Introduction. Through meditation, the upper limit of mental power and the speed of mental power recovery are improved. Note: increased mental power is 2 points of mental power / 12 hours, and restore mental power is 2 points of mental power / 1 minute. Great. Improved: just using a skill book, I have improved my mental power to a level that no one can match. I have to say that there is a skill upgrade book, combined with a resource upgrade system, which directly improves an ordinary skill book to the level of a magical skill. Xiaobo smiled and opened the personal attribute panel. Name: Xiaobo, Sin value: 5. Title: Human Pioneer. Occupation: Butcher. Gender: Male. Level: 8. Experience: 346/500. Strength: 58, 5.8. Agility: 53, 5.3. Physical fitness: 42, 4.2. Mental strength: 56, 11.2. Health value: 350, perfect state. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastering skills. Intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength will be improved with practice. Primary swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Eye of detection. Body of steel. Burning life. Purification. Weapon affinity. Sword and shadow. Meditation. Professional skills. Bloodshed. Unique. Dismemberment. Butcher's courage. Professional unique passive. Butcher's hand. LV2. After the improvement and blessing, the mental power directly increased from more than 30 points to more than 60 points, especially the 20% blessing, which provided 11 points of mental power. It's abnormal. With the improvement of strength, Xiaobo's heart became more and more quiet and calm. The improvement of strength brings the improvement of safety. 60 points of mental power have crushed everyone in the world. He can pull anyone into the eye of the phantom demon and ravage them inhumanely. Comfortable, so comfortable. Lying on the sofa again, Xiaobo felt relaxed and his stress was reduced. When all 4 attributes exceeded 70 points, combined with the improvement of the armor, and the Jade Soul reached 100 points, he would have the capital to activate the highway shuttle order. Blueberry, take care of the things outside. I meditate for a while. After drinking some drinks, Xiaobo sat up, explained, and began to try the first meditation tonight. Meditation is relatively simple: sitting cross-legged, sitting upright, and emptying the mind. That's it. There is no specific way to meditate. Xiaobo thought this way was more correct. But after sitting for a while, he began to feel backache. Opening his eyes, flashing with surprise, is my way wrong? I start to feel backache after sitting for a while. Meditation is not meditation. Maybe I used the wrong way. After thinking for a while, Xiaobo decided to try another way. He lay flat on the bed, emptying his mind and thinking about nothing. Gradually, his breathing became stable, just like falling asleep. But now, he is unusually clear, and can feel his body relaxed. This is the state of meditation. Suddenly, he felt that his breathing was a little messy, and he quickly emptied his mind and thought about nothing. Soon he entered the state just now. Then this state did not last long before it was interrupted by Blueberry. Xiaobo woke up instantly, not feeling groggy, but his mind was very clear. He quickly stood up. Are there wild monsters outside? Coco, Coco! Blueberry shouted anxiously. Its eyes seemed to be able to see through the darkness, and when it found that the wild monsters were on duty, it came to find its owner as soon as possible. I know. Xiaobo nodded. There were 5 wild monsters, and their movement speed was very fast, so it could not see clearly. Sizzle! Suddenly, the sound of claws tearing the iron sheet was heard. Xiaobo was startled. It came so fast. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and went up to the 2nd floor, and saw that the claws of a wild monster had already torn on the car body, making a harsh sound, and other wild monsters were surrounding the car. After he appeared, the wild monster screamed and moved. Xiaobo's movements were very swift, and he suddenly fell from the top of the car, and the blood-red steel knife slashed out. Puff! The wild monster that grabbed the car body had no time to react, and was chopped in half by a knife. The magic armor emerged, and endless power exploded in his body. He turned into a residual image, and his movements were faster and more fierce than those green-skinned people. The means were extremely cruel: 1 knife, 2 knives, and a wild monster that approached was cut into 8 pieces by the blood-red steel knife. The bright red flesh was exposed, and the ground was bloody. Xiao Bo's expression was cold, without any sympathy. These wild monsters did not deserve sympathy. His methods became more and more ruthless, and every time he slashed, it was extremely swift, and even a blood-red blade whistled out. 5 wild monsters did not last a minute in his hands. They were all killed. Too easy, boring. He gained 10 experience points, took off his armor, and showed an indifferent expression. There was a warm current flowing in his body. After the battle, his strength increased a little. Some basic supplies exploded on the ground. A piece of wood, a pile of gunpowder. Upgraded and thrown into the locker. Xiao Bo returned to the car and laid down, continuing to meditate. One night passed quickly, and his experience value also increased to 372 points. He gained a lot of supplies. Chapter 204. Under the moonlit night mode, the rate of material explosions has indeed increased a lot, but the materials that have been exploded are ordinary materials. The materials piled up in the lockers are increasing, and there is no way to deal with them. Name: Xiao Bo, Sin value, 5. Title: Human Pioneer. Occupation: Butcher. Gender: Male. Level: 8. Experience: 372 out of 500. Strength: 66. Agility: 55, 5.5. Physical fitness: 42, 4.2. Mental strength: 56, 11.2. Health value: 350, perfect state. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills: Intermediate fighting skills specialization with continuously improved strength through training, primary agility, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, steel body, life burning, purification, weapon affinity, sword light, meditation. Professional skills: bloodshed, unique, dismemberment, butcher's courage. Professional unique passive, butcher's hand, LV2. In one night, the experience value has skyrocketed a lot. In the moonlight mode, coupled with my own strength, these wild monsters are basically above level 5, and the experience value is getting higher and higher, but the basic experience of the wild monsters refreshed later is very little. Either 1 or 2 points. It's not as scary as the 70 points of experience brought by the first 7 wild monsters. And strength and agility have also increased by 2 points each. I don't know why this is. Could it be that the difficulty of upgrading has increased now, so the increased value has also increased relatively? Xiao Bo reasoned in his heart, not knowing why, so he had to put it aside for now. If he could increase his strength by 2 points next time, it would mean that he would increase his strength by 2 points through fighting in the future. Even in the later stage, the value of the increase would increase more and more. And now, just by turning on the armor, his strength could break through the terrifying 90 points, and his agility could reach 80 points. It was simply terrible. The improvement of his strength during this period was simply terrible. He opened the box, and got 10 points of free attributes. And the level was increased. I have to say that his luck during this period was simply overwhelming. The next morning, after a night of fighting, Xiao Bo took a hot bath early, took off his clothes, lay on the bed, asked Blueberry to help him watch, and began to meditate. After continuous experiments last night, he found that after meditation, his mental state became more and more full, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. He deduced that he could use meditation to replace sleep. The defense battle has ended, only one day, and there is still a week before the next start, and the car attack and defense battle will start tomorrow morning. It seems that activities have started to emerge during this period. People in the world are also panicking, which means that it will not be long before the 3 powers stand together. That will be the time for real elimination. Opening up new land is a dead end. Old Joe also began to speed up the progress of the plan. Xiao Bo was a little idle. He spent the morning meditating, and was very energetic all day. At noon, he continued to shoot videos and post space. However, the system prompted that the treasure chest rewards were only available for the first 5 videos released, and this video would be his last chance to gain popularity. Xiao Bo was stunned for a moment. It turns out that the space is restricted like the ranking competition. The highest level of the ranking competition is level 20, and only the first 5 videos in the space have rewards. There are no rewards for the videos released later. The purpose of the game is to eliminate the idea of those people on the leaderboard who want to brush the boxes. He was a little confused. Since the game needs us to upgrade our levels so urgently, it is obviously because of the competition. Why do we still have to take these restrictions? Leaving it alone will allow us to upgrade, thereby maximizing the benefits and improving the winning rate of future competitions. Wait, I understand. Maybe this is not the meaning of the game, but a rule, and this rule constrains all games. Xiaobo inferred that this was just his own inference, and he didn't know if it was true. He gave up the idea of posting the video. This video might not be able to break through 2 billion popularity again. He needed a video that could break through 2 billion popularity. Strive to earn all the boxes in the last video. After having lunch with Blueberry, he drove on the road. The road was endless, surrounded by yellow desert. An hour later, a little green appeared at the end of his sight. Oasis. Xiaobo's eyes lit up, and as the car moved forward, the little green became more prominent, and gradually twisted with the heat wave. At this time, he also saw that there was a car parked on the side of the road, and there was a person standing next to the car. When he got closer, the person turned out to be a woman, in her 40s, a little bloated, and black in color. She was holding a long gun in her arms. When his car approached, she actually stretched out her hand and waved, and even threatened with the gun. Black man. The black man in front of him was a black man, not a tan man, but a black man. Bang! Seeing the car not stop, the black man cursed and raised his gun to shoot. With a bang, the long gun sprayed flames, and hit the car window with a ding. Squeak! Xiaobo's face suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent appeared in his heart. He stopped the car, and there was a very obvious bullet mark on the glass. His car windows and windshield were all bulletproof glass, and the body and tires were also modified. The green monster with a strength of 40 points last night could not leave a scratch on the car body, just a fire stick. It could only leave a mark on the car glass. Looking for death. Xiaobo unbuckled his seat belt, his face gloomy. If he hadn't replaced the bulletproof glass, this shot would have broken his car glass and hit him. The black woman was in her 40s. Seeing the car stop, she stepped forward and slammed the door heavily, still cursing. However, the next second, the surrounding scenery changed, and she appeared in a gray world. The black woman was suddenly startled, holding the gun and looking around anxiously. A figure came out of the misty darkness. Bang! The woman looked fierce and fired. A shocking scene appeared. After the bullet was fired, it flew out in the air at an extremely slow speed. In 1 minute, the bullet flew only 1 meter away. The black woman still raised her gun to shoot, and a cold voice came. Have you had enough fun? You've had enough fun, it's my turn. As soon as the voice fell, the gun in the woman's hand disappeared. Oh my God, what's going on? It's you. It must be you. The gun disappeared, and the black woman was in a panic. The gun was her only support, and now the gun was gone. Her only support was gone. Chapter 205. Humph. Xiaobo snorted coldly, and controlled her body to fly up. The black woman began to struggle violently, shouting uneasy. A shiny knife appeared above the woman's head. Seeing the knife, she struggled even more. The knife slowly fell, and she suddenly realized that she had lost control of her body. A trace of coldness came from her forehead. The knife slowly cut a crack from her forehead, and slid along her skin from top to bottom. She clearly felt her skin being cut open, and an invisible force pinched the cut corner and slowly tore it open. This was a stinging pain from the soul. Skinning, 10 tortures. After tearing a corner, mercury and saline solution fell in from the torn corner. The intense stinging came, and she felt that she was worse off than dead and in pain. Then she was made to experience nuclear radiation, drink paraquat, increase the pain level, and adjust the passage of time. A perfect human skin was peeled off, and after experiencing nuclear radiation, her body began to fester, and paraquat caused her lungs to fibrosis, but she would not die, and she would not even faint. She could clearly feel her body rotting bit by bit, and her breathing began to fail. Tortured by pain and discomfort, she felt her spirit began to collapse. This torture lasted for a whole week. When Xiaobo removed everything and returned to reality, the black woman still kept knocking on the door, but her expression was dull, and she stood in front of the car door blankly, with dilated pupils, and she was already stupid. Xiaobo had no mercy at all, and pushed open the car door indifferently, without even looking at her, and knocked her car away. I took all the supplies of this woman. There was almost nothing. I had everything she had, and I also had everything she didn't have. Except for guns and bullets. And now they have become my supplies. After the firearm was upgraded, it became a Type 38 rifle, also known as the Type 38 rifle, with an effective range of 400 meters. It was basically a rifle that was eliminated by society. The caliber of the bullet was 6.5 millimeters, and the previous bullets were also 6.5 millimeters after the upgrade. The woman carried 12 musket bullets, and after the upgrade, she got more than 300 bullets. Guns are good things. Guns require the hunter profession to maximize their power, and I don't need to use them at present. However, as a person who has never touched a gun, Xiaobo still had a deep joy on his face. After the upgrade, he couldn't put down this Type 38 rifle. The Type 38 rifle uses a bolt-action type. He tried for a long time before he loaded the bullets in it, and fumbled around before he mastered the skills of shooting. Bang! The gunshot rang out, shocking the surroundings, and a round hole exploded in the ground. The power of the gun was quite considerable. Coco, Coco! The sleeping Blueberry was suddenly awakened and flew around the car restlessly. Bang! Another gunshot came from the roof of the car. Blueberry flew up to check, and it was his master, so he didn't panic too much. After playing for a while, it felt boring. Although the power of the gun was considerable, it was not as powerful as his own sword. It was even a question whether he could break the defense of the steel pig. Unless he changed his job to the hunter profession, it was not realistic to maximize the power of the gun. After playing with it for a while, Xiaobo threw the gun into the locker once the novelty wore off. The power was too small, and it was a bolt-action gun. Facing large-scale wild monsters, there was only one way to go. One's own strength was the hard truth. He continued to drive on the road, leaving only the sluggish black man in place. Not long after, a green-skinned monster appeared in the wilderness. It quietly approached the road, and the moment it stepped on the road, it suddenly increased its speed and flew towards the black man from behind. The sharp claws cut through the air, and the black man's body was instantly torn to pieces, and pieces of meat fell to the ground. The green man squatted on the ground, picked up the flesh and blood on the ground with his claws and ate it. While eating, he looked around. The death of the black woman did not increase his sin value. In other words, as long as the person was not killed by himself, the sin value would not increase. A way appeared. When you meet a human who is looking for death, you can destroy him, throw him on the road, and let him die. This method is feasible and can be operated. The car drove into the grassland road, and there was no wind and sand around, and even the heat of the sun was reduced. There was a breeze blowing around, and the grassland was rolling. No wind and sand, which means that your fertile land can be operated. Plant vegetables and be self-sufficient. Park the car on the side of the road, go to the second floor, and take out the fertile land from the locker. After upgrading, the size of the fertile land is 4 times 4, and the roof can't fit it all. Unless, as my thoughts moved, this fertile land was actually divided into 2 2x4 pieces. As the thoughts jumped, one of the pieces was stretched and placed on the roof just right. Perfect. Xiaobo smiled. This piece of fertile land just occupied the roof of the car, which was perfect. As for the other piece, he threw it into the locker first and didn't use it for the time being. I now have cabbage seeds, carrot seeds, and cabbage seeds. The quantity is not much, and such a large piece of land is enough. He took out the seeds he had from the locker. The number of seeds was not much, and this piece of land was large, and it was completely planted. He used his steel knife to cultivate the land and turn the soil. He carefully controlled his strength and worked hard on the fertile land barefoot. He had taken off his exquisite clothes and changed into the clothes he wore when he first came to this road. After turning the soil, he dug a hole to bury the seeds, and then watered and fertilized. Fertilizer does not have itself. Fertile land has its own nutrients. Just water it. Watering will make the soil of fertile land more sufficient. The system is so magical. It took half an hour to finish the work. He was sweating profusely, and his clothes were sticking to his body, which was very uncomfortable. After coming down from the second floor, he immediately took a hot bath and changed into a new set of clothes comfortably. The outdoor temperature was 36 or 37 degrees, and the indoor temperature was only about 20 degrees. It was very cool. It was convenient to have air conditioning. After finishing his work, Xiaobo lay in the leisure and entertainment area, soaked a cup of Longjing tea with hot water, put some melon seeds and fruits, and took a short rest. Such a life is really comfortable. Blueberry, the little guy, is still sleeping, and his life is so moist. If people in the world knew that their lives were not as good as a pet like him, I wonder what they would think. After resting for half an hour, he simply packed up, returned to the co-pilot, and continued to move forward. Returning to the grassland road that he had been away from for a long time, Xiaobo felt a sense of familiarity in his heart, as if he had not seen the grassland road for a long time. His mood was also much better. Chapter 206. But this good mood did not last long. The sky turned gloomy, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. It seemed that a storm was coming. Xiaobo's face suddenly changed. If it was a storm, The fertile land on the roof of his car would definitely be in trouble. Pa, the storm came really fast. The dark clouds pressed down on the city. The big raindrops hit the car window, leaving a long raindrop scratch on the car window. Pa pa pa. The raindrops were getting more and more. Xiaobo did not dare to wait too long. He went to the second floor to collect the fertile land into the locker. 2 minutes later, there was thunder and lightning, and the weather changed suddenly. The rain was pouring down, and it was like a small river flowing on the car window. A large amount of rainwater gathered in the car corridor, and was discharged outside the car along the small ditch with high inside and low outside. The rain was fierce, the wind blew, and the raindrops hit the car body with crackling. From time to time, silver lightning broke through the dim sky, accompanied by thunderous explosions. The weather changes so fast. Xiaobo turned off the car without changing his expression. He took this opportunity to take a rest. He returned to the bedroom, opened the windows on both sides, closed the glass, lay on the bed, looked at the heavy rain outside, listened to the sound of rain, and felt particularly peaceful. At this moment, no matter how tired he was, he would feel particularly quiet and comfortable. In this situation, sleepiness came particularly quickly. He told Blueberry a few words and fell asleep in a daze. 2 hours later he woke up, stretched comfortably, and looked out the window. The rain was still falling, but not as fiercely as before. The rain had reduced a lot, but it was still crackling. From time to time, a silver lightning flashed across. This rain won't stop for a while. Xiaobo vaguely remembered that the first storm he encountered was in the high grassland area, but now he has come a long way and didn't expect to experience so much. The car has also been upgraded from the original 2 seats and a trunk car to a motorhome. The strength is even more terrifying than before. And he has completed the job transfer and has come into contact with more and more things. This rain evokes some memories of Xiaobo. Some are good and some are not. Stretching and sitting up. Blueberry, the little guy, stood in front of the window, watching the heavy rain outside. Coco, Coco. Seeing Xiaobo wake up, Blueberry flapped its wings, flew to the bed, and rubbed Xiaobo's arm. Very good, you did a good job. Xiaobo rubbed Blueberry's head and smiled knowingly. It's better to be obedient. Leaning against the head of the bed, consciousness sank into the system. Only a few people in the world are talking about storms. It seems that the storm is not so widespread, and these people should not be far away from me. In the private chat, I hesitated to block some unimportant chats. The number of chat backgrounds is not large, but it still reaches 99 plus. Most of them are asking for support, and most of them are girls. Most of them are pretty. I didn't expect there are so many girls in the world. Xiaobo flipped through the chat messages he received with some surprise. There are quite a lot of girls, which is indeed a bit unexpected. Is this the girl who can't even open a bottle cap? No one who can survive to this day is simple. Don't look at these women like this now. If they are really together, they might stab you that night. Blocking irrelevant messages, Feng Xian and Chu Xia sent a few words. Xiaobo responded casually. There is no news from Old Man Zhou for the time being, so he just waited quietly. The current situation is a bit complicated, especially after the game update. The chats around the world are noisy, and the chats in China are also in chaos. Because of the division of camps, plus the rule that the death of the 3-legged tripod is the real death, countless people are panicked. If these things are not resolved, I am afraid that more people will be turned against. Xiaobo turned off the system and closed his eyes to think. The only way to solve the chaos in the world is to wait for Old Man Zhou's plan to be implemented. If he shows up, it will cause greater chaos, because Old Man Zhou and others are fanning the flames, and more people believe that he has rebelled. Old Man Zhou has also told him the plan, and the group policy must be implemented. This is the only decision to catch up with other camps. His rebellion can arouse the fighting spirit of domestic players. Sometimes, necessary sacrifices are worth it. Crackling. The rain outside began to decrease. He opened his eyes. Now he still stored supplies and improved his strength to cope with the ever-changing future. If the plan of Old Man Zhou and his team failed, he would be sent to Open Up Wasteland. Open Up Wasteland equals death. That is, the game gave up on them. The rain decreased a little and turned into a drizzle. Xiaobo decided to set off and came to the second floor to settle the fertile land he had taken out before. After a heavy rain, the air was filled with the fragrance of soul, and everything was so refreshing. Back in the cab, he skillfully started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car started smoothly and moved forward. Not long after, he met a familiar figure. Resource box. So familiar. Xiaobo sighed. Nowadays, there are more and more things updated in the game, and the only thing that remains unchanged is this resource box with the same color as the road. He pushed open the door and got out of the car, waved his fist, and smashed the resource box with a light punch. A bunch of grapes, not bad. Harvesting a bunch of grapes is still suspicious. The grapes produced by the system are full, crystal clear, and full of appetite. Huh? As soon as he picked up the grapes, Xiaobo exclaimed, and saw a pool of water on the roadside in front. Raindrops bloomed on the water. It is normal to have water on the roadside after rain, but in this game, it is intriguing. You should know that the grass on the roadside is flush with the road, and the grass on the roadside is very flat. No matter how heavy the rain is, there will be no accumulation of water. It will only condense into a stream and flow with the terrain. Generally, where there is accumulation of water, it means that the place is sunken, and the sunken place is where the hidden box is buried. So that's how it is, I understand. Xiaobo smiled, and his heart seemed to be clearing away the clouds. He used a steel knife to go deep into the accumulated water, and stirred it gently. Soon he felt that something was stuck in the steel knife. Hidden box. Pulling out the steel knife, he stretched out his hand and reached down from the stirring place, and soon he touched a box. The hidden box is larger than the box outside, and it is smashed open with violence. With a click, water splashed. Iron *2. Wood *2. Free attribute point *1. The things in the hidden box are indeed richer than those in the ordinary box, and there are more special things. Along the way, I got a hidden box. Xiaobo pondered and put the things away. 1 attribute point was added to the agility value. Chapter 207. With a warm current flowing, the agility value increased a little more. The other things were some very common supplies, which might be more common to him. After all, the number of iron and wood he had was more than 200. Now he basically lost interest in iron and wood. If he had them, he would collect them. If he didn't have them, he would not deliberately collect them. As for food, the more the better. In the car, Xiaobo upgraded the things he drove out one by one. A bunch of grapes was upgraded to 13 bunches, and the upgraded grapes looked bigger than before. Looked full of appetite. He took out a bunch and stuffed the rest of the grapes into the locker, together with apples, dragon fruit, and watermelon. Now he has a lot of fruits. He washed the previous bunch of grapes, put them on the plate, picked up one and tasted it. It was sweet and delicious, and tasted very good. Cocoa. Blueberry flew over as soon as he saw Xiaobo eating. Eat it, Xiaobo said lightly, and took another one and put it in his mouth. The taste was indeed very delicious. A bunch of grapes was quickly eaten by him and Blueberry. Blueberry, clean up the things on the table. Cocoa. Blueberry's mouth bulged, and he was still chewing grapes. Understanding what Blueberry meant, Xiaobo returned to the cab. He found a way to quickly identify the location of the hidden treasure chest. Naturally, he would take advantage of the rain to search for it. The first skill book he got was open from the hidden box. The car started, and Xiaobo slowly stepped on the accelerator to gradually increase the speed. He looked at the road around him. The ground was wet after the rain, and the rain began to flow from the high places to the low places, making a gurgling sound. If it were someone else, there would be so much rain here that they would want to turn themselves into a bottle to hold the rain. But Xiaobo didn't have such an idea. He didn't lack water, so there was no need to drink the water on the ground. You know, the least lacking thing for him was fuel, and the second was water resources. It was enough for him to use. The car moved forward, and after searching for several empty boxes, it did not encounter any place with water on the ground. It can be seen that the number of hidden boxes is still relatively scarce. More than 10 minutes later, he finally found the second place with water on the side of the road. After probing with a steel knife, he really found a hidden box. Sure enough, this method is correct. Xiaobo raised his head and looked at the endless road. The area covered by the rainstorm was very large, and he should be able to open a few more hidden boxes. 1 gene of rice, the box was smashed open, and something jumped out to hide inside. 1 gene of rice, not bad. Carrying the rice back to the scene, Xiaobo immediately upgraded the small bag of rice. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. 1 gene of rice was upgraded to 11 gene of rice. As the system prompted, Xiaobo was surprised. The amount of the upgrade this time was a bit large. He looked at the rice in the locker. There were 5 bags in total, each with 1 gene, and this time it increased by 11 gene. The amount of rice increased sharply. I can steam rice in the future. If I get some more radishes, I can make vegetable rice myself, which tastes very delicious. There is still a lot of meat in the locker, and it is too much to eat. After stuffing 11 kilograms of rice into the locker, he started the car immediately after tasting the sweetness. The rain outside had stopped and the sun had come out. The storm came really fast, and the wild monsters were gone. He had to hurry up and open more hidden boxes before the water on the ground disappeared. The car's speed increased, and Xiaobo's eyes scanned the water on the side of the road. Fortunately, his eyesight was very good. You know, the width of a kilometer is more than 30 meters. Unless you are blind, it is not an easy thing to hit the air wall. The sun in the sky is getting hotter and hotter. The scorching sun shines on the ground. The atmospheric temperature is gradually rising and soon reaches more than 30 degrees. The coolness before the storm has long disappeared. The atmosphere is scorching, and Xiaobo has found that some of the ground has become dry. The sun comes out so fast, and the ground dries so fast. At this rate, the road will be dried up soon. Xiaobo frowned. The speed of the sun coming out was somewhat unexpected, especially the temperature in the air, which rose too fast. The water evaporated even faster. When he encountered the third puddle, the water was very small. Xiaobo almost didn't see it at first glance. If he hadn't taken another look, he would have missed it. When he opened the car door, the heat was rolling, especially on the ground. The evaporation of rainwater absorbed most of the heat in the air. When he walked on the ground in slippers, his feet could feel the temperature of the ground. At least it reached 40 degrees. When he came to this inconspicuous puddle, there was not much water left, only a layer on the surface. He took out the steel knife from his belt, slowly inserted it diagonally into the ground, stirred it gently, and soon felt that the steel knife touched a foreign object. It was the hidden box for sure. Xiaobo wiped the sweat from his forehead. The weather was too hot, especially after the rain. There was an indescribable smell in the air, the smell of asphalt road, which was very unpleasant. He put away the steel knife and reached into the accumulated water. The accumulated water here has become hot water, and it has been dried into hot water by the sun. He took out the hidden box and immediately punched it. With a bang, the box broke into pieces. Equipment: dwarf rag boots. Features: agility +1. Introduction: in a short period of time, increase the movement speed by 10%, lasting for 1 minute. Cooling time: 5 minutes. There was a pair of old boots made of rags in the hidden treasure chest, with a strange smell, as if they were worn. Xiaobo frowned and upgraded it. Equipment: dwarven excellent boots. Features: agility +5. Introduction: increase movement speed by 30% in a short time, lasting 1 minute. Cooling time: 5 minutes. The upgraded boots no longer have any odor, and have been transformed into something exquisite and beautiful. On both sides of the boots, there are wind-like logos, and the meaning is self-evident. The quality of the upgraded boots is better. If it were a pair of shoes, it would be great. The boots are a little hot, and it's very hot to wear in such a day. Xiaobo sighed and picked up the shoes. The inside is furry, and it must be very warm to wear. However, the characteristics of this pair of boots are very good, increasing agility by 5 points, and increasing movement speed by 30% in a short time. He made a calculation. Putting on the boots, then the armor, and matching the hunting state, his own agility value increased by 90%. So terrifying. Chapter 208. According to his current agility value of 56 points, the gain is 90%, and the agility value has exceeded 100 points, reaching a terrifying 106. With a movement speed of 106 points, even cars can only be left behind when running at full speed. After the gain, the agility value is the first item to exceed 100 points. What a pity. This is a boot, otherwise I can wear it every day. This pair of boots is very important, and takes up a position on the belt. Back in the car, Xiaobo opened the belt and took a look. The axe was still inside, so he took out the axe and put the boots inside. At the critical moment, he put on the boots and condensed the armor, which was enough to break the agility value to 106 points. So terrifying. Restarting the car and getting on the road again, this time I was not so lucky. The water on the roadside had basically dried up. More than 10 minutes ago, the water on the roadside was still flowing like a stream. And now, there is only wet ground left. I am afraid that in less than 5 minutes, the ground will be completely dry. He looked at the time and calculated that it was already past 9 o'clock. In another 3 hours, it would be completely dark. Xiaobo wanted to try again. He drove forward for more than half an hour. Apart from driving 2 ordinary boxes, he did not see any sunken ground, not even any stagnant water. He gave up, slowed down, and drove slowly with his mind empty. He treated driving as a kind of enjoyment. On the passenger seat, Blueberry climbed on top, drowsy. When you are alone, you will inevitably feel lonely. Fortunately, Blueberry was there. When he had nothing to do, he would chat with Blueberry. When I have nothing to do, I go and see what's new in the world. Now it seems that nothing has happened. The car is moving at a steady speed, and Xiaobo is sitting in the driver's seat, full of boredom. Today's world is in chaos, either verbal battles or provocations, which is really boring. Today's trading has not been used yet. On weekdays, he just buys some things in the trading casually. Because today is really boring, I don't have the mind to meditate. I don't know if it is caused by the sudden increase in strength. Forget it, it's almost time now, it's time to cook. Xiaobo glanced at the time. The qualifying competition has been opened. His level has reached level 20. If he goes online, he will not get a treasure chest. So he didn't go to the ranking again. Nowadays, there are still many anchors broadcasting in the qualifying competition, but most of them are in China, and only a few are abroad. The titles are all using dignity and backbone to attract popularity. Although they will be slaughtered, the popularity of these people's live broadcasts is very high. Feng Xian and Chu Xia are also broadcasting live. Xiaobo browsed around and felt that it was boring. It's nothing more than using some martial arts and fighting techniques that I learned to attract people. Maybe at the beginning, I would still go and take a look, but now, with the level increase and the growth of four-dimensional attributes, these things have little bonus to me. After watching for a while, I became bored. Tonight's meal is rice with braised carp. There is no pressure cooker, but there is a big pot and firewood, so I can use the firewood pot to steam rice. First, clean the rice, then put the washed rice in the pot, add water, and burn firewood. Cover the pot, and continue this for more than half an hour, and the rice will be steamed. The braised carp is ready, and basically no processing is needed. Just heat it in the microwave, which saves a lot of time. Half an hour later, the rice is steamed, and the lid is opened. The steaming rice comes out of the pot. The rice that has been upgraded by the system has full grains and crystal clear, which makes people feel full of appetite. Cocoa, cocoa. Seeing Xiaobo lift the pot, Blueberry flew into the air very punctually, calling happily, as if telling something. This rice must be fragrant. Don't you see who made it? Xiaobo's mouth curled up a smile, and he served 2 bowls of rice. Let's go, put it in the car to eat. It's too hot outside. The braised carp has also been steamed. He separated the braised carp and gave the upper body of the fish to Blueberry. This little guy even eats bones, and the fish head is difficult to chew, so he left it to it. Sure enough, when the little guy saw the fish head, his 2 sapphire-like eyes shone. Slow down, no one is going to snatch it from you. Xiaobo said lightly, eating the rice slowly. The rice was drizzled with the soup of the braised fish, and it tasted delicious. The tender fish meat was dipped in the soup, and it felt like it would melt in your mouth, tender and smooth, and extremely delicious. It's so delicious, and it tastes amazing when paired with rice. Such a life is really enjoyable. Xiaobo exhaled, and ate the rice in big mouthfuls. The rice was full and blended with the soup of the braised fish, and it tasted amazing. For one meal, he ate 3 bowls of rice, and Blueberry also ate 2 bowls, with his belly turned upside down, motionless. After a simple cleanup, there was still some rice in the pot outside, and he didn't plan to throw it away. There were also eggs in the locker, so he could make some fried rice tomorrow, but there was no seasoning, so the taste might not be that good. I haven't eaten for a long time. I just happen to have rice now. I will cook it and eat it tomorrow. After dinner, it's time for leisure and entertainment. This time is the best time to relax. Xiaobo lay on the sofa, brewed tea, put some snacks and fruits, and read novels. There are several novels, both short and long, and of different types. Blueberry stretched and lay beside Xiaobo, sleeping soundly. Isn't this little monster full of energy? How can he still sleep so well? Xiaobo took a sip of Longjing tea, and saw Blueberry still sleeping from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Reached out, and grabbed its soft fur and grabbed him. Cocoa, cocoa. Blueberry murmured in dissatisfaction, waving his chubby little paws. Get up and move around, or you be so fat you won't be able to fly. Xiaobo took a sip of tea, put the cup down, and said to Blueberry, You're not allowed to sleep anymore. I think you're used to being comfortable. When wild monsters appear, you should go too, or you won't have any experience. Xiaobo deduced that Blueberry's upgrade method should be the same as his, both through experience. After it upgraded, he didn't notice that it should have gained the experience of the sea giant, so it upgraded. And now this little guy eats and sleeps and eats, and his level has not changed. It seems necessary to train this little guy. Coco. Blueberry was very dissatisfied, and finally succumbed to Xiaobo's power. Chapter 209. Blueberry, go and watch the monsters outside for me. Seeing that Blueberry was still wandering at the door, Xiaobo kicked him with a hint of coldness in his voice. Blueberry's chubby body trembled slightly, and he quickly stood up and flew to the window, standing guard. Xiaobo nodded with satisfaction, and went back to bed and entered a meditative state. He tried hard tonight to increase his mental strength by 2 points. 12 hours of meditation time is enough. The night is dark and cold. The highway during the day and the highway at night seemed to be two different worlds. As soon as the night came, the sky began to drizzle. The raindrops dripped on the car body, and Xiaobo felt particularly peaceful when he heard the sound of raindrops falling. After Xiaobo's scolding, Blueberry became more energetic, staring at the time outside the car window with a pair of bright eyes, and the drizzle was drizzling. The water dripped onto the car window, forming a different kind of ink painting. Time passed quietly, and Blueberry licked the car window with its tongue, as if it wanted to taste the water drops outside the car window. At this moment, it trembled and called out, "Coco, Coco." In the darkness in the distance, a huge body came over, and its ferocious face looked particularly hideous. It was very tall, reaching 4 meters taller than the car, and it held a wide hammer in its hand, which was more than 2 meters long. Xiaobo was awakened by Blueberry's voice, opened his eyes, and looked outside, and the water drops on the car window were shaking gently. He fixed his eyes, got up from the bed, and came to the rest area. The water in the cup on the table was shaking slightly. Keek. Blueberry flapped its wings and flew over. A very powerful wild monster. Xiaobo was thoughtful, opened the car door calmly, and looked around. The drizzle fell, and there was darkness in front of him. He fixed his night vision goggles, his eyes were cold, and in the darkness, there was indeed a 4-meter-tall wild monster approaching. Unknown monster. Level, 7. Strength, 98. Agility, 85. Skills, solid as a rock. Storm, mental immune. Solid as a rock, the body is metallized, and high defense is obtained in a short period of time. Storm, swing the weapon at an extremely fast speed, and can chop 5 times in a second. Mental immune, can be immune to 20% of mental attacks. Special monster. Such a powerful skill, defense, attack, all. Xiaobo was a little surprised. This monster has high strength and agility. He did not panic. He calmly put on his boots, condensed his armor, drew out his steel knife, and prepared to fight. The attributes of this monster are very high. It is very abnormal for a level 7 to have such attributes. I am afraid that only special monsters can have such treatment. Bang! This monster is getting closer and closer to him. The ground is shaking faintly. The 4-meter-tall height gives people enough oppression. He stands in front of the monster like a child. Xiaobo was not panicked at all. He had killed many wild monsters, including these large special wild monsters. The blood-red steel knife flashed with cold blood. Wearing the armor, the 4-dimensional attributes were close to 100 points. Bang bang bang. When the wild monster stepped onto the road, it rushed straight towards Xiaobo, and its speed increased rapidly. The huge wild monster did not feel bloated at all, but was very agile and swift. Xiaobo was calm and leapt up. He wanted to distance the battlefield from the RV. The monster was chasing him. Both the man and the monster were very fast. Xiaobo's speed was not much higher than that of the monster. He had to be prepared for this battle. Suddenly, he stopped and rushed towards the huge monster. His figure rose from the ground, and the blood-red steel knife flashed a terrifying light in the rainy night. Swish, 2 blood-red lines pierced the night. Buzz! With a sound of metal collision, the body of this monster turned into metal, and his armor value skyrocketed. It rose to 10,000 points, and a layer of faint light emanated from the surface of the body. Swish! 5 sounds of tearing the air were heard. The axe in its hand chopped Xiaobo head-on, with 5 strokes. Clang! In the dark night, sparks flew. Xiaobo turned over and jumped away, his arms slightly numb, his eyes cold. The reaction speed of this wild monster was very terrifying. It was useless to turn on the hunting state to look for opportunities. The opponent's violent storm seemed to have no flaws. 5 consecutive attacks almost blocked all the flaws. It was a very abnormal ability. The detection I did not see it comprehensively, and did not explain the cooling time of this skill, as well as the detailed attributes. The first attack failed. This was just his tentative attack. This wild monster is really something. Xiaobo held the steel knife tightly, his eyes cold, and his brain was very calm. The opponent had 20% mental power immunity. He tried to pull Yu Gai into the mental realm. It was a bit difficult, just like pulling a stone. The eye of the phantom demon was ineffective against it, so he could only try another method. That was a strong attack. His own combat power must be above this wild monster. Killing it is very simple. The steel knife was very powerful. With just one heavy blow, a gap appeared on the monster's huge axe. Roar! While thinking, the monster roared, stepped on the rain on the ground, and came directly to Xiaobo. Its speed was very fast. It came to Xiaobo in the blink of an eye. The huge axe tore the air with a whistling momentum. 5 phantoms overlapped. Each knife was powerful and heavy, with the momentum of splitting the mountain. Xiaobo's reaction was also very fast. After entering the hunting state, he had already captured the monster's movements. His figure flashed, and his movement speed suddenly burst out, leaving a residual image on the spot. The blood-red steel knife chopped from the side, plus double heavy blows. 2 knives directly cut off half of the opponent's defense. The monster's attack failed, and it was also subjected to such a fierce attack, and it was furious. After the first attack was successful, Xiaobo quickly distanced himself from it, and started the second attack. Die! His eyes were cold, murderous intent was condensed, a blood-red knife light whizzed out, leaving a long scratch on the ground, cutting through the ground and rushing over. Crack! The monster tried to block, but was directly chopped and shattered by the knife light. Good opportunity. The power of the sword light was greater than expected. He suddenly rose up, and the blood-red steel knife cut through the drizzling rain curtain, with overlapping knife lights. Crack! The knife fell heavily on the monster, with a slight crisp sound, and the armor value of up to 10,000 points shattered. Come again! The monster who lost his weapon had almost no effect except for his brute force. Xiaobo's movements were very sharp, piercing through the darkness and rushing away. The double heavy blow fell on the monster, leaving a scar as thick as a bowl. The monster was scared, and his weapon was broken. If he continued like this, he would die. Holding the wound, he turned around and tried to escape. How could Xiaobo let it go so easily? He rushed forward again, swinging his blood-red steel knife. Puff! The 2 knives hit the monster's neck firmly, chopping off its head. Chapter 210. Experience 392/500. When the monster died, Xiaobo subconsciously looked at the experience value, which increased by 20 points. He pursed his lips and said lightly, 20 experience points, not bad. Hey, what is this thing? The corpse of the monster refreshed quickly, and the things that the monster exploded appeared. The opening of the second profession. Introduction. To open the second profession, you need to complete the land reclamation task. Task: land reclamation. Land reclamation. Endless deserts and grasslands. Without any material supply, you will have the ability to lay roads, and complete the land reclamation with other land reclamators. Killing other land reclamators can obtain their cars, road-laying star monuments and materials, but you will encounter the beast-type crisis. In the wasteland, there are tribes of various monster races. Killing them can gain high experience. Unable to obtain items from the tribe, land reclamation is created for the game. This task is to open the second career task. Does not conflict with the elimination system. Do you want to open the task? Yes or no? Note: choosing no means giving up this task. Prompts appeared one after another, and Xiaobo's heart beat uncontrollably. He accidentally opened the second career task. As long as he completed the task, he would be able to obtain the right to open the second career. Second career. Xiaobo's face showed yearning, and he soon calmed down. Complete the wasteland reclamation with other pioneers. In this wasteland, there is no supply of materials, but you can kill other pioneers and obtain their materials. Even the road star monuments laid by the other party. There is no such thing in the task. I am afraid that the road star monument will only be displayed after entering. The star monument may be the mileage. And the conditions for completing the task are probably related to the task star monument. Thinking inwardly, he felt that the system was full of malice. The land reclamation task is basically a big fight. It is not as fast to directly kill people and rob goods as to pave roads with great effort. Xiaobo thought of the source of these land reclamation people, all of whom were eliminated by the game. According to future development, after the opening of the 3-legged tripod, the failures will be sent to land reclamation, so the gap in the strength of the land reclamation people is not much worse than that of themselves, And land reclamation does not necessarily mean death. The land reclamation is to complete a certain distance of road paving, and then the land reclamation task can be completed. So where will they be sent after land reclamation? He kept inferring in his heart, and when he saw this task, he couldn't help but think of the aftermath of the three-legged tripod. After the three-legged tripod, all those who were eliminated will be sent to land reclamation. This shows that the strength of these land reclamation people is not very strong, and he is not the lowest existence now. Xiaobo thought inwardly, it was still difficult to resist the temptation of the second career opening and chose yes. Ding! Please get in the car and prepare to start the land reclamation mission. Xiaobo looked calm. As long as he completed this mission, he would be able to start his second career. The second career was too important and would greatly increase his strength. Entering the car, the surrounding images spun rapidly, as if traveling through time and space, with dots of starlight covering the surroundings. Attention, you will enter Wasteland 9891 in the next minute. This area is a newly reclaimed wasteland with 305,488 online reclaimed creatures. Completed reclaimed star monuments, 254865, for 281 star monuments. 1 star monument equals 1,000 meters. In 3 seconds, you will arrive at area 425 of Wasteland 9891. 3, 2, 1. Complete the shuttle. As the prompts jumped, the surrounding scene changed dramatically. This is a desert, an endless desert. The hot sun burns the ground, and heat waves roll around. He is in an open space surrounded by a faint light, and there are many cars parked in the open space. Jeeps, trucks, there are at least 30 or 40 of them. There are even a few cars that are exactly the same as his. In the open space, there are many people gathered together. Their skin is a strange ice blue, and they look like humans, but their skin color is different. Only a few have yellow skin. RV, another big guy is here, tut tut. Now even big guys are out to open up Wasteland. Keep your voice down. Have you forgotten the one just now? Hiss. Xiaobo's car appears, and there are voices of discussion around. Obviously, these people are the owners of these vehicles. Pioneer, welcome. Here, you will gain the power to pave roads. You can give your car the function of paving roads, and you can also cancel it. Don't think that coming here to open up Wasteland means giving up on you. You will enjoy treatment that players on the road cannot enjoy. There are many wild monster tribes in the Wasteland. Destroy them, and you will get a lot of experience rewards. Note that players will not be able to get their supplies. Killing other pioneers can get their cars, road star monuments and supplies, but you will encounter the Beast Tide crisis. The Beast Tide will not provide experience. Killing other pioneers in the safe zone will be punished by demotion. Note that everyone's star monuments are displayed. This is a paradise for upgrading. Come on! Mission: complete 100,000 star monuments. Progress: 0/100,000. The system sent a prompt again. Xiaobo frowned and looked out the window with cold eyes. Sure enough, there was a red number on the heads of these people. The number represented the number of star monuments of these people. He saw a person whose number of star monuments had reached more than 4,000. The person leaned against the RV, lowered his head, and had yellow skin. Xiaobo's eyes were bright, and there seemed to be a gleam of light. The detection, I could not see the four-dimensional attributes of this person. The person seemed to have noticed something, raised his head, and looked straight at Xiaobo. I've been discovered. Xiaobo was not afraid at all, frowning and staring at the person. The detection, I could not see him, so he looked at other people. Only a few people could see the information. The four-dimensional attributes of these people have reached more than 50 points, and the level is above level 9. They are all very powerful. These people who can't be seen seem to have some shielding devices, which makes the detection eye unable to see them. Xiaobo frowned. These people are not ordinary people. Driving a jeep, but the strength is so strong. Such a strong person was sent here to open up the wasteland, which is enough to prove how strong the winning party is. After a quick glance, Xiaobo decided to go down and greet these people, and find out where the wind was blowing. According to the system, the pioneers only saw killing, but these people were very calm, and there was no sign of fighting. Coco. Seeing Xiaobo go out, Blueberry called softly, and wanted to go out too. You can't go out. Stay in the car. It's dangerous outside. Xiaobo's eyes were cold. These people outside were not ordinary people. If Blueberry went out, and was noticed by these people, there would definitely be some people who wanted to rob him. It's better to be safe than sorry. What's more, these people are not the same kind. Chapter 211. He covered his scarlet eyes with a cloth, and pushed open the car door. The voices of conversation around him disappeared, and everyone looked over. Xiaobo calmly got out of the car and closed the door. Welcome, the 109th player. My name is Imodulu. A 2-meter-tall yellow human walked up and said, Hello, my name is Xiaobo. Xiaobo replied indifferently, looking at the others. There were 2 kinds of players on the field, yellow and blue. The number of blue players was the majority, and there were only a few yellow players gathered together, dividing them into 2 camps. Xiaobo, a very strange name. Your eyes. Ahem. Imodulu said. He leaned close to Xiaobo's ear and whispered, Be careful of these blue guys. They kill people without blinking an eye. Thank you. Xiaobo glanced at these blue creatures. Area 425, a few days ago, was dominated by these blue guys. All the yellow players who came in were killed by them. Some were even kept alive, and then killed after they obtained a certain number of star monuments. Their methods were cruel. Later, it was his appearance that broke this situation, and the yellow players gradually improved a little. Imodulu said as he walked, his eyes fell on the guy with more than 4,000 new backs on his head. Xiaobo deduced that this guy must be very powerful. Am I powerful? Of course, I am powerful, but compared with some guys who entered the game earlier than me, I am still very weak. The man raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at me. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been seen through, and his hair stood up all over his body. This guy checked my attributes. Xiaobo's face suddenly changed. He could feel that this man had just used a skill similar to the Eye of Detection. His 4-dimensional attributes might have been exposed. As expected, this guy showed a hint of surprise on his face, which then disappeared and returned to an indifferent expression. My skill should not have been seen. He just checked his 4-dimensional attributes. The biggest secret is that the Eye of Detection upgraded through the resource upgrade system cannot see the player's skills, so only my 4-dimensional attributes are exposed, but my skills are not exposed. Xiaobo thought inwardly, and calmed down a little. The 4-dimensional attributes are okay. The 4-dimensional attributes of these people are basically around 40 or 50. It is normal that he is higher than them. The only abnormal thing is that the 4-dimensional attributes do not match the level. Some of these people are level 9, and the 4-dimensional attributes are only 50 points. Maybe this guy was shocked by this. Then, Imodulu introduced these yellow players to him one by one. There are not many yellow players, only 9, and their names are all weird. You can just call him Senda. When introducing the last person, Imodulu's voice was a little lower. This person has a strange temperament. Sometimes he even beats his own people. It's better to be careful. Senda. Xiaobo silently remembered this person's name and nodded gently. Ding. The break time is over. Please leave the safe zone and start the land reclamation. The system prompt sounded, and the light curtains around disappeared. Let's go. After leaving the safe zone, you have to be careful. These people are guys who kill without spitting out bones. Imodulu carefully warned. Xiaobo glanced at him and said calmly, I understand, let's go. Back in the car, he looked at the blue players with higher mileage. The highest one had more than 3,000. Although not as good as Senda, it was not a small amount. Cars started and drove in all directions. When he walked, he could still feel a few eyes staring at him. Xiaobo sneered in his heart, hoping that these people would not set their sights on him. Leaving the safe zone, the rolling heat wave hit him. The yellow players huddled together, and followed Senda closely. The area near the safe zone had been paved into roads, and many people began to drive further away. Xiaobo looked back at the safe zone and found that there were still prompts on the safe zone. Safe zone stay time. 3 days. Safe zone has a stay time. Once the 3 days are up, I'm afraid the safe zone will disappear. Where will it appear next time? Suddenly, several obscure eyes were cast from all around, and Xiaobo saw that there were several cars around that had not left yet, staring at him. Obviously, these people wanted to take advantage of him. Retracting his gaze, Xiaobo started the car and walked away from the yellow player. Imodulu had been watching Xiaobo, and when he saw him driving in another direction, he couldn't help but shook his head. Not long after he left, 3 cars followed closely. The speed of the car increased. After driving about 2 kilometers, Xiaobo changed the state of the car to paving the road. The car moved forward, and an extremely wide road appeared behind the car body. This way of paving the road is really much more convenient. A few minutes later, he obtained a little star monument, and behind him, a straight road stretched out infinitely. On the highway, 3 cars were chasing him closely. Actually, he had noticed it long ago, but he just didn't stop. 3 jeeps, The level should be similar. After some tests, Xiaobo stepped on the brakes lightly and stopped the car. 3 jeeps surrounded him. 3 people got out of the car. The highest 4-dimensional attribute is 56 points, and the mileage is more than 1,000, which is not bad. But it is still far from 100,000. Xiaobo stared at the 3 people who surrounded him with cold eyes, and the 4-dimensional attributes of the 3 people jumped in his eyes. He climbed onto the roof of the car and looked at the 3 people with cold eyes, without saying a word. This is the RV, and there seems to be something planted on it. The 3 of us will join forces and use our trump cards to definitely snatch this car. Be careful. The 3 people seemed to be veterans, and they had a tacit understanding with each other. The weapons they used were all long swords, and it was hard to tell what their profession was. Since you are not too old, we will give you a chance. Leave the car and supplies behind and get out of here. We will let you go. The man had a fierce look on his face, and bad words came out of his mouth. He was also very afraid of Xiaobo in his heart. After all, people who could afford to drive a motorhome were all strong. He tried to scare Xiaobo away with his wild words. He had 3 people on his side, and they were also a good force when they joined together. If he gave up the car, he would save himself a lot of trouble. However, he made a mistake because he was facing Xiaobo. Swish! A blood-red knife light suddenly shot out, and in just a short moment, it reached him. Be careful! The 3 of them were startled and started fighting without saying a word. Bang! The blood-red knife energy fell on the ground, and the newly paved road exploded directly. The man's body flashed with an unknown light, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked up at the car and was stunned. Chapter 212. A man in silver-green armor appeared in front of him. The lines of the armor were smooth, and the appearance was very cool. In his hand, he held a blood-red steel knife. The steel knife with blood-red wall cloth exuded a fierce momentum, which was thrilling. Damn, he actually has a piece of armor equipment. The job change is also abomination. The man, with a flickering light on his body, showed horror on his face. If he had not just used his trump card quickly, that knife would have been enough to kill him with one knife. Attack together. The power of that knife is very terrifying. Similarly, the cooling time and consumption need to be considered. It should be impossible to swing the second knife in a short time. Seeing that their opponents had already taken action, they understood that the arrow was on the string at this moment, and had to be shot. Immediately, someone reminded them. They looked at each other quickly and attacked together. The flickering man and the other 2 were in a siege, leaping up and killing together. Swish! Originally, they were full of confidence, but who would have thought that another blood-red knife energy whistled out, and one person didn't even have time to dodge, and was pierced through the body by the blood-red knife energy. He was wearing a soft armor, but he couldn't save his life. The body was split in the middle, and the internal organs flowed out and fell to the ground. After piercing his body, the terrifying knife energy did not stop. It still fell on the ground with unmatched power, and a huge hole was blown out of the ground. The remaining 2 people were cold, because after the first slash, the man actually raised the steel knife again, as if he was going to swing it and slash it again. What kind of terrifying skill is this? His companion was wearing leather armor, and the leather armor was pierced and the body was split, and a huge hole was still blown out of the ground. And it hasn't stopped yet. He is about to swing the second knife. Swish! As expected, 2 blood-red knife auras came out again. One person had no trump card to save his life, and he used all his strength to promote his own defense, but he was still no match for this knife, and he died immediately, and the other person's body was flickering, and the knife aura penetrated his body and fell to the ground, leaving a terrible scratch. And his attack was easily resolved by Xiaobo. Xiaobo tried to hit the opponent with double heavy blows, and found that the steel knife actually penetrated his body, but did not cause any substantial damage to him. Interesting, a technique that cannot be locked. He immediately understood it with a move in his heart. It's useless, you can't kill me. But I can kill you. The man's face was gloomy. This person's strength was simply terrible, even more terrible than that sin, especially the knife aura, which seemed to carry a passive skill of hatred. Judging from the blood-red steel knife, the level of the hand of hate is definitely not low. Looking at his own state, it is not ideal. This state will not last long. Either escape or kill him. Looking at the silver-green armor and the 2 companions who were killed in seconds, he understood that he was definitely not this person's opponent. Evacuate. He is unwilling. His trump card has been used. After evacuating, without supplies, he will still die. Once the trump card is used, it cannot be stopped. It is a trump card that consumes health, and he does not have many supplies, it is difficult to survive the weak period after the trump card is used. Fight. Use the short flashing state to kill him. I still have a chance. Struggling slightly in his heart, he showed a fierce look on his face, holding the long sword and rushing over, and the long sword burst into a dazzling light. This is a skill. Have you started to fight desperately? That's right. He can't hold on to this state for long. It seems that he consumed something to maintain this state. However, this technique is really invincible. During the flashing period, nothing can hit him. And once it is used, it will continue to consume and cannot be turned off. In the end, he is very likely to die. Otherwise, he can escape with this power, and I can't stop him. Although this state is invincible, it can only work on myself. The fact that the long sword does not flash can prove this. Seeing that the opponent's actions are faintly desperate, Xiaobo immediately understood the opponent's intention and made a judgment based on the opponent's state. In that case, then you die. The blood-red steel knife swung, and two blood-colored lines overlapped. The power of this knife was more than 90 points. Crack! The golden swords touched, and sparks flew. There was a sound of shattering, and the long sword was chopped into pieces by Xiaobo. It's over, it's over. The man looked at the broken long sword in horror. His heart was dead. His long sword was enchanted, but it was chopped into pieces by the opponent's sword. His arm was aching, and felt like it was about to break. At this time, his body flickered slower and slower, and this state would not last long. Sure enough, the values in Xiaobo's eyes jumped wildly, and the opponent's four-dimensional attributes were all falling wildly. Especially physical strength, which dropped at a rate of 2 points per second. When the physical strength dropped to only 10 points, his body stopped flickering, and he was half kneeling. Kill me! The man's heart was ashen, and he was panting when he spoke. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and without any hesitation, he directly chopped the other person's neck, threw his head up, and rolled on the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. These people were just like him, just entering the wasteland from the highway, and basically didn't know anything. The information he got was very limited, even useless. He collected the supplies of the three people, and there was almost nothing. There was no supply replenishment here. They were not like him who could upgrade supplies, and could only plunder new players. No wonder the other party wanted to kill him. They were really desperate. The fragments of 3 cars, and a few resources, and almost nothing else. He harvested more than 100 car fragments, and the accumulated car fragments successfully stepped into about 1,000. He did not upgrade the car directly. Here, he had to be very cautious. It was possible that those yellow players were targeting him. Upgrading the car meant that the supplies were sufficient. There were many people in their crowd who were like the 3 desperate people in front of him. The dismembered bodies of the 3 people did not disappear, but were still lying on the ground. The bodies have not been refreshed. This scene caused Xiaobo to think. This place has been out of the control of the game. Reclamation means that this area has not yet become the territory of the game. The bodies have not been refreshed, which means that there is no game mechanism here. Then who provided this place? Such a vast area can accommodate all races in the universe, even parallel universes. This place is probably larger than the real universe. Human beings are just a speck of dust here. Xiaobo felt inexplicably chilled. The boundless wilderness cannot even be controlled by the game, and it still needs to be reclaimed to control this area. It seems that this game is not omnipotent. Chapter 213. To confirm this idea, Xiaobo opened the system. Sure enough, he found that the system was dark. Only personal attributes could be opened, and the time function existed. No other functions could be used. Sure enough, the wasteland cannot be connected to the system. World chat, activities, and transactions cannot be carried out. Xiaobo's eyes condensed slightly. He realized the seriousness of the problem. Coming here, he was basically helpless. Only after completing the mileage of 100,000 star monuments could the task be completed. After killing 3 people, he obtained more than 1,200 star monuments, and there was still a long way to go before reaching 100,000 star monuments. The speed of paving the road is still too slow. The only way is to kill people. This is a newly opened area. Even if the mileage of all people's star monuments is added together, it is not 20,000. I must think of a way. I can't stay here for too long. Xiaobo thought to himself and got on the car. There is no way to connect to this system here. I can't check the changes in the world at all. Moreover, it was dark on the original road, but it was daytime here. The problem seems to be a bit serious. After getting on the car, his consciousness sank into the locker. He still had a lot of supplies, enough for him and Blueberry to eat for a few months. If the task of the 100,000 star monuments was in other areas, it might be easy to solve. Wait, other areas. Is there a way to enter other areas? Xiaobo thought maybe this method is feasible, but he might need a way to leave here, or a thing. Forget it, don't think about it for now, and ask Modulu when you have a chance. Start the car and finish paving the road first. The world here is an endless wilderness, very large and very flat, with no end in sight. It is full of yellow sand, and you can vaguely see the roads paved by others, spreading out to form an endless and long road line. There is no wind here, it is very calm. Xiaobo looked around and returned along the previous road. Many people in this area have already paved roads, and he has to find a new wilderness that has not been opened up. After returning, the safe zone is still there, but it cannot be entered, and the time prompted is slowly flowing backwards. Xiaobo inferred that it is probably only in the safe zone that it can be connected to the game. He chose an end where there is nothing in the field of vision, turned on the paving function, and began to lay the road aimlessly. The car started, and a long road appeared behind the car. The road is very wide, at least much larger than 10 car bodies. Paving the road is very simple, just drive forward. The road is laid along the place where the car has driven. There is no technology to speak of, and basically there is no danger. According to the game, there will be tribes of wild monsters in this wasteland. Destroying the tribe can gain a lot of experience. This is the only way to gain experience. Killing the pioneers will not gain experience. You can only get the other party's supplies and star monuments. Xiaobo thought to himself that it would be impossible to complete the task of 100,000 star monuments in a short period of time. Even on the highway, a day and a night can only run more than 2,000 kilometers. Moreover, this is an endless desert. The speed of the car is affected. It is basically difficult to complete 100,000 star monuments without 1 or 2 months. If there is no replenishment of supplies within 1 or 2 months, it will basically be declared dead. The only replenishment is probably to connect to the original world in the safe zone and trade some supplies. But who knows when the safe zone will be open next time. It is precisely these that promote the killing between the pioneers. Killing, pioneering, without anyone pioneering, there will be no star monument. Killing can only bring stability in a short period of time. After all, killing others, obtaining new supplies, and using these supplies to pioneer. Complete the pioneering task and escape. Boom, crack. The environment here is really too bad. At the beginning, the weather was extremely hot. Suddenly, a bolt from the blue, the sky actually started to rain. The big raindrops hit the ground with a clatter, splashing dust, the atmosphere sank, the hot weather was pressed down by the rain, and the ground was like an oven. Soon, the rain started. But it didn't last long before the rain stopped. The scorching temperature evaporated again. From the raindrops falling, to the downpour, to the disappearance, this series of changes only lasted about 10 minutes. The change of weather is like changing one's face, coming fast and going fast. More than 3 hours later, Xiaobo completed the laying of 100 star tablets. The desert ground after the rain became muddy, and the speed of the car was hindered and became very slow. More than 100 star tablets are already his limit. He stopped the car and came to the bedroom at the rear of the RV. Looking behind him through the side window of the second-floor bed, an endless road has been paved. It took 3 hours to complete more than 100 kilometers. At this speed, I can only complete more than 800 kilometers a day, and I still have to rest continuously. More than 100,000 star monuments, at least more than 100 days. It will take 3 months. After 3 months, I will go back. Who knows what will happen to the original road? No, I can't delay here for too long. I got up and went to the second floor to check the state of the land. The seeds I bought have not sprouted yet. I am afraid it will take a few days. It rained before, and the soil was still a little moist. This fertile land seemed to be partially immune to the temperature of the sun. The ground had already cracked, but the fertile land was still a little moist. This discovery surprised Xiaobo a little. The function of fertile land is really too powerful. With this function, he doesn't have to water it all the time in this hot desert. Considering the problem of resources, Xiaobo decided to save some during this period. He can't rely on resources to upgrade the system and waste them. Take out a bucket of water from the locker, water the fertile land, and then return to the RV. The temperature on the rooftop was too hot. It was unbearable. According to the time, it should be late at night. Xiaobo decided to take a rest. Although his strength was already very strong, he still had to regulate his work and rest time. Rather than resting, it was more like meditation. This meditation lasted until the next day. The time was refreshed and started to tick again. Now about an hour has passed. After a night of meditation, he felt his brain refreshed and not tired at all. Spiritual power. 58, 11.6. After a night of meditation, not only did his mental power recover, but it also increased by 2 points. The effect of meditation appeared. Xiao Bo's tense face showed a smile. Meditation is indeed like a practice. After a night of practice, he felt refreshed. It can be called a perverted version of the technique. Chapter 214. The breakfast was simple, fried rice with beer, and a piece of fish. Blueberry didn't sleep last night, and he was still energetic in the morning, but his state dropped a little. It was his mental strength that dropped, and his full spirit was triggered, so it was no wonder he was so active. Blueberry's configuration was the same as his, a bowl of rice with a piece of fish, and iced beer. Beer is not white wine, and it's okay to drink a few sips, as long as you don't drink too much. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Bo took a warm shower, and the water was stored for watering the land later. It's time to set off. There are only 1,400 star monuments now, and there is a long way to go. Sitting in the driver's seat, he opened the window, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. A cigarette after dinner is better than a living god. Huh? Clicking on the system to check his attributes, Xiao Bo suddenly exclaimed, and a countdown appeared at the bottom of the system. Opening of the safe zone. 54:29:434241, 2 days. The next safe zone opening, there are still more than 2 days. Huh, it's true, the opening of the safe zone does take time, plus the previous time. The safe zone needs 3 days to open once 3 days. It's quite long. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Xiao Bo felt relaxed, sitting in the car, squinting his eyes, and calculating the time. It has been more than 10 hours since leaving the safe zone, and a quick calculation shows that it is 3 days. It took 3 days to open the safe zone, and when leaving, I looked at the stay time of the safe zone, which was exactly 3 days. That is, after 3 days, the safe zone will be refreshed at another location. Forget about that for now. After the safe zone is refreshed, there will definitely be a system prompt. After finishing the last puff of cigarette and about to start the car, I heard Blueberry's voice coming from the bedroom, with a hint of anxiety. Something happened. After understanding what Blueberry meant, Xiao Bo immediately climbed to the second floor of the car and looked around. On the road he had paid behind the car, there was actually a car speeding over. A bus, the same model as his own. Squinting his eyes and looking carefully, the person sitting in the car was a blue-skinned guy. This person was also invisible to the detection eye. The number of his star monuments was as high as more than 2,000. At that time, there were 3 RVs parked in the venue, one of which was the guy named Cinda. The other 2 were blue-skinned people, one of whom had 3,000 star monuments and the other had more than 2,000. He is not friendly. Xiao Bo's eyes became cold, and he entered a combat state all of a sudden, staring coldly at the RV that was coming. The car was driving very fast, and it arrived in front of him a minute later. Strike first. Xiao Bo suddenly moved. Wearing combat boots and armor, he leaped up. Across dozens of meters, the blood-red steel knife trembled, and double heavy blows were performed. Squeak! The sound of tires rubbing against the ground, and a puff of smoke came out. A blue figure rushed out of the car at a very fast speed. He actually held a blood-red weapon in his hand, but the opponent's weapon was an axe, and the blood-red light on the axe was not as dark as the color of Xiao Bo's steel knife. Swords collided. With a snap, Xiao Bo's figure fell to the ground, half bending his body. The blade trembled constantly. He held the blade with one hand, raised the mask, and his cold eyes exuded murderous intent. The man was smashed to the ground by Xiao Bo's knife, and with a violent vibration, the newly paved road was instantly covered with cracks. Ahem. You are very strong, and your equipment is very good. More than 1,000 star monuments, and only more than 10 hours have passed. It seems that you have killed a lot of people. The blue man coughed a few times, stood up, and stared at Xiao Bo's armor, which was intact. High defense. With a thought, he slowly straightened up, and his bright eyes exuded a dangerous light. Crack! The soles of his feet exerted force, and even the ground was crushed. Crack spread, and he rose from the ground like a bullet. The blood-red steel knife swung up the full moon, and the double phantoms were superimposed. The hunting state was turned on, and the enemy's movements were captured at any time. The man's movements were unexpectedly swift and fierce. Although he could not check the opponent's status, based on the speed of his sudden rise, this man must have used a skill. And this skill could not even capture the hunting state. The complexity of some skills is actually very difficult to capture, which is normal. It's just that he can't capture it when he performs it, but after performing it, his movements can still be captured. The armor hides Xiao Bo's eyes very well. They certainly can't imagine that there is such a scary pair of eyes hidden under this armor. The opponent's sword is very weak and light. The sudden speed is matched with such a light sword. Do you think I'm stupid? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Xiao Bo showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The opponent's sword hides a killer move, or a trump card, because both sides who came up were tentative. Very few people use trump cards at the beginning. This arrow was weak and seemed to be a test, but it actually contained a killing move. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the opponent's sudden speed. He was anxious. Dodged. Xiao Bo had been prepared and dodged in advance. The sword missed, and the opponent was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Xiao Bo to dodge in advance. After dodging, Xiao Bo did not hesitate at all and condensed the double heavy attack again. The double heavy attack was originally a skill with little strength. After upgrading, it can be used as a trump card. However, because of its low consumption and terrifying power, it directly became the king bomb in his hand. Swish. The air seemed to be torn apart. What an amazing momentum. This person's strength is really not to be underestimated. The blue man looked solemn. He had already used a trump card and didn't take any advantage. He was already in a disadvantageous position. Clang. The golden swords touched, and sparks flew. Come again! Xiao Bo showed a grim smile on his face, and he was not willing to give in. He rushed forward without even taking a step back, and used the double heavy attack again. He had already seen that this person was barely able to resist, and he wanted to see how many times this person could block it. Xiao Bo's sword was faster and more swift. There was a gap on the opponent's long sword, and the tiger's mouth was cracked, and blood was dripping on the ground. Damn! What kind of monster is he? The man's face was ferocious. It was already very difficult to resist two swords, but the opponent was able to launch so many powerful and fierce attacks in succession. Crack! This sword directly cut off the opponent's weapon and broke his hand bones. The blue man was more like a kite with a broken string and flew backwards. Chapter 215. Kill! Xiao Bo's face was filled with murderous intent. He rushed forward and cut off the opponent's head with a knife, and a strange scene appeared. The opponent's head rolled on the ground, and the cut on the neck was very smooth. The strange thing was that there was no blood flowing out. Something is wrong. Xiao Bo's eyes were fixed. Squeak! Suddenly, the RV started suddenly, and the tires rubbed against the ground and sped away. He actually ran away. Xiao Bo's face suddenly changed, and his eyes looked at the back of the departing car with cold eyes. The speed was very fast, and it drove 100 meters away in a blink of an eye. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he grabbed something behind him, and it was foam. Another powerful life-saving skill. Even he didn't catch when the opponent completed it. Was it at the moment of flying backwards, or the moment of falling to the ground? These are irrelevant. The opponent has already run, and ran very fast. Ahem, damn, this guy's strength is too terrifying. The 425th district is going to change. I have to leave here. I absolutely can't stay here. Even if I go to other districts, I have to leave if I can't become one of the top ones. He is very likely from other districts. If he is sent to open up the wasteland, he can't be so strong. The blue man's face was pale and bloodless, and his blue skin turned pale. The moment he fell, he knew that he had no room for resistance, and decisively played another trump card to save his life. Now it seems that this choice is very correct. He stepped on the accelerator frantically, fearing that the other party would catch up. If the opponent's speed is fully exerted, it is possible to catch up with him. He now fully believes that Xiao Bo is definitely a player from other areas, and he has been here for a long time, so his level must be very high. He has such a powerful skill that can be used continuously, which is definitely a top-notch skill. Stay away from here. Stay away from this guy. Back in the car, Xiao Bo sat on the sofa, and the lingering murderous intent in his eyes soon dissipated. The opponent's aggressiveness is very obvious, but not strong. He has the detection that can isolate the detection skills. The skills he used at the last moment did not even capture his hunting state. Sure enough, those who can survive to this day basically have their own trump cards. After a short rest, Xiao Bo stood up. His eyes were still cold. There were only more than 40 people, so chaotic, and other areas of reclamation should be more chaotic than here. However, it is also easier to complete tasks in other areas, and more people means more star monuments. With a snap, It seems that something fell on the roof of the car. Coco. Blueberry, who was crawling on the table, jumped up and fell to the ground. Xiaobo was also startled and quickly opened the window to look out. The air outside was still very hot, but something fell from the sky and hit the desert. One fell right in front of him. It turned out to be a hailstone. It fell on the ground for a few seconds and was melted by the scorching temperature of the ground and turned into a pool of water. It's actually hail. The weather here is really changeable. No problem, Xiaobo said, looking up at the sky. It was the sun hanging high now, but it was actually hail. Oh, vegetables. Xiaobo suddenly remembered that the fertile land was still on the second floor, so he ran up to collect the fertile land. The hail outside was getting bigger. Fortunately, the RV had been upgraded, otherwise the car body would be damaged by the hail. The largest hail was as big as a fist. He started the car and chased the hail on the ground. What happened just now was just a small episode. Now it was hail outside, and it was getting bigger. This was not a highway, but an endless desert with no end. Even in thick fog, you could drive around at will. There were only 40 people in this area, and the probability of a collision was almost zero. He drove forward in the hail. After the car was upgraded, even knives and guns could not hurt the car, let alone the hail. Xiaobo's car was driving very fast, and the hail was getting bigger and bigger. A dark cloud came from a distance, and the world under the cloud became dark, presenting two worlds, one bright and one dark, with this side. This weather is so weird. It's been raining for more than 10 minutes, and now there's hail. It seems to be snowing in the dark clouds in the distance. Xiaobo didn't know how to evaluate this place. He always felt that it was out of control, and nothing could be controlled. The rainstorm, hail, and the blizzard that was about to spread all seemed to be randomly arranged. It was expected that it was more like out of control than random. Without the control of the game program, the weather here has collapsed. Xiaobo was not in a hurry. No matter how bad the weather collapsed, as long as he was not affected, hail and blizzards were still acceptable. The hail became more intense, crackling and falling on the car, making a series of sounds. Soon, a layer of hail covered the ground, and the cracked desert ground became wet again. The car moved forward, chasing the hail on the ground, making a crackling sound. The star monuments began to increase. The black clouds enveloped, and the blizzard became more violent, crackling, just like a storm. The air also began to become cold. In a blink of an eye, the hail turned into a blizzard again, and the front was white. The snowflakes were very large, as big as the thumbnail, and it was difficult to melt. Hiss. Xiaobo shivered slightly, and changed the cooling of the small steel cannon to heating. The little guy Blueberry also flew to the co-pilot, and lay down. This is such a horrible weather. We experienced heavy rain, scorching heat, hail, and blizzards in one day. In the blink of an eye, we have entered the cold winter. This is faster than the game's exterior update. We have experienced 4 types of weather in one day. Looking straight at the world in the distance, this is adding insult to injury. The dark clouds in the sky are endless, and there is no end in sight. The blizzard fell violently. The spots that were originally hit by hail on the car windows are now covered by blizzards. The further we go, the thicker the snow on the ground. It is difficult to hear the sound of crushing hail, but the sound of crushing snow. The car is also becoming difficult to drive, just like the situation of the first exterior update. This is bad. The car is so slow that it is almost impossible to obtain the star monument. Xiaobo's eyes condensed, and the car slowed down. It was difficult to move forward. The road was not asphalt, but desert. Now it was covered with snow, and with the previous hail, the ground became muddy. The car's movement was greatly hindered. The mixture of snow and mud made it very easy to slip. The sudden change in weather interrupted Xiaobo's rhythm, and he had to consider whether to choose other methods. Chapter 216. The black cloud condensed and slowly spread, almost covering the entire wasteland. This was not only the case with Xiaobo, but also with everyone else. This was not good news, and it was extremely time-consuming. There was not much material capital, and drinking was solved as the heavy snow spread, but eating was not so easy to solve. Fortunately, the human body has a high demand for water, and a relatively low demand for food, so it is not a problem to persist for a period of time. However, drinking water alone cannot solve the problem, and it will only make the body weaker and weaker. For a while, the spreading blizzard cloud disrupted the rhythm of all of them, and some people even had to stop the wasteland reclamation task. The car was moving too slowly, and it was easy to get stuck in the mud, which was a huge consumption problem. The same was true for Xiaobo. The air outside suddenly dropped, and a layer of frost formed on the glass. In 2 hours, the snow on the ground had spread to the middle of the wheel, and the endless snow was blowing a cold wind. The car could neither move forward nor backward. It was stuck in the ground. The solution was very simple. Just lift the car up and put it back on the road he had paved, and the problem would be solved. He had tried to lift a car, but he didn't know if he could lift a motorhome. After all, a motorhome and a car were not of the same tonnage. Another way was to wait until the ground recovered if time was not urgent. He had noticed before that the ground that had been damaged by a huge force would gradually heal over time. No matter how severely the ground was damaged, it would heal. Xiaobo was not in a hurry about this, because even if he went out, it was still snowing outside, and he had nowhere to go. For now, he had to wait for the blizzard to pass. Then, he would make other plans. With the heater on in the car and food supplies, Xiaobo was relaxed for a while reading the novel. There were no wild monsters or roads here. Only leisure and comfort. Make a cup of Longjing tea and put some melon seeds. Although it seems a bit out of place, it is very comfortable. Life is like this, enjoy life. After a short rest, he looked at the time. It was time for lunch. He didn't make lunch too fancy. Now that there was gas, he could make what he wanted. Control the heat to cook rice porridge, and then spread egg pancakes. Spread some hot sauce on the egg pancakes. Don't mention how delicious they are. The lunch was really simple. After lunch, Xiaobo asked Blueberry to clean up, and then he returned to the bedroom to meditate. Blueberry can already do the simple cleaning, all thanks to his good training. He had thought too much before. Meditation is not sitting. Lying on the bed, emptying the mind, relaxing the whole body, you can quickly enter the state of meditation, and the state of meditation feels very wonderful. The body seemed to be asleep, but the consciousness was extremely clear. Although he closed his eyes, he could vaguely feel where Blueberry was. I don't know if it was because of the effect after slavery. Because after slavery, he could understand what Blueberry meant, and Blueberry could also understand what he meant. Isn't it amazing? During meditation, Blueberry squatted in front of the bedroom window, quietly looking at the heavy snow outside, his ice blue eyes flashing with spiritual light. It seemed like it had never seen snow before, so it was full of curiosity about snow. At this moment, Blueberry saw a group of small black dots appearing in the vast white snow in the distance. His ice blue eyes suddenly widened. Coco, Coco! Realizing that something was wrong, Blueberry immediately flew to the bed and shouted. Xiaobo suddenly exited the meditation state. His mind was clear, and his whole body was relaxed, just like a big sword, after a one-stop service. Coco! Seeing Xiaobo wake up, Blueberry shouted again, his ice blue eyes looking at the vast white snow in the distance. Wild monsters. Xiaobo also saw a group of small black dots appearing on the white snow outside the window. These small black dots were shaking. They were creatures. He also thought of the game's prompts. There are wild monster tribes in the desert. So, those are wild monsters that appeared from the wild monster tribe. Since they are wild monsters, why do they appear? You must know that the game has lost control here, and wild monsters will not refresh. In other words, they came out on their own. Xiaobo's eyes flashed, and he told Blueberry to be ready at all times. Blueberry cannot be exposed. Once exposed, Blueberry without any fighting power will instantly become the target of concentrated fire, causing fatal damage in a short period of time. Blueberry's healing function cannot treat sudden fatal damage in time. So Blueberry's own safety is very important. Jumping onto the roof of the car, putting on boots, putting on armor, staring at the black spots coming from a distance. The black spots gradually enlarged in the field of vision. They were a group of strange creatures that I didn't recognize on the road before. They walked upright, holding weapons in their hands, and covered with black hair. They looked like gorillas, but they were taller and thinner than gorillas. Like a human without hair. More than 30 wild monsters, all with 4-dimensional attributes above 50 points, and level 10, even stronger than some pioneers. If they have skills, it will be even more terrifying. The scene of wild monsters having skills is chilling to think about. Fortunately, at present, there are not many wild monsters with skills, only special wild monsters, or the game has just started. Bosses are basically uncommon, and he has only encountered one boss along the way. The wild monsters here are terrifying. Wearing armor and holding a blood-red steel knife, he is ready for battle. This seems to be a team of wild monsters looking for food. They form a long line and walk along the endless snowfield. They seem to have discovered themselves, speeding up, and the team began to spread out, forming an encirclement. Level 10 wild monsters, then kill. Xiao Bo's eyes condensed, and the killing intent condensed. A blood-red knife light whistled out, tearing the snow curtain in the air, forming a very long hole. Swish! The blade whistled, tearing the enemy apart in an instant. No matter how high or terrifying their defense was, they could not resist the passive of the butcher's hand attached to the blade. The power of this blade was very terrifying. Oh 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 oh! A strange cry broke out from the group of wild monsters. Not only were they not scared, but their morale was high, and they rushed over on the thick snow. Xiao Bo's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was chaotic. He jumped several meters high, and slashed down in the air. The blood-red blade light condensed, and formed two phantoms. Puff! Chapter 217. The extremely sharp steel knife easily penetrated the monster's head, and chopped it in half. With a double heavy blow, the opponent's head was directly shattered by this knife. The hot blood melted the thick snow on the ground. After this knife, it was not over yet. Although affected by the snow, these monsters were also more or less affected by the snow. Not only him, but all the monsters were the same. In this way, it was more powerful for Xiao Bo. With the terrifying blessing of the armor, the power exceeded 90 points. The obstruction of these snow has been reduced to the minimum, but these monsters are the biggest obstruction of the snow. In the hunting state, these monsters are full of flaws. With a powerful power, Xiao Bo is like a tank rushing into the village, rushing around, and the blood-red steel knife is like a harvester, harvesting the lives of the monsters. The snow field was stained with blood, and the snow was stained red by the hot blood. With their super high speed and hunting status, they couldn't touch Xiao Bo's body at all. Bang! The snow on the ground exploded, and Xiao Bo was like a cannonball. The blood-red steel knife pierced the dense snow, and cut a wild monster in half. At this time, he was bathed in blood, and the whole person was like a killing god. The snow on the ground had traces of his rampage. More than 30 wild monsters were no match for Xiao Bo at all. They also tried to use the cage tactics to besiege Xiao Bo and consume his physical energy. But they didn't know what monster they were facing. The cage policy was completely vulnerable in the face of absolute power. During the battle, a weak warm current flowed through his body. Upgrade in battle. Xiao Bo became more and more courageous. His strong physical strength gave him super high endurance, and his powerful four-dimensional attributes gave him super combat power. Even without using any skills, he could kill all these monsters with the passive skill of Butcher's Hand. Facts have proved that under the absolute crushing of the four-dimensional attributes, these monsters have no room for resistance. Although they are high in level, they are not Xiao Bo's opponents. It can also be seen from this point that level supremacy is not okay, and combat power is the key to determining a person's strength. Since the game does this, there must be a reason for it. After the battle, the whole venue seemed to have become hell. Xiao Bo took off his armor, and smelled the diffuse bloody smell. He lit a cigarette, and his expression was still cold. His heart beat violently, as if he was stimulated. 30 level 10 monsters were killed by him alone, and the corpses did not refresh. This feeling is really addictive. Talent, Blood Devil's Heart. Introduction. It can be obtained by fusing the Blood Devil's Heart. Features, all attributes +5. Unique passive, makes the player more perfect. Negative effects, killing, bloodthirsty. Although the Blood Devil's Heart makes me more perfect and my personality follows my heart, the negative effects are very deep, especially when paired with the butcher who relies on killing. The negative effects are infinitely magnified. I wonder if there are some items that can weaken these negative effects. Otherwise, after every battle, there's a feeling of being unable to control myself and wanting to kill again. After taking a deep puff of cigarette, Xiao Bo squinted his eyes and smelled the choking smoke, but still failed to dispel the strong smell of blood. The heavy snow had already covered him with a layer of white snow. He shook off the white snow on his body, went to the car to take care of his physiological needs, and then went into the cab to smoke. The door leading to the car had been locked, and the ventilation system had been turned on. After killing, in order to prevent himself from becoming a cold machine, he needed to calm down. Maybe you can try meditation. Meditation requires a peaceful mind, a state of extremely natural relaxation. After smoking the cigarette in his hand, he threw the cigarette butt into the snow and closed the window. Xiao Bo came to the bedroom and tried to meditate. At first, he was restless and couldn't calm down, but as time went by, he successfully entered the meditative state. In meditation, the feeling of killing suddenly disappeared without a trace. There was heavy snow outside the car, and the place where the killing had taken place before was covered with snow, and the scene like purgatory disappeared. The heater was on in the car. Seeing Xiaobo enter a meditative state, Blueberry stood in front of the window and looked at the scenery outside. 2 hours later, Xiaobo woke up refreshed. Through the window, the sky outside was even darker, and the snow was even more intense. There was no sign of a decrease. The snow would not stop in a short time. When I came to the leisure and entertainment area, I pushed open the windows on both sides, pulled up the glass, lay on the sofa, brewed a cup of Longjing tea, opened a novel, and my life was particularly leisurely. At this time, the damaged ground had been restored, but the snow became heavier, and even if it could be opened, it could only be opened a little bit. By the way, it seems that I upgraded before. There were 32 wild monsters, all of which were above level 10. I only killed a few of them, and it seemed that I upgraded. Xiaobo remembered, closed the novel, and called out the system. Name, Xiaobo, Sin value, 5. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 9. Experience, 372/1000. Strength, 61 6.1. Agility, 57 5.7. Physical fitness, 43 4.3. Mental strength, 59 11.8. Health value, 350 perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Skills, intermediate fighting skills. Strength will continue to increase with practice. Primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, eye of detection, iron body, burning life, purification, weapon affinity, sword and shadow, meditation. Professional skills, bloodshed, unique, dismemberment, butcher's courage. Professional unique passive, butcher's hand, LV2, all 4 attributes have increased, and the level has reached level 9. What surprised him was the change in experience value. After upgrading to level 1, there are still 372 points of experience. It's hard to imagine that there will be so much experience, so the experience of a wild monster may have more than doubled. Level 5 is a watershed, and level 10 is another watershed. Xiaobo was surprised and calculated a little. He found that the experience value of a wild monster was 15 points. 15 points at level 10, which was a very strange experience. If it doubled, then the level of a wild monster would only be 7.5. This calculation is definitely wrong. Then the experience of a wild monster is 5 points, which is doubled at level 5, and doubled at level 10, which is exactly 15 points. This inference is very reasonable. After level 10, the experience of a wild monster actually doubled. Incredible. 32 wild monsters, a total of 480 experience points. Chapter 218. I seem to have found a way to upgrade quickly. Xiaobo's face was filled with astonishment. Although there were no supplies in the wasteland world, there were various wild monster tribes. These wild monsters were not very powerful. The 4-dimensional attributes of level 10 were only 50 points. After I activated my armor and matched it with the hunting state, it was very simple and easy to kill them. The most important thing is that these wild monsters have high experience. This is just one team. If I encounter a tribe and wipe it out, I'm afraid it will bring a lot of experience. Thinking of this, Xiaobo drooled. This place seemed dangerous, but it was for people without supplies. After all, there was no supply. But for me, it was a paradise for upgrading. There were a large number of wild monsters, and they were experienced. This is a new area. I'm afraid there are few wild monster tribes found in the wasteland. No wonder there are groups of wild monsters looking for us. If I had known that these monsters were so experienced, I should have been more careful. I would have left one monster behind and let it go. Maybe I could have found the monster's tribe. Xiaobo touched his chin and thought to himself that he would be more careful the next time he met a monster. After a short rest, he got up and went to the cab to start the car and drove slowly. The snow outside was still heavy. Time passed quickly, and it was almost night. Maybe there would be a blizzard at night. Now we should go in the direction where the monsters came from to see if we can find the monster's tribe. The RV was like a bulldozer, pushing the snow on the ground horizontally and moving forward slowly. Behind the car body, the road was paved. A strange scene appeared. The newly paved road actually covered the snow on the ground and connected to the road behind it. Half of it was covered with snow, and the other half was covered with snow. As the car moved forward, the road stretched out. The newly paved road behind was soon covered with snow. The car moved slowly, and the windows were covered with snowflakes. While moving slowly, the road was paved. In the endless snowfield, there was only such a lonely car. This is not a solution. the speed is too slow. It took 2 hours to complete 10 star monuments, which was simply amazing. Xiaobo stopped the car, which was also a huge consumption for the car. There was no way, now I could only wait for the snow to stop. There was almost nothing to do this day, so I couldn't rush, so I had to rest. Dinner was also simple, rice soup with a braised Christian carp. After eating this one, there were only 3 braised Christian carps left in the locker, and there were still many other supplies. There were also many grass carps, which were still wrapped in snow, and I couldn't feel the passage of time inside, so I didn't worry about the food going bad or spoiling. The next morning, Xiaobo came out of meditation and stretched himself in a refreshed state. The snow outside was very heavy last night, and there was even a strong wind, forming a blizzard. The strong wind blew across the snowfield, rolling up the snowflakes, and the whole world was white. The temperature also dropped below zero. If you leave a person outside, he will be frozen to death in less than 2 hours. Spiritual power. 61, 12.2. After a night of meditation, his mental power increased by 2 points again, plus a 20% bonus, reaching a full 73 points. This has crushed everyone. The growth of mental power is extremely difficult, but Xiaobo's mental power has made an incredible leap today, jumping from 30 points to 73 points in a short time. Such a speed of improvement is inseparable from the resource upgrade system. With the improvement of mental strength, the role of the trump card of Sword Light and Sword Shadow has become more prominent. Now he can cut out 7 swords with amazing destructive power. He felt very happy about the growth of strength. He looked around. The blizzard outside had stopped, but the snowflakes were still falling. The black clouds above his head had already shown signs of dispersing, and the snow was decreasing. It might not be long before the sun came out, and the snow would be melted quickly. 2 hours later, the snow finally stopped, and the black clouds had dissipated. The sun emerged from the dark clouds, and more than 10 minutes later, the temperature in the air began to soar. The temperature began to warm up from below zero. Near noon, the air became scorching, the temperature of the sun reached its peak, and the snow on the ground began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The temperature of the air was probably about 20 degrees. When the snow melted completely, Windy would reach 30 degrees. Xiaobo also turned off the air conditioner in advance and waited quietly. When the snow on the ground was almost melted, he started the car and set off again. The snow has decreased, and there is almost no obstacle for the car. Before leaving, he put the fertile land on the second floor to enjoy the sunlight. The car started on the road. The snow on the ground has melted, and the desert has become muddy, but it will not be long before the ground will recover. The direction from which the wild monsters came before is this direction. If you go in this direction, you may meet a wild monster tribe. Thinking in his heart, he increased the speed of the car, and a long road appeared behind the car. The star monuments were also slowly increasing, but it took only a few minutes to increase a little. That's it. The wild monster tribe. After more than half an hour, Xiaobo's eyes suddenly focused, and at the end of his sight, a strange building appeared. These buildings gathered together to form a village. When he got closer, he saw a figure swaying in the village. This was the wild monster tribe. Don't think that coming here to open up the wasteland means abandoning you. You will enjoy treatment that players on the road cannot enjoy. There are many wild monster tribes in the wasteland. Destroy them, and you will get a lot of experience rewards. Note that players will not be able to get their supplies. The system prompt appeared in front of him. According to the prompt, the wild monster tribe can only be killed to gain experience, but not their supplies. I don't know why the system is set like this. Survival of the fittest. Such a word suddenly appeared in Xiaobo's mind. Supplies and star monuments are the most important sources of contradictions for the pioneers. If there are a lot of supplies, the number of people who plunder other people's star monuments will decrease. Killing wild monsters can gain experience, improve strength, and also obtain supplies. No one will kill their own people. The purpose of the system is to open up new land, and I am afraid that it will cause conflicts between the new land developers. Xiaobo seemed to understand the intention of the system. His eyes flickered. Because these people are eliminated, there are top players and non-top players. I am afraid that the system is also screening some top players, and releasing these top players. And those ordinary players who waste resources will be eliminated. After these top players reach the star monument, they will be sent out by the system to increase the strength level of the game players. Perhaps this is the only explanation that can make sense. Chapter 219. The car stopped. Xiaobo got out of the car, told Blueberry to keep an eye on the car, and the armor on his body was already solidified. This tribe is not big. There are only 20 or 30 houses, and there are very few wild monsters in the tribe. He can now basically confirm that this is the group of wild monsters he met yesterday. He killed about 30 of them, and there are not many wild monsters left. Oh 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 oh! The wild monsters let out a strange howl. They found Xiaobo. One by one, the wild monsters poked their heads out of the houses of these tribes, looking at Xiaobo nervously. After confirming that he was alone, more than 20 wild monsters holding various weapons quickly rushed out of the tribe. The level of these wild monsters is not as high as before. The highest is only level 9, and the four-dimensional attributes are far from being as terrifying as the group of wild monsters last night. Xiaobo's face was grim. He killed 30 wild monsters by himself, and a mere 20 wild monsters were not difficult to deal with. One of the monsters roared, and the others roared excitedly, holding weapons and rushing over. At this moment, they did not realize that all the people who went out to find food had been killed by him alone, and there was no return. The blood-red steel knife trembled slightly, as if it was thirsty for blood, but it was not, it was his heart. Bang! The ground collapsed, and Xiaobo was ejected like a cannonball, swinging the blood-red steel knife, killing a monster in one blow, a level 10 monster. Killing it was like cutting vegetables. His speed was very fast, and with the blessing of armor and boots, his agility value reached a very terrifying 90 points. Once he was at full strength, he left a residual image on the ground, and a distance of 100 meters was just a blink of an eye. The blood-red steel knife was extremely sharp. These monsters tried to fight with weapons, but they were shattered at the touch of the blood-red steel knife. No monster in this cautious tribe could withstand Xiaobo's powerful and unparalleled offensive. The fierce attacks came one after another, which was very terrifying. This was not over yet. Facing the murderous Xiaobo, they did not fear at all. The few remaining monsters still cooperated strictly, and wanted to kill Xiaobo. Then a group of hot blood-red knife energy burst out, whistling through the air, cutting 3 monsters in a row, sinking into the wall behind them, instantly tearing the wall apart, and the house collapsed. More than 20 monsters were killed in less than 3 minutes. With the death of the last monster, the blood-red steel knife in his hand disappeared. 23 monsters brought 230 experience points, plus the previous experience. The total experience reached 602 points. A tribe of wild monsters can bring such high experience. I really hope to meet more tribes. Xiaobo looked coldly, and thought in his heart. He was a little uncomfortable with the pungent smell of blood. He jumped up and came to the tribe. There were some wild monsters in the tribe. They were smaller monsters, just like human children. They looked at Xiaobo ignorantly, with fear in their eyes. There were also some old monsters. The four-dimensional attributes of these monsters were basically lost, and their body functions were almost exhausted. They were only supported by their previous strong physical fitness. But this year they are old and time is no longer. They picked up the weapons against the wall, and protected these young monsters behind them. There were not many monsters, only a dozen wild monsters. These old people seemed to understand that the other tribesmen in the tribe were killed by the mysterious man in the cool armor in front of them, but there was nothing they could do. Survival of the fittest. If it doesn't kill me today, I will kill it tomorrow. Very realistic. Xiaobo didn't have any sympathy, just a little hesitation, and then he raised his knife. Several old monsters were no match for Xiaobo at all, and they were all killed instantly. He didn't let go of the remaining young monsters. Spare them a life. Without the protection of the powerful monsters outside, they will still die. Death in his own hands can also increase a little experience. Xiaobo didn't seem to have any fluctuations in his heart, but mentally speaking, he was still a little uncomfortable. He killed the powerful monsters because they wanted to kill him, but the young monsters didn't want to kill him, so he killed them all. Survival of the fittest. Cut the grass and uproot it. Killing all the monsters, the experience value increased to 713 points, and there were only 300 points left to upgrade. One more tribe, that's it. The tribe feeds on flesh and blood, and eats everything. It is natural for him to kill them. If he does not kill them, they will kill him instead. There is only 1 day left before the safe zone is opened. In addition to continuing to obtain the Star Monument, he now has another goal, which is to find the wild monster tribe and upgrade the level. It is very simple to upgrade the level in the land reclamation. The wild monsters here are of high level, low strength, large number, and high experience value. A small tribe can be upgraded by 1 level, so how much experience can a large tribe bring? This is unimaginable. With the death of all the wild monsters in the tribe, the entire tribe seemed to have lost its support and turned into a pile of ashes. The house cracked, and all the supplies and corpses turned into ashes, and then disappeared into the air, as if they had never appeared. So that's how it is. What supports the wild monster tribe is life. With the death of life, the wild monster tribe naturally has no possibility of existence. Does this represent the extinction of a race? I destroyed a race myself. The number of a race would not be so small. This is most likely just a branch. Xiaobo thought in his heart, put away his knife, and left here. The tribe disappeared, and only the traces of their survival showed that they had existed here. Back in the car, the clothes were soaked with sweat. The cool breeze from the small steel cannon brought a hint of coolness to Xiaobo, and he felt much better. He changed his clothes, took a cold shower, changed into clean clothes, and felt much better. The battle went very smoothly, and the experience value soared, sweeping away the gloomy mood. Set off on the road. At this time, the ground outside was almost dry, and the traces of heavy snow almost disappeared. The car started moving forward. He had wasted too much time. Now he had to hurry up and search for wild monster tribes and supplies. Time passed. The desert was very large, unimaginably large. The air was also very hot. When it was close to night, there was no trace of snow on the ground. There was only the earth that was baked and cracked by the sun. During this period, he watered the fertile land twice, and there were faint signs of vegetable seedlings emerging on the fertile land. Fertile land can shorten the growth cycle and growth time of vegetables. Even if one can only grow in spring, and the other can only grow in winter, they can be planted on fertile land, which is very convenient. Chapter 220. Time passed quickly, and the opening time of the safe zone was getting closer and closer. Xiaobo had been driving for more than 10 hours, and his mileage increased by more than 1,000. His mileage had reached more than 2,500, and it was still very far from the 100,000 mark. For more than 10 hours, he did not encounter a wild monster, let alone a tribe of wild monsters. He did not see a hare. At night, the game prompted the appearance of the safe zone. The location of the safe zone and an arrow sign appeared on the system in front of him. Following this arrow, you can find the location of the safe zone. Xiaobo started the car and started driving towards the safe zone. The appearance of the safe zone, I don't know what it means. Will there be changes in the desert? While driving, Xiaobo was thinking. There is actually no danger in the desert, but a safe zone appeared, which means that after a period of time, unknown changes will occur outside the safe zone. The car drove for an hour, and finally arrived at the safe zone. There were other vehicles approaching the safe zone one after another. The yellow group still returned in a group, while the blue players were relatively loose, all in groups of 3 or 5. Arriving in the safe zone, Xiaobo began to look for the figure of the RV, but the man seemed to have disappeared. Everyone came in, but there was still no trace of the man. He is still alive. Didn't the blue team attack him? Emodula looked at Xiaobo's car in surprise, and said to the people around him. There are a few people on the blue side. Haitu is gone. Haitu, he seems to be a high-level player. Could he be killed by him? Don't speculate. Wait until he comes out to see the star monument, and you know. Sunda, who didn't say a word, leaned against the car and sat on the ground. From time to time, he looked up at Xiaobo's car. The blue group also noticed that they were outnumbered, and their eyes were fixed on Xiaobo, the newcomer. The number of people on both sides was fixed before, and only changed after he arrived. Only the people on the blue side knew that Hei-Tu was not dead, but used the transfer token to go to another area. He couldn't stay in this area, and when he left, the message he left was only 5 words. Be careful of the newcomer. Obviously, Hei-Tu had fought with this person and failed. Sooner or later, he would gather in the safe area. In order to prevent friction, he left. They could imagine that what could make Hei-Tu leave was probably that the opponent was so different from him in strength that he had threatened his life, so he would leave. Otherwise, he would definitely not leave. This time, Xiaobo suddenly became the focus of the whole audience. Xiaobo lay on the bed in the car, browsing the information in the world. In the safe area, he could indeed connect to the previous world game. In the past 3 days, the world has undergone tremendous changes. The level of domestic players is catching up, and Old Man Joe and his friends have reached level 7. And there are already many foreign players at level 9, and the current number 1 is still stuck at level 9, and he has killed more and more people. He retired, and fewer people in the world discussed him. The previous incident is still fermenting. Everything is going according to plan. Xiaobo shut down the system expressionlessly. The plan is progressing well, and he is also slightly relieved. Opening up the wasteland seems to be a huge boost to the level, But as time goes by, without supplies, more and more people will die. In private chat, Zhou Laotu, Han Yi, Chu Xia, Feng Xian and others sent me a lot of messages, because they were horrified to find that Xiaobo's avatar was gray. Gray represents death, which scared them. Xiaobo represents their top combat power. Once Xiaobo gets into trouble, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiaobo, you scared me to death. Xiaobo, you're back. I thought you were okay. No, I'm scared to death. I didn't expect that they would find me as soon as I showed up, and immediately replied to me. Something happened. I may disappear frequently recently. Xiaobo replied one by one, although he didn't know whether they were concerned for their own interests or really cared. He replied, in the wilderness, you will be disconnected from the game, but you never thought that even your avatar would be dark. After replying, Xiaobo no longer paid attention to these things and looked out the window. These aliens were all staring at him at the moment. It was obvious that the number of people in the blue camp was less. Needless to say, it must be him. What surprised him was that the person who used the life-saving skills to escape before was not here. After dressing up, Xiaobo got off the car very calmly. The eyes from all sides were cast over, some with cold murderous intent. Xiaobo seemed not to see these, and glanced at the players in the blue camp. And Emodula did not come to find him again. When he looked at him, his eyes were dodging. He immediately understood that someone must be targeting him again, and Emodulu and the others must have received the news. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they did not negotiate with him for fear of getting angry. Sure enough, he did kill people. On the first day he came, the number of star monuments reached 2,500. Now it's confirmed that he did it. Are we going to do it now? The blue players were talking all around. They were not whispered about, but were talking openly. Xiaobo turned his head and looked at them. There was already murderous intent in his eyes, but he didn't do it. Killing these people in the safe zone would require a penalty of lowering the level. And they only need to lower one level to kill me. With so many people, I can directly reduce myself to level 0. I don't necessarily need to kill them, I can just destroy them. Xiaobo's eyes flashed with coldness. Killing them would require the inheritance law, but destroying them would not require any risk. This group of aliens was in high spirits, and even said that they would kill him and divide his resources, but the players on the yellow camp were indifferent. They didn't seem to want to help me. The blue creature with 3,000 stars on his head stood out from the blue players and stared at him. You killed our people, and still want to live a leisurely life. Do you think it's possible? I give you a choice. Hand over the car and get out of the safe zone by yourself, and we will let you live. Otherwise, we will kill you even if we have to be demoted. Just fight me if you want to. Xiaobo said indifferently, with his arms folded and his eyes cold. The man in front of him may be powerful, but he is not easy to mess with. He has a lot of trump cards. Not to mention him alone, even if all the people are added together, they may not be his opponent. You are looking for death. The blue alien creature was furious and rushed over fiercely, his fists emitting a faint light and whistling out. Boxer. Chapter 221. You bully our people like this, and you think I don't exist, right? A figure rushed out very quickly, and punched the blue man's fist above his head. Boom, a huge collision came, the ground cracked, and ripples spread. A figure appeared in front of him. It's him. This person is the Sinda mentioned by Emodulu. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He used this method to win himself over. Just pretending. Since he wants to do it, just watch. Xiaobo crossed his arms, like a bystander next to him. Seeing that Sinda had taken action, these people were not idle, and immediately stepped forward to ask about their well-being. Xiaobo, I was warned just now. That was Sinda's test for you. If you have the courage to resist, you can join us. If you don't have the courage to resist, Sinda will not accept you. Emodula came to Xiaobo and whispered. I know. Xiaobo said calmly, looking at the two bosses who were already fighting fiercely. Their strength was similar, and they were both boxers. Judging from the physical collision, their 4 dimensions should have reached about 60 or 70 points. And the light radiating from their bodies was almost the skill of boxers, or passive. The two fought, and their fists collided, and they were all cracked. The power of each punch was extremely terrifying and horrifying, as if it could destroy the mountain. Cracks appeared on the ground. In the end, they were evenly matched and ended the fight. After all, this was not a life and death fight, so there was no need to show all the cards. Since he is your man, take care of your man, and we will not interfere with each other. If we are short of people, We will not let it go so easily next time. The blue guy with 3,000 stars on his head had a ferocious look on his face. Humph. Senda just snorted coldly and looked back at Xiaobo. His eyes were calm, but his body was like a furnace, and his blood was boiling. Come here, I have something to say, he said, walked to his RV and sat down again. The others hurried over. Xiaobo looked at the star monuments on the heads of these guys in the blue camp, and they added up to about 40,000 to 50,000. When we get out, we will kill all these aliens. Retracting his gaze, Xiaobo followed. He wanted to see what these people were doing. Before, we found a small or medium-sized wild monster tribe. After counting, the number of wild monsters was 400 to 500, and we only had 11 people. The highest level of this wild monster tribe has reached level 15, which is not easy to deal with. Senda sat on the ground, his eyes swept over the others, and finally fell on Xiaobo. Is your name Xiaobo? You are quite capable. This was a test for you. I am a person of this character. I like people with courage. You have my approval, and you have killed their people, so I want to invite you to go to this tribe with me. There is strength in numbers. Are you interested? Wild monster tribe. Xiaobo thought about it for a while, and nodded in agreement. Okay. A wild monster tribe, with rich experience, he had no reason to refuse. Afterwards, Senda took out a map and began to draw on it. This is a hand-drawn map. It records many wild monster tribes, but the small ones have been cleared by us, leaving only a few large tribes. Emodulu explained. This is no secret among them. Xiaobo looked at the rough map in his hand with some surprise. There were many strange words and symbols drawn on it. These were their words and symbols. In some places on the map, there was a door shape. After translation, he recognized the words on it. Portal. Xiaobo's eyes froze slightly. Portal. Is this the way to another area? Senda seemed to be calculating, and finally circled a circle in the lower right corner of the hand-drawn map marking the location of the safe zone. Xiaobo hit the map in his heart. If the location of his safe zone is true, then he can reach the portal along the northwest corner, and the small and medium-sized tribes marked with a cross are in the west. The problem now is that he doesn't know the direction. Only after the action can he determine the direction. Okay, its location has been determined. We need to make a plan. We can't deal with small and medium-sized tribes. The current situation is still a problem of strength. Once the wild monsters surround us, it will be difficult to rush out. Cars are good things, but they are only a means of transportation. They are only useful on the road, but they are useless when they encounter danger. We don't have any repairmen here, otherwise we can assemble some artillery. General Mori folded up the map, and his eyes sank slightly. The more wild monsters there are, the harder it is to deal with. The 4-dimensional attributes of the 10-level wild monsters here are still close to 50 points. For small and medium-sized tribes like this, the 4-dimensional attributes are generally between 50 and 60 points. Moreover, such tribes are most likely to have special wild monsters, but such a tribe is enough for him to upgrade 2 or even 3 levels, and he really doesn't want to let it go. While he was thinking, Xiaobo asked Emodulu, by the way, how much do you know about the game? Not much. This game seems to be for training something. I don't know the details. Emodulu thought for a while, and gave a very vague answer. Xiaobo pondered for a while. Then he said, Then do you understand the level? You mean the level? I know a little about this. You say. Xiaobo's eyes moved, and he hesitated again, as if he understood something. I can use. Just consider it as a favor to you. Below level 20, it has no effect, but above level 20, the effect will be prominent. According to what I know, the first highway deployed by the myriad races of the heavens and the earth is a first-class highway. There is no boss on the first-class highway, and only a small boss will appear during the 7-day hunt. And when all players' levels are upgraded to level 20, the highway will be upgraded, and resources and wild monsters will be enriched. Level can upgrade the highway level, and the most beneficial is not the players, but, as he said, Emodulu pointed to the sky, which was self-evident. The system or rules of the game. Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. No wonder the game pays so much attention to the level. It turns out that the level upgrade can upgrade the highway. The highway upgrade means that the benefits of the game will become greater. No wonder the game focuses on level upgrades, not combat power. The game thinks of itself, and as long as it benefits itself, it doesn't care about human combat power at all. Combat power is superficial. When the road is upgraded and the difficulty increases, players who are eager to upgrade will find the importance of combat power. Maybe they don't realize it. After Emodula said this, he immediately realized it. Chapter 222. The game is cold and ruthless. Even if all the players on the road die, the next batch of players can still enter. The game is a rule, a cold machine. Life is like an ant to it. Whether it is on the road or in the land reclamation. The killing between members is for the survival of the fittest. The tribe is to provide a route for the remaining players to upgrade. If you are killed by the tribe, it can only be because of your own lack of strength. It should be. No wonder Old Man Joe said that the road is their only safe zone. I'm afraid that this is the only news he got. He certainly didn't expect that the road will be upgraded. Once the road is upgraded, it will no longer be the only safe zone, but hell. The competition between camps is to promote the level upgrade. In the absence of a lot of skills, the level upgrade is the only way to upgrade. Xiaobo felt a little chilly. Combined with the hasty end of the previous activities, he could vaguely feel that a new road system was not complete. The creatures on the road are too strong, which will affect the balance, so the rewards of some previous activities have been removed, and even the ranking and space have been restricted. At the same time, after the novice protection ends, the game difficulty increases with the player's strength. I am afraid it is also to restrict some high-level players, but I didn't expect that I would appear as an outlier. The game is contradictory. On the one hand, it wants to restrict the development of players, but it has to provide convenience for the development of players. In order to cope with the competition from other roads in the future. The appearance of the mysterious man is a good example. But there happened to be such an outlier like me, and the difficulty of the game seemed to be nothing to me. Wait, is it a conspiracy of the game to come to the place of reclamation? Because I am almost unsolvable, I was brought here. There is no game here, and I can't affect the balance of the game. No, it shouldn't be. If the game can interfere with the road, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Xiaobo thought about it, and felt that it was unlikely. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and cloudless. The safe zone is still large enough, and will continue to expand with the number of people. Xiaobo, you are quite strong. You can consider leading a team. It is still a little unlikely for us to destroy this small and medium-sized tribe. The only way is that we split into 2 teams, separate these wild monsters, and then kill as many wild monsters as possible to avoid casualties among us. In this way, after a few more grindings, this wild monster tribe will eventually be destroyed by us. Cinda thought about the needs, and came up with a fairly reasonable method. The difference in numbers is there, and a tribe of more than 500 monsters is still very difficult. Even Xiaobo alone can hardly destroy it. However, if he is alone, slowly grinding, going to kill some every day, it is still possible to destroy this central monster tribe. If it is a large monster tribe, it is unlikely. In the tribe of large monsters, there are monsters that can crush you. 90 points of attributes are very high, but for some bosses, they are completely vulnerable. And now I have just started, 90 points of attributes can only be regarded as just out of the scope of ordinary people. This plan is good and feasible. The difference in numbers is there. We can't defeat them by force. We can only use our wits to defeat them. But we still have to be on guard. Wild monsters are also intelligent. They can form a small or medium-sized tribe. Obviously, they have their own strengths. After hearing this, the others agreed and thought that this plan was feasible and could be implemented. Some people also gave relatively pertinent suggestions. The final result of the discussion was that the plan was implemented. When retreating, everyone depends on their own abilities. What is outside the safe zone? Why do we have to enter the safe zone when the time comes? When chatting, Xiaobo asked Emodulu again. I don't know. No one has been out. But I heard from Cinda that there are wild beasts outside the safe zone. The lowest strength is also a small boss level, and the higher ones are unimaginable. The control of the game here is relatively weak, and some suppressed or unsuppressible wild monsters will run out. Emodulu lay on the ground, looking at the sky comfortably. Xiaobo understood that in the desert, the game's control had reached its lowest point, and some powerful wild monsters would easily break free from the game's constraints. So during this period of time, the game established a safe zone, allowing wild monsters to wreak havoc outside. When the time is up, they will be imprisoned again. Xiaobo said, how long this time will last, there is no prompt on the system. Emodulu squinted his eyes, and said in a relatively restrained posture, it's hard to say, sometimes fast, sometimes full. At least 1 or 2 days, at most a week. Usually it takes only 1 day, and it rarely takes a week. The power of the game is still quite terrifying. You can call the game the master of things, the master of all things. Lord of all things? Isn't it the Lord of all things who can pull all races to this game to survive? Xiaobo understood. Yes, he can control the life and death of billions of races. He can indeed be called the Lord of all things. Wait. The safe zone currently has two areas, one with blue and the other with yellow. Regardless of whether it is a planet or not, seeing people with the same skin color will always give you a sense of security. Time passed, and Xiaobo also returned to the car. It was still quite hot outside. Isn't it uncomfortable to turn on the air conditioner in the car? Buzz. The inexplicable sound spread, and the people around were startled. There are new people coming again. How many are there this time? See if they are from our race? In the open space, the air twisted, and a strange black hole formed. The center twisted and swirled. As it twisted, the black hole began to spread. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The appearance of cars appeared inside, and there were many of them. The scope of the safe zone expanded again. Xiaobo was also attracted and walked to the open space. My goodness, such a big portal, how many people will it take? Emodulu exclaimed. The twisted portal disappeared, and cars appeared in the open space. Looking closely, there were more than 50 cars, and the entire safe zone was expanded by more than 3 times. This is not over yet. A twisted portal disappeared, and soon a second portal appeared, twisting and intertwining, the third, and the fourth. The safe zone gradually expanded. Everyone's face changed. It's going to change. Senda suddenly raised his head, looking at the twisted portals that appeared one after another, and murmured. All kinds of cars appeared. The lowest one was a jeep, there were many trucks, and there were also many RVs. Chapter 223. The security guys on the blue side were even more stunned. In addition to surprise, they also looked solemn. Xiaobo also realized that something was wrong. There was only one possibility for such a large-scale transmission. That is, a road completed the elimination of the 3 pillars. These people were all failed people who were sent here to open up Wasteland. Then these guys are very likely to come from a planet. So many people, it's over, it's obvious that they were eliminated on a road. Emodulu also guessed it, and said in a lost voice. Be prepared for battle, they are not friendly. Senda's eyes were cold. Xiaobo's eyes were also fixed on the large number of creatures that appeared. The transmission portal was completed quickly, and there were about 200 people in the 425 area. This is just an area in a number area, and other areas are unimaginable. The car door opened, and strange species walked out one by one. They don't look like humans, but more like mutant creatures. They look like strange species, like unknown insects that have turned into human form. These creatures got off the car, and looked at the people in the blue camp and the yellow camp vigilantly. The air was somewhat frozen, and everyone was staring, especially Xiaobo and the others who had the 1,000-star monument above their heads, who were being scanned by eyes. There were more than 200 people on the other side, and once the fight started, they would definitely not get any benefits. Who is your leader? We want to talk to him. Among the strange species, a tall creature walked out, and the creatures around him took the initiative to make way for it. Obviously, this guy had a certain say among these strange species. The blue creature that Mori Yamato had seen before walked out. Very good, now I give you 2 choices, die, or surrender to us. The Gundam strange species spoke in a cold tone, with a sharp look in his eyes. Everyone's face changed, and they couldn't help but glare at the Gundam strange species. Fists are the hard truth. If you have any questions, fight. Beat you until you are convinced. The Gundam strange species looked cold, slowly unbuttoned his clothes, revealing a sturdy body. His body was covered with black scales. It seemed that there were huge differences between species. His figure was extremely sturdy, and his body was obviously trained. He has a sturdy figure, and doesn't use weapons. He should be a boxer. Xiaobo said in a low voice. Both warriors and boxers can enhance themselves. This tall strange species does not carry weapons, and it is obvious that he has changed his job to a boxer. We can coexist peacefully. Senda spoke first, staring at the tall strange species without fear. Yes, there are many wild monster tribes in this world that can bring high experience. We can cooperate. Get these experiences. The people on the blue side also echoed Senda. 1 region, 3 voices, I don't want to hear the other 2 voices. Either surrender or die. The tall and strange species is very strong, his fists are faintly glowing, and his momentum is powerful. Combined with the tall height difference, it makes people breathless. We promote peaceful coexistence, so we hope you can also coexist peacefully. This will benefit all of us. Sunda still said unwillingly. He could feel the pressure from this tall and strange species. His strength must be very terrifying. Then, there is no room for negotiation. I have to cripple you. The tall and strange species strode towards the two people, and the pressure suddenly fell on Sunda, and the blue player, with the 3,000-star monument on his head. You alone may not be a match for the two of us. The blue player with the 3,000-star monument on his head roared in a low voice, his fists faintly emitting an inexplicable light. For a moment, the air seemed to solidify, and the atmosphere was tense. Try it? Gao Dakishong sneered, exerted force on his feet, and the ground under his feet cracked with a bang. Gao Dakishong's figure suddenly jumped up and slapped him. The speed of this slap was extremely fast, rubbing against the air, making a sharp friction sound. A milky white light appeared on his palm, which was deeper than the light on the hand of the blue camp player, with the 3,000-star monument on his head. So strong. Sunda, who was waiting for the opportunity, focused his eyes. The power of this palm was enough to smash the hood of a car. Boom! The two collided with each other and separated from each other, and a terrifying sonic boom broke out in the air. The power of this palm was really terrifying, and it was definitely a skill. The blue player with the 3,000 on his head stepped back a few steps, and his arms turned red. He looked at Gao Dazhong in shock. He didn't expect his strength to be so strong, at least above his own. His strength reached a terrifying 70 points, but he was still beaten back several steps, while Gundam Chizhong just shook his figure and soon stabilized. His strength value is probably more than 80 points. After being shocked, he roared, "Son, if you don't make a move, let's die together." Surrender is impossible, and surrender also means death. Only by fighting hard can you win what you want. Okay. Sunda also understood this, jumped up, kicked in the air, and kicked over with a whip kick, and the air exploded. The people around were the oldest. Is this a battle between strong people? 2 against 1 is not fair, let me meet you. A strange species following the giant strange species stood up, quickly took off his clothes, held a wide long sword, and launched a skill. The ground shook and his speed increased suddenly. Warrior skills. Charge. The wide long sword emitted a faint light, which was restrained. It fell suddenly, and the air rippled. A white mark passed by. With the wide long sword as the center, the air around the wide long sword twisted slightly outward. This is another skill. Sunda's face changed. He did not dare to be reckless. He restrained his attack in midair, and changed his feet to fists. Boxer, double fists are invincible. With a bang, the strange species and Sunda flew backwards. The strength of the two was comparable. The strength of the people following him is almost the same as mine. It's difficult. Sunda turned over and stood up, his eyes cold. Puff. Suddenly, a black shadow flew over. It was the master of the blue camp. He was no match for Gao Dachizhong. After a few rounds, he was slapped and flew away, blood spurted, and he fell to the ground with a bang. The people around him were extremely horrified. If one person was injured, the result was predictable. You are the only one left. You can't even beat my men, how can you be my opponent? And I haven't used my full strength yet. Gao Dachizhong looked down at him with disdain. This deeply pierced Sunda's heart. He straightened up and looked cold. What if I didn't use my full strength? Even if I die, it's just a relief. I don't have to endure suffering anymore. Why not do it? You are very courageous. I admire people like you, but it's not worth it for you to do it for this group of people. Gao Dachizhong pointed at the people behind Sunda. Their cowardice is not worthy of your courage. They deserve to die. They all lowered their heads in shame. Gao Dachizhong was right. They were indeed cowardly, and the reason for their cowardice was their strength. Chapter 224. Xia Bo's eyes flickered, and he wanted to use the detection eye to explore the 4 dimensions of this guy. You are looking for death. The tall and strange creature who was criticizing everyone's eyes sank, and he felt a peeping on him. It was a thin figure in the crowd, and the whole person was like skin and bones. It was as if an ant touched a god. He disappeared from the spot, leaving a string of hot gold footprints on the ground. Footwork. Sundai and the blue creature were suddenly startled and looked over. Get out of the way! He is coming! Mo Dula screamed, and a black shadow rushed over quickly, and a string of strange footprints appeared on the ground. He is coming for me! So powerful and sharp. In addition to enhancing his own state, the boxer's skills also enhanced the senses very much. Xia Bo's eyes condensed, and he did not dare to be careless. The steel knife in his hand emerged, and was wrapped in blood-red light in an instant. He was wearing boots, and pieces of broken armor scales appeared around his body. The fragments were connected by a ray of light, and suddenly gathered towards his body. Armor worn. Steel knife appeared. Hunting started. This series of actions was completed in just a few tenths of a second. Through the hunting state, he also quickly captured the figure of this huge strange species, and rushed forward with a leap, slashing with the blood-red steel knife, falling into the air, and this knife had a tendency to miss. Armor. He actually has armor. And space equipment. Incredible, this outsider actually has so much equipment. Blood-red steel knife, his job transfer is hatred, and the hatred passive is at least level 3. He is worthy of being someone who can afford a motorhome. Why is he swinging his knife at the air? Wait. This is a prediction. The people around him were all excited. This knife seemed to miss, but in fact, he had captured the figure of the tall strange species through the hunting state, and he had achieved the degree of prediction in advance. Zheng. The blood-red steel knife collided with the iron fist, and sparks flew. The two separated as soon as they touched. Xiaobo held the steel knife, and suddenly stepped back 3 steps. The long knife trembled and hummed. The tall strange species stepped back 6 or 7 steps, his arm was numb, and a wound appeared, overflowing with green blood. With one blow, the strength was revealed. Everyone was stunned. This person was actually stronger than the tall strange species. Sendai and the blue creature's face changed wildly. They didn't expect this person's strength to be so strong. You can actually hurt me. You are very good. The tall strange species spoke in a powerful voice, gently stroking a wound on his fist, with a hint of admiration in his tone. You are not bad either, your strength should be 80 points, even close to 90 points. Xiaobo stood with a knife in his hand, and said casually. Through the collision just now, he has already felt the strength of this huge strange species, which is extremely terrifying. It is stronger than Sendai and the blue creature. This is just the beginning. The tall strange species said slowly. A faint light appeared in his hand, and the wound disappeared. Healing skills. Xiaobo's eyes focused, and the wild geese formation was in motion. The tall strange species moved, faster, and swung his fist. This punch was accompanied by a yellow light, and the whole air burst into a huge roar, as if the whole air was cracked. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and through the hunting state, he captured the loophole of the huge strange species, and rushed straight up to face the sharp blade. The blood-red steel knife seemed to have 2 phantoms, and the blood-red light radiated, splitting the space, and cutting in at an incredible angle. The opponent's attack was like a deflated balloon, instantly deflated. The double heavy blow landed on the opponent's arm, accompanied by a snap. The entire arm was cut off, the bones were flowing with disgusting green blood, and the arm was twisted in a strange arc. The tall strange species said nothing, with a trace of horror in his eyes, covering his broken arm with one hand. The light was wriggling. This time, he recovered abnormally slowly. Everyone was shocked. Even the strange species were horrified. I haven't used my full strength yet, and you are injured. There is no need to continue this battle. Let's just forget it. We won't interfere with you, and you don't come to disturb us. We will coexist peacefully, and have nothing to do with each other. Otherwise, if you continue to fight, I guarantee that you will die miserably. A cold voice came from a cold mask. Okay, I give you a favor. Let's put today's matter aside for now. We fight again, the next day for the broken arm. The tall strange species' voice was powerful, as if it was amplified by a loudspeaker, buzzing. After saying this, he turned and left, and his tribesmen also drove away one after another, 100 meters away from them. The strange species dispersed, but the horror in the eyes of the blue and yellow people still did not dissipate. They all knew the horror of the tall strange species. He could easily beat the guy in the blue camp away, and even vomit blood. His strength was not something they could fight against. But this person actually broke the tall strange species' arm in 2 or 3 rounds. His strength was terrifying. Not only were they shocked, but everyone else was also extremely shocked. They realized how terrifying this person's strength was. He didn't reveal his trump card. He cut off the opponent's arm with just one skill. What about other skills? This man's strength is unfathomable. After the strange species faded, Senta returned to his camp and took a deep look at Xiaobo, who was wearing a skinny coat. Although his body was not as terrible as before after a period of recuperation, he was still very thin and frail. The guy in the blue camp struggled to get up and return to his camp with the help of others. No wonder he is so confident, and no wonder Haidu wants to leave here. This guy's strength is enough to kill everyone. Fortunately, Sin stopped me, otherwise I would have died long ago. After being helped down, the guy with 3,000 on his head recalled his previous impulse, and was still frightened. if it weren't for Cinda who stopped him. I am afraid that at this time, I would have become the dead soul under the opponent's knife. In this battle, Xiaobo became famous and powerful, and everyone's eyes changed when they looked at him, becoming more respectful. Emodulu was trembling and excited. He had given him a favor before, which meant that as long as Xiaobo was fine, he would have a golden ticket to avoid death. After taking off his armor, Xiaobo took off his armor, walked to the previous place, sat down, and looked at the distance calmly. Others stared at Xiaobo, not daring to say much. Even Sinda's eyes changed when he looked at him. At this moment, no one looked down on him anymore. After lighting a cigarette, Xiaobo suddenly felt lonely. It seemed that he hadn't met a friend who could open his heart for a long time. This is a world where strength is respected, and fists can represent everything. In the RV, Blueberry seemed to feel Xiaobo's emotions, and showed his head. Yes, I still have Blueberry, and Blueberry is more loyal than most people. Chapter 225. Xiaobo's eyes lit up slightly, and he finished smoking. The loneliness in his heart disappeared. No matter how difficult this road was, he would go on. The aftermath subsided. Xiaobo's strength was also recognized, and no one dared to disturb him. The people in the blue camp suddenly became low-ranking. They huddled in the corner of the safe zone. And Cinda and his men occupied a large open space with more than a dozen people, and the strange species occupied a large area, which was considered to be completely divided up the entire safe zone. In the strange species convoy, the tall strange species stood at the edge of the territory, looking at the blue camp and the yellow camp in the distance, with a cold look. Are you just going to give up like this? A strange species standing next to him said. He was the strange species that fought with Cinda. The revenge of the broken arm must be avenged, but not now. That person is very strong, and he broke my arm with the same technique. If I really fight to the death, my fate will not be much better. Gao Dakizhong's voice was a little cold. After failing to compete with the Randall people, most of our people were sent here. There is more than one area here, and there are only more than 200 of us in one area. Other areas are not much better. We still need to understand the situation here before making plans. The man next to him nodded silently, indicating his agreement. At present, they have a huge advantage in numbers, and it is very simple to kill these people. But Gao Dakizhong is not a person who uses the human wave tactic to defeat the opponent. Because he understands that if he treats them like this, the next batch of pioneers will treat him like this. It would be better to keep them until the next batch of creatures arrive, then they might be able to discuss cooperation. Time passed, and 2 days passed peacefully. On the third day, the safe zone was finally opened, and the unrest outside disappeared. After the safe zone was opened, Cinda was anxious for everyone again and began to implement the plan. The location of small and medium-sized tribes is in the west. When setting off, Xiaobo remembered the direction in his heart, paved the road all the way, and moved forward. After advancing for about 6 hours, the team separated. Xiaobo drove silently and followed Emodulu. After grouping, he and Emodulu were in the same group. After the two teams separated, one team went north, and the other team went south. The road was paved while walking, and the star monuments accumulated quickly, but in the final analysis, it was still too long to reach 100,000 star monuments. Xiaobo didn't want to stay here for so long. He had already determined the direction. After going to the next area, he began to snipe other pioneers. As for here, even if he killed them all, he couldn't collect 50,000. But they should be killed. Ever since the guys in the blue camp wanted to kill him, Xiaobo had marked them as dead. Soon, the small and medium-sized tribe arrived. Although this tribe was small and medium-sized, it looked much larger than the tribe he had met. Let's move, they have discovered us. 5 cars stopped side by side, and Emodulu and the others got out of the car and looked at the last car, where a strong man sat. In the distance, wild monsters rushed over. The wild monsters in this tribe were tall, the shortest was 2 meters tall, and the tallest was 4 meters tall. They were powerful and oppressive. Xiaobo got off the car and looked at the wild monsters in the distance. Don't fight too much. If you can't hold on, leave quickly. Got it. Emodulu and others echoed. Xiaobo was the captain of their team, and was very powerful. They willingly obeyed Xiaobo's command. Freedom to fight, go ahead. Xiaobo's cold voice came out, the armor condensed on his body, the steel knife was stained with blood, and he rushed forward. The 5 people fought hard with the momentum of a company. They were not bad. The basic attributes of these wild monsters were on par with them. In addition, they had skills, so their personal strength was far greater than that of the wild monsters. The 5 people were able to barely deal with the wild monsters. As for Xiaobo, needless to say, after putting on the armor, his 4-dimensional attributes broke through the sky, especially his agility, which broke through 100 points. With the support of strong mental power, once the sword light and sword shadow were used, he could directly take away a large number of wild monsters. After the ruthless blessing of the butcher's hand, the power of the sword light and sword shadow increased linearly, which was simply terrifying. They were all stunned. It turned out that Xiaobo had been holding back. There were a lot of wild monsters now. It was a good time to upgrade. He wanted to use this opportunity to upgrade his level first. As for the 4-dimensional attributes, he would slowly polish them after returning. After a bloody battle, the entire armor was dyed red by the blood of the wild monsters. There were even internal organs hanging on the armor. Xiaobo seemed to have been bloodthirsty. He used all his strength in every knife. With a powerful and heavy knife, he easily split the body of the wild monster in the middle. No wild monster could get close to Xiaobo. Under his feet, the bodies of wild monsters piled up like a mountain. Emodulu and his men huddled together to deal with the wild monsters with difficulty, while on Xiaobo's side, one person was surrounded, and the bodies piled up into a small mountain. My goodness, he is too powerful. I have never seen such a powerful abomination. Emodulu accidentally saw Xiaobo, and a look of shock appeared in his pupils. Yes, with such a powerful killing god appearing in Area 425, I'm afraid these wild monsters are not enough to kill him. You see, he still has strength to swing his sword, and each swing is powerful and heavy. I can't imagine how terrifying his physical fitness is. The abomination is a profession born for killing, and he has other skills. The physical fitness of the abomination is beyond your imagination. You know it when the 3 forces were in a stalemate. I remember that the strength of the abomination comes from its physical fitness. When the 3 forces were in a stalemate, there was an abomination in the enemy camp, who seemed to be in the top 3 in the combat power of the abomination profession. He fought against a group of us alone for several hours. His strong physical fitness consumed batches of people. So, it is really possible that all these 200 wild monsters were killed by him. Several people felt a chill on their backs. They could barely withstand the pressure, and Xiaobo could withstand the attack of a group of wild monsters on the opposite side alone. It was really abnormal. While they were talking, Xiaobo's physical energy was also consumed at the fastest speed. He used all his strength in every strike, trying to kill them with one strike. This would ensure that the monsters were completely dead and would not attack him from behind. The armor had a limited degree of damage, and he didn't want it to break again, so he had to kill them with one strike. When there were many monsters in front of him, he used the flash of swords and shadows to break through the monster's blockade. Upgrade again, his experience value rose wildly. More than 60 monsters had died in his hands. The number of monsters in the field was decreasing. A huge monster appeared in front of him. Chapter 226. This monster is 2 heads taller than the other monsters, and is very eye-catching. It is extremely powerful. With a slight push, it pushed the monsters around it away, and walked towards them in big strides. The vibration of the ground attracted the attention of Emodulu and others. When they saw the monster coming, their expressions froze. This is a special monster. Damn, how did it appear here? It's over, are we going to retreat now? The attributes of special monsters are basically twice that of other monsters. They showed a trace of panic on their faces, and even changed their formation, and they were caught off guard against the monsters around them. Puff! A sharp iron spear pierced over, and one person didn't notice it, and his body was pierced, and a lot of blood spit out of his mouth. Although they have completed the job transfer, their bodies are still mortal, and their defense can only reduce the damage, but cannot completely offset it. One person fell to the ground, and the pressure on others suddenly increased. You guys focus on dealing with these monsters. I deal with this special monster. Hold on for a while. Xiaobo's cold voice came from the mask, and he stared at the special monster with cold eyes. The basic attributes of the monster flickered in his eyes. Unknown. Level, 14. Strength, 107. Agility, 86. Skills, Stun, Charged Attack. Stun the target for 1 second. Charged Attack. Concentrate all the strength of the body to complete the strongest attack. During the charging period, the strength is increased by 20%. Kill. A monster that was nothing special, and he had blueberries behind him, so he was not afraid. Crack. With a slight force on his feet, the pile of corpses was instantly shattered by the force transmitted by Xiaobo's feet. He rushed out, leaped several meters high, past the huge group of monsters, flew in the air, and swung the blood-red steel knife, like a blood-red full moon, floating in the air. Looking closely, it was a double-layer blood-red full moon, murderous aura spread, and pressure suddenly emerged. Under the double heavy blow, the steel knife rubbed against the air, trembling and emitting a sharp whistle. Under the mask, a pair of cold eyes stared at the special wild monster. Dizzy, seeing a strange fluctuation coming out of the wild monster, Xiaobo immediately felt that his body seemed to be unable to move, and purification was performed instantly, and the control was immediately released. There was a trace of human surprise in the pupils of the special wild monster. Facing the aggressive Xiaobo, the wild monster was very decisive and charged to strike. Clang! The golden swords intertwined, and the blood-red steel knife chopped on the wild monster. The two forces collided, and Xiaobo took advantage of the force to bounce up again, and the steel knife in his hand trembled slightly. Take advantage of its weakness to kill it. This monster has used 2 tricks in a row. There is no more tricks to use. My chance has come. With the help of the reaction force, he flew into the air again. The steel knife trembled lightly, and a blood-red knife aura whistled out, tearing the air and instantly sinking into the body of the special monster. Bang! A huge vibration was transmitted, and the monster fell to the ground in response, with a bloody mess in front of his body. From beginning to end, Xiaobo had never seen anyone who could withstand this knife. The power was really terrifying. The remaining monsters were even simpler. Turning on the bloody attack, the double heavy attack was like a desperate attack. Each knife was powerful and heavy, tearing the body of the monster, and at the same time, it was like a bomb was stuffed in their body, and it exploded directly. Xiaobo became more and more courageous, and his methods became more and more cruel. Every time he killed a monster, a trace of blood-red air swirled around him. He was bathed in a sea of blood, like a killer who walked out of hell. Too fierce, even special monsters can't last 2 rounds in his hands. He is filled with blood and hatred. No, he should be called the god of killing. The shock on Imodula's face never disappeared. The remaining monsters were no longer his enemies after Xiaobo started hunting. More than 200 monsters died in half an hour. There was even a special monster. In the end, Xiaobo even leaped into the air and slashed at Imodulu. At the critical moment, he was brought back to his senses by Imodula's scream. After the battle, Xiaobo took off his armor and silently lit a cigarette. The strange thing was that his body was still floating with thick blood, as if a sea of blood was floating around him. Sorry, I can't control myself. I go back to the car first. Call me when you leave. After apologizing, Xiaobo sat in the driver's seat, puffing out smoke. Name: Xiaobo, Sin Value, 5. Title: Human Pioneer. Occupation: Butcher. Gender: Male. Level: 11. Experience: 255 out of 2000. Strength: 63, 6.3. Agility: 59, 5.9. Physical fitness: 45, 4.5. Mental strength: 65, 13. Health value: 350, perfect state. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details, Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills: Intermediate fighting skills, expertise, strength increases with training, primary agility, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, steel body, life burning, purification, weapon affinity, sword light, meditation. Professional skills: bloodshed, unique, dismemberment, butcher's courage. Professional unique passive: butcher's hand, LV2, summon the system. After the battle just now, the level is directly increased by 2 levels. He glanced at it, and then turned it off. The level increase had little effect on his strength. He didn't even feel the level increase during the battle. Inhale, exhale. The level increase is still limited. The 4-dimensional attributes still rely on skills. If there is another battle like the one just now, my strength and agility will break through again. Closing his eyes, Xiaobo, who was puffing out smoke, thought in his heart. The muscles between his arms bulged, and an inexplicable force flowed. The potential of fighting expertise and intermediate agility is unlimited. Through fighting, he can strengthen himself and maximize his strength and agility. Xiada, we are ready to go. Imodulu walked forward and stood in front of the car door. Okay. Xiaobo opened his eyes and replied. The damage in this battle was not bad. Only one person was seriously injured, and the others were safe. Most of the experience was eaten by Xiaobo alone. Imodulu and the others did not doubt it. After all, he was very strong. If it were him, even if he was asked to kill, he might not be able to kill so many wild monsters. Only with mutual cooperation, some experience was recorded. The car roared and drove in the direction they came from, where they would meet up with Morita and others. Not long after the car started driving, they saw Morita and his car parked on the side of the road from a distance. There were originally 6 cars, but now there are only 3 left. There was an accident. This was his first thought. Chapter 227. It's strange to meet a special monster. The special monsters are too powerful. The formation was instantly defeated. 3 people died. Sunda was also seriously injured in order to delay time. Seeing Xiaobo and his team coming back, a man stepped forward and told them what happened. Sunda! Emodulu and the others were shocked and stepped forward immediately. Sure enough, Sunda's body was covered with blood and wounds everywhere, especially his arms, which showed a strange twisted arc. It made people feel numb. The special monsters are surprisingly powerful. We have killed about 100 of them, but the special monsters that suddenly appeared disrupted our progress. Cough cough. As he spoke, Sunda coughed up blood foam from his mouth. He looked at Emodulu and others. What's your situation? We are doing well. With Xiada here, more than 200 monsters have been killed, and there is also a special monster. Emodulu said. It should be. Xiada's strength is far above mine. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with special wild monsters. The profession he changed to is abomination. The number of abominations is vulnerable to a blow, unless the abominations are suppressed by strong strength. Sunda laughed bitterly, revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. Abominations, once they become strong, are definitely a sharp weapon in team battles. After all, abominations are born to kill. The small and medium-sized tribes are handed over to me. Is there anyone else going? Xiaobo walked forward and said that the wild monsters were not dead yet, and there was still a lot of experience waiting for him. We will go too. The few people who followed Xiaobo before quickly said that Xiaobo's strength was very strong, and it was very safe to follow him. Even special wild monsters could not last 2 rounds in his hands. They still believed in Xiaobo very much. Okay, you go ahead. Be careful, these wild monsters are very cunning. Serinda, who was seriously injured, knew that he had no chance to participate this time, and could only watch Xiaobo and his car go farther and farther. The expedition plan went very smoothly this time. The wild monster tribe was completely destroyed, and Xiaobo's experience value increased again. Experience 893/2000. The experience value of small and medium-sized wild monster tribes is quite rich. For 2 consecutive times, the level has increased by 2 levels. After this battle, the distance to breakthrough is getting closer and closer. Battle is indeed the fastest way to improve strength. Not only does it speed up the growth of one's own 4-dimensional attributes, but also the combat experience is more powerful. On the way back, Xiaobo drove the car and completed the road paving, thinking in his heart that now the improvement of strength is getting slower and slower, and the improvement of 4-dimensional attributes must rely on skills. Skills are still very important for the enhancement of 4-dimensional attributes, not to mention that he also has a resource upgrade system. After the upgrade, an ordinary skill can be upgraded to a magic skill, which greatly shortens the time difference between himself and other road players. The road he was on had just reached the camp division, and the 3-legged race had not even started. The difference between him and the people here was the road time, and they started much earlier than him. But he had a resource upgrade system, which shortened the gap and even surpassed them perfectly. After the small and medium-sized tribes were destroyed, Xiaobo separated from them. Before leaving, he asked Blueberry to help Sunda recover from his injuries. After all, the yellow players couldn't live without Sunda. He still had important things to do, and he couldn't stay here for too long. Except for leveling up, everything else here is fixed. Although the experience of wild monsters is high, they can't drop anything. The rapid level increase does not really increase the strength. After all, the level increase is not as fast as a skill book, and the wild monsters here can't drop skills, so it's a complete waste of time here. Name, Xiaobo, Sin value, 5. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 11. Experience, 893/2000. Strength, 63, 6.3. Agility, 59, 5.9. Physical fitness, 45, 4.5. Mental strength, 65, 13. Health value, 350, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastering skills. Intermediate fighting skills specialization, strength will continue to increase with training, primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, eye of detection, iron body, burning life, purification, weapon affinity, sword and shadow, meditation. Professional skills, bloodshed, unique, dismemberment, butcher's courage. Professional unique passive, butcher's hand, LV2, this is his current attribute panel, which looks very abnormal, but careful people can find that now that the level has been raised by 3 levels, the 4-dimensional attributes are still wandering in the same place. This kind of high level, but weak combat power, once the second level highway is opened, the game difficulty increases with the level, and he will definitely die quickly. So he now has to hurry back to the original highway, and he has already wasted a week here. I'm afraid the level list and ranking list have been refreshed. While paving the road, he was looking for other people, and the direction was to go northwest, because the portal was there. There were too few people here, the number of star monuments added up was far from enough, and it would take time. He needed to reach another area through the portal. Along the way, he did not meet other creatures, strange species, or even blue people. I wanted to clear out the people in the blue camp after this time, but Sinda's words woke him up. If you leave, the strange species will definitely make things difficult for us. If there are players in the blue camp, they can help us share the pressure. We can't do without them. These are what Sinda said, and there was a lot more to talk about later. Sinda also told him some things about the road. For example, the road fault. The highway fault is actually a time-space highway, which is very dangerous. In the highway fault, hundreds of highways overlap in this fault. You will meet players from other highways in it. Avoid them because you don't know the level of other highways in the highway fault. When the highways in the highway fault are superimposed, dozens of game systems overlap, and the wild monsters inside are also very powerful. Similarly, the supplies inside are unimaginable. If you are lucky, you may be able to explode a magical skill by killing a wild monster at random. If you are unlucky, the wild monsters you may encounter may kill you instantly. This is what Morida said, which shocked him greatly. In addition to the highway fault, there is also a second highway. The second highway can be understood as an invasion, just like fighting beasts. In an arena, put 2 highways and 2 systems, and devour each other's highways, and the game system can be upgraded. High level devours low level, and the risk of exposure of low level highways is too high, and the level of creatures in the highway will affect the level of the highway, so the game pays so much attention to the level. Chapter 228. When you upgrade, the highway will also upgrade, and the highway will be able to devour other low-level highways. Similarly, when the highway level is upgraded, the game difficulty will also increase. This is something that the game cannot affect. This is the evolution of the rules. The game has no emotions. It does not care about the life and death of creatures on the highway. If all the people on the highway die, this highway will become a death highway. I don't know the details of the death highway. It is said that there are undead, creatures from hell, abysses, and the most terrifying existence in the world on the death highway. No one can pass the death highway. Even me, even a strange species, or even a strong man who has completed the 20th level upgrade. The car was bumpy, and Xia Bo's mind kept flashing with Sinda's words. The highway he saw was just the surface, and the truly dangerous highway was still behind. It can be said that the highway currently exposed is just the tip of the iceberg. In his heart, he sorted out the news he had recently received and organized it. There is competition between games. The higher the level, the more benefits they get. Games don't care about the lives of people on the road, because when all the creatures on the road die, they will become death roads. As for the road fault, it is very dangerous. With a thought, a mound of earth suddenly bulged up on the originally flat wasteland. Looking at the number of star tablets, it has reached 2,000. About 2 hours have passed, and the bulging mound is definitely not ordinary. The car drove over and stopped beside it. Turning his head, a prompt appeared on the mound. Portal, designated teleport/random teleport. Consumption, designated teleport consumes 1,000 star tablets, and random teleport consumes 100 star tablets. Note, the portal only allows the rear area to teleport to the front area, and does not allow the front area to teleport to the rear area. Sure enough, this inconspicuous mound of dirt is the portal. It's hard to imagine that a mound of dirt is actually a portal. The content marked is also quite free. People in the front area are generally more powerful. If people from Area 1 come to the back area, they will definitely be the king. Xia Bo thought to himself that some people would stay in the wasteland area to upgrade and choose not to go out. In this way, their level would get higher and higher, and the supplies would be obtained by killing the newcomers, who were constantly replenished. Specified transmission to Area 623. Xiaobo looked indifferent, and chose the designated transmission business without hesitation. Area 623 is relatively close to Area 625. This should be an area that is already full. The mound of earth squirmed, and a distorted time and space appeared. He drove the vehicle, and drove in without hesitation. The surrounding scene changed. In front of him, there was still a desert, but there were roads everywhere as far as the sight could see, and under the car, there was already an asphalt road. Not long after he appeared, 4 or 5 cars surrounded him, 2 jeeps and 3 trucks, and 5 people got off the car. Their skin color was strangely red, and the number of star monuments above their heads was as high as more than 10,000. The total number of star tablets of the 5 people is more than 65,000. Not bad. Xiaobo's eyes were cold. These people were coming for him, and had already shown their weapons. The meaning was self-evident. Pushing open the car door, Xiaobo walked forward, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "Kill him!" One of the 5 people, a man with a very dark complexion, said with murderous intent. Looking for death. Xiaobo drew out a steel knife, put on his armor, and in their horrified eyes, a blood-red knife aura was stirred up, instantly tearing one person's body into pieces. More than 10,000 star tablets were transferred to his head. The 4 people were stunned in an instant, looking at Xiaobo in disbelief, trembling all over. How is it possible? One knife, just one knife to kill Eris. They were shocked and terrified. This person was not someone they could deal with. They never expected that this trust who had just come down would be so powerful. Xiaobo did not hide it. He condensed the blood-red knife energy again, and whistled it out. A huge crack was cut on the asphalt road. "Stop it!" The attack man roared, and ripples spread out from his body, condensing a barrier. He had no time to dodge. The moment the barrier just appeared, the blood-red knife energy had already slashed on the barrier. Crack! The barrier was broken in an instant. The blood-red knife energy crisscrossed with unparalleled power, penetrated the barrier, and shattered his body. Others were horrified and wanted to get on the car and run away. How could Xiaobo let them leave easily? He flew out and turned into a shadow at a super-fast speed. The blood-red knife energy spread and spread. The knife energy formed 3 paths and chased after them. 3 cars were cut open in an instant. 3 people got out of the car wreckage and looked back in horror. A figure flashed by and one person's head was thrown high. The remaining 2 people no longer had any heart to resist. Swish! 2 blood-red knife auras whistled, and 2 people fell softly to the ground. Gathering supplies, they left. The star monument had reached more than 60,000. Xiaobo drove the car and moved forward along the road. Soon, he met other creatures. The number of creatures here is relatively large. This time, they met a small team of about a dozen people, and the total number of star monuments was more than 200,000. Xiaobo was not afraid at all and attacked brazenly. This time it was relatively difficult. The strength of these people was not bad, and they cooperated with each other. After Xiaobo killed 3 people in a row, he quickly retreated because the number of star monuments had reached 150,000. The number of star monuments was enough. Task: complete 100,000 star monuments. Progress: 1105861/100,000. Completed. Receive it and return. While the car was driving, Xiaobo chose to receive the task without hesitation and return. Behind him, because Xiaobo killed 3 of them in a row, the rest of the people naturally drove to chase him and wanted to kill Xiaobo. Suddenly, the air in front of him twisted and a huge space-time tunnel appeared. Damn it! He completed the task. Someone in the team shouted, unwilling to give up, and slapped the steering wheel hard, and the powerful force almost smashed the steering wheel. The RV entered the out-of-control tunnel and disappeared. Squeak! One car after another braked suddenly and stopped where Xiaobo disappeared. A group of monster-like creatures got off the car. Their expressions were distorted, and a strange airflow flowed out of their bodies. This was their emotional reaction. The airflow became more and more, and the air around them could see the strange airflow fluctuations around their bodies. The sun was shining, and there was an endless road with endless forests on both sides. The tall trees rose from the ground, several dozen meters high, towering into the clouds, like a tall building. On the safe road, a car drove by. Not long after, the air there was slightly distorted. A larger car drove out of the distorted air. Chapter 229. Stop! There's a car behind us. In the car ahead, someone noticed the movement behind and hurriedly asked the driver to stop the car. I'm back. The scene has changed again. It seems that the space-time tunnel has sent me to the road section where I am. This seems to be a special road. Xiaobo looked around curiously, analyzing in his mind. Suddenly he said, Hey, there are people. There was a truck ahead. 2 people got off and approached cautiously. They were not carrying weapons, and their skin was yellow. Pushing the door open, Xiaobo got out of the car. One of his exposed eyes stared at them without any emotion. As long as they dared to make a move, he could kill the 2 people in 1 second. Dian people. One-eyed, old man, are you okay? I saw you coming out of the air just now. Did you encounter any danger? One of the thin, bald men said cautiously. They still couldn't figure out Xiaobo's background, but they didn't know that they had been seen through by Xiaobo. It's okay, I went to another time and space. Xiaobo said lightly, his words were a little vague. Another time and space. The 2 of them stared at each other with shock in their eyes. Another time and space, there is only killing, endless killing. Xiaobo fell into memories, as if he had returned to the battle with the tribe, and the bloody aura inadvertently permeated his body. For a moment, the 2 seemed to smell a bloody smell, and seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses. This is so terrifying. Go quickly, stay away from him. The 2 of them were trembling all over, their hearts were full of fear, and they immediately got into the car, started the car and drove away. Xiaobo came back to his senses, smiled knowingly, and then began to look around. There was a forest all around. These trees were all trees that he had never seen before, tall and straight, and the ground was already covered with leaves. Walking forward, there was still an air wall, and this area could not be explored, but some branches on the roadside could be collected by himself, and there was not much firewood in the locker. Picking up some dry firewood, Xiaobo counted the supplies in the locker. Among them, the number of car fragments has reached 1,500, and the car can be upgraded twice. There are also many new supplies, such as steamed buns and cakes for food, and some strange clothes for wearing, which do not conform to his aesthetics, so he threw them away. In terms of supplies, in addition to the common ones, there is one more thing, called solar energy, which is 1 cubic meter in size. After the upgrade, it became 7 cubic meters. At present, I don't know how to use solar energy. It can be inferred that solar energy is a kind of energy. If the guess is right, it should be related to energy. The other things were mostly common supplies. After getting off the car, Xiaobo upgraded the car. From the appearance of the upgraded RV, there was not much change. If there was any, it was much taller. The decoration inside the car was the same as before, but the second floor was very different. There was a shed, and there were lounge chairs under the shed. In front of it was a swimming pool, which was already sparkling. The water in the swimming pool was automatically generated and disappeared every day. It was very magical. There was no need to worry about the problem of consuming water. It was just an improvement. The water in the swimming pool could not be taken away, and it could not even quench thirst. Drinking it was like breathing air. But it felt like water. The water heater is still placed at the front of the car. As for the fertile land, it has been reduced. This brings us to a new function, the folding space. The car can fold some large objects and put them in the space. From the outside, the object has become smaller. After all, it is already in the folding space, but in the folding space, it is still the same as before. Another piece of fertile land can also be placed in the folding space. The folding space is quite large and very convenient to use. It can be used with just the mind. It is convenient and fast. It can even be used in the car on the first floor. Watering and weeding with the mind is incredible. Xiaobo was a little surprised after the experiment. In general, after the second upgrade of the car, the biggest function is the folding space, followed by the swimming pool, the awning and the lounge chair under the awning. Not bad, the living standard has improved a little. The roof has become more spacious. When you are free, you can go to bask in the sun. At night, you can lie on it and look at the stars. Why not? After the upgrade, Xiaobo got into the car and lay on the soft sofa, enjoying the cool breeze of the small steel cannon air conditioner, which was extremely comfortable. Back on the road again, without the exciting chase in the wasteland, Xiaobo was completely relaxed. Click on the system to check the task rewards. Opening of the second profession. Introduction. To open the second profession, you need to complete the wasteland opening task. Task: Wasteland opening. Wasteland opening. Endless deserts and grasslands. Without any material supply, you will have the ability to pave roads, complete the wasteland opening with other pioneers, kill other pioneers, you can get the other party's car, pay the Roadstar monument and materials, but you will encounter the beast-tide crisis. In the wasteland, there are tribes of various wild monster races. Killing them can get high experience. Unable to obtain tribal items, Wasteland Opening is created for the game. This task is to open the second profession task. Does not conflict with the elimination system. Task completed. Reward, second career opening. Status, waiting for collection. Get reward. Xiaobo is hard moved, and he immediately chose to receive the reward. Ding. Second career opened, personal attribute panel updated. Click to view personal attribute panel. Xiaobo opened the attribute panel without hesitation. He wanted to see what changes had taken place in the attribute panel. Name, Xiaobo, Sin value, 5. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Butcher. Profession 2, Untransferred. Gender, Male. Level, 11. Experience, 893/2000. Strength, 63, 6.3. Agility, 59, 5.9. Physical fitness, 45, 4.5. Mental strength, 65, 13. Health value, 350, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Master. Skills, intermediate fighting skills expertise, strength increases with practice, primary agility, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, eye of detection, iron body, burning life, purification, weapon affinity, sword and shadow, meditation. Butcher's occupation skills, bloodshed, unique, dismemberment, butcher's courage. Butcher's occupation passive unique, butcher's hand, LV2, the personal attribute panel has not changed much, but there is an additional occupation 2, and the previous butcher has become occupation 1. Below, the original occupation also has an additional prefix. Chapter 230. This means that I can switch to a second job. So what should I switch to as a second job? Xiaobo's eyes moved, looking at the pile of medals in the locker, all kinds of jobs. Wilderness Hunter, a job that focuses on weapons and traps as an auxiliary. Berserker, a nearly invincible existence in single combat. Automobile Engineer, a job that can be switched without level. A job that focuses on cars and has little combat power. National Martial Arts Master is a bit like Butcher. Both are jobs that enhance physical attributes. National Martial Arts Master uses fists, and I seem to have a professional skills book for National Martial Arts Master. Maybe I can consider it. To be determined. Shadow Ghost, this is not considered. It is different from my direction. Cursor, this is a very rare job. Even I don't have many medals for it. It is rarer than Abomination. So what profession should I change to? Other useless professions. The useful professions at present are Automobile Engineer and National Martial Arts Master. Automobile Engineer can modify the car, and even turn it into a mobile fortress with artillery on it. And the National Martial Arts Master complements me. Both of them are professions that can enhance themselves, and I also have the skills of a National Martial Arts Master. It's a bit difficult to choose. At present, I still prefer Automobile Engineer. After all, my current strength is completely sufficient. But if I look at it in the long run, my level has reached level 11. My level is rising too fast. The strength of wild monsters in the future will be even stronger. Even after the road is upgraded, the danger I face is even higher. After thinking about it, Xiaobo still felt that it was more powerful to change his job to a martial arts master. After all, the growth of strength by a martial arts master was very terrifying, especially since he also had a professional skills book of a martial arts master. After changing his job, he could learn immediately. Then change to a martial arts master. Now let's take a look at the fragments of my martial arts master. There are 41 martial arts master medals, and 36 boxer medals, all of which I have obtained before. Xiaobo took out the boxer medal and upgraded it. 36 boxer medals total 248, plus the previous 4, which was 1. Currently, the total number of martial arts master medals is 289. It still takes more than 200 medals to change jobs, and I sold a lot of them before. Put the medals away, open the system directly, and use up today's transactions in the transaction first, in exchange for 5 medals. After upgrading the 5 medals, I got 34 martial arts master medals, and the upgrade number is still very high. The number of medals also exceeded 300, and he was one step closer to the second job change. In the car, Xiaobo was lying comfortably. He was not in a hurry for the second job change. The medals needed to be accumulated slowly. He was browsing the world now. Now that so many days have passed, the world has indeed changed dramatically. First, the first level 10 guy was born. He was the guy ranked first on the sin value list. The number of people he killed has risen to 200, approaching 300. In addition, the plan implemented by Old Man Joe and his team has begun, and even a spark of fire has ignited the entire grassland. At present, domestic players have responded one after another, and they are in a group. They help everyone who can. The result of the defeat of the three-legged tripod has also been told to the entire Yellow Camp, and the Yellow Camp is still very united. At present, there is no distinction between countries, and the most important point is the death of Feng Shihong. Feng Shihong's death has promoted the development of the plan. This is something Xiaobo never expected. Old Joe said that Feng Shihong entered the highway fault, and after entering, his avatar became gray. Highway fault, the word he has heard the most recently. It seems that with the development of the game, highway faults have begun to appear frequently. He knows the danger of highway faults, which is more dangerous than opening up wasteland or even going to another highway. Highway faults are composed of several or even dozens of highways. These highways are powerful and can crush you to death with one finger, and there are also death highways, where there is no living creature on the entire highway. In short, there is everything in the highway fault, and the mortality rate is extremely high, which is 10 times more dangerous than the upgraded highway. Even he dare not easily enter the highway fault, because there is really death inside. However, the supplies in the highway fault are very rich. Just like what Mori said, the danger is proportional to the reward. It is possible to kill a wild monster and get a magic skill, or it is possible to die at the hands of the wild monster. The highway fault is a place where opportunities and dangers go hand in hand. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's leave here first. There are enough supplies at present. Who would complain about having too few supplies? Xiaobo put aside these messy thoughts. It's useless to think so much. Just follow the present and take it step by step. The location where he is currently is a special highway. The wild monster supplies in the special highway are still relatively rich, but the food is relatively scarce. This is not acceptable. I already have enough supplies, and it's useless to have more. I don't mind having more food. I started the car and started moving forward. This is a road in the forest. The forest is deep and deep. From time to time, there are strange noises. It's very strange. The deeper you go, the darker and more terrifying the forest is. It seems that there is something hidden inside. The light in the forest near the road is brighter. As the car drove in, he gradually found that the forest was a little strange. A kind of weird feeling that can't be described. The darkness around him seemed to be spreading. I don't know if it was an illusion. But as the car moved forward, he became more and more uneasy, because the darkness around him was indeed spreading, and it had spread to a position about 50 meters away from the road. It looked far away at first, but now it looks very close. The darkness is very strange, and it seems that there are human figures shaking. Looking carefully, there is no system prompt. The darkness spreads as the car moves forward, so the two people before must have known something, but I missed them. They drove very fast, and left very quickly. Xiaobo thought to himself, and seemed to have thought of something. Was the other party driving the car so fast to avoid the darkness? In order to confirm his inner inference, Xiaobo started the car again and increased the speed directly. Sure enough, after the speed was increased, although the darkness around was still spreading, it was the same as before. The spread of darkness has nothing to do with the speed of the car, but with the start of the car. As long as the car starts, the darkness will spread. Coco, Coco! The awakened Blueberry suddenly screamed, facing the darkness around, stepping on the co-pilot and moving uneasily. There is something in this darkness. Chapter 231. Blueberry's alertness was far greater than his own. In the countless encounters with wild monsters before, Blueberry had discovered them in advance and sent him signals. Xiaobo could clearly feel Blueberry's anxiety and uneasiness, as if the things in the darkness were very scary. He did not dare to stay for long and increase the speed of the car. Facing the unknown darkness, his heart was still in awe. The darkness was very wide, spreading from behind to the end of the sight. In front of the endless tall trees, a thick darkness slowly spread. They squirmed, spread, and swallowed up the towering trees. The swallowed trees disappeared silently, just like that. The darkness was squirming, like a snail moving slowly forward. If it was just one piece, Xiaobo would not be afraid. The key was that the darkness covered the entire special highway. At this time, he had already driven the car to 150, and the speed was still increasing. The car body was shaking, and the tableware in the car made a collision sound. Fortunately, the road was very wide, straight, flat, and without any obstacles. It didn't matter even if the car's speed was increased to 200 or 300. 10 minutes later, the darkness was only about 30 meters away from the road. Fortunately, the speed of the darkness spread slowly, otherwise, he would have been swallowed by the darkness. Each section of the special road was very strange, and the degree of danger was also different. The special road sections along the way were all very strange, either contrary to common sense or extremely strange. Whether it was the high grassland or the forest road now, they were all very strange and dangerous. No matter how the game changes, the only thing that remains unchanged is the special road on the highway. After a few minutes, a small black dot appeared at the end of the road. It was the car we met before, and there were two people standing next to the car. "Stop, stop!" Xiaobo approached, and the two people shouted immediately. "What's going on?" Xiaobo wrapped his face with cloth, and his voice was a little cold. "We can't get out. If we go on, we will be swallowed by the darkness. This section of the road is too long." The thin and slightly bald young man hurriedly said, looking at the darkness around him with horror, as if he felt the horror inside. "You came in earlier than me. Do you know what this darkness is?" Xiaobo asked. Blueberry can feel that the darkness is very scary, but it can't feel what is in the darkness. "No, I don't know. We also found out when we came here. At first, this forest was endless, and there was no darkness at all. But as we went deeper, the darkness spread, spreading from the depths of the forest. And the speed of spread has nothing to do with the speed of the car. As long as the car is started, the darkness will spread." The thin man said. The darkness engulfed the surroundings, and it was extremely quiet. He could feel that there was definitely something strange hidden in the darkness. We also tried to push the car, and the darkness would still spread. We abandoned the car and moved forward, and the darkness would still spread. It seems that as long as something moves on this road, the darkness will spread. Another thin man in a vest said. "This is a bit tricky. We don't know what's in the darkness." Xiaobo pondered and looked up and asked, "Are there only 3 of us on this special road?" "At present, it seems that if there are other people, we stand here and the darkness will still spread." The man in the vest replied, "This is more than tricky, it's almost life-threatening. Brother, do you have any solution?" The thin man asked. The old man in front of him looked older, and had a piece of cloth wrapped around his head. His strength was obviously more terrible than theirs. "I don't know which big man on the list this is. There is no way." Xiaobo answered neatly, "It's not clear what is hidden in the darkness. If we know, we can also deal with it according to its degree of danger. The unknown is the most terrifying." The 3 of them are together. The power of the darkness has increased significantly, and the darkness is related to this road. No matter which of them moves, it will affect the spread of the darkness. This is no longer a problem for the 3 of them. "I have a plan, Lao Chen. Take out the exploration robot. My brother also said that we should first confirm whether there is anything strange in the dark before we can deal with it." The man in the vest said. "This?" The thin man hesitated. Xiaobo looked at the time. There were still 4 hours left before dark. "You'd better hurry up. There are only 4 hours left before dark. When it gets dark, the entire special highway will be plunged into darkness. If something strange happens at that time, I can't guarantee it." "Okay, use it." The thin man gritted his teeth and took out something from the car, a palm-sized robot. Exploration robot. Consumables. Introduction. It can pass through the air barrier, explore deep into unknown areas, and transmit the images seen by the robot. It can withstand attacks of 40 points of strength. Note, this item is a cross item, used with caution. After the thin man took out the robot, Xiaobo's eyes jumped with information about the robot, and he was immediately shocked. Cross item. No technological products have been found on the first-level highway so far. Could it be that this robot is crossed from the second-level highway or even the third-level highway? Thinking inwardly, the 2 men were shocked and put the robot aside and went deep into the forest. The robot moved very nimbly, pushed aside the dense grass, and ran into the forest. When it reached a distance of 10 meters, it was not affected at all, and easily passed through the air barrier and ran into the darkness. The thin man put down the screen in his hand, and the 3 watched carefully. According to the images transmitted by the robot, it was very close to the darkness, as if there was a veil waiting for them to unveil. As soon as the robot entered the darkness, the screen flashed, and the darkness in the distance suddenly shook, and it seemed that something was smashed. Looking at the screen, it had disappeared. Apparently, the moment the robot entered, it was smashed by something black. There really was something in the darkness. The robot was destroyed. Nothing was captured. The thin man was shocked. This robot can withstand an attack of 40 points of strength. The man in the vest was horrified. No, there must be. Replay the video just now. Xiaobo was still calm. After all, he had experienced many wild monsters, but the situation this time was more weird. Replay the screen, reduce the playback speed, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Finally, when the robot was destroyed, the last scene was captured. Chapter 232. The screen showed a picture that made the thin man and the man in the vest feel a sense of fear. Xiaobo frowned, obviously shocked by the picture. In the picture, there was a piece of scorched land, and a lot of lonely graves stood on the scorched land. In front of the graves, there was a tombstone. The tombstone was very strange, only half. This is a beheaded tombstone. There were old trees and withered vines all around. Under a tall old tree in the distance, there was a dark figure standing there quietly, with a pair of eyes emitting strange red light, looking straight at them. Scorched earth, graves standing in a forest, old trees and withered vines, strange figures. This picture has a sense of déjà vu of a horror movie. The thin man and the man in the vest had already broken out in a cold sweat. Big brother, what should we do now? Is this a ghost? The thin man's voice was a little trembling. It can't be a ghost. Even if it is a ghost, we have ways to deal with it. The game won't arrange creatures that we can't deal with. Let me think about it. Xiaobo shook his head. The current information is very limited. He can only infer that this area should be a burial ground. Speaking of the burial ground, he remembered a task he did a long time ago. Mission Medal, Feast of Terror mandatory. Introduction. This is a feast of terror where the dead are resurrected. Do you want them to eat your flesh and blood? Or join them? Mission. Get rid of all the resurrected dead. Reward. Every time you kill a living dead, you will get 1 experience point. There is a chance that the Feast of Terror will drop the Medal of Hate. Countdown to the start of the mission, 59 seconds. 58 seconds. Xiaobo recalled and thought of something. The original name of this mission was the burial ground that was disturbed. Later, after upgrading himself, it became the current Feast of Terror. Mission Medal, Buried Land Alarmed. Introduction. This used to be a burial ground, because you stepped in and alarmed them. Mission. Get rid of all the revived zombies, and the mission is successful. Mission reward, 50 experience points. To be used, such missions are very strange, and when the mission started, the surroundings were scorched earth, accompanied by the spread of black fog. But the front is dark, and the scorched earth inside is very similar to the mission I have done. So, there must be some origin between the two. Could it be that this is a world where the living dead are buried? Xiaobo's heart moved, and he was very suspicious that there must be some connection between the two. He cast his eyes on the figure under the dead tree again. The picture he took was very blurry, but the pair of blood-red eyes were very eye-catching. The eyes of the living dead are not blood-red, just like a lamp. So what is the connection between the two? This is more terrifying than the previous mission. With limited information, Xiaobo was afraid that it would be difficult for him to imagine how terrible the uncertain number here was. The robot can resist attacks with 40 points of strength, but the opponent destroyed the robot in an instant. The strength value should be between 50 and 60 points. If it is a big monster, it is okay, but if it is a small soldier, it will be a bit troublesome. Looking at the endless darkness, Xiaobo frowned. There are so many monsters in this endless darkness. He dare not imagine how many monsters there are. Even if he is a butcher, he will be exhausted to death on such a long road. Tell me more about the details of the spread of darkness, such as some attempts to stop the spread of darkness. Xiaobo raised his head. Since the spread of darkness was man-made, there was a solution. If we could find the pattern, we might be able to solve the problem. At first, the darkness was very far away from us. Later, as we drove along, the darkness gradually intensified. We initially thought it was related to the speed of the car. Later, after trying, we found that it had nothing to do with the speed of the car. No matter how fast the car was, the spread of darkness was still very uniform. It had nothing to do with the car. We wondered if it was related to the car, so we stopped the car and pushed it with our hands. We found that the darkness would still spread. This method didn't work, so we thought about abandoning the car and trying walking instead, but we still didn't believe it. Whether we jumped, crawled, or rolled, it didn't work. Returning the same way didn't work either. The thin man and the man in the vest talked back and forth. A pattern emerged. It has something to do with the road? Xiaobo thought of the key point. It should be related to the road. You have tried all the attempts, which means it has nothing to do with you, but with the road. My idea is that when something moves forward or backward on the road, it will cause the darkness to spread. Brother, what you said makes sense, but if we don't take the road, what should we take? The man in the vest was surprised. Are you stupid? There is a 10-meter wide boundary next to the road. The thin man thought of the key point at once. That's right, just walk on the edge of the road. Whether it is related to the road, we will know if we try it, Xiaobo said. As soon as they said it, the three drove the car to the boundary beside the road. The boundary was still very wide, and a distance of 10 meters was completely sufficient. After more than 10 minutes of trying, it was indeed related to the road. When they drove on the roadside, the darkness around them did not spread. The problem was solved, and another idea came up. That is, what is there in the darkness? Xiaobo was very curious. This darkness covered a section of the special road, boundless and unimaginably large. The area of the special road represents the area covered by the darkness. I dare not imagine what is in the darkness. Will it be like the burial ground where the mission was disturbed, and it is a paradise for the living dead? Or maybe this is really a weird place, and there are really evil spirits in it. Ding went out first. It is indeed much safer to walk on the roadside when the car is driving. The darkness will not spread, and the thin man and the fat man are much more at ease. Wait, why do I feel something strange? The darkness seems to be spreading again. The man in the vest sitting on the passenger seat was bored and looked out the window. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The darkness moved. It was indeed spreading. The darkness is spreading. The darkness is spreading again. He looked carefully and saw that the darkness was indeed spreading. He immediately screamed. Xiaobo's eyes focused and looked at the darkness. Sure enough, the darkness was spreading little by little. After stopping the car, the three people immediately met. They found that even if they stood, it was useless. The darkness was still spreading. What's going on? We are not avoiding the road anymore. Why is it still spreading? The thin man said in horror. Obviously, someone has entered the special road again. Xiaobo's face suddenly sank. There was still a long way to go before getting out, but an accident happened. A distance of more than 30 meters, at most half an hour. Drive onto the road immediately and step on the accelerator. Get out of here quickly. Chapter 233. Time waits for no one. Xiaobo dare not delay, because this section of the road is still very far away. If he is swallowed by darkness at this time, the number of monsters hidden in the darkness on both sides of the road is definitely not as simple as 1 or 2. If he goes out, he may try to see what is inside this special road. But now, he is still deep in the special kilometer. The car roared, the power of the RV was still very full, and the speed soared to 180. But at the highest speed, it can only be maintained between 180 and 200. There is still a speed limit for the RV. If it is modified, the speed may exceed 200, or even reach the level of a sports car. 10 minutes later, the darkness was close to the air wall. There are still more than 10 meters away from the road, and more than 30 meters away from them. The width of the road has increased a lot. If the people behind don't stop, the darkness will continue to spread, and then the only way will be gone. Xiaobo thought to himself. He was driving very fast, and the jeep couldn't keep up, leaving them far behind. Wait, if we calculate based on the distance, we should be not far away from the road. After all, it is an extremely long process for darkness to disappear. When I appeared, the darkness was less than 100 meters, which means I was already at the end of the special road. His mind became active. Now it was time to compete in speed, to see whether the darkness would cover first or he would run out first. After more than 10 minutes, the darkness had passed through the air wall and came to the road. Xiaobo was still very calm. The darkness spread to the road, which meant that there was no way out, and panic was no longer a solution. As soon as the darkness stepped onto the road, Xiaobo's eyes lit up, and a wide open area appeared in the distance. It was the end of the special road, and the darkness was blocked there, which meant the end of the special road, the end of the darkness, and his own safety. Squeak! The car passed by, and sure enough, everything was over. The darkness behind him was still spreading, but it was like being cut by an endless steel knife, flat and straight, and it was impossible to see through the darkness from the outside, and see what was inside. At the end, the jeep of the thin man and the man in the vest did not appear. The darkness was still spreading, and after more than 10 minutes, the distance between the darkness on both sides was only 2 meters long. The jeep still did not appear, and it was very likely that they had been swallowed by the darkness. In the car, Blueberry shouted uneasily, as if she was full of fear of the darkness. You stay in the car, I go and take a look. Xiaobo said, then opened the car door and walked to the darkness. The thick darkness revealed a hint of evil. The closer Xiaobo got, the colder he felt in the darkness. In order to test whether the darkness was dangerous, Xiaobo took out a thin wooden stick from the car, went deep into the darkness, stayed there for 2 seconds, and then took it out. The stick had been severely corroded and became bumpy. Is the darkness corrosive, or is it the air inside that is corrosive? I went in, and I don't know if I can get out. Unfortunately, there is no prompt. Xiaobo was thinking about whether he should go in. At this time, the road seemed to have reached the end and disappeared into the darkness. The road is blocked, so how can vehicles enter? The game will not reveal such a powerful bug, which means that the road has not disappeared, but is covered by darkness, so this layer of darkness can be passed through. Theoretically, this is true, but after entering, will you take your own risks? But since you can enter, you can also come out at any time. Put on boots and condense the armor. After the theory just now, all the conjectures are valid. So he didn't hesitate much and went directly into the darkness. A chill actually penetrated the armor and hit his body directly. The degree of damage to the armor did not increase. It seems that the darkness did not cause substantial damage to the armor. The darkness in front of me dissipated, and the road was still a road, just as I guessed, but the original dense jungle had disappeared, replaced by a scorched earth, and on the scorched earth, there were densely packed lonely graves. Next to the lonely graves, there was a crooked, dead old tree planted. The air was filled with a light mist, and a hint of coolness was emanating from the mist. That's a jeep. His sight returned, and in the distance a jeep was parked on the road, more than 200 meters away from him, not far away. Xiaobo rushed over, and it took less than 2 seconds to cover the distance of more than 200 meters. There was nothing in the car. Even the sign on the roof that could be smashed was gray. The whole world was dead silent, with no living things. Weird quiet. Strange, the people are gone, and the car can't be smashed. What happened here? Why would the robot be attacked instantly when it enters the darkness, but I am safe and sound? Xiaobo was lost in thought, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The place where he came from was shrouded in darkness. As long as he passed through the darkness, he would leave this road. Finally, he still looked at the jeep. The jeep had been turned off, but the handbrake was not pulled up. The driver had no time to pull the handbrake before the accident. There was nothing in the car, and it was very clean. What made Xiaobo feel most strange was that the car could not be knocked, and there was no sign of damage to the appearance of the car. All these phenomena indicated that something strange had happened to the car. The most intuitive point was that there were no scars on the car, and the door was closed. Pulling the handbrake and closing the door were things that could be done at will, but the door was closed, but the handbrake was not pulled. It could only mean one thing, that when the car stopped, they had been attacked by an unknown attack. The attacker directly penetrated the car body. A wild monster that can penetrate the car body. Does this ability really exist? Even the sword light and the shadow of the sword are there, and it is reasonable for this skill to exist. Suddenly, Xiaobo felt a chill on his spine, turned around woodenly, and a cloud of black smoke floated over, which was very strange. The numbers in his eyes jumped wildly. Unknown creature. Level 8. Spiritual power 53. Skills: Spiritual tearing, body of nothingness, awakening. Spiritual tearing. Used on creatures with low spiritual power, it will cause their spirit to collapse and turn into a walking corpse. Body of nothingness. No entity, no physical damage, no obstacles from any terrain. Awakening. Can awaken nearby ghosts and living dead. The basic attributes of the dark mass in front of Xiaobo appeared in front of him. A very simple attribute panel, no strength, agility and physical fitness, only one spiritual power. But it has 3 skills. Chapter 234. Suddenly, a tearing sensation came from the black fog. This was an attack, and the tearing was not from his body, but from his mental power. Looking for death. Only 53 points of mental power, my mental power was much higher than it. It actually attacked me. Xiaobo immediately swung the steel knife, sending out a blood-colored blade, cutting a deep crack in the ground. A strange scene appeared, the blade pierced through its body, and disappeared into the darkness. The attacking creature is it. It has no entity. Ordinary power cannot cause harm to it. This is the body of nothingness. It is indeed a bit abnormal. After a simple attempt, Xiaobo immediately understood that this creature was attacked by mental power, but unfortunately its mental power attack was ineffective against him, and the strong pull could not pull his mental power. Especially since his mental power was strengthened by the armor, The pulling feeling became smaller and smaller. As for himself, he had no mental power to attack, so he fell into a relatively awkward state. He could not do anything to this creature, and this creature could not do anything to him. A huge shortcoming appeared. He only realized now that mental power was still very useful, especially for these creatures without entities. The eye of the phantom demon might be useful, but don't touch it for now, maybe it can attract other monsters. Xiao Bo's idea was still very bold, that is, to rely on this creature to awaken other creatures. After all, the creature in front of him had the special skill of awakening, and maybe it really could. The monster could not do anything to Xiao Bo. A ball of darkness floated in the air, and strange waves spread, as if summoning something. Xiao Bo sensed this feeling and smiled. As expected, it was summoning something. Then, he felt the ground seemed to be shaking, and the surrounding graves seemed to have soil falling down and shaking. There was also something on the ground, as if something broke out of the ground. A pale hand suddenly stretched out from the grave, and then pressed on the grave, and a lot of soil rolled down. Unknown creature. Level 9. Strength 62. Agility 48. This is the monster in the grave. There is also a monster on the ground crawling, which seems to be much slower than the monster in the grave. In the end, it still struggled to crawl out. Unknown creature. Level 5. Strength 43. Agility 39. This wild monster is very familiar. Isn't it the living dead in the burial ground that was disturbed during the original mission? There is indeed a connection between the two. Here comes the experience giver. If I can't do anything to you, how can I do nothing to them? Xiao Bo gave up the idea of the black fog. Facing these 4 people who were resurrected from the dead, he showed no mercy. With the power to crush them, these wild monsters were nothing to be afraid of. They were completely killed by gods and Buddhas. After the armor was blessed, the 4-dimensional attributes were nearly 100. For other players, these wild monsters were absolutely destructive, but for him, they were as simple as adults and children. There was no challenge at all, especially after the hunting state was turned on, it became even simpler. The number of wild monsters revived by this wild monster was not that many, only about 10, as if it was restricted. This is the limitation of skills. Only by upgrading the level can skills become more powerful. The dozen or so revived wild monsters are no match for Xiao Bo. You should know that the number of wild monsters he killed in the development area is much stronger than the one in front of him. The powerful increase provided by the armor makes him almost invincible. These wild monsters did not explode, but the experience value increased by more than 20 points. And the black fog is still lingering. It seems that the danger of this road is not high. It was a false alarm, but it just looks a little scary. Of course, there is also this invincible black fog. The black fog does not seem to let Xiao Bo go, and still persistently tears at him. The awakened wild monster cannot explode anything, so Xiao Bo naturally has no use for it. He directly pulls it into the space, transforms it as he pleases, gives it a body, and then tortures it inhumanely. A week passed very quickly. When it appeared on the road again, the black fog was twisted and slowly crawling. Its mental power has collapsed, and there is no threat. The surroundings of the special highway became quiet again, as if it was just a dream, except for the wriggling black fog in front of him, which showed what had just happened. However, this road is still full of dangers. These lonely graves are full of uncertainty, and monsters may wake up from them at any time. This special highway is really thrilling. Xiao Bo felt that the black fog that just gathered seemed to be able to kill everything in the world in an instant, full of danger and weirdness. There was no obstacle when leaving the special highway. The gray sky disappeared in an instant, and there was darkness behind him, spreading to the distance, endless. It is hard to imagine how big this burial ground is, and how many terrifying creatures are buried in it. These are unimaginable. Xiao Bo stayed for a while, and drove away. The jeep could not be knocked down. Xiao Bo felt that it was affected by the road, so the knock button of the jeep was gray and could not be used. Driving on the road, leaving this special forest road, it should not be a burial road. From the initial thrilling, it slowly became dull. The car was driving on a flat road. The road without boundaries was so straight and wide, as if everything had returned to the time when it first came to the road, but now everything has changed. I have become stronger, life has become more interesting, and the car has become more comfortable. I can say that I have become a winner in life. After moving forward for a while, Xiao Bo slowly stopped the car. In the distance, a large truck was speeding over at a very fast speed. Coco, Coco! Blueberry beside him screamed, his icy blue eyes staring at the speeding truck. Xiao Bo comforted Blueberry, pushed open the door and got out, staring at the truck, ready for battle. As the truck approached, Xiaobo keenly saw the driver's appearance in the car. His face suddenly turned cold, and he immediately drew out his steel knife, condensed his armor, leaped vertically, and stirred up a blood-red knife in midair. Crack! The blood-red knife directly split the front of the car and fell to the middle. The car body rubbed against the ground, and a string of sparks came out. All the supplies in the car fell out. The car body, that was split in half, slid for more than 100 meters before it barely stopped. The foreigner sitting in the driver's seat was dumbfounded. Then, the surprised expression on his face turned into fear, and the figure in the cool armor quickly approached. Chapter 235. Puff! The blood-red steel knife emitted a shadow and fell on the front of the car, splitting the front of the car easily, and then did not stop, directly splitting the man's head from the neck. The brain splashed all over the foreigner. He died without even screaming. Some supplies in the car also disappeared. But there was still a truck left. Xiaobo walked up and knocked the truck, getting more than 60 car fragments. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. 63 car fragments upgraded to 351 car fragments. The total number of car fragments has now reached 1,038, and it will take about 1,000 to upgrade to a high-end RV. I don't know what comes after the high-end RV. Back in the car, Xiaobo looked calm, as if nothing had happened. What happened just now was just a small episode. But it also confirmed his inner thoughts. These foreigners did the opposite, and actually returned along the road. They have already used killing as their main source of experience. These people need to be stepping stones for Old Man Joe's plan, so he has no intention of cleaning up the world. Just leave it to Old Man Joe, he will handle it properly. Start the car, and slowly get on the road. Leaving the special road, there is another grassland road here. The grassland road is much better than the desert road. The wind and sand on the desert road are really too strong, especially at night. There are sandstorms from time to time. When sleeping at night, you can hear the sound of sand being blown by the wind hitting the car body. Compared with the desert road, he likes the grassland road more. Not long after moving forward, the familiar resource box came back again. He got off the car and knocked on the resource box. It was empty. Although it was empty, this long-lost feeling made Xiaobo feel unusually comfortable. The road was still good. He didn't have to worry during the day, and he could get experience at night. The most important thing was to eat well and sleep well. He didn't participate in the qualifying competition. It had just been updated, and everyone's level was still at a low level. It was a waste of time. Instead, he lay in the car and entered a meditative state. There was no talk all night. The next day, his mental power increased again. He washed up. He went to the toilet. Breakfast was hot milk and cakes, which tasted very good. The car drove until noon, when he stopped the car. In the morning, he knocked on a few more boxes. In addition to the empty ones, he also opened a lot of supplies. The last box gave him an unexpected surprise. Seasoning Gift Pack *1. Contains oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, MSG, chicken essence, 13 spices, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and other seasonings. After the upgrade, the number of these seasonings suddenly increased, and the number became even larger. With so many seasonings, I can make a hearty lunch at noon today. The seasonings were very few before, and even the red oil in the spicy strips was used for seasoning. No longer necessary, the appearance of the seasoning gift package directly makes the kitchen almost perfect. Now all that is missing is various vegetables. The vegetables in the fertile land have sprouted, and it will take some time for them to grow. The vegetables in the fertile land are all fresh organic vegetables. The fertile land itself has the function of fertilization. In addition, with regular watering every day, these vegetables grow very fast. In a few days, they have grown to the length of a finger. Rice, crayfish, steamed buns, cakes, instant noodles, crisp noodles, hot pot base, mutton, beef, wolf meat, eggs, cabbage, cold noodles, flour, tofu, grass carp, chicken, braised carp. Xiaobo browsed the ingredients in the locker, his eyes wandering. Let's have a hot pot in the car at noon today. The gas stove can be taken down directly. Having made up his mind, Xiaobo began to prepare the ingredients for lunch. Most of the ingredients in the space are meat. In order to increase the taste of this hot pot, Xiaobo placed a chicken rack in the pot after adding water, and the meat on it was shaved off by Xiaobo. The soup made with the chicken rack tastes particularly delicious. While cooking, Xiaobo began to prepare the ingredients. Blueberry kept surrounding the pot, drooling. After Xiaobo warned it, it left, but it just stood on the chair in the living room, staring at the steaming gas stove with blue eyes, just like a foodie. He was busy, and all kinds of ingredients were served on the table one by one. Fish pieces, tofu, wolf meat, beef, mutton, instant noodles, cabbage, eggs. The ingredients are rich, the knife skills are extremely perfect, the slices of meat are as thin as cicada wings, and they can be eaten in 2 or 3 seconds in the pot. In addition to these, there are drinks and beer. In the pot, the soup has been boiled into milky white, and the car is filled with the aroma of broth, which makes people want to smell it. The next step is to put the hot pot base in, and cook it for a while. Xiaobo took out the hot pot base from the locker, and threw it all in. The white soup was immediately stained with color, and the taste was even more charming. In addition to the hot pot base, there is also a dipping sauce. After opening the seasoning gift pack, it is very easy to make any sauce. Peanut butter with chili peppers is fragrant and spicy, and the taste is so good. Wait a minute, I make some for you, eat it yourself. Blueberry has no hands, so Xiaobo had to make some for it first, put the sauce on it, and put it in a bowl. Then he started eating by himself. With the dipping sauce, the taste is indeed more delicious. Beat 2 eggs in the pot, throw tofu in, and lightly dip the meat in it, and eat it with the sauce. This meal is the most delicious hot pot Xiaobo has ever eaten. This meal took more than an hour, and his stomach was bulging, and there was still a lot of food left. While the soup in the pot was still boiling, Xiaobo threw the pot directly into the locker, and he could have another meal tonight. After eating hot pot, make a cup of Longjing tea, put some fruits on the table, lie down comfortably, open the car window, look at the scenery outside, feel relaxed and happy. Such a life is so comfortable. After a rest, Xiaobo took an iced drink, and went to the second floor. He put on a pair of big shorts, swam in the swimming pool, and lay comfortably under the awning, enjoying the comfort brought by the iced drink. Huh? The second road appeared again. Suddenly, Xiaobo's eyes condensed, and he casually came out of the locker to take a casual look at the highway shuttle order, and he noticed that the highway shuttle order had changed. Highway shuttle order *1. Highway shuttle order. Status unused. Introduction. You can search for a nearby highway and complete the highway shuttle with 2 round trips. Note, this token can only be used once. Use with caution. Ding! The highway shuttle token has detected a highway nearby. Do you want to start the shuttle? Yes or no? Note, you can choose to carry items, even cars, or not. The return location is the same as the original location. The second highway that appeared again made Xiaobo's mind active. At present, his strength is invincible on this highway. Should he go to another highway? Going to another highway means greater danger. Because he does not belong to that highway, he will inevitably become their enemy. Chapter 236. I didn't expect the second road to appear again. I took it to see before. Only some sections of the road can receive the information of the second road, just like a signal. Xiaobo thought about it, but finally didn't use it. Now is not the right time. I just came back from the wasteland not long ago. I am exhausted and need to enjoy it now. Only the current road can make him feel a little peace. I rested on the second floor for a while, and in the afternoon, I set off again leisurely. The foreigner drove over from the front. Basically, there were very few people on the road ahead. It didn't matter whether I met him or not. Most of the people I met before died. Only Old Man Joe was still alive. Maybe I am a star of fate. Xiaobo doesn't believe in fate. Fate is only in his own hands. Strength can make him firmly grasp fate. It was very hot in the afternoon. The temperature soared, and the car body was hot. If it weren't for the small steel cannon, I would probably have been sweating all over. The road twisted with the rolling heat waves. Xiaobo vaguely remembered the first time he killed wild monsters. At that time, he was really desperate, and had to get off the car to look for boxes. It was also that time that he became the first human to hunt wild monsters. Not only did he not expect it, but other people in the world did not expect it either. Now, his strength has changed dramatically. His 4-dimensional attributes are so high that Xiaobo is confident that he can dismantle a tank. Lying in the entertainment area, Xiaobo's thoughts drifted. Now, he has air conditioning, RVs, and supplies, but he lacks a companion. But in this situation, he didn't dare to find a partner. In the survival world, people's hearts are hidden and difficult to guess. Even those who have been married for decades dare to put their knives on their partners, who have slept with them for decades for some money. What's more, there are no laws or rules here. Material strength represents everything in this world. He is too conspicuous. Especially in this space, There are countless people who shout to give birth to babies for him every day. Women are fine. The most important thing is that there are men who also shout to give birth to babies for him. In addition to the space, his video has also become popular in other camps, attracting countless people's envy, jealousy, and hatred. I am afraid that there are countless people who want to kill him and seize his materials. He must be cautious enough. The skin and flesh on his body gradually recovered, and the sequelae of life burning recovered very quickly with the supply of various meats. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaobo rested comfortably, started the car, and hit the road again. There is no rush for the second road, especially after opening the second career status bar. Xiaobo is even less anxious. After the second career is successfully transferred, he will go to see another road. Today's trading times have been used up, and 5 boxer medals have been exchanged, which is one step closer to the transfer. It won't be long before the second career can be transferred. The boxes on the side of the road are pretty good. 3 of the 5 boxes are empty, and the remaining 2 are either food or supplies. Toothbrush *1. Toothpaste *1, accompanied by a bang. Xiaobo opened another box, and the supplies inside appeared. It's actually toothpaste and toothbrush. Not bad. I don't have to brush my teeth with charcoal every day in the future. Otherwise, brushing my teeth with charcoal every day is really a troublesome thing. Xiaobo smiled, thinking back to the time when he used charcoal to brush his teeth every day. The smell still lingered in his mind. After getting the toothbrush and toothpaste again, he immediately returned to the car, upgraded the toothbrush and toothpaste, took out a toothpaste and toothbrush, and stuffed the rest into the locker. Then he ran into the bathroom, and soon his mouth was full of foam. This is a mint-flavored toothpaste. Xiaobo squinted his eyes, feeling the coolness in his mouth, and the smile on his face never disappeared from beginning to end. I haven't tasted the toothpaste for a long time. Now I have everything I need, including food, clothing, washing, and daily necessities. My life is complete. At this moment, he was extremely satisfied. This was a satisfaction he had never experienced before. After brushing his teeth, he took a deep breath, and his mouth was extremely fresh and cool. Blueberry, come and smell it. Xiaobo couldn't stop smiling, wrapped up the blueberry lying on the sofa, and blew a breath on it. Cocoa, cocoa. The blueberries twisted, and the air was filled with the fragrance of mint. This is life, and it will become more and more delicious in the future. I have decided to continue celebrating the New Year and other festivals. Although we are now surviving on the road, we cannot lack the sense of ritual in life. Today is a perfect day in life. Eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating are all perfect, and he decided to set this day as the New Year. Food, I have enough. Clothes, I have enough. Washing, I have enough. She still has enough housing. Strength, I am almost invincible on this road. Life is perfect. Isn't this the perfection that only the New Year can bring? Life should be full of ritual. Even if you are poor and destitute. Since today is the Chinese New Year, I think about what to do today. Putting down the blueberry, Xiaobo lay on the sofa and fell into deep thought. During the Chinese New Year, wear new clothes, set off firecrackers, post door couplets, and eat delicious food. Although he doesn't have most of the things, this day should still be full of ritual. There are many supplies in the locker that he has exploded, including paper and pen. Just use paper and pen to write a pair of Spring Festival couplets. Wealth is abundant, and people live long and prosperous years. Spring comes, and the willows are drunk, and the flowers are more fragrant at sunrise. The fragrant grass is everywhere, and the heroes are full of fragrance in the garden. Just write 3 pairs first. Although the characters are a bit ugly, the artistic conception echoes the atmosphere of the Spring Festival, but the weather outside is a bit inconsistent. Xiaobo is very satisfied. Life is to find fun for yourself. On the lonely road, while surviving, don't forget the ritual sense of life. The Spring Festival couplets are posted on the wall inside the car, and simply decorated with exquisite cloth. The colors of the cloth are colorful and not fixed. Red is the most suitable color for decorating the car. Even the floor of the bedroom is changed to red cloth. With this decoration, the car really looks festive. Fruits, melon seeds, and snacks are placed in the fruit bowl, and flowers are inserted on it. Full of ritual sense. He also cleaned the car. Blueberry, the little guy, seemed to understand something. He ran to the bathroom and washed himself with shower gel. His whole body exuded a fresh fragrance. This busy work lasted until the evening. Xiaobo changed into new clothes, lay on the sofa, read novels, and ate food in the fruit bowl. His life was comfortable. Blueberry, the little guy, was sleeping soundly. In addition to the festive atmosphere in the car, There was a sense of peace and tranquility, which formed a sharp contrast with the heat outside. He still did not go to the qualifying. For him, today's life is perfect and of great significance. Chapter 237. It was getting close to night, and it was time to eat. The sense of ritual couldn't be missed. The lunch continued, and it was still hot pot. The main reason was that there was still a lot of food left from lunch. Today, there was more sense of ritual. Xiaobo prepared some fresh ingredients and remixed the dipping sauce. Flowers, fruit plates, tea and drinks, nothing was missing. Blueberry also seemed to feel that the atmosphere had changed today, and it had become more ritualistic. After dinner, Xiaobo took a comfortable hot bath, told Blueberry a few words, and then lay on the bed and entered a meditative state. The night was spent quite quietly. A lot of wild monsters were refreshed at night. Their strength was also at level 9, or even level 10. The four-dimensional attributes were all at 60 points, and some had even exceeded 70 points. They were stronger than his own strength. If there was no armor, he would not even be the opponent of these wild monsters. All this was because his level was raised too quickly, and the four-dimensional attributes had not been precipitated, resulting in too high a level and a superficial combat power. The level is the most important thing on the road. The level determines everything. The level also determines the difficulty of the game. So even though my level has been raised, my own attributes cannot keep up with the level. And the game difficulty increases with the level. The strength of the wild monsters is so strong. Without the armor, I am afraid that these 2 nights will be very difficult to get through. Name: Xiaobo Sin. Value: 6. Title: Human Pioneer. Profession: 1. Butcher. Profession: 2. Untransferred. Gender: Male. Level: 11. Experience: 1013/2000. Strength: 63, 6.3. Agility: 59, 5.9. Physical fitness: 45, 4.5. Mental strength: 69, 13.8. Health value: 350, perfect state. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Eye. Click to view details. Mastering skills: intermediate fighting skills. Expertise: strength will be continuously improved with training. Primary agility: intermediate agility. Hunting state: double heavy attack. Detection eye. Steel body. Life burning. Purification. Weapon affinity. Sword light. Meditation. Butcher's occupation skills: bloodshed only. Dismemberment. Butcher's courage. Butcher's occupation unique passive: Butcher's hand. LV2. In one night, the mental strength increased by 2 points, and the experience value also increased a lot. After a lot of experience in the land reclamation, he doesn't need much experience now, but is thinking about how to improve the four-dimensional attributes. At this stage, there are ways to improve mental power, but there are no ways to improve strength, agility, and physical fitness. Although there are strength and agility, the speed of improvement is too slow. Need to fight continuously. He now feels that his strength and agility have reached a bottleneck period again. Maybe it takes a few battles. Through the stimulation of fighting, it can be improved. Lying on the wide bed, Xiaobo pondered for a while. During this period, he should focus on improving attributes, not levels. Perhaps this situation will be solved after completing the double transfer. The Master of National Martial Arts also has a very high blessing for attributes. Xiaobo is very much looking forward to his own improvement after the second job transfer. It should be possible to pull the four-dimensional attributes to match the level. Professional Skill Book, Bajiquan. Specify Profession: National Martial Arts Master. Features: Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Physical Fitness plus 5. Passive: Bajiquan National Martial Arts Master. Thinking of this, Xiaobo opened the locker and took out the National Martial Arts Master's Professional Skill Book, Bajiquan. Bajiquan's attribute blessing is very high, a full increase of 10 points, equivalent to 1/6 of my own. If you learn Bajiquan and wear armor, your agility and strength can break through the 100-point limit. Your strength will become even stronger. At present, my National Martial Arts Master Professional Medal is still a little short. At this speed, it will take almost a few days to collect it. If I can get the Boxer Medal, it will be even better. Xiaobo thought to himself, put the skill book in the space locker, stood up and stretched. After washing in the bathroom, he simply cleaned up the car and threw away the garbage. Every day in the future should be full of ritual, even if the new year has passed. Xiaobo stood in the kitchen, looking at the interior of the car, the carpet, the spring couplets, the flowers on the table. Everything looked so natural and festive. But today is also a festive day. He took out the hot milk and put it on the table. Xiaobo looked at the flowers and said, "Blueberry, it's time to eat." On the table, there was hot milk and pancakes. One of Xiaobo's pets had such a rich breakfast. Comparing people is so annoying. After breakfast, Xiaobo pushed open the door of the cockpit, sat in the posture position, started the car, and went on the road. The morning sun rose, casting the scorching sun on the earth, and the whole world seemed to be in a furnace. Assassin Metal *1. Warrior Metal *1. Along the way, I opened a lot of boxes, many empty boxes, and many non-empty boxes. Most of the supplies are very common, and almost all of them are in the lockers. I am afraid that if I want to open new supplies, I have to go to a higher level of highway. But now my strength is still limited. Even if I go to a higher level of highway, I may not be able to survive on the high-level highway. Everything needs to be carefully considered. I can't let myself be reckless and reckless. At present, I have mastered a lot of information. As long as I avoid, grow slowly, and work hard to improve the four-dimensional attributes, the chances are still very high. In the afternoon, the sky suddenly darkened without any warning. In the distance, a figure appeared, waving at Xiaobo, and found Xiaobo's car. How come there are people here, and there is no car? Xiaobo frowned and moved closer. It was a woman who didn't look very old. She was wearing short-sleeved shirts and hot pants, and she carried a broadsword that was extremely inconsistent with her body. "Hello, my car is broken. Can you repair it?" Seeing Xiaobo in the car, the woman smiled and said immediately, "The car is broken." Xiaobo immediately felt alert. Can the car be damaged? This is a question he has never thought about. At first, he had thought about this question, but now, this question has almost been forgotten by him. After all, his car is being upgraded every moment, and he is not worried about damage at all. But now, a woman who said that the car was damaged appeared in front of him. Xiaobo felt that she was very good. Looking at the woman, he found that she was leaning against the car, with a charming look on her face, and the broadsword behind her disappeared. Her hair was a little messy, but she had taken care of it. Her clothes were a little dirty, but her face was clean. It seemed that this woman had put a lot of effort into her clothes and appearance. In 2 words, fishing. Chapter 238. This woman's idea is to catch a big fish with her appearance. On this endless road, having a woman by your side is the dream of all men on the road, and women in the world are also aware of their own advantages. So many defenseless women will choose to rely on men and use transactions to exchange for a sense of security. Of course, some people are emotional. The car is broken? Sorry, I can't fix it. Xiaobo glanced at the other party's car. The hood had been opened, and it seemed to be really broken. The woman was posing coquettishly and obviously tempting him. Although she had a good figure and her face looked okay, the smell on her body made him unbearable. "Brother," the woman said delicately, twisting her throat and approaching Xiaobo step by step, licking her lips gently with her tongue, looking charming and seductive. Swish! A blood-red light fell directly beside the woman's neck. It was extremely sharp. The woman was stunned in place, her whole body stiff, with fear in her eyes. "If you come one step closer, I kill you," Xiaobo said coldly. His eyes were cold and sharp like a knife. He was not the kind of person who would just pick up any woman on the street and have sex with her. This woman approached him with a purpose, and this feeling made him very uncomfortable. I know, I promise not to get close to you again." The woman's voice trembled, and there was a look of fear on her face. "Very good, tell me why your car broke down," Xiaobo said coldly. He needed to know where the other person's car broke down. "No, I don't know where the car broke down. I watch TV, and when the car breaks down, they have to open the hood to take a look. I don't know anything about cars." The woman's voice trembled, and fear was written all over her pretty face. To be honest, he didn't know much about some of the problems with cars. To put it bluntly, he was a car novice who didn't know anything. Just looking at it, he was not sure where the car was broken. In short, the thing in front of him caught his attention. The car would break down. Big brother, can you put the knife away first?" The woman looked at Xiaobo's thoughtful face and said carefully. With a thought, the steel knife in his hand disappeared. Xiaobo glanced at the frightened woman lightly, got on the RV and left. After Xiaobo left, the woman suddenly collapsed on the ground. She didn't care about the white flesh exposed. Just now, she was the closest step to death. The knife was just touching her neck, and the neck was painful. She stood up and looked at it with the car's rearview mirror. There was already a very thin red mark on her neck. Her face showed a deep fear. For Xiaobo, This incident was just a small episode. In the afternoon, after lunch, Xiaobo opened the system. Everyone in the team was safe and sound. They were chatting when they had nothing to do. Han Yi was very straightforward, which often made Chu Xia and Feng Xian angry. They had never seen such a straightforward person. There is an event coming up recently, the Special Road Challenge. It seems that we are entering the Special Road Challenge. I wonder if the captain is not interested. The speaker was Chu Xia. Feng Xian. Special Road Challenge has team and individual. I feel that the captain will choose individual. Han Yi. The captain likes to fight alone and doesn't chat with us on weekdays. Chu Xia. Ask the captain's opinion first. If you don't want to form a team, just go it alone. I feel that the rewards for forming a team will be richer. The rewards for individuals are single, and there is no choice. You have to accept what you are given. Feng Xian, that's right. If you form a team, you can choose what you want. Xiaobo looked at the messages they sent, and found that they made sense. In the team mode, because of the number of people, you can get more supplies, and you can choose the items you need. However, in the individual mode, the rewards you get may be irrelevant to you, or even in vain. I have read your messages and they make sense. Let's form a team mode. This mode will be open tomorrow morning. See you at the event then. After a simple reply, Xiaobo clicked on the transaction, and used up today's number of times. The number of National Martial Arts Master Medals has reached 363, and there are still 137 medals to collect 500 medals. It will be collected soon. The world has become calm, and there is still a lot of information, but there is no quarrel as before. It seems that as time goes by, these people also feel a sense of urgency. In the camp chat, it is now the world of Daxia players, and Old Man Zhou's plan has shown results. The highest level in the world is level 10, and Old Man Zhou and his level have reached level 8 and level 9. Grouping up is indeed the fastest way to upgrade. Unfortunately, he is not pursuing the level upgrade now, but the improvement of the four-dimensional attributes. Old Zhou and his friends don't know that the result of the level upgrade too fast is that the road upgrades and the crisis comes. But Xiaobo also knows in his heart that even if they give up the fight and send them to open up the wasteland, many people will definitely die in the wasteland. As for the remaining people, after completing the opening up, they will probably be sent to another road. Now there may not be much time left before the three-legged tripod. Xiaobo inferred that this was the last activity, and the opening of the next activity would mean the opening of the tripod. According to what he had seen in the wasteland, the biological levels in the wasteland were mostly between level 9 and 10, and only a few people reached higher or lower levels. So he inferred that when the level of people in the world generally reached this level, the tripod would open. However, this was not the most accurate, and it was necessary to calculate the time when the level of the old man and his team rapidly increased after implementing the plan last week, so he had a hunch. This month, the tripod will open. It has been a month since he came to the highway, and he has learned too much information in this month. It is not clear where to go after the wasteland is opened, so the upgrade of the highway may not be a bad thing. The upgrade means the abundance of materials. It seems that these things cannot be told to Zhou Laotu and his team. Xiaobo thought in his heart, and cut off his inner thoughts of telling Zhou Laotu. Judging from the current situation, the Yellow Camp still has a great chance. After the tripod, they will continue to stay on the highway and wait for the highway to be upgraded. At this point in time, he should work hard to improve his four-dimensional attributes to cope with future events. His strength is only brought by the armor. Once the armor is broken, he will not be able to defeat the boss-level creatures, even if he is life-burning. After all, life-burning has great side effects and a very long cooling time. In 7 days, he might encounter other wild monsters. Chapter 239. You can't always use your trump card to deal with wild monsters. Wild monsters are endless. Even if you have more trump cards, you can only live a few more days at most. If you want to truly have the power to protect yourself, you still have to improve your four-dimensional attributes. Xiaobo felt that time was running out, which was caused by his knowing too much. Tomorrow is a special road challenge. I hope that the rewards this time will be rich. There are few treasure chests on the road that can open skills, but activities are different. Basically, you can get skills and activities. His hope can only be placed on activities. Turn off the system, remember the exact time when the activity starts, start the car, and continue on the road. The current level has reached level 11, and the experience value has reached the 1000 mark again. This is the improvement brought by the area of reclamation. There are many wild monster tribes in the area of reclamation, and the experience value is also very rich. It is a treasure land for upgrading. but I have no chance to enjoy it. During the time back on the road, he killed as few wild monsters as possible, suppressed the level, and improved the four-dimensional attributes. At present, he has resumed exercise to keep himself in the best condition every day. The food in the car is not getting less and less, but more and more. Now there are many new dishes: cucumbers, vermicelli, chicken feet, and pork liver. After the system upgrade, their quantity has increased again. As for supplies, the number of iron has reached 400, and the rest of the supplies vary. In terms of metals, he has also obtained some, but they are not the metals he wants. In the afternoon, Xia Bo drove on. The road is endless, and it is time to set off. If the second profession is completed, it might be good. The second profession is still a huge boost to strength, especially the gains brought by Bajiquan, which can be described in 2 words: terrifying. The weather in the afternoon was even hotter, and the road was hot. Special road? After driving for about an hour, Xia Bo found that the road ahead had changed. The slope of the road began to rise. It seemed to be a calm uphill slope, but the length and width of this slope were endless. Even at the bottom, the end of this slope could not be seen. I don't know what is hidden above. Xia Bo gritted his teeth and drove up. As the car moved forward, more and more things appeared on both sides. Looking back, he could see the endless road behind him. The car had been moving forward for more than 10 minutes, but the uphill road could no longer see the edge, and floating white clouds could be seen all around. Both sides were still empty, but the slope extended infinitely to both sides, like a river bank with no end in sight. After more than 10 minutes, the end of the road finally appeared at the end of the line of sight. There, the road did not continue to spread on the network, but disappeared. Surrounded by rolling mountains, this place is like a road built on the mountains. From time to time, crisscrossing gullies can be seen, spreading along the road. Soon, he reached the top of the road. All around, there were continuous mountains, and the peaks towering into the clouds could not be seen where the top was, as if they were about to pierce the sky. On both sides were steep cliffs, vertically descending, and the road seemed to be a huge steel knife splitting the mountain, and the road was laid in this split crack. Xia Bo drove the car forward for about 20 minutes. The steep mountain peaks became much shorter, and the view gradually widened. But the road also became extremely unstable, ups and downs, sometimes uphill, and sometimes downhill. High Mountain Road. Entering the open area of the High Mountain Road, the sun appeared, the heat of the air rose straight up, and the heat of the ground fluctuated like the fluctuating water surface. There were gravels on both sides of the road. From time to time, you could see a deep gully spreading to the side of the road. Looking down, it was dark inside. The gullies crisscrossed and covered the plains. Fortunately, the gullies did not spread to the road. What you say comes? After driving for a while, suddenly a dark gully crossed the road. The road had only one layer on this gully, like a piece of paper. Xia Bo felt inexplicably palpitating. He got off the car to check, and found that the ground was still very hard. Even a steel knife could not tear the ground apart unless he used skills. It seemed that he was redundant. Ding! Found a special area. Abyss Ravine. Introduction. Abyss Ravine is a ravine that stretches for thousands of miles, crossing tens of thousands of roads. Countless creatures were once buried in the Abyss Ravine. Note: perhaps it hides the secret of the third transformation, or perhaps it hides the secret of the great destruction of creatures. Ding! Release the third career start task. Explore Abyss Ravine. Progress, 0%. Ding! Release the great destruction of creatures task. Explore Abyss Ravine. Progress, 0%. Task details. Click to view. Who would have thought that when Xia Bo walked to the edge and looked down at the boundless abyss, 2 tasks suddenly jumped out of his eyes. Xia Bo was stunned for a moment, with a look of shock in his eyes. The third profession. The great destruction of creatures. I just started the second profession, and I haven't completed the job transfer yet, but the task of the third profession has popped up again. Xia Bo's shock is hard to describe in words. His heart is extremely throbbing. Staring at the 2 tasks, he fell into deep thought. The abyss is dark, and you can't see what is buried under this abyss at all. Click to view the task details. Xia Bo's mind moved, and he clicked on the task details. The third profession depends on the player's own attribute panel. If the player completes the task of the second profession, the third profession task can be started. The great destruction of creatures. There are many events of great destruction of creatures in the universe. This is a rule that cannot be violated. The only way is to find a way to avoid it. The task details contain a simple introduction to this task, and there is no useful information. Wait, Xiaobo suddenly fixed his eyes and stared at the second one carefully. It seems that there is a huge information hidden here. The great destruction of life. Even the information given by the system is that this is a rule that cannot be violated, and the only way to circumvent it is to find a way to circumvent it. This sudden mission is a bit strange, and even this special road is a bit strange. It has just come out of the forest road, and not long ago, it has encountered a mountain road. Xiaobo's eyes are bright, and he suspects that there is some conspiracy. The abyss in front of him is like a bottomless pit, deep and dark, and you can't see what is below. But you can vaguely hear a strange movement from below. Very strange. My level has reached level 11. If I go down rashly, the things inside will definitely be very terrifying, and I must be careful. Xiaobo did not accept the task rashly. This task is indeed very rich. Not only will it open the third transformation, but it can also dig out secrets. Everything is not that simple. Chapter 240. On the boundless mountain road, a truck stopped by the roadside, with a woman sitting inside. This woman was Feng Xian. After receiving Xiaobo's chat, she began to recall the journey she had taken on the mountain road. From Xiaobo, he learned that he was now not far from the steep cliff, and there was an endless abyss that crossed the road. Her heart was beating fast, and this was exactly the same as the mountain road she had walked on. Could it be that she was really on the same road as Xiaobo? Then should she go back and take a look? After thinking about it, Feng Xian decided to go back and take a look. No matter whether they were on the same special road or not. But the event was about to start. Time passed. Xiaobo sat in the car, waiting for the start of this event. He had missed the last event, and he didn't want to miss it again. Soon, the special road survival event began. After entering the event, it was still the familiar black room and the familiar attire of everyone. Xiaobo, it's been a long time since we last met, Chu Xia said. Well, let's take a look at the rules first. Xiaobo replied calmly, looking at the screen. Special Highway Challenge. Players will enter the special highway for the challenge, which is accompanied by a lot of dangers. Note, death in this mode is real death. This mode is divided into team mode and individual mode. In team mode, attacks from players on the same team are effective. The rules of survival on special highways are relatively simple, and the difficulty of the game is also divided. Xiaobo did not hesitate at all and chose the most difficult purgatory mode, and Xiaobo relied on the resource upgrade system. The rewards given by the purgatory mode are very generous, and it can be regarded as a desperate struggle. The faces of the others changed. After all, in this mode, death is real death. However, they all acquiesced that Xiaobo was strong, and if he could win by doing nothing, it would be the best situation. As for the choice of roads, different roads are randomly refreshed. The goal of the task is to leave the special road and complete the survival task. In this mode, continue the refreshing method of the resource box on the road and obtain resources from the resource box. Avoid wild monsters, natural disasters, and other emergencies that may come at any time. Purgatory mode will automatically change the player's own consumption. Note, don't leave the road easily. There are huge dangers hidden in the special road. Complete the survival task. Let's start, Xiaobo said. The three of them were ready for battle. The difficulty of the purgatory mode was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The scene changed, and an endless highway appeared. On both sides of the highway were tall and dense rainforests. There were even vines extending from the forest, which had spread to the highway. The tall trees on both sides were lush and leafy, and a huge green shade was hanging down. The air was very hot and dry. In just 1 minute, everyone was sweating profusely, and their clothes were tightly attached to their bodies. Especially Feng Xian and Chu Xia, who were wearing casual clothes. Once they sweated, their curvy figures were quickly outlined. Is this a rainforest highway? It's boring, hot, and there are no cars. It's hard to move, Chu Xia said, standing in the shade of a tree. Do you have a plan? Feng Xian asked. No plan. Let's find the supplies we need first. We will split into 2 groups on the front and back roads, one group going forward and the other going backward. Don't leave for too long. After 2 hours, we will return by the same route. We still have enough time, so it doesn't matter if we delay a little. The main thing is to collect the supplies used in the early stage first to ensure that we can get through the early stage smoothly. Xiaobo thought for a while and said, At present, there is no means of transportation, no supplies, only a road that can't see the end. The possibility of finding supplies by dividing into 2 groups, one in front and one in the back, is still very high. After some discussion and confirming that there is no problem, Xiaobo started to move forward with Han Yi, who didn't say a word. Feng Xian and Chu Xia walked towards the road behind them. In fact, in this kind of activity, grouping is the most dangerous, but Xiaobo concluded that there is no danger only in the early stage of the game. Once the early stage is missed, then danger will come, and coupled with a shortage of supplies, they will not last long. Even if it is himself, without supplies, he can't hold on for too long. It can be said that this special highway survival mission is a continuation of highway survival, canceling the means of transportation, but retaining its own strength. The two walked for about an hour, and did not encounter a resource box. I was wrong, this choice is a failed choice. Xiaobo's face was not good. How could it be so easy to find a resource box in the purgatory mode? Don't go in now, return the original way, follow the footsteps of me and Han Yi. We will wait for you in front. Thinking of this, Xiaobo hurriedly contacted Feng Xian and Chu Xia. The resource box for fresh in the purgatory mode must be very small. Now it has been nearly an hour. They will meet in 2 hours. If they cannot find supplies, then their 2 hours will be wasted. The crisis has not come yet. If it does, they will face very serious problems. The current situation is still about supplies and danger. The purgatory mode is already full of difficulties, and the division is undoubtedly the most dangerous decision. If you cannot get anything useful under the division, it will be the biggest loss. Xiaobo did not find any supplies in an hour, so he contacted others. Now it has been about an hour, and the danger is very likely to come, so the best consideration is to gather everyone now. He does not want to end before it has even started. After receiving Xiaobo's message, the two women immediately gave up the idea of moving forward. This is the purgatory mode, and you will die if you are not careful. Returning the original route, and catching up with Xiaobo, is the most correct choice. At present, a crisis has quietly arrived, and the game has increased their consumption. After nearly an hour of trekking, the water in the body is lost very quickly. Although the physical fitness has been enhanced, in essence, they still cannot do without life resources. Especially this section of the road is very physically demanding. Xiaobo felt a little dry in the mouth. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Captain, the current situation is not optimistic. If we don't find resources, we will soon be dehydrated. The weather here is too hot. Han Yi exhaled and said helplessly. If he died at the hands of a powerful wild monster, he could still accept it. But death from dehydration is the most agreed way to die. For a martial artist like him, this is the way to die the most. I know that if we persist, the purgatory mode will definitely increase the difficulty of obtaining resources. However, we have been walking for about an hour, and we will soon meet the first resource box. Xiaobo said that as long as he met the first resource box, he would be able to take off, and using the resource upgrade system would definitely solve the initial resource difficulties. Chapter 241. As for the reason for hesitation, it is very simple. Introduction. The abyss is a gully that stretches thousands of miles and crosses tens of thousands of roads. Countless creatures were once buried in the abyss. Note, perhaps it hides the secret of the third transformation, or perhaps it hides the secret of the great destruction of creatures. This is the introduction of the abyss. Countless creatures are buried here. Countless creatures are buried, and who knows how powerful these creatures are. I have just been here for only about a month, and a series of events have occurred. It seems that a series of conspiracies are surrounding me. There are definitely incredible secrets buried in the survival of the road. Xiaobo frowned and thought carefully. Special roads. From the initial high grassland road to now, it seems that every special road hides huge secrets. The seemingly simple special roads are actually not simple. Otherwise, the system would not simply open a special road. So should we accept this mission or not? Xiaobo stared at the dark abyss. If he accepted it, what unknown things might be hidden inside, and there would be lost corpses everywhere. There were countless creatures buried in the abyss. Countless, how many? Xiaobo looked up and saw that the gullies were crisscrossed and spread endlessly into the distance, with no end in sight. Perhaps there was a huge secret hidden here. But in the end, he still hesitated. The main reason was that he was unsure about this mission. The abyss, where countless creatures were buried. Back in the car, Xiaobo opened a bottle of iced drink and took a big sip to calm himself down. Maybe there is no danger inside, maybe there is a danger that can crush me to death. In any case, the description of this mission is very vague, not as simple as when the second mission was opened. If there are really countless creatures buried inside, according to what Cinda once told me, when all the people on a road die, this road will become a death road. The danger of the death kilometer must be brought by these creatures after death. And the living dead also confirm this point. After people die, no matter what, their bodies will be resurrected. After I go down, the danger I face is these people who have died. Xiaobo carefully recalled some details, and connected all the details together, and it seems that this is the only simple information he got. He temporarily wrote it down with a pen and paper, and then threw it into the locker to store it, and began to think about the pros and cons of accepting this mission. Is the opening of the third profession, and the destruction of the creatures enough to attract me into this unknown abyss? Maybe there is only one chance to open the third profession. If you miss it, maybe there will be no more. Of course, it is also possible that this is a conspiracy, and it is unknown who is being targeted. If you go down by yourself, you will definitely not be able to come out. The abyss must be very dangerous, with murderous intentions everywhere. If you go there by yourself, you may not be able to survive. This matter cannot be reckless. Xiaobo plans to wait here to see if there are other people passing by here. At that time, there may be a chance to explore the abyss through cooperation. He does not want to give up this opportunity. After the third transformation, his strength will be unprecedentedly strong, and he may even reach the sky in one step. My luck is much better than others. From the second turn to the third turn, there must be something helping me. Could it be the luck? Standing on the road, Xiaobo looked around. Not to mention cars, even moving things were nowhere to be seen. The road was endless. Even if there were many people, they might not meet. It was like the boundless universe. Even though there were countless races, there were very few races that met. It was not easy to wait for the second car to arrive. Waiting was undoubtedly the longest. Soon, night fell, and tonight's dinner was simple. Barbecue. There were a lot of seasonings in the seasoning gift bag, and there was a lot of cumin, which was perfect for barbecue. In the evening, the sky was dark. Barbecue with iced beer. Life is really comfortable. With 1 hour left, Xiaobo entered the qualifying round and won 40 consecutive victories, easy and simple. Auto Mechanic Skill Book. Primary Cannon. Fluorescent Bead *1. Self-Destruction Fruit *1. Iron *5. Huh? Looking at what he had opened, Xiaobo raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. A skill book, 5 pieces of iron and 2 things he had never seen before. Skill. Primary Cannon. Professional requirements. Auto Mechanic. Features. None. Introduction. Use a small amount of materials to install a primary cannon. Effective range. 100 m. Xiaobo checked the professional skill book, and the information about this professional skill book jumped in his eyes. About the professional skill book of auto mechanics. Primary cannon, the range is only 100 meters, a bit useless. A very ordinary occupation skill book, even a little useless to him. Upgrade it. The skill book in his hand changed its appearance. Skill. Primary artillery. Occupational requirements. Auto mechanic. Features. None. Introduction. Use a small amount of materials to install a primary artillery. Effective range. 500 m. The upgraded artillery did not increase the information, but the range increased, but it was still a little useless. For the strong, a distance of 500 meters is only 1 or 2 seconds. Perhaps the chariot has been destroyed before the artillery has been fired. So he put this skill book away for the time being, and then checked the remaining 2 items. The remaining 2 items are also called fluorescent beads and self-destructing fruits. Fluorescent beads. Introduction. A bead that emits fluorescence, which is most suitable for decoration. It turned out to be a decoration. Xiaobo frowned, upgraded it casually, and threw it into the locker. Then check another item. Self-destruction fruit *1. Introduction. A fruit that explodes, and has a fatal attraction to wild monsters. Note, it is very powerful, so be careful when playing with it. The properties of the self-destruction fruit reminded him of a grenade. It has a fatal attraction to wild monsters, and it is not bad. Xiaobo put the things away, upgraded and stuffed them into the locker. The belt now contains a steel knife, armor, Hercules potion, magic scissors, and night vision goggles, which are all very important items. The self-destruction fruit is useful at certain times, but it is also useless at other times. It is an optional item, and its effect is very limited whether it is brought or not. On the contrary, other things are indispensable. The magic scissors are one of his trump cards, which can cut through the air, especially after being enchanted by the butcher. The power is superb. Not to mention the night vision goggles, if you enter the abyss, it will be very useful. Not to mention the armor, Hercules potion and steel knife. Must-have items. Chapter 242. Now we just need to wait for someone to come to the road. Time passed, and night fell quietly. In this endless abyss, a faint darkness emerged from the endless abyss, and a faint black fog condensed in the air, forming a large piece of weird fog, which looked very weird. In the car, Xiaobo was meditating, watched by Blueberry. Blueberry, crawling in the car, was very bored. Suddenly, at this time, it saw the misty black fog outside, and was startled and shouted immediately, "Coco, Coco!" The black fog was spreading, and soon enveloped the road. This scene was like the black fog on the forest road, which looked very weird. Blueberry saw that in this weird black fog, there was a figure shaking, weird, stiff figure, just like a corpse walking. Xiaobo was awakened by Blueberry and instantly entered combat mode. The hazy black fog outside has spread to the front of the car, and dark hands are pressing on the glass of the car window. The hair on Blueberry's body stood up straight. Xiaobo looked cold and rushed to the second floor immediately. He saw the black fog filling the sky, spreading from the endless abyss, spreading to the front and back, and a large amount of gray fog gathered. In this fog, there seemed to be hideous monsters, and their figures could be vaguely seen in the black fog. Xiaobo made a prompt decision, put on armor, held a steel knife, and stirred up a blood-red knife light, which sank into the boundless black fog. Swish! Immediately, the entire black fog was torn apart by the blood-red knife energy, and a large number of unknown creatures died. The power of the sword light and sword shadow was extraordinary. He looked at the experience points, and saw that they had increased by about 10 points. There is something here. Let's get out of here first. Xiaobo didn't want to level up. He didn't know how many terrifying monsters there were in the fog. If he killed them, he could defeat them, and gain a lot of experience points. This was what Xiaobo didn't want to see. Suppressing the level, and improving the four-dimensional attributes were what he should do most. So after confirming that there were unknown creatures in the fog, Xiaobo made a decisive decision, took off his armor, started the car, and quickly backed away from the misty black fog. Not long after he retreated, the fog spread again. Xiaobo didn't hesitate at all. He retreated as soon as he said he would, and even turned around and drove away from the special road. 2 or 3 hours later, the entire mountain road was covered with misty fog, just like the forest road. The only difference was that the fog on the mountain road was emitted from the boundless abyss, and there were terrifying creatures in the fog. But the forest road is quite different. Forget it, let's wait until tomorrow. I won't go to this high mountain road today. Tomorrow, the special road survival mode will be opened, and perhaps my strength will rise again. The third transfer is indeed extremely tempting. Even Xiaobo doesn't want to give up. Anyway, he still has plenty of time and abundant supplies. There is basically no big problem with party affairs in 10 days or half a month. If he has the third transfer, he will have more choices. In addition to the third transfer, there is the biological destruction. He needs to confirm one thing: what exactly is the biological destruction, and whether they will be affected in the game. If affected, how many people will die? There are also a series of questions such as the time, power, and cause of the biological destruction. These mysteries need to be determined. He doesn't want to die unclearly. Time passed quickly in meditation, and meditation can't feel the passage of time, as if entering an eternal state, even if the mind can perceive everything outside. Overnight, the mental power increased by 2 points again. In addition to the 15 points of experience points added on the special road, the rest of the special monsters were avoided by him. The strength of these wild monsters has reached level 10, and the items that exploded belong to him. So it doesn't matter whether to kill or not. Name: Xiaobo Sin. Value: 5. Title: Human Pioneer. Profession: 1. Butcher. Profession: 2. Not transferred. Gender: male. Level: 11. Experience: 1028/2000. Strength: 63, 6.3. Agility: 59, 5.9. Physical fitness: 45, 4.5. Mental strength: 69, 13.8. Health value: 350, perfect state. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. View details. Mastered skills: intermediate fighting skills. Expertise: strength will continue to increase with training. Primary agility: intermediate agility. Hunting state: double heavy attack. Detection eye. Steel body. Life burning. Purification. Weapon affinity: sword light. Meditation. Butcher's professional skills: bloodshed, unique. Dismemberment, Butcher's courage. Butcher's professional unique passive: Butcher's hand, LV2. The next morning, Xiaobo stretched comfortably and opened the personal attribute panel to check his status. Whether it is the four-dimensional attributes or the health value, they are all in perfect condition. The effect of meditation is really great. The mental power is close to 70 points, becoming the fastest improving one among the four-dimensional attributes. This is closely related to his meditation after upgrading. The most direct improvement of mental power is the Eye of Phantom Demon. Now in his spiritual world, he can create a town and a large number of humans. The strength of mental power directly affects the power of the Eye of Phantom Demon. Meditation is a magical skill. When he got up in the morning, he went to the toilet first, then washed up and had breakfast. The sky was just getting light, and the endless mode was turned on at this moment. He was no longer as interested in the endless mode as he was at the beginning. Instead, he lay on the sofa and entered the leisure time of the weekdays, waiting for the event to start. Fong Xian, good morning, everyone. In 2 hours, we will be surviving on a special highway. Do you have any plans? Chu Xia, you should ask the captain. I don't know what plans the captain has in mind. Xia Bo took a sip of tea and replied, plans cannot keep up with changes. There are few prompts given in the update. You have to look at the rules and make plans after entering the game. Chu Xia, Captain, you finally showed up. You are a busy man, and you basically don't show up. Xia Bo replied indifferently, I am dealing with things. Has any one of you walked on the mountain road? Fong Xian immediately replied, Mountain road? I am on the mountain road now. Huh? Not only Xia Bo was stunned, but even Chu Xia was stunned. Han Yi popped up. The road is endless, maybe there is more than one mountain road? The team was silent. Xia Bo thought so, but he still replied, I found something on the mountain road. If you are on the mountain road, you can turn around and take a look. I am next to the first deep canyon that runs through the road. Fong Xian thought, I have walked through a deep canyon that runs through the road before. I don't know if it is this, but I can give it a try. Okay, the activity is about to start. Let's get ready. Time passed in chatting. Chapter 243. Name, Xia Bo, Sin Value, 6. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Butcher. Profession 2, Not Changed. Gender, Male. Level, 11. Experience, 1028/2000. Strength, 63, 6.3. Agility, 59, 5.9. Physical fitness, 45, 4.5. Mental strength, 69, 13.8. Health value, 346, mild dehydration. Talent, Blood Devil Heart, point. Click to view details, Phantom Eye, click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills, expertise, strength increases with training, primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, iron body, life burning, purification, weapon affinity, sword light, meditation. Butcher occupation skills, bloodshed, unique, dismemberment, butcher's courage. Butcher occupation unique passive, butcher's hand, LV2. Click on the personal attribute panel and check the personal attributes. The health value is dropped due to mild dehydration. The personal attribute panel is the most informative thing about personal status, and it can clearly show what you are currently lacking. The endless rainforest road, fortunately, the tall trees on both sides still cast a green shade, otherwise walking in this hot weather, I am afraid that his status would not be mild dehydration. Go a little further. If that doesn't work, let's try to enter the rainforest. There are huge dangers hidden in the rainforest. Even when entering, the system reminds you not to step into special areas easily, as unknown dangers may occur. But at that time, I'm afraid I've reached a dead end. Okay. Han Yi nodded. The two continued to move forward along the shade of the roadside. Resource box. Half an hour later, Han Yi suddenly shouted, pointing to the side of the road in the distance. Sure enough, there was a box standing quietly on the side of the road. I open it. Xia Bo's eyes lit up, and the resource box was finally refreshed. As he said that, he walked forward and punched the resource box open. 300 milliliters of inferior water resources. 20 grams of nuts, and on these supplies, the 3 words upgradable appeared. The supplies in the mission world can also be upgraded. Upgrade. Xia Bo's eyes flickered, and he did not take it out, but decisively upgraded it in the resource box. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. 300 milliliters of inferior water resources upgraded to 10 L of fine water resources. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. 20 G of nuts upgraded to 2 kilograms of nuts. Upgrading resources in the resource box. Although the volume has changed, the size has hardly changed. There is indeed a secret hidden in the resource box. Xiaobo thought to himself. At this time, Han Yi also came over, and when he saw the things in the resource box, he was instantly not calm. Damn, so many resources. It's a gift. A full 10 liters of fine water, and 2 kilograms of nuts, enough for us to eat for a while. Han Yi looked at the things in the resource box and screamed. He took out the things, a large bucket of water, and a large bag of nuts. I'm on the road, and there are not so many resources as nuts. Wow, nuts! I haven't eaten them for a month. Han Yi's Adam's apple rolled, and his eyes fell on Xiaobo. Replenish first, there are a lot of supplies, don't worry, we are waiting for Chu Xia and the others here. Xiaobo said. The two drank some water, and ate some food. Feeling that their physical condition had recovered, they sat in the shade on the side of the road and waited for the two women. Time passed, and more than an hour later, 2 figures appeared in their field of vision. It's Xiaobo and the others. Chu Xia and the others also found Xiaobo and hurriedly sped up. Their health values dropped very quickly, reaching the level of moderate dehydration, and a layer of skin appeared on their lips, which was a little cracked. A lot of water and food. After walking in, Feng Xian saw a large bucket of water and food placed beside Xiaobo and the others, and his eyes lit up immediately. After nearly 3 hours of long-distance travel, their consumption was very large. Drink some water and eat something. The game has changed our consumption. The consumption is accelerated and needs to be replenished in time. Sit down and rest later, and continue on the road. These supplies can keep us going for a while, but it is not realistic to want to go out. Xiaobo said, motioning the 2 women to drink and eat. The 2 of them were not polite. They picked up the bucket and took a few sips carefully, fearing that the water would spill out. Their 4-dimensional properties were still preserved, and even one finger could lift the bucket of water. It took no effort to lift it. The 2 of them ate a little and drank some water, and then they felt better. I didn't expect that I would be late for such delicious food in a survival mission. Chu Shihan said, pinching the nuts in her hand. Haven't you eaten good food before? Xiaobo was a little surprised. Big brother Xia, do you think we are all like you, having hot pot and braised fish? Our supplies are very scarce, and we are all thrifty and save money. Chu Shihan said with envy in her tone. Xiaobo's life is obvious to the world, unlike other people in the space, many of whom are just pretending to be rich for popularity. With a motorhome, water heater, air conditioner, refrigerator, and other very complete equipment, this is simply a life that everyone envies. Many girls regard Xiaobo as their dream lover and the object of having children. Everyone wants to get on Xiaobo's motorhome and experience a comfortable life. I am just lucky. Xiaobo waved his hand. It seems that people in the world do not have as good a life as he imagined. Not to mention being like himself, at least there is no shortage of supplies. It seems that even Chu Shihan and others are like this, and the lives of other people can basically be imagined. No wonder the people he met before, even after killing them and obtaining their supplies, the supplies are pitifully few. For a moment, Xiaobo was actually somewhat thankful that he had a resource upgrade system. No matter what, it made him no longer worry about food and clothing, unlike other people who fought for food and drink. After a short rest, Xiaobo decided to continue on the road. Time waits for no one. Once it gets dark, this road will be full of dangers. Bringing water and food, they continued on the road. The weather is still very hot now. Even if you walk in the shade, you can feel the heat and boredom of the air. Strange vines spread from one side of the road to the other, and the dense rainforest almost covers the road. The rainforest here grows too well. A big tree is 3 or 4 times bigger than the trees on the planet. Han Yi carried the water, and looked at the rainforest vegetation around him with some surprise. Indeed, the trees here are very big, and the vines are very thick. Chapter 244. After all, this is a game world. Even if these trees pierce the sky, I don't think it's strange. Xiaobo said lightly, looking at the dense forest around him with vigilance. This forest is very strange. They have been here for 4 hours. Strangely, there has been no movement until now, which is very doubtful. Could it be that there is something wrong with this forest? The captain is right. The existence of the game world is not reasonable. If it is reasonable, we would not have such a strong strength. Feng Xian said. Speed up, the vegetation here is too dense, I always feel a little unsafe. This food is far from enough, we need other food. Xiaobo said, speeding up. The 3 looked around, and it was true. This area was really strange. Thick vines spread out, crisscrossing the road and clinging to the tall trees, like tentacles. It was indeed a bit weird. Hurry up and follow Xiaobo's steps, for fear of falling behind. The further they went, the fewer areas where the road appeared. The entire road seemed to be covered by the forest. The dense vines left no place to stand. Later, the four of them stepped on the vines to move forward. The originally straight road was now covered by vines. The whole world became a green ocean. The four of them became more and more uneasy. The frequency of these vines appearing was too high. Now they have covered the entire road. It would be a lie to say that they were not panicking. Xiaobo, there are too many vines here. Could it be that the vines are a kind of living thing? The speaker was Chu Xia. His voice was a little worried. I once watched a movie about vines killing people. In the movie, it was set in a huge forest. The strange thing was that there were no creatures in the forest, only thick vines hanging on the trees. Later, the vines revived and entangled humans with thick vines, treating humans as prey. It is not ruled out that there is no possibility, but if the vines really kill people, I am afraid it would have attacked us long ago. Why wait until now? Xiaobo said. Is it because it is not dark yet? Feng Xian said thoughtfully. It may not be impossible. We should leave here quickly now. Xiaobo said calmly, and he also felt that it was possible that the reason why the vines have not taken action yet is most likely because it is still light now. On the road, danger always comes at night. Xiaobo raised his head and looked at the endless road. The dense vegetation had completely covered the road. The endless green spread far and wide, and there was no end in sight. They had been walking for more than 2 hours, and it would have been 5 hours. It was getting close to noon, and the weather was getting hotter. There's a resource box ahead? Han Yi, who had sharp eyes, saw the resource box in the distance again and couldn't help but say, "Let me do it. I'm more lucky." Xiaobo said, and took the initiative to step forward and hammer on the box. The box itself was not hard, and it was a wooden box, which could not withstand his 60-point strength. He easily hammered the box open. Inferior fuel 2L. Flint *2, looking behind him, they were still approaching, and Xiaobo upgraded the two things without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. 2L of inferior fuel upgraded to 10L of fine fuel. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. 2 flints upgraded to 8 flints. After the upgrade, Xiaobo pretended to be surprised. So rich, it's actually fuel, and it's 10L of award fuel, and there are flints. As he said, he took out the supplies inside. The fine fuel is packed in a fine barrel, which is very useful. Not to mention the flint, which is naturally not as convenient as his own windproof lighter, but this is a mission world, so he doesn't bother about it. The three of them were stunned when they saw so many supplies in a small resource box. I now understand why the captain's life is so good. Just from this luck, like the child of destiny, it can be seen. Han Yi said seriously, thinking in his heart that when he returned to reality, he must hold the captain's thigh tightly. With this luck, even if he flew down from the sky, he would probably not be hit. From the water and the sights he got at the beginning to the large amount of fuel and flints he has now, what else can he be but the child of destiny? Although nothing good came out of it, the fuel and flints are pretty good. We can use them to light a fire tonight, and they will be very useful even if there is no car. The fuel can form a sea of fire, which can be used to deal with some emergencies. Xiaobo said. If it is really vines, then flames are the best helper to deal with them. With these gasoline, we can create a sea of fire to deal with them. Feng Xian said. Chu Shirhan and Han Yi nodded, thinking that gasoline can really help. Then take it first. We don't have much stuff now. Hurry up and get going. Xiaobo said. On the road again, there are still few things now. Xiaobo carried gasoline, Han Yi carried water, and the rest was left to the two women. The more vines on the road, the greater the psychological pressure on them. After all, it is not clear whether the danger of the jungle comes from here. They have been here for 2 hours now, but still have no clue. It is still unclear what dangers are hidden in the forest, and there is no sign of it. The only thing that is striking is the vines on the ground, which grow so fiercely that the entire road is covered with vines. It feels extremely scary. Near noon, they ate some nuts, drank some water, and set off again. The requirement to complete the task is to leave the special road, as long as they walk out. The difficulty of purgatory is not so easy to complete. Not to mention the difficulty of obtaining supplies. So far, the risks of the road have not been revealed. The entire road is like a calm lake, without a trace of wind and waves. The harder it is to reveal hidden dangers, the more dangerous they are. Maybe there is an undercurrent under this calm lake. Wait a minute, there is a discovery. Suddenly, at this moment, Xiaobo, who was walking in the front, stopped. He smelled a faint corpse odor in the air. He was very familiar with this smell, which was the smell of the rotting flesh of dead creatures. It stinks. It's the stench of corpses. Hanya's face changed immediately. He also smelled it. Feng Xian and Chu Xia also smelled it. The smell should come from the front. Let's go and have a look, Feng Xian said. Be careful. I always feel something strange, Xiaobo said, staring at the surroundings. Chapter 245. After walking more than 10 meters forward, the stench of corpses became stronger. It's getting closer and closer. I can feel that the corpse is nearby. Hanya's eyes were agile, with a faint green color in his eyes, and disappeared obscurely. Take a look at the bushes on both sides first. Xiaobo looked around calmly. Here. Feng Xian walked into the rainforest, pulled apart the dense grass, and his pupils shrank immediately. The three of them approached, and saw a wooden house through the dense jungle. Under the eaves of the wooden house, there were many beast corpses hanging, and even human corpses could be seen, which were black and smelly. There were mosquitoes and flies all around, laying eggs around the corpses. On the corpses, many maggots were seen wriggling, and some even fell off. The wooden house was very high, and the door was 3 meters high and tightly closed. There was a series of messy and very deep footprints around the wooden house. The owner of this wooden house was very strong. And the game also popped up a prompt, Hate Clin's house. Introduction. Hate Clin is a killer living in the rainforest, with an immortal body, specializing in killing passing vehicles. Note, be careful of it. Hate Clin. Could this be a mission in survival? Hanyi lowered his voice. I don't know, I feel like this is a hidden mission point. This guy has an immortal body, you guys be careful, retreat at any time, I go see if I can start the mission. Xiaobo whispered, his eyes flickering. If it is a hidden mission, maybe he can try to complete it. If it's to kill Clin, forget it, Clin has an immortal body, a bit perverted. The three agreed, and they quietly hid their bodies. Krillin had an immortal body, and he could not be killed at all. Moreover, creatures like this were usually very abnormal in strength, and they would definitely die if they went up. You know, death here is real death. They chose the purgatory mode because they trusted Xiaobo. Now it seems that everything is going in a smooth direction. As they approached the wooden house, the stench became more pungent. Time was running out. Xiaobo turned around and made a gesture to the three people that he was about to take action, and then gently pushed open the wooden door. The wooden door was surprisingly heavy, and carried a rotten smell. When the door was opened, the whole house was stinking, as if they had entered a pile of corpses. Xiaobo took out the night vision goggles from his belt, and put them on, and the scene in the dark room was in full view. The whole room was full of rotten corpses, and flies flying around. After a quick glance, he did not find anything strange. The furnishings of the whole house were also very simple, with a huge table and a huge chair. The corpses that were about to rot were all facing each other in the corner of the wall. There were all kinds of corpses, steel pigs, green-skinned people, tentacle monsters, and even human corpses. The human corpse surprised Xiaobo. The corpse was very fresh, and the blood was still very bright red, as if it had just died. It was no more than 3 hours. On the huge table, there was a half-eaten and rotten corpse, emitting a strong stench. In the inner room, there was a strange movement. Hateful Clin should be in the inner room. Xiaobo thought, using a relatively thick stick to prop up the door of the wooden house to prevent it from closing, loosened the door, and quietly sneaked into the house. In the house, the stench mixed with various smells was disgusting. In order to prevent accidents, Xiaobo wore combat boots in advance. After entering the house, he also condensed the armor directly, so that if there was an accident, he could immediately split the wooden house and rush out directly. Everything was ready. Xiaobo slowly pushed open the door of the inner room. What came into view was a narrow space. The space was not very large, and there was a huge bed inside. A dark figure on the bed was sleeping soundly with Xiaobo on his back. The detection eye tried to detect Clin's information, but it jumped for a while and could not detect. It was the same as the situation encountered during the land reclamation. Regardless of Clin, Xiaobo's eyes swept through the furnishings in the room. It was also extremely simple, but at the end of the bed, there was a tall cabinet. In addition to the cabinet, there was basically nothing else here. During this period, no tasks were triggered. It seemed that this was not a hidden task. Now, everything in the room was in his eyes, except for the cabinet that was not opened. I don't know what was placed inside. Curiosity drove Xiaobo to slowly approach the cabinet, one step at a time. Very slowly, he tried his best to restrain himself from making any noise, and approached quietly. The cabinet was getting closer and closer, and the whole cabinet exuded a heavy breath, as if there was really something inside. In the purgatory mode, he had to be careful enough. While doing this step, he used the system to tell the 3 people to go ahead and wait for him in front. The strength of this monster was at least 90 points, or even 100 points. He might be able to deal with it, but he couldn't kill it because he had an immortal body, which was very tricky. Creak. Finally, he walked to the closet and slowly opened it, making a creaking sound. Xiao Bo paused, and there was a rusty hatchet in the closet. Special item. Hatred Cleanse Hatchet. Can be taken out of the mission world. Features. 5% health stealing. Introduction. This is a magical hatchet that has the function of restoring one's own life. Note. Taking it away will anger Clin. Be careful. Who? As soon as the closet door was opened, the attributes of the hatchet jumped out of his eyes, and the next second, a heavy breathing sound came from behind. It, awakened, Xiao Bo took out the hatchet without any hesitation. In an instant, the hatchet seemed to be stimulated, and the whole hatchet was wrapped in blood red. Looking back, he swung out a blood-red knife aura. The knife aura was ferocious, crisscrossing, and instantly ignited the dark room. Crack! The entire huge wooden bed was shattered into pieces, and the floor was torn apart by the sword energy. The blood-red sword energy whistled and chopped into the body of the abomination. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by violent vibrations, the abomination Clin was chopped into the living room by the huge sword energy of the sword light and sword shadow, and fell on the pile of rotten corpses. Retreat immediately. Xiao Bo immediately said in a team voice, and at the same time, he split the wall in front of him with a knife, and the figure rushed out and disappeared at an incredible speed. In the broken cabin, a hideous figure stood out from the cabin, smashed the cabin with a slap, and looked up at the sky in anger. On the other side, Xiao Bo had caught up with the 3 people, and he took out the night vision goggles and put them in his pocket outside. Captain, what's the situation? Han Yi asked, carrying water. I woke up the abomination Clin and just killed it. It should be resurrected now. I guess it is very likely to catch up. Chapter 246. Xiao Bo said, looking back behind him. There was nothing unusual. It seemed that Clin could not catch up in a short time. Leave here first, find the resource box, complete this challenge and leave. Everything is for safety. Xiao Bo said. Hate Clin's strength is not strong, but its immortality is strong. After obtaining Hate Clin's hatchet, he has harvested a lot this time. He is very satisfied, not greedy, and leaves immediately. Hate Clin's hatchet has very powerful attributes, especially blood-sucking, absorbing health value, which is enough to make Xiao Bo desperate. After the knife was swung out just now, he clearly felt that his damaged body had improved a little. Blood-sucking is real, so this hatchet must be taken away anyway. The 4 people left quickly, and Hate Cling groped in the endless forest and finally lost his way. It seems that it does not have a strong tracking ability. In the afternoon, the sky was even hotter, the road was twisted, and some of the vines on the ground had died, making crisp sounds when stepped on. Having obtained a hated hatchet, Xiao Bo was in a surprisingly good mood, mainly because the attributes of this hatchet were perfect, and the blood-sucking attribute was too important to him. Captain, there is another box in front, which looks like a metal box. The things open should be better. Just as Xiao Bo was thinking, Han Yi suddenly said that there was a silver metal box hidden in the dense vines on the side of the road far away. This box could not be seen at all without careful observation. I have obtained a skill book on increasing vision, which is an auxiliary function, so my vision is very good and I can see things far away. Han Yi explained. Let the captain go. The captain has incredible luck. Maybe this silver box will give him something good. Chu Shiran said. They are now very convinced that Xiao Bo has incredible luck. No one is more suitable to open the box than him. Then I do it. Xiao Bo walked forward quickly. This box was like an upgraded box. He didn't need to use the master key. He took out a steel knife and gently cut the silver box. When the blood-red steel knife touched the box was easily cut open. Bicycle *1. Resurrection coin *1, huh? Looking at the things that were opened, Xiao Bo raised his eyebrows. Resurrection coin, not allowed to be taken out of the mission space. Introduction. Use in purgatory mode, with the ability to resurrect. Note, cherish your life. Upgrade. Xiao Bo looked calm and upgraded the items inside very calmly. Congratulations to the host for the upgrade. Bicycle *1 upgraded to mountain bike *7. Congratulations to the host for the upgrade. Resurrection coin *1 upgraded to resurrection coin *6. Good stuff. Bicycle, resurrection coin, can revive the dead. Han Yi walked forward and shouted immediately, with a smile on his face. With these things, their lives are at least guaranteed. It seems that although the purgatory mode is extremely difficult, there are resurrection coins. As long as the resurrection coins are found, the dead can still be resurrected. Each person takes one, which is equivalent to one more life for us, and the remaining 2 resurrection coins are for the first person to die. Xiaobo said, distributing the resurrection coins. Although the resurrection coins are awesome, they are only used during the mission. After the mission, the resurrection coins will remain in the mission space forever, so it doesn't matter whether you keep them privately or not. There are a lot of mountain bikes, one for each person, and the rest can be put in the box. From Hate Clin's house, he vaguely felt that they were not the only ones on this road, and it didn't matter where the remaining bikes were placed, because the game would refresh all these things. Mountain bikes are very labor-saving. After hanging all the things on the back of the bike, the 4 of them set off again. This time they got the resurrection coins, and they were slightly relieved. Because death in this game is real death, and the resurrection coins undoubtedly give them an extra layer of protection, a life. With mountain bikes, they really moved forward a lot faster. It was getting dark near dusk, and they also got a lot of supplies along the way, including 3 barrels of water, bread, biscuits in varying quantities, and some rags. The sky gradually darkened, and the fangs and claws of the trees in the surrounding woods looked very creepy. There are vines all around. Let's find an open space to rest tonight, Xiaobo said as he looked around. After walking for a day, there were still a lot of vines on the ground. This is not good news. After moving forward for a while, the sky became darker. But there were still a lot of vines on the ground. Otherwise, we can stay where we are and clear out an open space. There are just a lot of vines here. It's good to cut some to make a bed, Chu Xia suggested. Xiaobo looked at the time. It's about an hour before the night comes. Let's stop here. We need to prepare. Although we have resurrection coins, we still can't be careless. After all, this is the night of purgatory mode. 6 resurrection coins may not be enough. The 4 stopped and began to clean the ground. The mountain bikes were parked in the middle of the road. The ground was cleared by them, and vines were piled up to form 4 beds, so that they could sleep more comfortably at night. Han Yi went deep into the forest, picked up some dry firewood, and prepared to build a fire. Now the surroundings looked relatively calm, as if nothing had happened, but there was a feeling of impending storm. The air was also a bit dull and depressing. The open space was cleared and the fire was lit. The 4 leaned on the vines and formed a circle facing the fire. The supplies were distributed and everyone began to replenish. The physical consumption along the way was very huge. Time passed, and there were only a dozen minutes left before dark. We will be divided into 2 groups to keep watch. Han Yi and I will be in charge of the first half of the night, and you 2 will be in charge of the second half of the night. If there is any danger, wake up the sleeping people immediately and face it together, Xiaobo said. The firelight reflected his eyes, which were extremely strange. After a pause, he said, in the forest, no matter what happens, don't go, don't be curious, as long as the movement is not on the road, we will ignore it. Never leave the road. Understood. Okay, it's getting late, you go to bed first, the night is long, maybe tonight is a sleepless night. Xiaobo glanced at the time and said. The 2 women nodded, adjusted their posture, and lay comfortably on the vines. The vines are not bad. They used to sleep in the car. Compared with the past, the vines can at least make you lie comfortably. Chapter 247. Captain, I want to compete with you to see where the gap between us is. The air was a little dull, and the fire on the ground was swaying. Han Yi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said. Xiaobo raised his head and glanced at him, and Han Yi's 4-dimensional attributes jumped in his eyes. Han Yi. Level 8. Strength 45. Agility 40. Physical fitness 38. Mental strength 32. Skills unknown. It is a standard basic attribute. If he does not have a resource upgrade system, the 4-dimensional attribute is basically like this. Xiaobo subconsciously clicked on his personal attribute panel. Name, Xiaobo, Sin value, 6. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Butcher. Profession 2, not transferred. Gender, male. Level, 11. Experience, 1028/2000. Strength, 63, 6.3. Agility, 59, 5.9. Physical fitness, 45, 4.5. Mental strength, 69, 13.8. Health value, 350. Perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. View details. Mastered skills. Intermediate fighting skills. Expertise. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary agility. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Detection Eye. Steel body. Life burning. Purification. Weapon affinity. Sword light. Meditation. Butcher's occupation skills. Bloodshed. Only. Dismemberment. Butcher's courage. Butcher's occupation unique passive. Butcher's hand. LV2. The overall improvement of the four-dimensional attributes is indeed as he thought. If there is no resource upgrade system, he is not even as good as Han Yi and others. After all, Han Yi and the others have been practicing dancing since they were young, and they are strong and healthy. It can be seen from the difference in physical fitness between them and me. Gap? Xiaobo took out a steel knife from his belt and waved it casually. The steel knife immediately trembled, and the blood-red color squirmed. A crisscrossing knife energy whistled out, tearing the asphalt road abruptly, and the crisscrossing blood-red knife energy spread endlessly. It sank into the forest, tearing several tall trees, and the towering trees fell down, and the blood-red knife light disappeared. Both women were awakened, and the three looked at the mess on the ground, with shock in their eyes. Captain, this skill, how many times can you perform? Han Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression shocked. How many times? I don't know, several times. Xiaobo was vague and didn't elaborate. The three of them were silent one after another. The first place in combat power is really not a boast. Just this knife, even if they put all their trump cards, they may not be able to stop it. I know the gap. Han Yi leaned against the pile of vines, looked up at the dark sky, and said nothing. It was like the gap between the ground and the sky, an insurmountable gap. This blow was too great. Darkness gradually descended, and the whole world seemed to be covered with a black curtain. The wind blew, and the tall tree shadows swayed in the wind like monsters with bared fangs and claws. The two women had fallen asleep. Xiaobo closed his eyes and meditated, and Han Yi added some firewood to the fire from time to time. The wind blew the flames, swaying unsteadily. Even with the wind, the air was still very dull, as if someone had covered the road with a huge bowl, and there was a feeling of a storm coming. Depressed, dull? Fortunately, it was not very hot. In the dark and quiet night, a strange sound suddenly came, as if something was crawling in the grass. Han Yi sat up immediately, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face that was red from the fire. Xiaobo also opened his eyes suddenly. Are you here? Captain, there seems to be some movement. Han Yi whispered. I heard it. Be careful. I'm afraid something is approaching. Stay calm first. Xiaobo said, looking at the time. 2 hours had passed unknowingly. He was in high spirits. Han Yi listened to Xiaobo's words, and then he sat down slowly, his bright eyes still scanning the surroundings, as if he was afraid that something would approach. Shasha. The strange movement spread out from the quiet forest again, this rustling sound, like the sound emitted by a rattlesnake. But Xiaobo and the others knew in their hearts that this was definitely not a rattlesnake. The rustling sound continued, so clear in this quiet forest. I go check on you, you stay here? Being passive is not Xiaobo's style, he said to Han Yi, and stood up and walked towards the sound. Captain, be careful. Han Yi said. Don't worry. Xiaobo responded lightly. Away from the fire, the darkness around him swallowed him at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the whole person disappeared. Han Yi stared blankly at the disappeared Xiaobo, his heart thumping. Weird, really too weird, the darkness just now seemed to be alive, hugging Xiaobo from behind. At this moment, Han Yi did not dare to move. He looked at the light emitted by the fire, and the weird darkness around him. It was clear in his heart. Could it be that the fire protected them? Here, after Xiaobo went deep into the darkness, he found something wrong. That is, when he looked back at the fire, he could no longer see it, and the surroundings seemed to be in darkness. Cold and weird. The rustling sound continued to come. Xiaobo was very calm, and did not panic, because of the change in the environment. He took out the night vision goggles, and put them on. The darkness around him subsided, and he could even see the fire behind him. The darkness seemed to be just a layer of visual obstruction, which should be due to the special road. With the night vision goggles, Xiaobo was completely relaxed and walked towards the source of the sound. At this time, he had already left the road, wading through the dense grass, and walked deep into the forest. Xiaobo had no fear in his heart. At present, his strength was still invincible. During the car defense battle, it could be seen that although there were many wild monsters, they were not his opponents after wearing the armor. Although his strength is a little weak now, after wearing the armor, his own strength is still at its peak. No fear of any wild monster, even the boss. He still has many trump cards. There is no air wall in the forest, so he can go deeper. Walking into the forest, there are vines and tall trees everywhere. Xiaobo immediately put on the armor, which effectively protects himself. The forest is very dark, but fortunately there are night vision goggles, so he can still see things clearly. The strange sound is getting closer and closer. After Xiaobo walked past, the thick vines behind him seemed to be alive, slowly wriggling, very strange. Xiaobo did not notice this scene. At this moment, he was getting closer and closer to the rustling sound. He didn't know how deep he had gone. Finally, after pushing aside the grass in front of him, a group of wriggling vines came into view. Chapter 248. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, bursts of air-breaking sounds came from all directions. Xiaobo's face suddenly changed, and he immediately jumped into the air. A blood-red hatchet appeared in his hand, and he had landed on the tree, looking around with cold eyes. The vines twisted on the tree, as if they were resurrected. The attack just now failed, and they shrank back. There were also vines twisting on the tree where he was standing, and even the trunk of the tree had been twisted with deep marks. Xiaobo immediately cut off the vines in front of him with a hatchet, but the cut vines did not stop wriggling, but shrank back suddenly, as if they had recovered from the injury. They have a sense of pain. But why are these vines like dead things on the road? If they only revived after dark, more than 2 hours have passed. If they really revived, they would have attacked us long ago. Xiaobo kept scanning the surroundings, and a question arose in his heart. His reasoning was not unreasonable. After all, the vines had swallowed up the road. If these vines could move, they would have attacked them long ago. But more than 2 hours had passed in the dark night, and they still did not move. This was obviously a bit unreasonable. Could it be that my intrusion activated them? Xiaobo speculated in his heart that the vines around him were wriggling like snakes. Their attack just failed, and these things were brewing a second attack. He was very alert in his heart, and his eyes could not observe the values of these vines. It seems that these vines are not their bodies, otherwise the detection I would have given their attribute values long ago. Xiaobo looked around. There were a lot of creeping vines, and wherever he looked, there were slowly creeping vines. He couldn't imagine, if the whole forest was slowly creeping vines, then how big this road was, and how many of these vines there were. This is unimaginable. Is this the purgatory mode? Now that we have figured it out, I'm afraid that the vines in Hanya's place have also been resurrected, and we can't wait. Xiaobo immediately waved the hatchet, and a blood-red knife energy came out, running through the dense forest and stepping onto the road. Accompanied by a huge roar, many vines on the road were torn to pieces. It's the captain's skill. The captain is also in danger. At this time, Han Yi and others had woken up. They gathered around the fire and looked around with solemn faces. On the road, the vines with fangs and claws have revived, and the ferocious figures are wriggling on the road, like a group of demons dancing wildly, but when they come into contact with the fire, they quickly shrink back into the darkness. They have seen the movement just now. The fire is the nemesis of these vines. We are safe as long as there is a fire source. Now we have to wait for the captain to come in, Chu Shirhan said. They were awakened by the revived vines a long time ago, and they were also frightened when they saw the world full of fangs and claws. Fortunately, there was a fire source, so they were not attacked. Otherwise, another bloody battle would be unavoidable tonight. Swish! Just a few seconds after Chu Shirhan finished speaking, another terrifying blood-red knife energy whistled through the darkness. Countless vines were torn into pieces, and a metallic figure suddenly rushed out of the forest. The captain is out. Hanya's eyes were sharp, and he immediately spotted the figure that rushed out. Behind the figure, countless twisted vines rolled towards him from all directions. Xiaobo's appearance immediately attracted all the vines on the road. Cover Xiaobo, the things you just prepared can come in handy, Feng Xian said. She picked up the torch on the ground, which was made of rags wrapped in straw, and then poured with gasoline, and burned at a touch, and she threw them into the darkness. The torch was like a star that lit up the night, and the surrounding darkness seemed to desperately squeeze towards the star, but the vines were frantically avoiding the star. It works! Chu Shirhan immediately lit a bunch of torches, and threw them into the darkness. Han Yi immediately did the same. Purgatory mode is not necessarily fatal. As long as you find a solution, you can survive safely even if you don't use your own power. The torches were laid out to form a road. Xiaobo moved very quickly. He immediately used his sword and sword to clear a road. He rushed forward with his foot power, as fast as a flash of lightning. The burning torch on the ground shook violently, and a dark figure passed by quickly. "Captain, are you okay?" Han Yi asked. "It's okay. The situation is not optimistic. I just went deep into the jungle and seem to have activated these vines. I'm afraid the entire special road is full of flying vines." Xiaobo took off his armor and revealed a dark night suit. "The firelight can stop the spread of these vines. I think it will be enough if I persist until tomorrow," Feng Xian said. Xiaobo looked up and saw that the vines shrank back when they came into contact with the firelight. "There is not much firewood left. I didn't pick up too much firewood before. I thought it would not be lit in the second half of the night," Han Yi said after looking at the firewood under his feet. "It's okay. Let's go in with a torch. The firelight can provide us with safety. Let's use the firelight to go into the jungle to find dry firewood," Xiaobo said, looking at the dry firewood, rags and gasoline on the ground. "Feng Xian, make 2 torches for me. I go in later. These dry firewood won't last long." "Okay." Feng Xian nodded. "I just tried these vines. The strength value should be around 30 points. Although the strength value is not high, its number is endless, and the hardness of the vines is very hard. The vines cannot be split without 40 points of strength. One is like this. When the number of vines increases, it will become very dangerous. It can't kill us in a short time. After a long time, we will be dragged to death." Xiaobo stared at the vines that were swaying and approaching outside. These vines are not strong individually, but their strength is their number. Of course, their weaknesses are also very obvious. Once there is fire, they can't do anything to themselves. Therefore, as long as the weakness of the vines is not found, it is basically purgatory mode at night. And if the weakness of the vines is found, everything will become simple. At the same time, he has another inference in his heart, that is, there may be many unknown things hidden in this forest. For example, the hateful Klin found before. "Captain, what are you thinking about?" Han Yi asked. "It's okay, I'm thinking, will the danger behind be the same? After all, we don't have much supplies, and the resource box can't always open food," Xiaobo said. "Xiaobo, the torch is ready." At this time, Feng Xian had already made the torch. Chapter 249. "Han Yi, you come with me." Xiaobo took 2 torches and handed one to Han Yi. "Let's go too, so we can bring more things back." Chu Shihan stood up immediately and said, "No, you have to stay and guide us, especially to ensure that the fire doesn't go out." Xiaobo shook his head. The existence of the fire is very important. Just when he entered the darkness, he found that the darkness around him was crowding in. If it weren't for the night vision goggles, he would probably get lost in the darkness. The 2 women understood that there was almost no firewood next to the fire, and they had begun to add fresh vines to it. Now the fire is still big and can burn these vines. "Use 1 torch first, and then use yours when we go back. Let's move faster," Xiaobo said, speeding up his pace. Relying on the light of the torch, the 2 walked into the darkness one after the other. The twisted vines around them suddenly wrapped around them. They were soon blocked by the light of the torch. "It works. Pick up more dry firewood on the ground," Xiaobo said. They had already walked into the forest. There were a lot of dry branches on the ground. They picked them up regardless of size, and held them in their arms. The light of the torch was still very bright, ensuring that they would not be attacked by vines when picking up firewood. On the other side, Xiaobo also took this opportunity to carefully study these vines. The color of these vines seemed to have become darker, but they were still afraid of fire. He felt that these vines would overcome the problem of being afraid of fire sooner or later. This was the purgatory mode. If they were just allowed to rely on the firelight, it would obviously be a little unlikely. "I'm afraid that things will change again on the second night. This is just the first night. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it will be. Captain, it's almost time, let's go." In a few minutes, Han Yi picked up a large bundle. "You hold the torch, and I pick some up too." Xiaobo handed over the torch, stared at the thick tree trunks on the ground, picked up a few big roots, grabbed them with one hand, and the 2 quickly moved towards the fire. Halfway through, the flames flickered and were about to go out. The vines around swayed wildly, as if they had sensed something. Xiaobo immediately lit the second torch, and the bright light that suddenly lit up dispersed the wildly entangled vines. "Let's go!" Xiaobo whispered, and soon came to the fire. The fire was still bright, and there was a faint smell of gasoline in the air. "You are finally back. The firewood is run out. We had no choice but to pour some gasoline on the vines," Chu Shihan said. "It's okay. Gasoline is not that important to us. It doesn't matter if it runs out. The firewood has arrived. It's enough for us to hold on until tomorrow, Xiaobo said, putting down the firewood and checking the time. 3 hours have passed. The crisis is basically resolved now. Leave one person to add firewood, and the rest of you should rest as much as possible. The night was very quiet, and a fire ignited hope. In the quiet darkness, twisted black shadows were shaking, and they were extremely hideous. They didn't dare to approach the fire. Xiaobo was the first to keep watch. He sat and meditated, and he could also check the movements nearby and sense the status of the fire at any time. Next were Chu Shihan, Feng Xian, and Han Yi. Chu Shihan slept for 2 hours, and then woke up. Are you awake? Did you sleep well? Xiaobo was adding firewood to the fire. Well, it's not bad. It was similar on the road before. Chu Shihan stretched and drank some water and said. Xiaobo leaned on the vines with a hopeful expression, and seemed to think of his previous situation. At that time, the road had just started, and everyone basically closed their eyes for a while, and had to open their eyes to look around, for fear of being attacked by wild monsters. At that time, the car had no protection and no strength. It was enough to encounter a wild monster, not to mention encountering 2 or 3. So now there are vines dancing like demons. Xiaobo, do you want to sleep for a while? Chu Shihan put down the bucket and asked. I go to sleep for a while. Xiaobo nodded. It seemed that he hadn't had fruit for a long time. Although meditation does not make the mind tired, the body is still a little tired. Adjusting the posture, reluctantly fell asleep. The main reason was that the vine pile was not as comfortable as the big bed in his car. I don't know how long I slept, but Xiaobo was awakened by a roar. He opened his eyes, and found that there were 7 people around his fire. After a moment of shock, he realized that among the 7 people, there were Han Yi and his team, and the other 4 were not in the same team as them, and they were not players from the same camp. They were actually a group of black people. Beauty, do you mind playing with us? We have also fought all the way here. Maybe we can still help you. The tall black man in the lead teased. They were so depressed during the time on the road, and the 2 women in front of them were first class in terms of figure and appearance. When they saw each other, they immediately had evil thoughts. Instantly, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. What's going on? Xiaobo stood up and asked with a cold face. Captain, these blacks came from behind us. I'm afraid they saw our fire. They not only wanted Sister Feng and the others, but also wanted to steal the mountain bikes. I can't beat them. Han Yi fell to the ground, supporting his body, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. I understand. Xiaobo nodded lightly and looked at Feng Xian and the others. Are you 2 okay? We are fine, but Han Yi was injured by them. The strength of these blacks is very strong. Feng Xian's face was not good. The 4 blacks he met could actually injure Han Yi, which means that the level of these blacks should be in the top 10. I didn't expect to meet humans in the mission world. This was never expected. Take good care of Han Yi, and leave the rest to me, Xiaobo said, raising his head, a pair of strange eyes revealing coldness. You are their captain? In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, I hope you can think about our proposal. Let these 2 beauties accompany us for 1 night. Leave the car to us, and we can keep your fire and your life. How about it? The leading black man sneered, with a proud face. Xiaobo's eyes flashed. The 4-dimensional attributes of these black people were almost all around 40, and their strength was also good. Old Joe was right. No camp can be underestimated. Since this period of time, the black camp has been very low-key and has hardly participated in the world's affairs. It turns out that they are making a fortune in silence. Yes, but before that, I will show you a treasure. My big treasure. Xiaobo said lightly. What treasure? The leading black man was surprised. Immediately, he seemed to understand something, and his face showed anger. Get out of my way. Swish. Suddenly, a dazzling blood-red knife light instantly tore his body apart. Chapter 250. Puff. The blood-red knife light pierced through the black man's body and tore it in half. The blood-red knife light spread out and sank into the darkness, tearing the hideous vines in the darkness. I was sleeping too deeply just now, otherwise you would still want to get close to the fire. Xiaobo's face was filled with murderous intent, and the steel knife in his hand was crawling with blood-red light, shocking people's hearts. The armor condensed on his body, and he rushed up while speaking, with blood-red knife light flashing and blood splashing. These blacks showed fear on their faces, knowing that they were not Xiaobo's opponents, just like looking at Han Yi in his hand. Xiaobo naturally knew what they were thinking, and immediately stirred up a blood-red knife energy, piercing a black man's body. One knife and one bloodlight, 2 people died. The last black man saw that the situation was not right, turned around and rushed into the darkness, but soon his screams were heard. The twisted vines crawled madly, and soon devoured and tore the black man to pieces. Even he himself didn't dare to enter the vines rashly, let alone a black man without any protection. The vines that entered the forest were not just ordinary vines, but also vines covered with poisonous thorns. Basically, if they pierce the human body, it will kill. So powerful, for black people, kill instantly. Chu Shirhan and the others were shocked. These 4 black people were obviously formed by players from the black camp. They were ranked high and powerful, but Xiaobo could easily kill them instantly, which was enough to show that his strength had reached the invincible level. We are lucky to follow Captain Xiaobo, otherwise we would still be playing in normal mode. Han Yi spit out a mouthful of blood foam and said, Han Yi, how is your injury? Is it serious? After killing the 4 people, Xiaobo took off his armor and put the steel knife in his belt. His cold eyes showed no emotion. Fortunately, my internal organs may have been injured, but I have my own recovery skills. I can recover almost in 1 night. Han Yi said. Xiaobo, the appearance of these black people should be worthy of our vigilance. I didn't expect that the people in the black camp could hide so deeply. Chu Shirhan said with a frown. The 4 players from the black camp, who suddenly appeared this time, and their strength was so strong, which directly sounded the alarm for them. Old Man Joe had said before that we should not underestimate any camp. Before that, the black camp defected to the white camp, and everyone thought that the players in the black camp had given up. Until now, they have been extremely low-key. But tonight, the strength of the 4 people who suddenly appeared was actually close to them, which had to attract their attention. This group of blacks, like us, are very likely planning something, and now it has shown results. It is hard to imagine that the lazy blacks can be so motivated. Feng Xian said. Blacks are notorious for their laziness, but now Feng Xian has to change his opinion of them. These blacks are obviously planning something. As long as people are not stupid, they will fight hard when their lives are in danger. This world is a world of survival of the fittest, and there are not many people in the black camp. Now that the game has progressed to this level, I am afraid that only high-end players are left in the black camp, and their personal strength must be outstanding. Xiaobo sat down slowly. On the road, the bodies of the black men had been dragged into the darkness by the vines and torn into pieces. That is to say, many low-end players died in the black camp, and only some high-end players remained? Han Yi asked. It can be said that the fittest survive, and none of the people who stayed behind are simple. Xiaobo nodded. In addition, with the progress of these people, it is not difficult to catch up with them. The most likely possibility is that the group policy implemented by Old Man Joe and his team may have been learned by these players in the black camp. Because these 4 players in the black camp not only have high 4-dimensional attributes, but also high levels. High levels are not a normal phenomenon. Unless after the group, the number of wild monsters increases sharply, and the experience points are distributed to them, this situation will occur. Xiaobo can now basically conclude that these black people must have their own team, and they are the team tyrants in the team. So the strength of these people will improve so quickly. I have to discuss this matter with Old Man Joe. Chu Shirhan pondered for a while, and said, Mr. Zhou is currently the leader of domestic players. He is from the military region, and now believes in strength first. With his connections, he has already played an important role in the domestic player community. The most important thing is that Mr. Zhou is currently ranked first in the domestic rankings, and has reached level 10. He is even on the world rankings. The most important thing is that Mr. Zhou is not a red name, so there is no need to worry about his safety. In terms of popularity, Mr. Zhou must have come to the 2nd place. If he is given some time, he will surpass Xiaobo. After all, Xiaobo was a strong player in the early stage of the game. Now he is in seclusion, and there is no news. Except for the occasional video posted on the space, he has never been seen. There are only 2 hours left before dawn. After what happened just now, everyone couldn't sleep. They leaned against the fire and kept silent. Xiaobo looked at his own status. After sleeping all night, his health value dropped a lot. It is already a state of release. It seems that even if you fall asleep, your status will still drop. You should pay attention to this. If you sleep when your status is very low, you may never wake up again. 2 hours passed quickly. Early morning. It was just dawn, and the darkness around was like a tide. The vines that were originally bearing their fangs and claws became quiet at this moment and fell to the ground, as if they had never been resurrected. If it weren't for the mess on the ground that showed what happened last night, others would probably think it was just an ordinary vine. It's over. The hazy mist hit everyone's face, cold and icy. Xiaobo opened his eyes, with a hint of scarlet, and looked around. Captain, my condition is not bad, I'm already well. Han Yi stood up from the ground and twisted his stiff body. So fast? Chu Shihan was a little surprised. I consumed half of my mental power to recover from the injury. My attribute status is not good, but my own status is almost there. Han Yi said truthfully. Your skills are pretty good. Can you heal other people's injuries? Xiaobo asked. No, it can only work on yourself, but the recovery is very slow. The injury I suffered last night was just a little injury to my internal organs. In order to recover, I spent 2 or 3 hours and a lot of mental power to recover to this extent. This is still in a safe place. If it was on a special road and a wild monster appeared, I might die. Han Yi exhaled and stroked his abdomen. It was a punch in the abdomen last night that injured his internal organs. Fortunately, the injury was not serious. Chapter 251. Then eat something and get ready to go. Xiaobo nodded. Xiaobo, look at this. Chu Shihan suddenly said. Everyone followed Chu Shihan's gaze, and saw 4 human skeletons on the ground. 2 skeleton stone tablets were split open, and the bones were broken. The skeletons were white, without a trace of flesh or even blood. The skeleton of the black man last night, there was even blood on the ground. These vines are too scary. Feng Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with horror. These vines survive by eating flesh and blood. You saw the number of vines last night. Who knows what these vines will become tonight? I have a hunch that the firelight may not be able to resist these vines. Xiaobo stared at the vines on the ground with a pair of cold eyes, and said to himself, What? The 3 of them were shocked. Look at these vines, the color is getting darker, they are evolving with time, and the time of evolution is the time after we enter the activity, so the purgatory mode is not that simple and easy. When they evolve today, I think they will be able to break through the limitations of the fire. Xiaobo said coldly, walked to the dying fire, picked up some food and ate it. So the most urgent thing is to eat something, prepare to go on the road, and try to find a place with fewer vines tonight. The vines that can evolve will not be so calm tonight. Let's replenish them quickly, and hurry on our way. Feng Xian took a deep breath and said, with shock in his pupils, The vines that can evolve mean that the longer they stay on the road, the more dangerous it will be. The 3 of them simply ate something, and rode off on their bicycles. After last night's frenzy, the smooth vines on the road became messy. Riding on the bike, the 3 people's hearts were also pounding with the bumps. This is not a solution. Although there is a car, it is still too slow, unless the car can be driven out of the resource box. Xiaobo's eyes were deep. Purgatory mode prohibits your car from entering, but other modes allow your car to enter. So purgatory mode is very scary, and the mortality rate is extremely high. Similarly, its rewards are also very rich. At noon, resting in the shade on the side of the road is still endless, but obviously, the number of vines here has become much less, which is also a good surprise. Along the way, everyone's supplies have increased. All this comes from Xiaobo's luck. The 3 people are envious and jealous. Along the way, they have indeed witnessed a miracle, that is, Xiaobo's luck, which is simply unmatched. They thought it was because of the game. After they saw the boxes, they all tried to open one. The result was either low-quality water or an empty box. Because of this, they almost believed that Xiaobo was the chosen one. It can be seen from his face. In addition, the amount of supplies Xiaobo got from the boxes along the way, they completely believed that Xiaobo was the chosen one. At noon, they simply ate something and continued on the road. They didn't dare to delay for a moment. They didn't even explore the jungles on both sides, because in the purgatory mode, it was already very difficult to survive. Thinking of coveting other items is a foolish dream. The reason for all this is that the vines will evolve. If the vines don't evolve, you can rely on the fire to survive at night. But for the evolved vines, basically don't even think about it. As time goes by, the road will only become more and more dangerous, so it's better to leave now. At 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Xiaobo and his team suddenly stopped the car and reached the end. The whole world seemed to be dyed blood red, the sky, the road, blood red, as if blood was splashed. What is that? Could it be that our mission is about to be completed? Feng Xian was a little surprised. I don't know, go and take a look. Xiaobo's eyes revealed a little light, and he felt a little bad in his heart. Continuing to move forward, Everyone found that the air around them seemed to be hotter. In a short while, they were soaked in sweat, the temperature around them rose sharply, and the water in their bodies evaporated faster. After moving forward for more than 10 minutes, they felt dry mouth and tongue, which was really unbearable, and each of them drank a few mouthfuls of water. Ahead, it should be the volcano highway. Chu Shirhan wiped the sweat from her forehead and stuck out her tongue. Volcano highway. We jumped from the jungle highway to the volcano highway. Why is it like this? Isn't it enough to just complete the special highway survival? Why do we encounter other special highways? Feng Xian was very surprised and called up the system to check the task again. It can only be said that these two special highways are connected, equivalent to one special highway. Xiaobo took the water handed over by Han Yi and said, "In this case, there will be other special highways after the volcano highway. Will the purgatory mode require us to experience all our special highways?" Feng Xian said. "It's hard to say. Keep going and try to reach the volcanic road before dark," Xiaobo said. As they continued to set off, the air temperature was already very high. The sky was covered with embers, blocking the sunlight, just like dusk had arrived. A road full of magma appeared in front of the four people. The straight road ran through the brown earth, and the earth was occasionally spurting out red and yellow magma 3 or 4 meters high, and some places were bubbling. The whole world was twisted by the scalding heat wave. When they got here, the clothes of the four people were already soaked. It's really the volcanic road. It's simply too hot here. Xiaobo couldn't help wiping the sweat that was pouring down like rain, and frowned. He looked at the supplies on the car, and the quantity was still very considerable. There were 4 barrels of water, and different kinds of food. There was basically no problem leaving the volcanic road. Once I stepped onto the volcanic road, I sweated all the time, and my state would become dehydrated from time to time. Once I entered the dehydrated state, I needed to replenish water. This also consumes a huge amount of water resources. It was getting dark, and by the evening, they had already consumed a bucket of water. We will continue on our journey tonight, and try to leave the volcanic highway tonight. Xiaobo did not want to stay here for too long, and decided immediately. Chu Shirhan and the others did not have any doubts, and they did not want to stay here for too long, because it was too hot here. The most important thing is that the purgatory mode increased their body's demand consumption, and the extremely hot weather also increased the consumption of water. Under the double consumption, even if there are more supplies, they can't last long. It was getting darker, and the surroundings were all red, just like when they came in. During this period, they also opened a few boxes, but they were all empty boxes. It was dark, and the surroundings just became dim. Xiaobo and the others did not stop, and continued to pedal forward. After more than 20 minutes, they suddenly found that the surroundings seemed to be a little bit wrong. Chapter 252. On the quiet volcanic road, there was only the gurgling sound. It was like boiling. Suddenly, at this moment, the boiling magma slowly swelled up, and the red and yellow magma actually supported a humanoid creature. Its body was made of magma, and it exuded amazing heat. It struggled to get up from the magma pit, stumbling, breaking its body, and reorganizing again, leaving a string of hot gold footprints on the ground. That was golden magma. Xiaobo, we seem to be targeted. The monsters here are a bit strange. They are actually formed by magma, Chu Shirhan said in a concentrated voice. Speed up, these creatures are a bit strange. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, but he didn't jump out the values of these creatures, just like vines. More and more monsters came out of the magma pit, and golden magma monsters twisted out one by one. Suddenly, a ball of magma flew towards them rapidly. The four people were startled and hurriedly accelerated. Damn it, these magma monsters can actually spray magma. Han Yi was terrified. If he was contaminated by this magma, his flesh and blood would definitely be melted. Although they got rid of the magma monsters behind them, as they moved forward, more and more magma monsters appeared in large numbers, waking up from the magma pits on both sides of the road and in front. Speed up, we can get rid of these magma monsters, Xiaobo shouted. Their speed was faster. The magma monsters revived according to their position, and it took time for these magma monsters to wake up, so even if the magma monsters were fully awake and wanted to attack them, they would have already gone far away. As they sped along the road, they also found human corpses on the roadside, and there were quite a few of them. After counting carefully, there were actually 3 teams of people. These were people who entered the purgatory mode and died tragically on the road because they could not pass through. They did not have a resource upgrade system like Xiaobo, so they either died of lack of supplies, or were killed by these magma monsters. Although the volcanic road was bumpy on both sides, the road was very flat, and there were no vines like forest roads, so their speed was very fast. After a few hours, the air temperature dropped sharply. Although there were volcanoes all around, it was obvious that the air temperature was no longer so hot. Another special road appeared. There is a snowfield road there. Han Yi, with sharp eyes, discovered the reason for the change in air temperature. Snowfield road? Sure enough. Not long after walking forward, a vast expanse of white appeared at the end of their vision, with the brown land and the snowfield polarized. At this time, there was only more than an hour left before dawn. Few magma monsters in this area have awakened, only a few of them. There shouldn't be a snow monster on the snowfield. Feng Xian asked a very important question. I don't know, let's go and have a look. If it's a snow monster, it's much less threatening than a magma monster. Xiaobo said, sweating a lot less. The air here has changed. The closer to the snowfield, the lower the temperature. When they walked to the border, they could clearly feel that half of the road was very cold and the other half was very hot. It was dark all around, but they could clearly see the dividing line between the snowfield and the brown volcano, one cold and one hot, showing polarization. The volcanic highway is extremely hot, and ordinary people can't stand it. The snowfield highway is extremely cold, so those with strong physical fitness are better. This section of the road is really strange. Han Yi said. There is something strange. Xiaobo looked at the academy around him, and said coldly. All around was a vast expanse of white, and in the distance there was a blizzard. The snow on the ground spread to the distance, and the blizzard was blizzard. Snow monster. Not long after Xiaobo finished speaking, Han Yi exclaimed. In the vast snowfield in the distance, there were indeed several tall figures walking towards them. These figures were extremely tall, as much as 3 or 4 meters tall. When they got closer, they were the snow monsters covered in white fur. There is more than half an hour left. Hold on for half an hour until dawn. Xiaobo looked at the time, immediately pulled out the hatchet, condensed the armor, abandoned the mountain bike, and rushed up. As long as day came, they were basically in a safe position. Han Yi and the others followed Xiaobo's steps, and took out the weapons they had been carrying on their backs. Bang! Xiaobo's expression was cold. The wind and snow hit his armor with a crackling sound, but it did not affect his movements at all. He suddenly stepped on the ground and jumped up more than 20 meters away from the wild monster. The hatchet in his hand emitted 2 phantoms and cut across. Puff! The hot blood immediately dyed the ground red, and the body of the snow monster was dyed red with eye-catching blood. After understanding one, he rushed to the other. At this moment, bang! With a loud bang, a figure suddenly flew out. Be careful! Feng Xian exclaimed. It was Chu Shihan who was slapped away. A faint halo appeared around her body, looming. These snow monsters are very powerful, be careful. Xiaobo reminded. He might not feel anything, but for them, this is really purgatory mode. No wonder so many people died in front. The 3 of them worked together to deal with the snow monsters. In fact, a large number of snow monsters surrounded Xiaobo, and the number was very large. When the number of snow monsters surrounded to a certain extent, a dazzling blood-red knife energy tore the earth and whistled out, killing several wild monsters in a row. The snow on the entire ground was washed away, and the hot blood was splashed on the ground, which was very eye-catching. Wow, this is too powerful, Han Yi said in shock, swallowing his saliva. Feng Xian and Chu Shihan's beautiful eyes flashed with strange colors. Killing several snow monsters with one knife, strands of invisible blood sank into Xiaobo's body. His body was slowly recovering, and the loose flesh gradually recovered. Awesome! Xiaobo looked up to the sky and roared, feeling extremely refreshed. This is blood-sucking. It's so abnormal. It's simply a divine weapon. And it hasn't been upgraded yet. After all, Han Yi and the others are here. If he rashly upgrades the hatchet, he will be discovered. However, the 5% blood-sucking still shocked him. The body was slowly recovering, and the skin and flesh on his face disappeared. Come again! Xiaobo's face was full of grim smiles. He became more and more courageous as he fought. The scarlet hatchet was invincible and indestructible. One knife tore the thick-skinned snow monster apart, including the fur and muscles. As time passed, the vision gradually became brighter. Xiaobo was surrounded by the corpses of snow monsters, and his entire armor was covered with a layer of white snow. The air became cold. There were only a few snow monsters standing around. Xiaobo didn't hesitate at all. He immediately swung the hatchet, spreading 3 blood-colored sword auras, and swallowed several snow monsters with a whistling sound. Chapter 253. Finally, the killing is over. My physical strength is declining too fast. Feng Xian exhaled, and sat on the fur of the snow monster. The fur of these snow monsters is still very thick. I think we can peel it off, and use it to resist the cold. Chu Shihan reached out, and touched the fur of the snow monster. Although the snow monster was dead, and its body became stiff, its fur was still very soft. Each of us peel off a piece, and get ready to go. I feel that if there is another special road, we can complete the task. Xiao Bo used a hatchet to cut open the snow monster's flesh, and took away the snow monster's fur, exhaling from his mouth. This is the third special road. Along the way, they encountered many dangers, especially on the volcanic road. If it weren't for this mountain bike, they might have been trapped and died on the volcanic road. The bike brought them too much sense of security. Even now, the bike still carries a lot of supplies. After cutting off the fur of the snow monster, they cut a lot of snow monster meat. Xiao Bo was not interested. He had eaten a lot of meat, and there was still a lot in the car. Besides, the meat of this wild monster didn't taste very good. However, the 3 of them had never eaten meat before, so they naturally didn't want to give up. The sky was bright, and the 4 of them covered themselves with the fur of the wild monster, rested for a while, ate some food, and continued on the road. The further they went, the more snow accumulated on the road, and it was a bit difficult for the bicycle to move forward. Fortunately, the power worked miracles. Under the absolute power, there was no wheel that they couldn't pedal. The 4 of them could barely move forward, and the speed was no different from that of ordinary people riding bicycles. If they went crazy like they did on the volcanic road, maybe they could leave the special road in just a few hours. But the snowfield road is just like the forest road. There are obstacles on the road, which delays their progress. Near noon, everyone rested. Captain, the weather is going to change. Han Ye's eyes are very sharp. He was observing the surroundings, and suddenly noticed something wrong in the distance. Through his sharp vision, he saw the distant sky become dim. There seemed to be a terrible blizzard there. Seeing this, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly passed the message to Xiao Bo and the others. Xiao Bo's fur under his buttocks was not warm yet, and he stood up and looked into the distance. His eyes were not as clear as Han Ye's, so he couldn't see it at all. "Are you sure?" Xiao Bo asked. "Yes, it's still far away from us now. It should be afternoon, and it is very likely to be a blizzard," Han Ye said. "In the afternoon, the road is full of snow. I'm afraid it will be difficult to go out in the afternoon." Chu Shihan looked at the road in the distance, a vast expanse of white, extending infinitely, with no end in sight. "Let's hurry up. We also have to be prepared for the situation," Xiao Bo said, not caring about resting, picking up the bicycle and pedaling forward. Along the way, they also encountered many boxes, most of which were water resources. At present, they were completely in the snowfield, so the water resources were thrown on the spot, and some food was still taken away. Only take what they need. At 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the dark clouds in the distance had already floated over, and appeared in the distant sky. The wind suddenly blew, blowing the snowfield and raising huge white snow waves. Everyone rushed to hurry up without a moment's rest. There were only 2 hours left before dark, and the sky was filled with snowflakes, accompanied by gusts of wind, and there was a faint momentum of a blizzard. The sky was terribly gloomy, and the black clouds above were already floating over, but this was not far enough to frighten them. What was scary was the clouds behind them, which were like ink. "Stop first, dig a hole on the side of the road, at least 2 meters, and then dig horizontally, enough to accommodate us." Xiao Bo felt that the world was about to have a storm, so he stopped his bicycle decisively, found a low-lying area, and began to take out a steel knife to dig down. Feng Xian and the others hurriedly stood on the 4 sides. The method Xiao Bo said was a measure to deal with the blizzard, as long as the snowfield was very empty, and there was no place to hide. And the thickness of the snow was not that high, just to the knee. It was not enough to make a snow cave. They needed tools to create a snow cave by themselves. The pit was dug quickly, the snow became heavier, and the clouds like ink gradually floated over. The 4 people could already feel the oppression of the air, and their hands moved faster. Dig deeper at the bottom of the pit, and make a place for them to hide. They put the bicycles on the edge of the pit. As time passed, the pit was dug quickly, and the supplies were transported down. They didn't know how long the snowstorm would last, but the endless dark clouds made them feel chilled. Whoosh! As evening approached, there was a sound of howling wind outside, and a lot of snow was blown into the cave. The four people spread the snow monster skin on the ground and lay on it in a fairly comfortable position. There was some soil at the bottom of the pit to separate them, so the snow would not enter their hiding place. However, the narrow space still made them feel depressed. There is no other way. They will only freeze to death outside. A blizzard, no matter how good their physical fitness is, it is still difficult to hold on in the face of extremely bad weather. Captain, I will go to bed first. I didn't sleep well last night. This time, I can finally sleep well. Hanya's dull voice came from the other side. Okay. Xiaobo was also sleepy. The fur of the snow monster was very soft, comfortable and warm. Lying in the cave, his whole body was warm. It was dark and oppressive around him, and he couldn't see other people. He took advantage of this time to take out the hatchet. Special item, Hatred Cleanse Hatchet, can be taken out of the mission world. Features, 5% health value stealing. Introduction. This is a magical hatchet that has the function of restoring one's own life. Note, taking it away will anger Clin, be careful. The attributes of this knife are very good, and health value stealing can be said to be a very perfect attribute. The health value recovery will be fed back to oneself, so that the injuries on the body can be recovered. For example, the sequelae left by the burning of life have been recovered in the previous battle. If it is upgraded, how powerful the hatchet will be, this is something he dare not imagine. Upgrade. Xiaobo did not hesitate too much and directly upgraded the rusty hatchet. Special item, Butcher Xiaobo's hatchet. Features, 10% health value stealing. Introduction. This is a magical hatchet that has the function of restoring its own life. When the health value is restored to full, the overflowing health value will form a shield that can resist fatal attacks. Note, taking it away will anger Xiaobo, be careful. After the upgrade, even the name of the hatchet has changed. The appearance of the hatchet has not changed much. It is still the same as before, but there is a strong and pungent smell of blood on the hatchet. Chapter 254. 10% health stealing and shield bonus directly upgrade the hatchet by several levels. Xiaobo nodded with great satisfaction and put the hatchet into his belt. The hatchet after the upgrade was abnormal. Close your eyes and let your mind go. Not long after, he entered a meditative state. The cave entrance was soon covered with snow, and they also left a duct for ventilation, so they didn't worry about the lack of oxygen in the cave. As long as you feel that the cave is very depressing. If it weren't for the snow monster fur, the cave would be dark, damp, and freezing cold. The snow monster fur provided good protection, making his body much warmer. The night was spent in meditation. The next morning, Xiaobo opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, but his body was a little tired. It was really uncomfortable to maintain this posture for a long time. Name, Xiaobo, Sin Value, 6. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Butcher. Profession 2, Not Transferred. Gender, Male. Level, 11. Experience, 1028/2000. Strength, 63, 6.3. Agility, 59, 5.9. Physical fitness, 45, 4.5. Mental strength, 71, 14.2. Health value, 339. Physical exhaustion, dehydration, hunger. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills. Intermediate fighting skills expertise. Strength will be continuously improved with training. Primary agility. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Detection eye. Steel body. Life burning. Purification. Weapon affinity. Sword light. Meditation. Butcher's occupation skills. Bloodshed. Only. Dismemberment. Butcher's courage. Butcher's occupation unique passive. Butcher's hand. LV2. Calling out the system. The mental power grows very rapidly, and it has reached a very terrifying level. It increases 2 points of mental power every day. It can be described in 2 words. Steady. Neither the experience value nor the sin value increased, which means that in the mission world, killing humans and wild monsters will not increase the experience value and sin value. This is good news. If your sin value reaches 10 points, I don't know how many troubles are waiting for you every day. Enjoy life. How comfortable it is. The health value can show your current state. The body is tired, dehydrated, and hungry. Indeed, although his 4-dimensional attributes are so high, his body is still a mortal body. If he doesn't sleep well, he will naturally feel tired. This is physical fatigue. Although he is lying on the soft fur of the snow monster, the uneven ground still makes him feel very uncomfortable, especially after sleeping for a night. He feels backache and discomfort all over. Xiaobo, are you awake? The speaker is Chu Shirhan, who seems to have woken up very early. I'm awake. What's the situation outside now? Xiaobo asked. The blizzard outside is still very big, covering the cave entrance. 2 of the 4 ventilation holes are blocked, and the other 2 are fine. The sky outside is still very dark and gloomy. The blizzard should not be able to get through in a short time. Feng Xian's voice came out. She has detection skills, and can see the outside world through the ventilation duct. I understand, then wait here for a while, until the blizzard is a little less, then go out. Xiaobo did not ask them how they observed. Asking other skills is a very impolite behavior, even if they have a high degree of trust in themselves. The blizzard did not stop, and today was probably another tormenting day. He turned over in the cave, took some food, replenished himself, and entered a meditative state again. The blizzard outside was raging on the earth, and the bicycle had been submerged. As time passed, the blizzard still showed no signs of stopping, but became more and more intense. The temperature dropped to dozens of degrees below zero, and even a spit would freeze on the ground. As night approached, they had a simple dinner. Feng Xian checked the ventilation duct again and became alert. He hesitated because it was dark outside, and he was not sure whether the ventilation duct was blocked or not. Captain, it's dark now, and the situation of the remaining ventilation ducts is unknown. What should we do? Feng Xian immediately told Xiaobo about this problem. I go and take a look, you stay quietly. Xiaobo said, got up and adjusted the direction, and came to the pit they dug from the cave. This place has been filled with thick snow, and the situation outside cannot be seen at all, and the 4 remaining ventilation holes are here. Just as Feng Xian said, the sky outside had already darkened, and even if you looked along the ventilation duct, you couldn't see what was happening above. There was still air in the cave, but as the oxygen ran out, people would feel dizzy. Without any hesitation, Xiaobo pulled out his steel knife, condensed his armor, and used all his strength to stab the steel knife diagonally. The ground shook violently, and the soil under his feet sank suddenly. Xiaobo broke through the snow, and the steel knife tore the snow apart and rushed straight up. When he came to the outside world, the cold wind was biting, penetrating the protection of the armor, and rushing straight into his body. Fortunately, the fur of the snow monster covered the inside, which blocked the influx of some cold wind. The heavy snow and strong winds ravaged the earth. The snow on the ground was half a person high. The whole world was filled with blizzards. Even their mountain bikes were buried by the blizzard. There was no trace of the bikes. Ventilation holes. Xiaobo looked around. As expected, the ventilators they had built before were covered by heavy snow. Now they needed to build 4 new ventilators to ensure that they were not buried. Xiaobo used a steel knife to sweep away the snow near him. At this time, Chu Shirhan also drilled out from the ground. Xiaobo, I help you. Chu Shirhan wrapped herself in white snow monster skin to hide her curvy figure. Okay. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Suddenly Xiaobo raised his head and looked into the distance. Tall snow monsters stood up from the vast snow field and looked over with red eyes. At night, these snow monsters appeared again. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and he quickly said, You deal with the vents, I will hold them back. After that, Xiaobo suddenly jumped several meters high, and the steel knife turned into a butcher's hatchet, and chopped a hideous snow monster in half with one knife, and half of its body was submerged in the snow on the ground. Then he jumped up again, the ground shook violently, and the soil under his feet had cracked. With this force, he jumped several meters high again, and killed a snow monster that rushed towards Chu Shirhan. After wearing the armor, Xiaobo's combat power was infinite, and his 4-dimensional attributes had exceeded 100, especially his mental power. The blood-red knife light was dazzling, tearing through the snow, leaving a 1-meter-deep groove. The blood-colored knife light was still powerful, overturning several snow monsters, and then dissipated. Chapter 255. The trump card of Sword and Sword is so powerful that it can directly upgrade Sword and Sword from an ordinary skill to a powerful trump card with the passive buff effect of Butcher's Hand. As long as the level of Butcher's Hand is upgraded, the power of Sword and Sword will be infinitely improved. At this time, his combat power has reached the peak, and he is full of trump cards. Each trump card is extremely terrifying. If he exerts his full strength, he can stack the 4-dimensional attributes to 300. The 4-dimensional attributes reach 300. What a terrifying attribute value. 300 attributes are stronger than the Hulk in the movie, terrifying. The snow monster with a 4-dimensional attribute of just over half 100 is no match for Xiaobo. The hatchet in his hand is like a sharp weapon to harvest the souls of the dead, harvesting the lives of these snow monsters, and a wisp of blood enters his body, even though he is now extremely healthy. These blood threads rose under his feet, and gradually turned into a light red circular barrier. As the killing continued, the ground was dyed red by blood, and the snow was melted by the hot blood. The goose egg-shaped blood barrier around him became more and more obvious. Originally light red, it gradually turned into blood red, and the protective barrier became thicker and thicker. From the outside, he was covered in blood, but inside, his vision was not blocked. Xiaobo could feel the existence of the barrier around him, and he became more and more arrogant. He rushed into the group of snow monsters and started a massacre. The smell of blood covered half the sky, and the whole world was covered in blood. Xiaobo, the ventilation duct is ready. Chu Shihan wiped the snow on his hair, looked up, and was immediately shocked. In the open space in the distance, there were a lot of snow monster corpses piled up, and the snow here had been melted by the snow monster corpses. None of these corpses were intact, and they were all cut apart from the middle of the body. The broken corpses piled together, like a purgatory on earth. Bang! Suddenly, a blood-red, goose egg-shaped blood-colored sphere with a horrible bloody smell crossed over from the other side of the pile of corpses, and slammed on the ground in front of her with a bang. Chu Shihan was terrified, and just as she was about to take action, she heard a cold and piercing voice from the blood-colored goose egg. "It's me, Xiaobo." Gulp. Chu Shihan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her beautiful eyes flashing brightly. "Xiaobo, is this layer of yours an energy shield? You can understand it that way." Xiaobo said lightly. His voice was a little cold. At this moment, he was full of murderous aura, and his eyes were sharp. Just now, he almost looked at Chu Shihan with a knife. But fortunately, he held back at the critical moment. Putting away the hatchet, the bloody goose egg ball shrank down from the top of his head, and soon dissipated. He took out the hatchet again, and the goose egg barrier never rose again. Sure enough, just put away the hatchet, and the barrier will automatically disappear. If needed, it still needs to be accumulated again. Xiaobo's eyes were bright, and the roar of the snow monster came from all around. "The ventilation ducts are all ready, let's go down first," Xiaobo said. "Okay." The two of them went back into the cave from the place where they came out before. Entering the cave, a warm feeling came. It was freezing cold outside, but it was more comfortable inside. Although it was a bit damp and cold, the temperature in the cave was already very high compared to the outside. The next morning, after his mental strength increased by 2 points, Feng Xian brought good news. The snowstorm outside was smaller, and the dark clouds in the sky had left. There was only a gloomy sky and falling snowflakes. This was the best news Xiaobo had ever heard. He had been here for 2 days, and felt uncomfortable. The four of them came out. The snow had reached their waists. The traces of the battle last night were also buried by the subsequent heavy snow. Only the bodies that looked like snow mountains showed what happened last night. The bloody smell in the air had dissipated, and the bodies had been frozen. There were still traces of snow monsters near the entrance of the cave. These were the traces of the snow monsters' activities last night. They took out the car buried in the snow, and returned to the road. The snow on the road was not that deep, and it was still up to the knees. With the remaining supplies, the four of them rode their bikes hard on the snowfield. Although the speed was a little slower, it was much faster than walking. However, this way of doing things was also a huge drain on the body. The heavy snow made it impossible to see the location of the resource box. Fortunately, the supplies they had collected before were relatively abundant, which at least allowed them to go out. After lunch, they continued to move forward. They did not have much time to rest. At night, endless snow monsters would appear. They could not stay here for a night, because there was a sound coming from above their heads last night. On the first night, the snow monster did not find them, but on the second night, the snow monster was already above their heads. On the third day, they would completely lose protection. The only way was to leave here. In the afternoon, Xiaobo, who was walking in the front, suddenly felt that the depth of the snow on the ground had become shallower. He was moved and immediately said, "Han Yi, look ahead, what's there?" Han Yi, who had been riding with his head tilted, raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were bright, as if with a faint light. "Captain, the vast snowfield disappears in front. There is another special road there." "Wait a minute, I take a closer look. Is it a rainforest, or the previous rainforest road?" Han Ye's eyes suddenly lit up, and said in surprise. Everyone stopped and looked up at the distance. The snow-covered road disappeared at the end of the front. There was another world there, and a hint of green could be vaguely seen. Speed up the pace. Now there are only 3 hours left before dark. We will try to enter the rainforest road ahead in the remaining time, Xiaobo said immediately. He had already made a preliminary inference. The special roads in the purgatory mode also have difficulty. Each special road has dangers, and these dangers increase as you spend more time on this special road. The longer you stay, the more dangerous this road will be. Later, you may not be able to deal with it. The first rainforest road, the evolving vines explained everything. Although the second road is very dangerous, they have bicycles, and it only took one night to leave that special road. In this section, because of the blizzard, they accidentally avoided the attack of the snow monster, but the snow monster was already active at the entrance of the cave last night, and they were not far from being exposed. And this rainforest road in front of us is very likely to be the end. For special roads correspond to 4 teams. And the beginning is the end. They started on the rainforest special road and ended on the rainforest special road. Perhaps this is the last mission. Chapter 256. Half an hour later, they appeared near the rainforest road. The snow here was already very shallow, only reaching the ankles. The air temperature also warmed up. They began to sweat while wearing the fur of the snow monster. Entering the rainforest road, the cold air had subsided and the temperature had returned. They had thrown away the fur of the snow monster. The rainforest road was still a very familiar environment. The familiar vines were still spreading on the ground, but the vines were green before, but the vines here were purple. The vines have been upgraded. This is not good news. Xiaobo's eyes condensed, his voice was a little cold, and his face became solemn. The purple vines meant that the vines had been upgraded and became more terrifying. Now it was getting dark, and there were only 2 or 3 hours left before dark. It was obviously impossible to get out of the rainforest road. There were 2 problems at the moment. If we retreated, we would face endless snow monsters, and if we moved forward, we would face endless vines. All of a sudden, they were in a dilemma. Xiaobo, what should we do now? Should we move forward and face these vines, or retreat and face the snow monsters? Chu Shirhan stepped forward and asked. Facing the vines, we still have resurrection coins that have not been used, and there is still a lot of gasoline in the supplies. Facing these vines should not be a problem. Xiaobo thought, the power of the snow monster is more terrifying than the vines. After all, the snow monster has been there for 3 nights. If we stay any longer, it will become even more terrifying. And the snow monster and the vines are both endless creatures, so there is not much difference between the 2. Facing vines and snow monsters has certain risks, and the special highway depends on how long we stay. We have been on the snowy highway for 2 days. If we stay any longer, the snow monster will have the power to kill you in seconds. Relying on me, even if there are more resurrection coins, it may not be possible to complete this mission. Xiaobo looked into the distance calmly and explained. So, we still have a little chance of winning against the vines, but not against the snow monsters. Xiaobo, we all listen to you. Feng Xian said. With the resurrection coins, we still have the strength to fight. Han Yi also said. Then move forward. It's still some time before dark. Let's take advantage of this time to go deep into the rainforest. If we can calm down tonight and get through it, we can complete the task tomorrow. Xiaobo said, getting on the bicycle and preparing to set off. Complete the task. The 3 were a little surprised and didn't know what happened. Yes, there are 4 stages of the special road, corresponding to the 4 people in our group, starting from the rainforest road, then the volcano road, the snowfield road, and then the rainforest road in front of us. It starts there and ends there. For sections for people, so this is the last section. Xiaobo said. Before that, he was still worried about whether this inference was correct. It was not until the rainforest road appeared in front of him that he was sure that this task was indeed 4 sections of special roads. So, as long as we can hold on to the last section of the special road, our mission will be completed. Chu Shirhan was a little surprised, and looked around with a pair of beautiful eyes. Indeed, this road they came to before was the same, with familiar rainforests and upgraded vines. The expressions on the faces of the 3 people suddenly relaxed. This was the last section of the journey. As long as they completed this section, they would be able to complete the purgatory mode. How much reward would they get at that time? They dared not imagine. The 3 people were instantly full of energy. They set off again, and this time, they sped up a lot. Perhaps they knew what they would face tonight, and wanted to travel more distance during the day. There are always vines on the ground, and their speed is still very fast. Time passed quietly. It was approaching night. At this time, there was only 1 hour left before dark. Now we need to prepare, clear out a piece of open space, pour gasoline all around the open space, and build a bonfire. We need to prepare to deal with the emergency tonight. During the break, Xiaobo took a bite and said that time was very tight now, and there was only half an hour left. After everyone replenished water and food, they began to prepare countermeasures. To clear the open space, at least the area in front of them should be cleared. Gasoline and dry firewood were combined to form a wall around them. In the middle, they also prepared a bonfire and a large amount of dry firewood. After everything was prepared, there were only a few minutes left before dark. The darkness around them had begun to spread and squeeze towards them. Captain, something is wrong. It's not even dark yet, and the darkness around us has begun to spread. Han Yetong stood up from the ground, and his bright eyes looked around anxiously. Is this the rainforest road in the upgrade week? As expected, it will become more and more terrifying as time goes by. Xiaobo stood up quickly, wearing the armor, and quickly looked at the time. There was only 1 minute left. He quickly said, according to the plan, start. Feng Xian's 2 daughters were responsible for raising the fire in the middle, and then began to wait quietly. At present, only darkness was spreading, and the vines were still in a static state, that is, the real danger has not begun. Boom! Gasoline was poured into the dry firewood, and it caught fire at once. The raging fire burned instantly. In an instant, the flame shot up into the sky, and the dry firewood was instantly ignited. The sky-high flames dispelled the darkness. The crowded darkness around stopped at the location of the flames. Han Yi, you have sharp vision, and you are responsible for checking the movements of the vines in the dark night. Xiaobo said. Captain, don't worry. Han Yi said. You two should take a rest now. Tonight is very long. I'm afraid we need to take turns to replace. After all, the consumption here is accelerated, and we must follow the shift system. Xiaobo said to Chu Shihan and the others. Okay. Chu Shihan and Feng Xian nodded. For people, 2 people take turns, and they have a great chance to withstand the attack of the vines. And with the resurrection coins, they don't worry about death at all. As for death, they have died countless times in the ranking mode, and they have long been accustomed to death. Soon, the whole world fell into darkness. It was completely impossible to see where the forest was, and it seemed that there was an endless dark abyss around. What is this degree of darkness like? Can you still see through it? Xiaobo asked while sitting in front of the fire. I can vaguely see that the vines are still relatively quiet, with no signs of recovery. Han Yi whispered. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. The road was also quiet at the beginning, and after he entered the forest, the vines fully recovered and entered the attack state. Could it be? Xiaobo had a bold inference in his heart. He just didn't know if this idea was correct. Chapter 257. Captain, what are you thinking about? Han Yi asked. Nothing, just a bold inference. I just don't know if it's correct. Xiaobo shook his head lightly. These vines are now in a calm state because they are now in a sleeping state like humans, and I had disturbed them when I entered the forest before, so they entered the attack state. And the current situation is that these vines are in a sleeping state. Of course, the sleeping state is just an inference. If it is safe now, then the danger is very likely to be in the second half of the night. You go to sleep for a while, I guard here. Thinking of this, Xiaobo said to Han Yi. Okay. Han Yi did not refuse, he believed Xiaobo's words very much. So, as long as you are in an absolutely quiet state, and don't touch these vines, there should be no problem in the first half of the night. Xiaobo thought, and simply sat there with his eyes closed to meditate, but his senses were always paying attention to the surroundings and the fire. In any case, the fire could not be extinguished. He still didn't know what the result of being swallowed by darkness would be. Since the fire could block the darkness, he had to keep the fire going. And around them, there was a circle of firewood piles. That was another way they had planned to deal with the vines. It seemed that they would use it in the second half of the night. As he thought, the first half of the night was very quiet, but the darkness seemed to have life. Once the firelight of the fire became smaller, the darkness quickly crowded in. Very strange darkness. Chu Shihan and the others were now sleeping soundly, breathing evenly. Xiaobo was full of energy. Halfway through the night, he suddenly opened his eyes, picked up dry firewood from the ground and threw it into the fire. He took out the torch he had prepared before, lit it, and walked into the darkness. The darkness around him quickly approached him, but fortunately the weak light of the torch protected him from being drowned in the darkness. He walked to the outer firewood pile, where the smell of gasoline was overwhelming. They had poured a lot of gasoline here at the time, and even now, it would catch fire at the slightest touch. He continued to walk forward after passing through the outer fire, and stopped at the spot after walking about 5 or 6 meters. In the darkness, these vines twisted, as if they had woken up, twisting slowly. The purple vines, like tentacles, were slowly wriggling, so creepy and scary in the darkness. Sure enough, these vines have begun to revive. After Xiaobo confirmed it, he quickly returned to the fire and looked around with a cold look. The vines had just revived and had not yet launched an attack. Soon, vines spread over the outer firewood pile and approached the location of the fire. When it touched the fire, it shrank back, but soon, it groped again. This time, it did not shrink back, but kept touching near the fire, tapping. Then it stretched directly into the fire. Under the fire, the purple all over the body looked more obvious. Swish! Then, as soon as it touched in, a red light flashed. The vine was directly cut into 2 pieces, and the cut vine fell to the ground, and would not wriggle again. In less than a minute, countless dense vines stretched in from all directions, making people's scalps numb. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and he quickly woke up the 3 people. The 3 people who were in a daze saw the vines approaching from all around, and their sleepiness disappeared instantly, and they instinctively drew their weapons. The vines have revived. Now there are only 5 hours left until dawn. As long as we hold on, we will be safe, Xiaobo said in a deep voice, and the luster of the armor became more and more obvious in the firelight. The gains brought by the armor gave him infinite power and great confidence. As soon as the voice fell, a series of sounds of breaking through the air came from all directions. These vines attacked instantly. The 3 people used their own skills to resist the attack of the vines. As time passed, they needed to hold on for the longest time, but there were too many vines. Even if they took turns, 2 people took on and 2 people rested, they still only held on for an hour. Feng Xian and the others were exhausted and breathless. The speed of physical energy consumption far exceeded the speed of recovery. Even Xiaobo seemed a little overwhelmed. The number of vines was too many and endless. I can survive, but these people may not. After all, there is still a long time before dawn. Xiaobo, use the resurrection coin, Chu Shihan suddenly said. What? Before Xiaobo understood, he saw Chu Shihan stabbing the knife into his body. A white light flashed, and Chu Shihan appeared again. She used the resurrection coin. The resurrection coin can instantly fill up your own state. Chu Shihan gave a reason that shocked him. Han Yi and Feng Xian did it one after another. As Chu Shihan said, after using the resurrection coin, the 4-dimensional state was instantly not full. However, Xiaobo did not do so, as he was still cautious. Relying on the resurrection coins, they managed to hold on for 2 hours. All the resurrection coins were used up, and there were only 2 hours left until dawn. Protect yourselves. I go light the fire outside, Xiaobo roared. He could clearly feel that although the vines could reach into the fire, under the fire, these vines were seriously affected in terms of strength and speed. This shows that the fire still has a certain effect on the vines. Swish! A blood-colored sword energy whistled out, and Xiaobo's face was calm, and he stepped lightly, following the whistling sword energy and rushed straight up. The sword energy whistled and cut off all the vines in front. After the blood-colored sword energy, Xiaobo held a blood-colored steel knife in his hand, and his figure flashed quickly. Before he passed through the firewood pile, he threw the torch into the firewood pile. With a bang, the firewood pile instantly ignited a raging fire. From the place where it was ignited, it began to spread to both sides. In less than 5 seconds, the entire flame formed a circle. Under the fierce fire, these vines were instantly ignited, twisted and entangled, and shrank back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaobo also sat on the ground and began to rest. He needed to hurry up to recover. He still had a trump card that he had not used, and Chu Shihan and the others were basically exhausted. This sky-high fire can burn for dozens of minutes. During this time, Xiaobo immediately entered a meditative state to recover his mental strength that was almost exhausted. When the mental strength was fully restored, the 4-dimensional state reached its peak again, the flames outside also became much smaller, and the faded vines came back again. You protect yourself, and leave the rest to me. Xiaobo's voice was cold, and he rushed straight into the darkness and immediately displayed the courage of a butcher. Professional skills, Butcher's Courage. Features, Health plus 100, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Physical plus 5, Mental plus 5. Introduction. Consume 50 points of health and gain 10% bonus to all attributes. Duration 5 minutes. No cooldown. Butcher's Courage only consumes health, while the butcher's chopping knife can absorb health, which means that he can use butcher's courage without limit. After using butcher's courage, his 4 dimensions have reached the 110th level. Chapter 258. 110 levels, a very scary number. Rushing into the darkness, he also attracted a large number of vines. The pressure on Chu Shirhan and the others suddenly decreased. The captain's strength is probably invincible on the road. Han Yi looked at the blood-red knife light that kept flashing in the darkness, and said with great envy, "This is the child of destiny. Our luck is not at the same level as his luck." Feng Xian exhaled, broke through the vines gathered in front of him, and then said, "Feng Xian, are you sure that you and the captain are on the same special road now?" Chu Shirhan suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Feng Xian was silent for a while, and then said, "Almost, I haven't been there yet, and I don't know the details." Chu Shirhan's face was subtle. "Sister Feng, if you meet the captain in reality, you must hold your thigh tightly." Han Yi really talked about everything, and when he said that, the 2 women looked over. "Focus on the vines," Chu Shirhan said. Oh. Han Yi quickly turned around and focused on dealing with the vines rushing over. With Xiaobo attracting wild monsters for them, the pressure on them suddenly decreased a lot. In the darkness, a dazzling blood-red light flashed. In the slaughter, the blood condensed around Xiaobo, forming an egg-shaped barrier. This was a blood-condensed barrier that wrapped him up and formed a blood-colored sphere. Even if he didn't block his back, the vines touched the sphere behind him and were instantly bounced off, leaving a huge crack at the contact point, but soon a large amount of blood-colored energy was added to the blood-colored sphere. The cracks lasted only a few tenths of a second and soon disappeared. Swish! Swish! A stream of blood-colored blade chi whistled out, and his mental strength of up to 150 points was not afraid of this consumption at all. Moreover, his physical strength was even more terrifying, and with the butcher's skill, bloodshed, he was not worried about running out of physical strength at all. At this moment, Xiaobo was like a killing machine, and all his skills combined together made him almost invincible. He had the power to crush these vines. The hunting state was turned on, ensuring that he could wander among these dense vines, and was rarely attacked by vines. Breaking through the dense vines again, Xiaobo quickly looked at his own state, and his physical strength had dropped to 20 points, and there was only 1 hour left. The blood-colored goose eggs around his body continued to maintain a thick blood color during the slaughter, but this barrier was also constantly attacked by vines, and was covered with cracks all the time. If he hadn't replenished it through killing, the barrier would have been broken long ago. But this barrier still helped him resist a lot of attacks. Only 1 hour is left, which is enough. Xiaobo thought to himself, his figure flashing in the dense vines. The blood-red hatchet kept swinging, and the broken vines on the ground fell one by one. These cut vines basically fell, and stopped on the ground without moving. The number of vines was still very terrifying. The dense vines were like a twisted black ocean. As time passed, Xiaobo gradually felt that his physical strength was exhausted, and he immediately started bleeding. His whole body was surging with blood. The goose egg barrier was surrounded by a blood-red ocean, and the hatchet in his hand seemed to be stained with blood. Swish! He cut the vines in front of him with a knife, and strands of blood sank into the blood-colored ocean around him. And this sea of blood surrounded him, slowly replenishing his body. His physical strength was slowly recovering. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and his pores were dilated, absorbing the blood-colored ocean around him. His muscles were stretched, and his physical strength was slowly recovering. As his physical strength recovered, he felt that his strength was also gradually recovering. Physical strength is linked to strength. Without physical strength, even if the strength breaks 100, 1,000, or 10,000, there is no strength to exert it. When the physical strength recovered, Xiaobo was like a god of war again. The last hour passed safely, the sky was glimmering, and all the vines fell to the ground as if they had crashed. It's over. Xiaobo put away the steel knife and glanced at the situation of the three people. Chu Shirhan and the others sat on the ground, no longer having any image. 2 hours of uninterrupted fighting consumed a lot of their physical strength. We can leave today. Eat something and get ready to go. Xiaobo took off his armor and sat on the ground like an ordinary person, closing his eyes and meditating. Although his physical strength was restored, his mental strength was consumed a lot. He needed to recover. Chu Shirhan and the others used the fire to eat the snow monster's barbecue. Xiaobo, you should eat some too. Chu Shirhan picked up a piece of barbecue and walked to Xiaobo. Thank you. Xiaobo opened a pair of weird eyes and took the barbecue handed over by the other party. Chu Shirhan sat next to Xiaobo, looking at Xiaobo's weird eyes with bright eyes. One eye was that of an ordinary person, while the other was very weird. In the blood red, there was a hint of ice blue, and deep in the pupil, there seemed to be a lingering purple. Strange purple. Your eyes? Chu Shihan was a little curious. Fusion. Xiaobo did not hide it, took a bite of the barbecue, and said lightly. Han Yi and Feng Xian also looked over. Fusion is a part of the wild monster's body. Just like a piece of a puzzle, it can be any organ of the body. After fusion, it can bring extraordinary gains. Feng Xian took a bite of the barbecue and said. Eye fusion, does the captain have a perspective eye? Han Yi said in surprise. The two women's faces suddenly became strange. It's not perspective. Xiaobo glanced at Han Yi, shook his head lightly, finished the barbecue in his hand, stood up and said, to add, today's task can be completed. Everyone showed a smile on their faces, quite a feeling of surviving a disaster. It's so comfortable to win by lying down, I really hope I can lie down for the rest of my life. Han Yi said seriously, it's a pity that I'm not a woman. Otherwise, if I follow the captain, I don't need to work hard myself. The faces of the two women suddenly became more strange. Eat quickly. Xiaobo glanced at Han Yi, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Han Yi was startled, and quickly closed his mouth, eating quietly, still a little surprised in his heart. Did I say something wrong? After eating, their needs were met. Riding on the bicycle again, everyone's face was full of joy this time, because this was the last section of the journey. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Captain, there is no road ahead. Han Yi suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up, and didn't find anything. After getting closer, they found that the road had come to an end in front. There was indeed no road ahead, but a distorted light curtain. The distorted light curtain was like a portal, and a prompt jumped out from it. Mission completed. Chapter 259. Mission completed. Xiaobo also breathed a sigh of relief. He was also worried about the purgatory mode mission. After all, with 3 burdens, there was a risk of being wiped out at any time. Fortunately, in the highway survival mission, supplies accounted for the majority, and he had a resource upgrade system, so he passed it without any danger. After passing through the distorted light curtain, the dusty people appeared in a familiar room. It's over, it's finally over. I'm exhausted physically and mentally. I'm going to have a comfortable sleep when I go back. Han Yi exhaled. Let's take a look at the mission rewards first. Feng Xian said, and there seemed to be light in her beautiful eyes. Ding. Special Highway Survival Mission. Status, completed. Difficulty, purgatory. Reward, to be collected. Collect the reward. Xiaobo said without hesitation. Ding. Reward options, equipment, special resources, special materials, skills, fusions, unknown energy blocks. Please select 3 modules. The 4 people's eyes suddenly widened, and their pupils showed shock. This, you can actually choose. Even Xiaobo was not calm, looking at the options above, his mouth was drooling. Special materials, special resources, are these materials all from more advanced roads? The importance of skills, equipment, and fusions is self-evident, they all enhance strength and are very powerful. And the unknown energy is fast, the magic crystal needed for his magic armor seems to be the unknown energy block. These things made him entangled, after all, he wanted all of these things. Whether it is equipment, skills, fusions that enhance strength, or unknown energy blocks with unknown properties, special resources, and special materials, he wants to have them, and these things are very valuable. What do you think? Xiaobo turned around and asked the 3 people. Personally, I think skills, fusions, and equipment are better, and they all increase strength. Han Yi said bluntly. I'm not sure if fusions have any side effects. I think it's better not to consider fusions. You can look at special materials, skills, and equipment. Feng Xian is relatively cautious. She herself has also fused a fusion, which is a monster's thigh. Although it has become a human leg, this leg has no temperature and is abnormally cold. I agree with Feng Xian. Fusions are not stable yet. After all, they are monster parts. The human body itself has rejection. Even if the game eliminates this rejection, is the fused thing still human? I think it's better to be cautious. Chu Xia said, and seemed to be looking at Xiaobo. Xiaobo thought and nodded. Then let's go with skills, equipment, and special materials. I agree. I agree too. What about Han Yi? I agree too. After the selection was completed, the screen twisted and a row of materials jumped out. Ding. Rewards for the 4-person team. Random skills *4. Specified professional skills book *4. Special Physical Biscuits *8. Special Mental Biscuits *8. Power Instant Noodles *8. Sealing Wrist Guard *1. Powerful Boxing Gloves *1. Goggles *1. Ching Wong Sword *1. One thing after another jumped out in front of the four people, and they were all shocked. This is too rich. There are so many rewards. Han Yi swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of shock. It seems that the system has divided everything. Skills and special materials are evenly distributed. As for equipment, you can choose one first. Xiaobo said. These things cannot be collected in the space, but can only be collected in the real world, so everyone has to choose one first. As for equipment, it is dispensable for him. After all, he already has the magic armor. I want the Qigong sword. After all, my weapon is the sword. If you want it, you can take it. I don't mind. After all, I still have a long sword. Chu Shihan said. I don't need weapons. My profession is a boxer. I want powerful boxing gloves. Feng Xian thought for a while and said, then I want the Fengjian wrist guard. Han Yi thought for a while and said, okay, then I want goggles. Xiaobo distributed the things, said hello to them, and retreated. Returning to reality, Xiaobo felt dazed and looked at the time. It was the same time as when he left. A week has passed in the mission world, but in the real world, the time is still the same. So in the mission world, the real world is still. Xiaobo thought to himself. Called out the system and took out the items one by one. Random Skills *1. Specified Occupation Skills Book *1. Special Physical Biscuits *2. Introduction. After eating, 50% of physical strength will be restored in a short time. Special Mental Biscuits *2. Introduction. After eating, 50% of mental strength will be restored in a short time. Power Instant Noodles *2. Introduction. After use, 5 points of strength will be increased. Duration, 5 minutes. Goggles *1. Introduction. It has the function of protecting the eyes, and can see through any illusion. These items popped out, and were introduced one by one. Xiaobo's eyes lit up. Not bad. It seems that special materials, that is, all food, have the properties of game equipment, so that's how it is. Upgrade. He upgraded these items, and the number of special materials skyrocketed, but the quality did not increase. And the goggles have an additional feature. Goggles *1. Feature, Vision plus 5. Introduction. It has the function of protecting the eyes, and can see through any illusion. Xiaobo put on the goggles, and sure enough, his vision was indeed clearer, and he could see farther. So this is the effect of good vision. The hunter's vision should be better. Putting the goggles into the locker, Xiaobo opened the random skills. Skill, Flame Control. Feature, None. Introduction. Consume 100 points of mental power to gain flame control. Duration, 10 minutes. Note, playing with fire will wet the bed. Hiss, flame control this means that I can become a flame mage. Xiaobo has some experience, and this skill is a bit perverted. No, it's very abnormal. He could imagine the scene of himself controlling the sky full of flames. It was simply terrifying. After upgrading it, the control of flames did not change much. It just reduced the consumption. Skill, Flame Control. Feature, None. Introduction. Consume 50 points of mental power to gain control of flames. Duration, 10 minutes. Note, playing with fire will wet the bed. Reduce the mental power by 50 points, but this is a crucial reduction. You must know that 50 points of mental power is enough for you to release 5 swords and swords. Chapter 260. Xiaobo learned it without hesitation. He mastered more and more skills. Now, even if he didn't use other skills, he could be invincible with these few skills. Then, he opened the skill box of the Profession Abomination. Professional Skill, Full Fire. Specified Profession, Abomination. Features, None. Introduction. Consume all mental power and enter the full fire state. In this state, strength, agility, and physical fitness are enhanced. Duration, half an hour. Note, the enhancement effect depends on the consumption of mental power. Every 20 points of mental power consumed, increase by 1%. Side effect, once the duration is up, you will fall into a coma. Another extremely perverted skill. Xiaobo's expression was stunned, and then he smiled. This skill can be used as a trump card. At present, all his skills are related to his own gains, and with the armor, this effect will become very terrifying. Not to mention, he also has such a perverted skill as life burning. Professional skills, Full Fire. Specified Profession, Abomination. Features, none. Introduction. Consume all mental power to enter the full fire state. In this state, strength, agility, and physical fitness are enhanced. Duration, half an hour. Note, the enhancement effect depends on the consumption of mental power. For every 10 points of mental power consumed, it increases by 1%. Side effect. Once the duration is up, you will fall into a coma. After upgrading it, the other things have not changed, but the annotation has changed. The previous increase of 1% for every 20 points consumed has become an increase of % for every 10 points consumed. The improvement is more than a little bit. The power of this skill may not be apparent in the early stage. When the mental power reaches 200 or 300, it will be a terrible gain to open up the firepower. I dare not imagine it. Without hesitation, Xiaobo learned it and opened the personal attribute panel. The attribute panel refreshed. Name, Xiaobo, Sin value, 6. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Butcher. Profession 2, Untransferred. Gender, Male. Level, 11. Experience, 1028/2000. Strength, 63, 6.3. Agility, 59, 5.9. Physical fitness, 45, 4.5. Mental power, 73, 14.6. Health value, 350, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Master. Skills. Intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength will continue to increase with practice. Primary swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Eye of detection. Iron body. Burning life. Purification. Weapon affinity. Sword and shadow. Meditation. Fire control. Butcher's occupation skills. Bloodshed. Unique. Dismemberment. Butcher's courage. Full firepower. Butcher's occupation passive unique. Butcher's hand. LV2. Although the four-dimensional attributes have not increased, there are two more trump cards. Whether it is fire control or full firepower, they can be used as trump cards. After shutting down the system, Xiaobo immediately got up and took a comfortable hot bath. After the bath, he lay on the sofa, opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of iced drink, drank 2 gulps, and then closed his eyes and exhaled gently. Although he was not in the mission world, he still suffered a lot of damage mentally. He was a little tired and needed to take a good rest. It was daytime now, so there was still a lot of rest space. There was no activity now. As for supplies, he had enough supplies in the car, so he didn't worry about consumption at all, but no one disliked his supplies. So if there was a resource box, he would still go to open it. After drinking some iced drinks, he returned to the bedroom. Blueberry, this little guy, was extremely well behaved during this period. I don't know what happened. He often lay in his little nest and stared at the outside world, as if something was attracting him. But there was nothing on the endless road, and Xiaobo didn't care. After all, there were only humans and wild monsters on the road. Blueberry might be special during this period. He could feel Blueberry's emotions, which were very stable and even a little happy. I don't know why. After telling Blueberry, Xiaobo lay on the bed and fell asleep. He was really tired, mentally tired. This time, he did not use meditation, but used the original method, sleep. Sleep is the best way to solve mental fatigue. Meditation is fine, but after entering the meditation state, his consciousness is still very clear. Although he is not mentally tired, he feels tired psychologically. Sleep can take both sides into consideration. This sleep lasted until the afternoon. Coco. Suddenly, at this time, blueberries flew up from the window and landed on the window. Xiaobo immediately opened his eyes, quickly got up, and went up to the second floor. The vegetable seedlings in the fertile land are growing very well. After a while, we should be able to eat the vegetables we grow ourselves. On the second floor, Xiaobo looked into the distance. In the distance, a truck was speeding over, very fast. A truck. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and his sleepiness disappeared, staring at the speeding truck. The people in the truck also found Xiaobo, and the speed they had been running at suddenly slowed down. They stopped 100 meters away from the car. A man and a woman got off the car. He looked closely and found that the woman was the woman who wanted to get on the car by relying on her body that he had met on the road before. It seemed that she had found a new target, and this man looked a little pale, and he didn't know why. Unknown. Strength, 49. Agility, 43. Physical fitness, 39. Mental strength, 41. Skills, unknown. The four-dimensional attributes of this man jumped out of his eyes, which were already quite powerful, at least stronger than Han Yi. Han Ye's current ranking has dropped to the top 10, and there are many people who have come from behind and are very strong. The man in front of him, who has never been seen before, should also be one of those who have come from behind. Hello, do you want to form a team? I can protect your safety. The man walked to a distance of 20 meters from him and looked up at the man standing in the car. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The man in front of him was actually driving a motorhome, and his face looked a little familiar. For a while, he couldn't figure it out. At present, many people in the world have driven motorhomes. Most of these people have changed their jobs to car mechanics. The demand for car upgrades will be much lower, and they can upgrade cars very quickly. And the man in front of him also regarded Xiaobo as a car mechanic who changed his job. Interesting. Xiaobo smiled faintly, jumped off the car, and strode towards the man. The woman seemed a little afraid when she saw herself, hiding behind the man, not daring to show her head.